foothills of the Zagros Range, in a stretch of terrain so geologically unremarkable that it passed through 14 months of overhead collection without raising a single flag, a thermal anomaly appeared on a Tuesday. Not a plume. Not an exhaust signature. A faint, persistent warmth radiating from bare limestone at 3 in the morning, when the surrounding rock had cooled to ambient. The signature was 2 degrees Celsius above what the geology predicted. 2 degrees. That is what unraveled 40 years of concealment doctrine. That is what began the sequence that would culminate in one of the most precise underground strikes conducted during Operation Epic Fury. A strike that the Revolutionary Guard did not see coming because they believed, with the confidence of 4 decades of successful hiding, that what lay beneath that ridge was invisible. It was not invisible. It had simply never been looked at with the right instrument at the right time. The story of how the United States military located and then struck a previously unknown IRGC tunnel complex buried inside the mountains of western Iran is not a story about bombs. Not primarily. It is a story about patience, about the quiet accumulation of data across months, about the particular kind of intelligence work that turns geological surveys into targeting packages, and about what happens when an adversary's deepest assumption, the assumption that depth equals safety, encounters a system designed specifically to prove that assumption wrong. To understand the significance of what happened, you need to understand what Iran built and why they believed it could not be found.
The Israeli Army Chief of Staff claiming 60% of the launchers have now been taken out.
Since the mid-1980s, in the aftermath of the Iran-Iraq War, Tehran pursued a strategic doctrine built on a single devastating lesson. Anything visible from above can be destroyed from above. The Iraqi Air Force, equipped with French-supplied aircraft, had struck Iranian cities, military installations, and industrial facilities with relative impunity throughout that 8-year conflict. Iran emerged from the war with a conviction that would shape its military investment for the next 4 decades. Go underground, go deep, and stay hidden. The Revolutionary Guard's aerospace force took this doctrine further than perhaps any military organization in history. They did not merely build bunkers. They built cities. Entire production complexes carved into the living rock of Iran's mountain ranges, the Zagros in the west, the Alborz in the north, scattered across provinces from Lorestan to Hormozgan. Brigadier General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, stated publicly that Iran had created missile bases in all provinces and cities throughout the country at a depth of 500 meters. He was not exaggerating for propaganda. Independent satellite analysis and open-source intelligence confirmed the scale. Automated rail systems moving missiles through tunnels between assembly zones. Storage halls capable of housing hundreds of ballistic missiles simultaneously. Hidden exits from which transporter erector launchers could emerge, fire, and withdraw underground within seconds. The facilities were designed not merely to survive a first strike, but to continue producing weapons through sustained bombardment. Assembly lines operating beneath 50 meters of granite while the surface above burned. The logic was elegant and for decades entirely correct. But that logic contained a vulnerability that the IRGC either did not recognize or chose to ignore. Every underground facility, no matter how deep, must breathe. It must vent heat. It must exchange air. And those thermodynamic requirements leave traces that are measurable if you possess the right sensor at the right orbital position at the right time. The discovery of the facility that would eventually be designated Target Package Zagros 7 began not with human intelligence or signals intercept but with a British-developed thermal imaging satellite operating at 30 times the resolution of NASA's Landsat program. The satellite, part of a new generation of commercial infrared platforms capable of detecting individual pieces of equipment from orbit, was not originally tasked against this location. It was conducting a broad survey of geological thermal patterns across western Iran as part of a mapping effort designed to identify discrepancies between predicted rock temperature and observed thermal radiation. The discrepancy it found in the western Zagros was small, barely detectable against the noise floor of natural variation. But it was persistent. Night after night, the same patch of limestone radiated heat it should not have possessed. Not from sunlight retention, the geometry was wrong for that. Not from geothermal activity, there were no known sources in that specific formation. The heat was coming from below. From machinery. From ventilation. From the metabolic output of a facility operating inside the mountain. This initial detection triggered what intelligence professionals call a pattern of life study. Additional collection assets were redirected. Synthetic aperture radar mapped the subsurface density. Electro-optical satellites captured imagery at multiple resolutions across different times of day. Signals intelligence platforms listened for electromagnetic emissions. And slowly, across weeks and then months, the picture assembled itself. The facility was not a simple storage depot. Analysis of the thermal signature's variation over time, its rise during certain hours, its correlation with patterns observed at known IRGC production sites, suggested active manufacturing. Something was being built inside that mountain. The heat signature's periodicity matched the thermal profile of solid rocket motor curing, a process that generates specific temperature patterns over specific durations as propellant is cast and hardened inside motor casings. They were making engines. Specifically, they appeared to be producing propulsion systems for medium-range ballistic missiles, Sijil-class solid-fuel variants that represented the newest and most capable generation of Iran's indigenous missile technology. And the facility had never appeared in any previous intelligence assessment. It was not on the targeting list. It was not in the database. For perhaps a decade or more, it had operated in complete obscurity beneath a ridge that looked, from every conventional sensor, like unremarkable geology. The discovery created what planners describe as a targeting cascade. Once you know a facility exists, you can work backward through the logistics chain to identify everything that feeds it. Supply routes, personnel movements, component deliveries, the vehicles that arrive at odd hours on roads that should carry no traffic. Each new thread of evidence confirmed and expanded the picture. Within 3 months of initial detection, analysts had mapped the facility's likely internal layout based on thermal distribution patterns, identified 3 probable access points based on subtle terrain modifications visible only in high-resolution radar returns, and located what they assessed to be ventilation shafts based on the spatial relationship between thermal hotspots and the known aerodynamic requirements of underground industrial facilities of this scale. The ventilation shafts became the critical targeting data point. Iran had learned from the experience at Fordo, where satellite imagery from earlier in the conflict showed the United States had targeted the precise locations of ventilation infrastructure to compromise the underground enrichment facility. Analysts at the International Institute for Strategic Studies had noted that ventilation shafts represent the most vulnerable points of any underground facility because the penetration through rock already exists. The shaft itself is a pre-made pathway into the mountain's interior. But locating shafts at a facility that was never meant to be found required an entirely different methodology than targeting shafts at a known site like Fordo. At Fordo, construction-era satellite imagery from 2009 had captured the shafts before they were buried and concealed. At Zagra 7, no such historical imagery existed. The facility had apparently been constructed with extraordinary concealment discipline, possibly over many years, with access limited to routes that blended into existing infrastructure. The breakthrough came from an unexpected convergence of 2 intelligence streams. The thermal satellite identified a periodic cooling event at 2 specific points on the ridge, locations where the rock temperature dropped below ambient for brief windows, consistent with cold air being drawn inward through an intake shaft. Simultaneously, synthetic aperture radar detected a structural discontinuity at those same coordinates, a break in the rock's density profile suggesting a void or constructed space within the first 15 meters of the surface. The confluence of thermal and radar data at identical coordinates provided what targeters call convergent confirmation. Not one sensor telling you something might be there. 2 independent physics-based measurements confirming that something is there. Planning for the strike against Zagra 7 began in early March 2026, during the most intensive phase of Operation Epic Fury. By this point, the campaign had already struck thousands of targets across Iran. The Iranian Navy had been largely eliminated. Air defense networks were degraded. Known missile sites had been struck repeatedly. But the campaign's central strategic challenge remained. Iran's underground production capacity was enabling continued missile launches despite the devastation above ground. The Institute for the Study of War documented that known facilities like the Yazd complex had been struck 6 times and yet missiles were still being launched from or near the site. 77% of identified tunnel entrances had been hit, yet activity resumed within days as construction equipment cleared debris and reopened access. The problem was clear. Striking known facilities was necessary but insufficient. The unknown facilities, the ones that had never been identified, were sustaining Iran's ability to continue operations. Zagra 7 represented exactly this category, a facility so well hidden that without the thermal satellite detection, it might never have been found at all. The strike package assigned to Zagra 7 reflected both the difficulty of the target and the precision of the intelligence that had revealed it. 2 Spirit stealth bombers, operating from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri on a round-trip mission sustained by aerial refueling, carried GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators. Each weapon, 30,000 pounds of hardened steel and explosive, was designed to penetrate up to 60 meters of earth or 200 feet of reinforced concrete before detonation. The weapon's GPS and inertial navigation guidance would bring them to within meters of a programmed aim point. But the aim points were not the facility's deepest chambers. They were the ventilation infrastructure. The shafts whose locations had been identified through thermal and radar convergence. The logic was the same logic that had guided the earlier strikes at Fordo. You do not need to collapse the entire mountain. You need to compromise the pathways that keep the facility alive. Seal the ventilation and the facility becomes uninhabitable. Destroy the air exchange system and the machinery inside overheats. The diesel generators that power the production equipment cannot operate without oxygen. The personnel cannot remain. The curing ovens for solid rocket motors cannot maintain temperature regulation. The facility does not explode. It suffocates. The B-2s approached Iranian airspace in the early hours, their radar-absorbing geometry rendering them functionally invisible to whatever degraded air defense capability Iran still possessed. The aircraft flew at high altitude, above the effective engagement envelope of any remaining surface-to-air systems. The weapons bay doors opened. The GBU-57s released, their massive weight pulling them earthward at terminal velocity while guidance fins made micro-corrections measured in fractions of a degree. The first weapon struck the ridge at the coordinates identified as ventilation point alpha. 30,000 pounds of kinetic energy and explosive force driving through limestone and into the void space beneath. The detonation occurred at depth, sending shockwaves through the mountain's internal structure. The shaft and whatever connected to it below experienced overpressure sufficient to collapse structural elements across a wide radius from the point of detonation. The second weapon struck ventilation point Bravo, 400 meters northeast of the first impact. The same physics. The same devastation delivered through the same pathway that air had once traveled. 2 shafts. 2 weapons. The facility's respiratory system severed at both points simultaneously. Post-strike analysis over the following days observed something that confirmed the intelligence assessment more definitively than any pre-strike data could have. Thermal emissions from the ridge ceased entirely. The persistent warmth that had first betrayed the facility's existence simply stopped. Machinery that had been operating continuously for years had gone silent. The mountain's thermal signature returned to what geology predicted. The facility had either been abandoned or was no longer capable of supporting operations. But the strike on Zagra 7 was not an isolated event. It was one node in a broader campaign of underground infrastructure neutralization that reflected a fundamental evolution in how the United States approached the problem of hardened buried targets. The traditional approach, the approach that had defined American bunker-busting doctrine since the First Gulf War, was to deliver the largest possible weapon against the target's strongest point and hope that sheer destructive force would overcome depth and hardening. Zagra 7 represented something different. Not overwhelming force against maximum protection, but precise force against identified vulnerability. The difference between trying to collapse a mountain and understanding how a mountain keeps its secrets. This distinction matters because it signals a shift that extends far beyond this single facility. The Wall Street Journal reported that US and Israeli aircraft were circling over subterranean bases, destroying missile launchers as they emerged to fire. CNN documented that Iran was using the ceasefire period to dig out missile launchers trapped underground by collapsed entrances. Satellite imagery showed bulldozers working frantically to clear debris from tunnel mouths. All of this pointed to a campaign that had systematically exploited the specific vulnerabilities of underground architecture, rather than simply attempting to punch through its strongest defenses. The ventilation problem is universal. Every underground military facility on Earth, whether in Iran, China, North Korea, or Russia, must solve the same thermodynamic equation. Machinery generates heat. Personnel consume oxygen. Diesel generators require air intake and exhaust. These requirements create signatures that advanced sensors can detect and targeting systems can exploit. The deeper you bury your facility, the more elaborate your ventilation system must become, and the more points of vulnerability you create in the process. Iran's defensive response to this vulnerability had been concealment rather than redundancy. Hide the shafts. Bury them. Make them indistinguishable from natural terrain. And for decades this worked. Conventional optical satellites could not distinguish a buried shaft from surrounding geology, but thermal imaging changed the equation. You can hide a shaft from a camera. You cannot hide its heat signature from an infrared sensor tuned to detect temperature differentials measured in fractions of a degree. The IRGC's awareness of this vulnerability appears to have been incomplete. Satellite imagery from February 2026, weeks before the Zagra 7 strike, showed Iranian engineers frantically backfilling tunnel entrances at Isfahan. They were addressing the access point vulnerability, the obvious doorways into their underground facilities. But they were not, as far as analysis could determine, addressing the thermal signature problem. Perhaps because they did not know how. You cannot eliminate the heat output of operating machinery without eliminating the machinery itself. And eliminating the machinery eliminates the facility's purpose. This creates what strategic analysts describe as an irreducible vulnerability, a characteristic that cannot be designed away without abandoning the core function the facility was built to serve. Iran's underground missile production required power, required cooling, required ventilation. Those requirements generated signatures. Those signatures enabled detection. Detection enabled targeting. Targeting enabled the strike that silenced Zagros 7. The broader implications ripple outward from this single ridge in ways that defense planners across multiple continents are now processing. China maintains the Yulin submarine base in Hainan, with tunnels carved deep into coastal mountains to protect nuclear-armed submarines. Russia operates the Yamantau strategic complex in the Urals, built to endure nuclear conflict. North Korea has constructed perhaps the most extensive tunnel network in the world beneath the Korean peninsula's mountains. Every one of these programs generates heat. Every one requires ventilation. Every one creates thermal signatures that advanced orbital sensors can, in principle, detect. The lesson is not that these facilities are indefensible. The lesson is that concealment alone is no longer sufficient defense. The assumption that an undetected facility is an untargetable facility has been tested in the mountains of western Iran and found wanting. Not because the weapons were more powerful than expected. Because the intelligence was more precise than anyone in Tehran thought possible. There is a secondary dimension to the Zagros 7 operation that deserves attention because it speaks to the coalition's broader approach to underground warfare during Operation Epic Fury. The facility was struck, but the roads that serviced it were also struck. The equipment that might have been used to repair or reopen access was also targeted. Satellite observation documented that across multiple sites, Iran's ability to reconstitute damaged underground facilities was being systematically degraded. Bulldozers targeting the access points were themselves becoming targets. Repair crews arriving to clear debris found that the debris was being refreshed by follow-on strikes timed to the repair cycle. This layered approach, strike the facility, then strike the repair effort, then strike the logistics that enable the repair, represents a doctrine of permanent denial rather than temporary disruption. The goal is not merely to damage infrastructure, but to ensure that damage cannot be reversed within any operationally relevant timeframe.
Weeks become months. Months become years.
And a facility that might have been restored to partial operation within days if left alone instead remains inert indefinitely because the entire support ecosystem that would enable restoration has been systematically dismantled. For the JRGC commanders who built their careers and their strategic doctrine on the promise that the mountains would protect Iran's military power, the implications are profound.
The mountains still stand.
The tunnels still exist. But the machinery inside has gone quiet, and the means to restart it have been methodically removed. The promise of invincibility that the underground cities represented to both the military and the civilian population has been undermined not by a single dramatic explosion, but by the patient, systematic application of intelligence and precision that turned the mountain's own thermal physics into a betrayal. As the ceasefire holds and negotiations continue, the question that Iran's military planners must answer is not whether to rebuild. It is whether rebuilding is even possible in an environment where the sensors that found Zagros 7 continue to orbit overhead, where thermal signatures cannot be eliminated without eliminating function, and where the coalition has demonstrated both the capability and the willingness to strike what it finds with precision that exploits the very infrastructure designed to keep underground facilities alive. The ridge in the western Zagros looks the same as it did before. Unremarkable limestone, a natural fold in the terrain, indistinguishable from 10,000 other ridges across the range. But beneath its surface, where machinery once hummed and rocket motors once cured in temperature-controlled chambers, there is now silence. 2 degrees of thermal difference revealed what 40 years of concealment had hidden, and 2 30,000-pound weapons ensured that what was revealed could not continue. The mountain keeps its silence now, but it is a different silence than before. Before, it was the silence of concealment, of something hidden and operating and waiting. Now it is the silence of conclusion, of a calculation that was tested and found insufficient, of a doctrine that met its counter and could not adapt in time. Whether Iran attempts to rebuild this capability, whether it seeks new methods of concealment, whether it accepts the strategic reality that has been imposed upon it or finds novel ways to circumvent it, these are questions whose answers will unfold across months and years. But the precedent has been established. The thermal signature of underground industry is a physical law that no amount of engineering can fully suppress. And the coalition has demonstrated that it possesses both the sensors to detect that signature and the weapons to exploit it. That combination, detection and precision delivered together, is the new reality of underground warfare. And it extends far beyond one ridge in one mountain range in one country. It reaches anywhere that military power has been buried beneath the earth with the expectation that depth alone provides security. That expectation has now been tested under operational conditions. The results speak through the silence of a mountain that once held an empire's most guarded capability and now holds only the evidence of what happens when concealment meets a sensor that measures the world in fractions of a degree. The aircraft carrier was already on fire when the order came through. Not the Reagan itself. Not yet. But one of the commercial tankers 3 nautical miles off the port bow was venting a column of black smoke so thick it bent the horizon, and for about 90 seconds every watchstander on the bridge of the USS Ronald Reagan thought they were looking at the opening minutes of a war they hadn't been briefed on.
They weren't.
The tanker was a Panamanian-flagged chemical carrier called the Delos Prosperity, 620 feet long, and what it was venting was the result of an engine room fire that had started 11 minutes earlier when a fuel transfer valve failed. The crew of 23 was already at their muster stations.
The fire was contained.
It was, by any operational definition, someone else's problem. But the smoke was everyone's problem because it was drifting southeast across the traffic separation scheme in the Strait of Hormuz at 8 knots, laying a gray-brown curtain across 2 miles of navigable waterway, and that curtain was about to become the backdrop for the worst miscalculation the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy had made in 30 years. The Ronald Reagan, CVN-76, Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 1,092 feet long, 97,000 tons full load, was transiting the strait on a Wednesday morning that should have been routine. The ship was eastbound, heading out of the Persian Gulf into the Gulf of Oman, running at 18 knots through water that was 200 feet deep and the color of poured concrete. The air wing wasn't flying. The weather was 104 degrees with visibility dropping because of the smoke, and the strait was doing what the strait always does, trying to kill everyone in it through sheer geometric inconvenience. 34 miles wide at the narrowest point, 2 miles of inbound lane, 2 miles of outbound lane, 2 miles of separation zone, and crammed into those lanes on this particular morning, 9 commercial tankers, 14 cargo vessels, 2 container ships, 6 dhows of various registration, and somewhere in the neighborhood of 140 small craft contacts that the Spy-6 V1 radar aboard the escort destroyer USS John Finn, DDG-113, was dutifully tracking as it steamed 3 nautical miles ahead of the Reagan on the threat axis. The John Finn was an Arleigh Burke-class Flight 3 destroyer, the newest variant, carrying the AN/Spy-6 V1 air and missile defense radar, which represented a quantum leap over the older Spy-1D. The SPY-6 used gallium nitride transmit/receive modules that gave it roughly 35 times the sensitivity of its predecessor. It could detect a target with a radar cross-section of 0.1 square meters at ranges exceeding 200 nautical miles. It could track ballistic missiles in the upper atmosphere, while simultaneously maintaining a surface picture dense enough to count fishing boats. It was, by a considerable margin, the most capable naval radar ever put to sea on a destroyer hull. And on this particular morning, it was staring north into the Iranian coastline, painting every square foot of water between Keshem Island and the Musandam Peninsula, and the picture it was painting was about to get very crowded. On the Reagan's flag bridge, Rear Admiral Catherine Harlow, commander of Carrier Strike Group 7, was halfway through her second cup of coffee and reviewing the morning intel brief. The brief mentioned increased IRGC Navy activity at Bandar Abbas over the past 72 hours. It mentioned that Iranian state media had been running footage of fast attack craft exercises for 3 days straight, which was the kind of signal that usually preceded either a genuine provocation or a domestic propaganda cycle. The brief assessed probability of a harassment approach at elevated, probability of a kinetic engagement at low. Harlow read both assessments, noted the delta between them, and called down to the Combat Direction Center to ask a question that would prove more important than anything else she did that day. She asked what the MQ-4 Sea Triton was showing. The MQ-4 Sea Triton is a high-altitude, long-endurance unmanned surveillance aircraft built by Northrop Grumman. It has a wingspan of 131 feet, larger than a Boeing 757, and it operates at altitudes above 50,000 feet for missions lasting more than 24 hours. Its primary sensor is the AN/ZPY-3 multifunction active sensor, a 360-degree active electronically scanned array radar that can surveil more than 2 million square nautical miles in a single mission. It also carries an electro-optical/infrared sensor suite and an automatic identification system receiver. The Navy operates it specifically for maritime domain awareness, which is a polite way of saying it watches the ocean and tells you everything that's moving on it. The Triton orbiting over the northern Gulf that morning had been on station since 2200 the previous night. Its radar had been building a comprehensive surface picture for over 8 hours, layering pass after pass into a track history so detailed that analysts at the Maritime Operations Center in Bahrain could see not just where every vessel was, but where it had been, how fast it had moved, when it had stopped, and in several cases which pier it had departed from. The answer to Harlow's question came back in 4 minutes. The Triton was showing 52 fast surface contacts forming up in the anchorage east of Bandar Abbas.
52. Not a drill formation. Not a transit column.
52 boats in 3 distinct clusters, each cluster arranged in a wedge, and all 3 wedges oriented on a southbound heading directly into the strait. Harlow set her coffee down. The boats were a mix of types the IRGC Navy had been accumulating for 2 decades. The backbone was the Bagamar-class fast patrol craft, the same fiberglass speedboats Iran had been using since the tanker war in the 1980s, updated with newer engines but fundamentally the same design philosophy: small, fast, cheap, expendable. Mixed in were several larger Paycap-class missile boats and at least 6 of the newer Zulfiqar-class fast attack craft, which were 16-meter catamaran hulls capable of 65 knots and equipped with Nasser-1 anti-ship cruise missiles. The Nasser-1 was an Iranian development of the Chinese C-704, a sea-skimming missile with a range of about 22 miles, a speed of roughly Mach 0.8, and a 330-pound semi-armor-piercing warhead. Not sophisticated by Western standards. Not precision-guided in the way an American weapon was.
But it didn't need to be.
A 330-pound warhead moving at 600 miles per hour does not need to be sophisticated. It needs to arrive. And 52 boats carrying 1 or 2 missiles each meant somewhere between 52 and 100 missiles potentially inbound in a single coordinated salvo.
Harlow picked up the red phone.
300 miles to the south, aboard the cruiser USS Chancellorsville, CG-62, operating in the Gulf of Oman as the air defense commander for the strike group's southern element, the tactical watch officer received a flash message from 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain that had been originated by the Combined Air Operations Center at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The message upgraded the threat condition for the Strait transit and authorized a series of pre-planned responses that had been sitting in a binder in every combat direction center in the strike group since the transit planning conference 6 days earlier. The responses were not improvised. They were the product of 2 decades of wargaming this exact scenario, refining it after every exercise, every real-world harassment incident, every intelligence report on IRGC Navy tactics. The Navy had lost the 2002 Millennium Challenge exercise to a swarm attack so badly that it had spent the next 23 years making sure it never lost that way again. The doctrine was called Distributed Maritime Operations, and at its core was a simple principle: never let the swarm become a swarm. Engage it while it's still a formation. Disrupt it before it reaches launch range. And if you can't disrupt it, dilute it so that no single ship absorbs the full salvo. Harlow issued 3 orders in 90 seconds. The first order vectored a pair of F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from the Reagan's Air Wing, already airborne on a routine combat air patrol south of the strait, to reposition north at 25,000 foot over the Omani coast with ordnance hot. Each Super Hornet was carrying 2 AGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles and 4 AGM-65F Maverick infrared-guided air-to-surface missiles, plus a full drum of 570 rounds of 20mm ammunition for the M61A2 Vulcan cannon. The Harpoons were overkill for fast boats. The Mavericks were not. The Maverick's imaging infrared seeker could lock onto a boat engine's thermal signature from 14 miles, and its 300-pound penetrating blast fragmentation warhead would disintegrate a fiberglass hull so completely that recovery crews would find nothing larger than a cooler lid. The second order pushed the John Finn forward, accelerating to 30 knots on a northwest heading to open the engagement geometry and put the destroyer's full weapons suite between the approaching swarm and the carrier. The John Finn carried 96 vertical launch system cells, but for this threat, the relevant weapons were the Mark 45 Mod 4 5-inch gun on the foredeck, the two 25mm Mk38 Mod 2 chain guns amidships, and the Block 1B Phalanx close-in weapon system on the fantail. The 5-inch gun could fire 20 rounds per minute to a range of 13 nautical miles using GPS-guided extended-range munitions that cost about $2,000 each. At that price, the Navy could afford to be generous. The third order was the one that mattered most, and it went not to a ship but to an aircraft already on station. The MQ-9A Reaper drone orbiting at 42,000 foot over the northern strait received a retasking command that shifted its sensor ball from wide-area surveillance to individual target tracking. The Reaper's MTSB electro-optical sensor could identify and classify small surface craft at ranges exceeding 30 miles from its operating altitude. Within 4 minutes of Harlow's order, the Reaper's operator at a ground control station in an air-conditioned trailer somewhere in the Middle East had each of the 52 boats individually designated, numbered, and classified on the targeting network. Every ship in the strike group could now see every boat, its heading, its speed, and its type in real time, on the same screen. The IRGC had planned for American hesitation. They had not planned for American omniscience. At 0618 local time, the 52 boats cleared the anchorage east of Bandar Abbas and entered the strait. They were running in 3 groups. The western group, 18 boats, hugged the Iranian coastline headed south-southeast toward the outbound shipping lane. The central group, 20 boats, pushed straight south through the separation zone. The eastern group, 14 boats, angled southeast toward the inbound lane where the Reagan's formation was steaming. The 3 groups were spread across a front roughly 15 miles wide, and at speeds between 45 and 55 knots, the entire formation would reach potential missile launch range of the carrier in approximately 26 minutes. 26 minutes is both a long time and no time at all. It is long enough to launch aircraft and reposition escorts. It is not long enough to get a tanker out of the way or to call Washington for permission to do something that might end up on the front page. Harlow did not call Washington. She had weapons-free authority from 5th Fleet, which had weapons-free authority from Central Command, which had been granted pre-authorized responses for exactly this scenario by the Secretary of Defense during the transit approval process. The chain of command had already made its decision. It had made it 6 days ago, in a conference room in Bahrain, over PowerPoint slides and legal review. The boats did not know this. The 52 boat commanders, most of them junior officers or senior enlisted equivalent in the IRGC Navy, had been briefed on a plan that depended on closing to 8 nautical miles before the Americans could sort the threat from the background clutter and obtain authorization to engage. Their laminated mission cards showed a timeline. 15 minutes to cross the separation zone, 8 minutes in the engagement zone, 3 minutes inside missile launch range, fire at 8 miles or closer,
Turn east.
run for Omani waters. The total exposure time in the Americans' weapons envelope was supposed to be 11 minutes. The plan assumed 11 minutes of American paralysis. Classification, identification, escalation, authorization, weapons release. 11 minutes of a democracy arguing with itself while fiberglass boats crossed open water. The plan got 45 seconds. At 0619, 1 minute after the boats cleared the anchorage, the John Finn Spy 6 radar had all 52 contacts designated and cross-referenced with the Reaper feed. The combat system had a firing solution on the 18 nearest contacts in the Western Group. The weapons direction officer was waiting for one thing, the commanding officer's verbal order to fire. He got it at 0619 and 45 seconds.
Open fire. The Mark 45 barked.
The sound of a 5-inch naval gun firing is not what movies suggest. It is a short, brutal crack that hits the chest before the ears process it, followed by the clatter of the automatic loader cycling the next round. The first projectile left the barrel at 2,690 feet per second, an extended-range guided munition that deployed stabilization fins and began adjusting its trajectory via GPS 3 seconds after leaving the muzzle. The target was a Bagamar 11.4 nautical miles northwest, running at 48 knots on a heading of 165 degrees. The round arrived in 26 seconds. The Bagamar was constructed of fiberglass over a plywood frame with a foam core.
It had no armor.
It had no damage control capability. It had no compartmentalization. The 5-inch guided round detonated 8 feet above the waterline on the starboard quarter. The blast fragmentation pattern shredded the engine, the missile rail, and most of the stern. The boat lost power instantly, nose down, and was swamped by its own wake. The 6 men aboard went into water that was 89 degrees and filled with diesel fuel. The engagement, from trigger pull to kill, cost the United States Navy $2,000. The second round was already in the air before the first one hit. The 5-inch gun cycled at 1 round every 3 seconds. In the first 2 minutes of the engagement, it fired 40 rounds.
34 were guided.
Of those 34, 26 struck boats or detonated close enough to inflict mission kills through fragmentation and hull breaching. 9 boats in the Western Group were destroyed or disabled before a single one of them had covered 5 miles from the anchorage. The Western Group broke, not according to doctrine, according to panic. The surviving 9 boats turned hard east, some of them nearly capsizing at 50 knots, and scattered toward the Iranian coast. 3 of them collided with each other in the turn. 1 collision ruptured a fuel bladder and both boats caught fire. The 7 that made it out of the gun's engagement zone ran north at full speed, abandoning their mission entirely. But the Western Group was the feint. Everyone on both sides knew it was the feint. The real attack was the Central and Eastern Groups, 34 boats, pushing straight at the carrier from the north. And these boats were now 12 minutes from missile range. At 0622, the 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets reached their station over the Omani coast at 25,000 feet. Their APG-79 active electronically scanned array radars painted the Central Group at 34 miles. 20 contacts, tight formation, heading due south at 52 knots. The lead pilot, call sign Red Hawk, selected 4 targets on the left side of the formation and designated them for Maverick. His wingman, Vandal, took 4 on the right. The Maverick engagement was almost clinical. The AGM-65 FS imaging infrared seeker stared down through 25,000 feet of Gulf haze and saw what it was designed to see: hot engine exhaust against cooler water.
The seeker locked. The symbology went steady.
Red Hawk pickled 4 Mavericks in 8 seconds, each one separating from the wing pylon with a thump and a smoke trail before its rocket motor ignited and pushed it to just under 700 miles per hour. The 4 missiles covered 14 miles in 72 seconds. 4 Bagamars ceased to exist.
The kills were not gentle.
A 300-pound warhead impacting a fiberglass boat at 700 miles per hour does not leave a boat. It leaves a debris field the size of a tennis court. The shockwave from each impact was visible on the Reaper's feed as a white flash followed by a rapidly expanding ring of spray. The infrared sensor showed each impact point cooling from white-hot to ambient in under 10 seconds. There was nothing left to burn. Vandal's 4 Mavericks hit 7 seconds later. 8 missiles, 8 boats, 8 kills. 1,600 pounds of Maverick warhead against $2 million worth of Iranian fast attack craft. The Central Group lost 8 of its 20 boats in under 2 minutes without having fired a shot, without having seen the aircraft that killed them, without any warning at all. The 12 surviving boats in the Central Group did something unexpected. They did not scatter. They accelerated. The formation tightened, the boats moving closer together and increasing speed to 55 knots, pushing their engines past the red line. The IRGC Navy had trained for this. The doctrine said that if the outer boats were killed, the inner boats were supposed to compress the formation and sprint for launch range, accepting the losses, trusting that the Americans could not kill all of them before some reached firing position. It was the logic of the swarm reduced to its most brutal arithmetic: enough of us will survive. The arithmetic was wrong, but the courage was real. At 0626, the Eastern Group, 14 boats, cleared the radar shadow of a cluster of anchored tankers near Lyric Island and appeared on the Spy 6 as 14 new contacts bearing 020 degrees from the Reagan at a range of 18 nautical miles. These boats had taken a longer route, hugging the island chain, and they were now closer to the carrier than the Central Group. 18 nautical miles. At 52 knots, that was approximately 20 minutes to missile range if they maintained their current course. But the Nasser 1 missile carried by the Zulfiqar-class boats in this group had a stated range of 22 miles. 4 of these 14 boats were already inside launch range. This was the real play, not the Western feint, not the central charge. The Eastern Group, arriving from an unexpected bearing, masked by commercial traffic and island geography, carrying the longer-range missiles. The IRGC had studied American carrier defense doctrine carefully enough to know that the escorts would push toward the most obvious threat. The John Finn was now 8 nautical miles northwest of the Reagan, fully engaged with the Western and Central Groups, its 5-inch gun cycling continuously. The carrier's defensive screen on the northeast axis was thinner.
Harlow saw it.
She saw it because the Reaper saw it, and the Reaper's picture was on her screen in the Flag Combat Direction Center, and she had been doing this for 27 years. She saw 14 contacts appear on a bearing that was not the primary threat axis, and she understood in about 2 seconds what the IRGC was trying to do. She ordered the Reagan to come hard to starboard, turning the carrier's stern toward the Eastern Group to open the range. A Nimitz-class carrier at 30 knots turns like a building falling over sideways, but it turns, and every second of heading change added distance. She ordered the destroyer USS Halsey, DDG-97, which had been screening the carrier's starboard quarter, to sprint northeast at flank speed to intercept the Eastern Group. And she ordered the 2 Super Hornets to break off the Central Group and reposition to the northeast. The Halsey was a Flight IIA Arleigh Burke, older than the John Finn but carrying the same 5-inch gun and the same close-in weapon systems. Its commanding officer, Captain David Moreno, understood the geometry the moment the order came through. 14 boats, 4 of them already in missile range, and his ship was the only thing between them and a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with 5,000 sailors aboard. Moreno rang up flank speed. The Halsey's 4 LM-2500 gas turbines spooled to maximum output, pushing 100,000 shaft horsepower through the reduction gears, and the destroyer leapt forward to 31 knots with a bone-white bow wave that rose to the bridge windows. At that speed, on that heading, he would close the Eastern Group in 9 minutes. He did not have 9 minutes. The 4 Zulfiqar boats with Nasser 1 missiles were already inside launch range and could fire at any moment. At 0628, the first Nasser 1 launched. The missile came off the rail of a Zulfiqar boat designated Track 4207 on the Halsey's combat system. The Nasser 1 dropped from the rail, its solid rocket booster ignited, and it accelerated to Mach 0.8 in 4 seconds, transitioning to sea-skim altitude of approximately 15 feet above the water. Its radar altimeter held it steady. Its terminal active radar seeker was set to activate at 3 miles from the programmed target location. The missile weighed 770 pounds and was heading south-southwest at 614 miles per hour toward the USS Ronald Reagan. 7 seconds later, a second Nasser, 1 launched from a different Zulfiqar.
Then a third, then a fourth.
4 anti-ship cruise missiles, sea-skimming, inbound on the carrier from the northeast. Aboard the Reagan, the Spy 6 radar on the John Finn detected the missile launches within 2 seconds of booster ignition. The thermal bloom of a rocket motor is unmistakable on a phased array radar, and the system automatically classified the contacts as ASCMs, anti-ship cruise missiles, and generated engagement quality tracks. The data flowed through the Cooperative Engagement Capability Network to every Aegis-equipped ship in the strike group simultaneously. The Halsey's Aegis system had the tracks before the missiles had covered their first mile. The Halsey responded with the weapon designed for exactly this moment. Two RIM-162 evolved Sea Sparrow missiles erupted from the forward VLS cells in a cloud of white exhaust, accelerating vertically before tipping over and screaming toward the inbound Nasser ones at Mach 4. The SSM cost about $2.5 million per round. It used X-band semi-active radar homing in its earlier variants and active radar homing in the Block 2, which was what the Halsey carried. The Block 2 SSM could engage sea-skimming targets at ranges up to 30 nautical miles and had demonstrated a kill probability against subsonic cruise missiles that the Navy described as very high in unclassified briefings and that was rumored to be above 95% in classified ones. The first SSM intercepted the lead Nasser, one at a range of 6.4 nautical miles from the Reagan. The engagement happened at a closing speed of roughly Mach 4.8 combined. The 86-pound blast fragmentation warhead on the SSM detonated within lethal radius. The Nasser 1 disintegrated. The debris fell into the strait from an altitude of 12 feet, which meant it simply became part of the water. The second SSM killed the second Nasser 1 4 seconds later. Range 5.8 miles from the carrier.
Clean kill. Debris in the water.
The third Nasser 1 was killed by the Reagan's own close-in defense. The ship's self-defense system aboard the carrier detected the inbound missile, classified it, and automatically engaged it with a RIM-116 rolling airframe missile fired from one of the two Mk-49 launchers mounted on the carrier sponsons. The RAM is a small, fast, infrared homing missile that costs about $1 million and was specifically designed to kill the missile that gets past everything else. It killed the third Nasser 1 at a range of 1.9 nautical miles. Close enough that several sailors on the carrier's weather decks saw the flash. The fourth Nasser 1 was killed by the Phalanx CWS on the Reagan's starboard quarter. The Block 1B Phalanx tracked the incoming missile with its Ku-band search and track radar, calculated a firing solution in 0.3 seconds, and opened fire with its 20mm M61A1 Gatling gun at a range of 1,600 yards. The gun fired 270 rounds in 3.6 seconds. 11 of them struck the missile. At 3,650 feet per second, each tungsten penetrator carried enough kinetic energy to punch through an engine block. They punched through the Nasser 1's airframe, its fuel section, and its warhead casing. The missile tumbled, broke apart, and impacted the water 890 yards from the carrier's hull.
Close. Too close.
Close enough that the spray from the impact was visible from the flight deck. Close enough that the after-action report would later describe the engagement as inside minimum acceptable engagement range.
4 missiles fired. 4 missiles killed.
0 hits on the carrier. But the margin had been measured in hundreds of yards and single-digit seconds, and every officer in the Combat Direction Center knew that if there had been 10 missiles instead of 4, the math might have been different. The Zulfiqar boats that had fired were now empty. Their one contribution to the fight had been launched, intercepted, and destroyed. They had nothing left. The RGC doctrine at this point called for them to turn east and run for Omani territorial waters. 3 of the 4 did exactly that, peeling off at maximum speed. The 4th did something no one anticipated. It turned toward the Halsey and accelerated. Track 4207, the first boat that had launched, was now heading directly at the destroyer at 62 knots. The Zulfiqar class was faster than the Bagamar, and this one had shed the weight of its missile and most of its fuel. It was running lighter and faster than anything in the IRGC inventory was rated for. The range was 4 nautical miles and closing. Moreno did not hesitate. He didn't have time to wonder whether this was a suicide run or a navigation error or a mechanical failure that had locked the helm. 4 miles at 62 knots was 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He ordered the Mk-38 25mm chain gun to engage. The Mk-38 Mod 2 is a stabilized remotely operated weapon that fires 25mm high-explosive incendiary rounds at a rate of 180 per minute, accurate to 2,500 meters against surface targets. The gun costs about $500,000. Each round costs about $25. The chain gun opened fire at 2,200 meters. The first burst of 15 rounds walked across the water and into the Zulfiqar's bow. Fiberglass shattered. The second burst hit the wheelhouse. The boat veered to port, then corrected, then veered again. The third burst struck the engine compartment. Black smoke erupted from the stern. The boat decelerated from 62 knots to 30 knots, then to 15, then to nothing. It wallowed beam to in a cloud of its own diesel smoke 1,100 meters from the Halsey's hull. Total ammunition expended, 45 rounds. Total cost, $1,125. The engagement lasted 22 seconds. Meanwhile, the central group was dying. 12 boats had compressed their formation and sprinted south, trusting the doctrine, trusting the numbers, trusting that enough of them would survive. The 2 Super Hornets had repositioned overhead after dealing with the Eastern Group's missile launches. Red Hawk and Vandal were now out of Mavericks but still carrying full guns. They descended to 3,000 feet and began strafing runs. The M61A2 Vulcan on a Super Hornet fires 6,000 rounds per minute of 20mm PGU-28/B semi-armor piercing high-explosive incendiary rounds. Each round weighs about half a pound. At 6,000 rounds per minute, the gun empties its 570-round drum in 5.7 seconds. A 1-second burst puts 100 rounds into an area the size of a car at a range of 2,000 feet against a fiberglass boat. A 1-second burst is excessive. A half-second burst is excessive. But at 480 knots and 3,000 feet, the geometry of a strafing run does not allow for surgical precision. The pilots took what the physics gave them. Red Hawk's first pass destroyed 2 Bagamars and damaged a third. The damaged boat lost power and began circling to port with its helm jammed. Vandal's first pass killed 1 boat and set another on fire. The burning boat's crew went over the side. They were in the water for 40 minutes before an Omani Coast Guard cutter picked them up. The 5-inch gun on the John Finn was still firing. It had been firing for 12 minutes. It had expended 147 rounds. The barrel was approaching its recommended sustained fire limit, and the gun captain was monitoring barrel temperature with the focus of a man who understood that a cracked gun tube meant losing the ship's primary surface weapon in the middle of a fight. He slowed the rate of fire to 12 rounds per minute. At that rate, the barrel would hold. The central group was down to 5 boats.
Then 3, then 1.
The last Bagamar in the central group, track 4188, was still running south at 50 knots. It had not fired its C-704 missile. It was 11 nautical miles from the Reagan and closing.
The swarm was gone. The formation was gone. The doctrine was gone.
But this one boat was still coming, driven by either extraordinary courage or total ignorance of what had happened to every other vessel around it. The John Finn's 5-inch gun put a guided round through its engine block at 0641. The boat stopped as if it had hit a wall. The C-704 on its stern rail toppled sideways and fell into the water. The crew of 4 abandoned the sinking hull and were later recovered by a US Navy rigid-hulled inflatable boat launched from the Halsey. At 0644, 26 minutes after the first boat had cleared the anchorage at Bandar Abbas, the engagement was over. The Reaper drone overhead confirmed no further fast surface contacts outbound from the Iranian coast. The Triton at 50,000 feet confirmed no additional formations marshalling at Bandar Abbas or any other IRGC Navy installation. The SBY-6 on the John Finn showed a surface picture returning to the ordinary chaos of commercial traffic. The Strait of Hormuz was resuming its default state, crowded, dangerous, and indifferent. The numbers told the story in the language the Strait understood best, which was money. 52 IRGC Navy fast attack craft had sortied. 31 were confirmed destroyed. 7 were disabled and adrift, later recovered by Iranian tugs. 7 had fled back to the coast in the first 3 minutes after the Western group broke. 3 had escaped into Omani territorial waters and were later interned. 4 were unaccounted for, presumed sunk in deep water with no survivors. For Nasser, 1 anti-ship cruise missiles had been fired at a United States aircraft carrier. All 4 had been intercepted. The closest had been killed at 890 yards. No American ship was hit. No American sailor was wounded. The Delos Prosperity, the Panamanian tanker whose engine room fire had started this story, extinguished its fire at 0635, requested a tug, and continued its transit to Fujairah 2 days later. Its crew never knew what had happened 3 miles off their bow. Total IRGC Navy assets destroyed or disabled, 38 boats, estimated replacement value $14.2 million, plus 31 missiles that never launched, estimated value $3.7 million. Total Iranian personnel lost. The Navy did not release figures. Estimates from commercial satellite imagery of recovery operations over the following week suggested between 80 and 160 fatalities. Total U.S. ordnance expended: 168 5-inch guided rounds, 16 Maverick missiles, 2 Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, 1 rolling airframe missile, approximately 580 rounds of 20mm phalanx ammunition, approximately 45 rounds of 25mm chain gun ammunition, and roughly 2,800 rounds of 20mm Vulcan cannon ammunition from the 2 Super Hornets. Total ordnance cost: approximately $6.8 million. The United States Navy had spent $6.8 million to destroy $17.9 million worth of Iranian naval assets, to intercept 4 anti-ship missiles that could have killed 5,000 sailors, and to keep open the waterway through which 21% of the world's daily oil consumption flows. The Millennium Challenge problem, the one the Navy had lost in 2002 and spent 2 decades solving, had been answered. Not with a new weapon or a secret technology, but with something simpler:
information.
The swarm's entire theory of victory depended on surprise, on confusion, on the Americans not knowing what was coming until it was too late. The MQ-4C Triton at 50,000 feet, the MQ-9 Reaper at 42,000 feet, the Spy-6 radar, the Cooperative Engagement Capability Network, the Pre-Authorized Weapons-Free Authority, none of these were secret. All of them were publicly known capabilities that the IRGC could have accounted for. The IRGC had built a plan for the Navy of 2002. They had executed it against the Navy of 2025. The gap between those two forces was not measured in ships or missiles. It was measured in seconds. Seconds of awareness. Seconds of decision. Seconds of authorization. The swarm needed 11 minutes of American hesitation. It got 45 seconds. And 45 seconds was not enough time to cross 20 miles of open water against a force that could see every boat, track every heading, and shoot every target from the moment it left the harbor. The Strait of Hormuz went back to being the Strait of Hormuz. The tankers transited.
The oil flowed.
The Reagan passed through the eastern exit and turned south toward the Gulf of Oman. The John Finn's gun crew swabbed the barrel and counted their remaining ammunition. The Halsey recovered 4 Iranian sailors from the water and gave them blankets and medical treatment and Gatorade because that is what the Navy does after it is done killing you. And somewhere in a ground control station in the Middle East, a Reaper pilot who had been on shift for 14 hours watched the last IRGC boat limp back into Bandar Abbas on one engine, trailing smoke, and entered the final target assessment into the log. He saved the file, stood up, and went to get a sandwich. The carrier was never on fire. The plan to set it on fire had lasted 26 minutes. It had cost Iran a generation of fast attack craft and somewhere between 80 and 160 men who had been told the Americans would hesitate. They did not hesitate. It sits quietly on the pristine flight deck of the USS George H.W. Bush. A single unmarked shipping container. No designation painted on its side, no visible barrel, no antenna, no turret. The flight crew walks past it every day. Most of them have no idea what it does. For half a century, naval warfare operated under a strict physics contract. The ship with the biggest, smartest missiles wins. But when the United States Navy intercepted and seized an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel on April 19, 2026, Tehran retaliated with exactly the weapon the Pentagon had feared most. They didn't send warships. They didn't launch cruise missiles. They sent waves of cheap, expendable drones toward U.S. naval forces in the Gulf. The drone swarm scenario that carrier strike groups had been wargaming for a decade was suddenly unfolding in real time. The physics contract was instantly broken. When the radar screen lights up with 50 cheap fiberglass targets, the officers inside the Combat Information Center realize their perfectly engineered million-dollar interceptors have suddenly become a liability. If they engage, they go bankrupt on ammunition.
If they don't, the flight deck burns.
To escape this mathematical trap, the United States Navy had to abandon traditional firepower entirely. The answer wasn't a better missile. It wasn't a faster jet. Directed energy weapons had been tested on destroyers before, but no one had ever dared put one on the carrier itself, the beating heart of the entire fleet.
Until now.
And it arrived not as a gleaming turret bolted into the superstructure, but as a mysterious shipping container sitting on the deck of a $6 billion nuclear reactor. Today we are going inside that container and inside the math that nearly killed the supercarrier. Now, to understand why that box is sitting on the flight deck, we need to go back to April 19th. When the USS Bruns intercepted the Iranian-flagged MV Tosca in the Gulf of Oman, the cargo hold contained components consistent with weapons transfers to Houthi-aligned forces in Yemen. The seizure was legal under international maritime interdiction authorities. It was also, from Tehran's perspective, an act of humiliation carried out in waters Iran considers its own sphere of influence. The response was immediate. Iran did not deploy its frigates. It did not scramble its fighter jets. Within 72 hours, waves of one-way attack drones, cheap expendable fiberglass airframes loaded with small warheads, were launched toward U.S. naval forces operating near the Strait of Hormuz. Some originated from Iranian territory. Others were staged from positions further south, likely pre-positioned with proxy forces along the Omani coast. The scenario the carrier planners had wargamed for years was no longer theoretical. The message from Tehran was unmistakable. We cannot match your warships, but we can drown them in numbers. And that is when the real adversary revealed itself. Because the antagonist in this story is not Iran. The enemy is math. Specifically, the magazine depth problem. For decades, the United States Navy has designed its ships to fight over the horizon. The entire philosophy has been to hit the enemy as far away as possible with highly sophisticated, highly lethal interceptors. A carrier strike group is a masterpiece of this doctrine. The Ticonderoga-class cruisers carry 122 vertical launch system cells. The Arleigh Burke destroyers carry 96. Every destroyer, every cruiser, every jet in the formation is optimized for long-range precision engagement. The doctrine assumes that the enemy sends a small number of expensive, high-value threats and the strike group picks them off with surgical accuracy. It is an incredibly effective system when the adversary plays by the same rules. But the development of the cheap, mass-produced suicide drone has inverted the geometry of naval warfare entirely. The drone doesn't care about your radar range. It doesn't care about your stealth coding. It only cares about one thing: the physical capacity of your missile tubes. If you have 100 interceptor missiles and the enemy launches 150 drones, the math is inescapable. No matter how perfect your radar is, no matter how flawless your guidance systems are, the 101st drone is going to reach the ship. And it doesn't matter whether that drone is carrying a warhead capable of sinking the carrier. It only needs to reach the flight deck. A single impact on a fueled Super Hornet sitting on the catapult could set off a chain reaction that grounds the entire air wing. Let's slow down and look at exactly how the carrier traditionally defends itself against a threat like this. When a hostile drone approaches the strike group, the Aegis combat system aboard the escorting destroyers and cruisers detects it at range and assigns it a track number. If the threat is assessed as inbound and hostile, the system launches a kinetic interceptor. For a small, slow-moving drone, the weapon of choice is typically the RIM-162 Evolved Sea Sparrow missile, or YES-SM. The YES-SM is an incredible piece of engineering. It travels at Mach 4. It can pull 50 Gs in a turn. It has an active radar seeker that can track and destroy targets with extraordinary precision. It almost never misses. But it costs approximately $1.8 million per round. The drone it is shooting down costs maybe $20,000 to build, sometimes less. The intercept is mathematically perfect. The kill probability is near 100%, but it is economically catastrophic. Every single engagement strips the strike group of an irreplaceable asset, a missile that took months to manufacture and cannot be reloaded at sea, in exchange for destroying something the adversary can build in a garage with off-the-shelf components. Imagine you are fighting off a swarm of angry bees using a gold-plated sniper rifle. Every time you pull the trigger, you kill exactly one bee. Your accuracy is flawless. But you are going to run out of bullets long before that hive runs out of bees. And out on the open ocean, the strike group's escort ships cannot simply call for a supply helicopter to bring more missiles. Underway replenishment of a vertical launch system is one of the most dangerous and logistically complex operations the Navy can attempt. In a combat zone, with drones still inbound, it is virtually impossible. Once those launch cells across the strike group's destroyers and cruisers are empty, the entire formation is effectively defenseless against the next wave. The carrier must turn around, abandon its strategic position, sail the entire group back to a friendly port to rearm, and the deterrence effect of an entire carrier strike group crumbles. Not because the armor was pierced, because the wallet was emptied. So how do you win a war when your own weapons are more expensive than the enemy's entire attack force? The Navy needed a fundamentally different kind of ammunition. This is why they needed the shipping container. Integrating a new weapon system into a warship is normally a process measured in years and billions of dollars. When the Navy wanted to install the N/Spy-6 radar on its Flight 3 Arleigh Burke destroyers, the effort required a complete hull redesign, years of structural engineering, and massive shipyard contracts. That is the traditional way the US Navy adds capability. You put the ship in dry dock. You rip open the steel hull. You run miles of new copper wiring. You redesign the cooling systems. You rewrite the combat software from scratch. And you pray the schedule doesn't slip by another 18 months. The George H.W. Bush was commissioned in 2009. It is a Nimitz-class carrier, the last of its line before the Gerald R. Ford class. Its midlife refueling and complex overhaul, the RCOH, isn't scheduled until the early 2030s. There was no dry dock window available. There was no time to tear open the hull and run the deep structural modifications required for a permanently integrated directed energy weapon. But the drone swarm was already here. The threat was not theoretical. It was flying. The Navy needed a shortcut. And they needed it now. Enter the containerized Locust laser weapon system, developed by AeroVironment under a modular open systems architecture. Instead of a deep, invasive integration requiring years of shipyard work, the Navy palletized the weapon. They dropped a self-contained box onto the flight deck of CVN-77, connected power cables to the ship's existing electrical distribution grid, ran a data link into the Combat Information Center, and within days, not years, the carrier had a functioning directed energy weapon. The box looked like nothing. It looked like cargo. And that was the point. Now, laser weapons on warships are not new. The Navy has tested directed energy systems on smaller platforms for years. The laser weapon system on USS Ponce. The Helios system on USS Preble. But those platforms are conventional surface combatants. They run on gas turbine engines. Their electrical output is finite, and so is the laser's endurance. On a destroyer, every kilowatt you feed into the laser is a kilowatt you are not feeding into the radar, the propulsion, the combat systems. The ship has to make energy trades. What happened on CVN-77 was fundamentally different. This was the first time a directed energy weapon was mounted on a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the single most energy-rich platform in the entire United States Navy. The Nimitz-class carrier is powered by two Westinghouse A4W pressurized water nuclear reactors. Together, those reactors produce approximately 550 megawatts of thermal energy, driving 4 steam turbines that generate well over 100 megawatts of shaft horsepower for propulsion alone. The ship's electrical plant produces enough surplus power to light a small city. And unlike a gas turbine destroyer, the carrier's reactors don't burn fuel in the conventional sense. They consume enriched uranium at such a slow rate that the ship can operate for over 20 years before requiring refueling. By bolting this container to the deck and plugging it into the ship's electrical grid, the Navy turned the carrier's nuclear propulsion plant into an ammunition factory that never shuts down. As long as the reactor is critical, the laser has power. As long as the laser has power, it has ammunition. We lose something in the exchange. We strip away the immense over-the-horizon range of a kinetic missile like the SSM. The laser has to let the target get close. Depending on atmospheric conditions and beam power, effective engagement range may be measured in single-digit miles rather than the dozens of miles a missile can cover. The target has to be within line of sight. The laser cannot reach over the curve of the Earth. But in exchange for that reduced range, we buy back something that no kinetic weapon system in the world can offer: endurance. As long as the nuclear rods are hot, the carrier has ammunition. And the cost per shot is roughly $1. The price of the electricity consumed to fire the beam. $1. The Navy didn't just reverse the 75-1 financial disadvantage of missile versus drone. They flipped it into a 20,000-1 advantage in the carrier's favor. Every single engagement now costs the adversary $20,000 and costs the carrier $1. Run that equation across a 150 drone swarm and Tehran is spending $3 million while the Bush is spending $150. The math that was killing the carrier is now killing the swarm. But the economics are only half the story. The physical nature of a laser solves another massive problem that no one outside the carrier's flight deck crew ever thinks about. When a kinetic interceptor missile fires, everybody knows. Rocket motor ignites. Radar screens across the theater light up. A massive smoke trail paints the trajectory across the sky. Infrared sensors on enemy surveillance aircraft can track the launch plume from hundreds of miles away. Every missile fired is a data point the enemy can use to estimate how many interceptors you have left. The adversary doesn't need to penetrate your defenses. They just need to count your launches and do the subtraction. And if the carrier resorts to its last-ditch close-in defense, the Phalanx CWS, the situation gets even worse. The Phalanx fires 4,500 rounds of 20mm tungsten ammunition per minute. It is devastatingly effective at shredding incoming threats at short range. It is also a catastrophe for flight operations. Spent brass casings, tungsten fragments, shattered drone debris, all of it rains down onto the flight deck. Every piece of that debris is a potential foreign object damage threat to the jet engines of the aircraft sitting on the catapults. A single shard of tungsten sucked into the intake of an F divided by a -18E Super Hornet can destroy a $70 million engine. A laser is completely silent. It travels at 186,000 miles per second, the speed of light, so fast that there is no need to calculate lead on a moving target. The radar locks on and the beam connects instantaneously. There is no travel time,
No exhaust plume,
no smoke trail,
no radar flare,
no debris. And it cannot be jammed by electronic warfare because it is not riding a radio frequency. It is a coherent beam of photons.
the flight deck stays clean.
The jets keep launching. The carrier fights through the swarm attack without a single piece of shrapnel threatening an engine intake. The air wing keeps flying. The sorties keep going. The carrier maintains its offensive output while its defensive system operates in silence underneath. But here is where we need to correct the Hollywood version of what a laser weapon actually does. Because a laser is not a lightsaber. It is not a death ray, and understanding its limitations is just as important as understanding its strengths. A kinetic missile kills by proximity. The warhead detonates near the target and destroys it with a concussive shockwave and a cloud of expanding shrapnel. The kill is violent, instantaneous, and total. The target ceases to exist. A laser kills through something entirely different. A thermal load. It dumps hyper-focused infrared photons onto a surface area roughly the size of a quarter. We strip away the concussive explosive blast force of a warhead. In exchange, we gain surgical, heat-induced structural failure. Think of it like a magnifying glass focusing sunlight onto a dry leaf. Except here, The sunlight is powered by a 100,000-ton nuclear reactor. And the Leaf is a drone hurtling toward the ship at 150 miles per hour. The Locust system, operating in the 20 to 35 plus kilowatt range, locks onto the target and holds the beam steady on a single point.
This is called dwell time.
For roughly 2 to 5 seconds, the laser must maintain a continuous, unbroken lock on one specific spot on the drone's airframe. It doesn't blast the target out of the sky. It burns through the structural weak points.
The wing joints.
The battery pack, the thin fiberglass shell covering the guidance electronics. As the shell melts and warps, the drone loses aerodynamic integrity. Its flight surfaces buckle.
Lift disappears.
And it spirals down into the water.
No explosion. No shrapnel cloud.
No brass casings raining onto the flight deck. Zero foreign object damage. But here is the physics trade-off that the Navy has to live with every single day the container sits on that deck. A 20 to 35 kilowatt laser is effective against Group 1 through Group 3 drones. Small, slow, fiberglass-bodied unmanned aerial vehicles. The kind of cheap, mass-produced airframes that Iran and its proxies have been fielding by the hundreds. It can burn through their skins. It can disable their guidance. It can drop them into the ocean. It is not burning through the hardened steel casing of a supersonic cruise missile. It is not stopping a maneuvering anti-ship ballistic missile diving at Mach 5 with a tungsten penetrator warhead. Those threats exist in a completely different physical category. They move too fast for sustained dwell time. Their airframes are built from materials designed to withstand extreme thermal loads during atmospheric re-entry. A 35 kilowatt beam is not going to meaningfully degrade a target that was engineered to survive 2000-degree re-entry temperatures. The laser handles the cheap threats so that the kinetic interceptors can be saved for the expensive ones. That is not a weakness. That is the entire design philosophy. The Locust system is not trying to replace the YSSM or the Standard missile family. It is trying to prevent them from being wasted. And the beam itself is subject to the atmosphere in ways that a missile is not. Heavy rain degrades beam coherence. Dense fog scatters photons before they reach the target. Salt spray kicked up by high seas can attenuate the beam at longer ranges. Humidity absorbs infrared energy. The Locust is not an all-weather, all-threat silver bullet. It is a precision tool designed for a specific layer of the defense stack, and the Persian Gulf, with its heat, humidity and haze, is one of the more challenging electromagnetic environments on the planet for a directed energy system to operate in. The Navy knows this. They deployed it anyway, because the alternative was worse. In October 2025, the Locust system aboard CVN-77 locked onto multiple incoming unmanned aerial vehicles during live testing in the Gulf theater and burned them down one after another in rapid succession. The details of the engagement remain classified, but the results were unambiguous. The physics of the flight deck had fundamentally changed, not because the laser could do everything, but because it could do the one thing the missiles couldn't afford to keep doing: kill cheap targets without going broke. There is another dimension to this story that rarely gets discussed, and it has nothing to do with photons or fiberglass or nuclear reactors. It has to do with what happens inside the Combat Information Center during a swarm engagement. When a wave of 50 drones appears on the radar scope, the Aegis weapon system has to make a decision for every single one of them. Track, classify, prioritize, assign a weapon, fire, assess, move to the next target. This is called the kill chain, and every step in it takes time. Even with the most advanced automation, the human operators inside the CIC are making dozens of life and death decisions per minute. The cognitive load is immense. Now imagine that 40 of those 50 targets are cheap fiberglass drones and 10 are something else entirely. Maybe cruise missiles. Maybe decoys designed to look like cruise missiles on radar. Maybe a mix. The weapons coordinator has to decide, in real time, which targets get the million-dollar missiles and which ones don't. And every second spent deliberating is a second the swarm gets closer. Before Locust, there was no good answer. You fired YSSMs at everything and hoped the magazine held out. You couldn't afford to guess wrong. A drone you dismissed as cheap might be carrying enough explosive to start a fire on the flight deck. A target you spent an YSSM on might turn out to be a $50 decoy made of foam and duct tape. The laser changes the decision calculus entirely. The weapons coordinator can now assign the bottom tier of the threat picture to a system that has effectively unlimited ammunition. Every fiberglass drone, every slow-moving propeller-driven UAV, every target that fits the Locust engagement envelope gets handed off to the laser. The Aegis system holds its fire. The YSSM stays cold in the tube. The Standard missiles sit in their cells, waiting. And when the real threat emerges from the noise, the hypersonic sea skimmer, the terminal phase ballistic missile, the weapons coordinator still has a full magazine to respond with. The strike group's most lethal defenses are intact.
Unspent. Ready.
That is not a tactical improvement. That is a strategic transformation of how the carrier defends itself. So let's pull this together. If a $6 billion nuclear-powered supercarrier can only survive a swarm of cheap drones by bolting an experimental shipping container to its flight deck, what does that tell us about the future relevance of massive warships? The Locust system on the George H.W. Bush isn't there to make the carrier a more lethal weapon against foreign destroyers or submarines. It doesn't extend the carrier's offensive reach. It doesn't add firepower to the air wing. It doesn't project power any further over the horizon. The laser is there to protect the economic integrity of the strike group. By outsourcing the garbage collection, shooting down cheap drones, to a weapon that costs $1 per shot, the carrier preserves its multi-million-dollar YSSMs and RAM missiles for the threats that actually matter. Hypersonic cruise missiles. Advanced anti-ship ballistic missiles. The weapons that a kinetic interceptor was specifically designed to stop and that no laser in this power class can touch. The shipping container hasn't replaced the missile. It has shielded the missile from being wasted. Think about that for a moment. The problem was never the accuracy of the interceptor. The interceptor was perfect. Its kill probability was near 100%. The problem was that perfection was being spent on targets that didn't deserve it. A $1 million missile was being fired at a $20,000 drone, and the adversary was smiling, because every intercept brought the strike group one step closer to being empty. The laser doesn't make the ship more powerful. It makes the ship more intelligent about what it chooses to spend its finite, irreplaceable kinetic ammunition on. And that reframes the entire defensive architecture of the carrier strike group. Without the laser, every threat, from a $20,000 fiberglass drone to a $10 million hypersonic missile, eats from the same finite pool of interceptors. The strike group cannot distinguish between a nuisance and an existential threat at the point of expenditure. It must fire a $1 million missile at both. The magazine drains at the same rate regardless of what it is shooting at. With Locust handling the bottom layer, the Aegis system is suddenly free to hold its fire. The YSSM stays in the tube. The RAM stays on the rail. The Standard Missile 6 sits in its cell with its seeker cold. The carrier's most expensive, most capable defenses are preserved, locked, loaded, and waiting for the moment that physics demands a kinetic response. The nuclear reactor becomes more than a propulsion system. It becomes the ultimate defensive resource, converting uranium into photons, photons into dead drones, and dead drones into preserved interceptor missiles that remain available for the fight that actually matters. But this story doesn't end on the flight deck of CVN-77. It ends in a planning room somewhere in Tehran. Because if you are an Iranian military strategist and you have just watched the United States Navy neutralize your entire low-cost drone swarming doctrine with a shipping container that runs on nuclear electricity, you have exactly two options. You can build more drones and hope the volume overwhelms even the laser's engagement rate.
Or you can escalate. Move up the threat ladder.
Invest in faster, harder, more survivable weapons that a 35-kilowatt beam cannot touch. Option 1 is a spending war against a reactor that doesn't run out of fuel for 20 years. Option 2 means building the kind of advanced missiles that cost real money, the kind of money that collapses the asymmetric cost advantage that made the drone swarm attractive in the first place. Either way, the equation has shifted. The carrier strike group is no longer a brittle target that can be bled dry by cheap airframes. It is an adaptive system that sorts threats by cost and assigns the appropriate response to each. And the adversary now has to decide whether to keep playing a game where the rules just changed fundamentally against them. The Locust laser proves that the US Navy finally understands the inescapable math of the modern drone swarm. They have managed to turn a nuclear reactor into an infinite magazine. They have plugged an experimental shipping container into the flight deck of a warship and fundamentally rewritten the economics of naval defense. But there is a question that the container cannot answer. If the only way to defend the absolute pinnacle of 20th century naval power is to literally strap an experimental laser onto its deck and hope the atmosphere cooperates, are we actually solving the problem of future warfare? Or are we building a more sophisticated bandage over a wound that keeps getting deeper? The swarms will get larger. The drones will get faster. The airframes will get harder to burn. And somewhere, in a workshop that doesn't appear on any satellite image, someone is already designing the drone that a 35-kilowatt laser cannot kill. The container on CVN-77 bought the supercarrier time. The question is whether anyone is using that time wisely, or whether the next swarm is already too big for the math to hold. The operator almost ignored it. He had been staring at the same console for 4 hours, watching the same parade of commercial shipping crawl through the Strait of Hormuz like ants on a string, each vessel tagged and categorized: tanker, tanker, container ship, tanker, fishing dhow, tanker. The SBY-6 radar aboard the USS Laboon painted every one of them in rotating sweeps, and the software sorted them into neat little boxes that meant not a threat. 4 hours of not a threat. The kind of shift that makes your eyes stop actually seeing what they're looking at. So when a new contact flickered into existence at the extreme northern edge of the display, bearing 014, range 190 nautical miles, altitude 0, speed 0, he almost wrote it off as a radar ghost. The Strait does that. The mountains on the Iranian side bounce radar energy in strange ways, creating phantom returns that appear and vanish in a single sweep. The software is supposed to filter them out. Usually it does. This one didn't filter.
It stayed for 1 sweep, 2, 3.
Still 0 altitude.
Still 0 speed.
A stationary return on the ground, somewhere northeast of Bandar Abbas, that the radar had never painted before. The operator flagged it, tagged it as a possible new emitter or ground structure, and forwarded it to the intelligence watch. Then he went back to counting tankers. 41 minutes later, that spot on the ground ended the quietest morning the Fifth Fleet had seen in 3 weeks. The USS Dwight D. Eisenhower was on day 9 of a Strait of Hormuz transit that was supposed to last 14. The carrier had entered from the Gulf of Oman on a Tuesday, pushed through the narrowest section of the waterway, 21 nautical miles between Iran's Keshem Island and Oman's Muzandam Peninsula, and taken up station in the Central Gulf to conduct what the Navy calls freedom of navigation operations, which is a diplomatic way of saying we are here, we are large, and we are not leaving. The Eisenhower is a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. She displaces 97,000 tons fully loaded. Her flight deck stretches 1,092 feet, longer than 3 football fields laid end-to-end. She carries approximately 44 Boeing F divided by a -18E and F Super Hornets, each worth $66 million, 5 EA-18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft at $68 million each, and a rotating complement of E-2D Advanced Hawkeye airborne early warning aircraft that cost $176 million apiece and exist for one reason: to see things before those things see you. The ship herself costs $6.2 billion. Her air wing adds another $4 billion. The crew numbers 4,500. The entire floating enterprise represents more raw military capability than most nations' entire armed forces combined, and on this particular morning, she was parked in a body of water so narrow that her escorts could see the Iranian coast without binoculars. This is the paradox of carrier operations in the Persian Gulf. The most powerful naval vessel ever built becomes, in confined waters, the most expensive target ever presented. A carrier in the open Pacific has thousands of miles of maneuvering room. A carrier in the Strait of Hormuz has the room equivalent of a parking lot, and every wall of that parking lot has missiles bolted to it. The Eisenhower's escort formation on this transit was a standard carrier strike group configuration. The Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser USS Gettysburg held station 2,200 yards off the carrier's port beam, her 122 vertical launch cells loaded with a mix of SM-3 Block IIA ballistic missile interceptors, SM-2 Block IIA area defense missiles, and Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyer USS Gravely patrolled a racetrack pattern 22 nautical miles to the south, assigned to the carrier's air defense screen with a battery of SM-6 dual-purpose interceptors capable of engaging both aircraft and ballistic missiles in their terminal phase. The USS Mason, a newer Flight 3 Arleigh Burke destroyer carrying the AN/Spy-6 V1 radar, the most advanced shipboard radar in the world, ran the forward picket position 12 nautical miles north of the Eisenhower, deliberately placed between the carrier and the Iranian coast. And the USS Laboon, another Arleigh Burke, covered the eastern approach, watching the mouth of the strait and every piece of sky above it.
4 ships, 4 radars.
Approximately 380 vertical launch cells between them. Roughly $3.2 billion of escort firepower arranged in a protective bubble around a $6.2 billion aircraft carrier. The most expensive neighborhood watch in the history of human conflict. None of it mattered if they didn't see the threat in time. At 0704 local time, a satellite no one on the Eisenhower would ever see detected something no one on the ground in Iran wanted detected. The space-based infrared system, SPIRS, is a constellation of satellites in geosynchronous orbit 22,236 miles above the Earth's surface. Each satellite carries a mosaic staring sensor array composed of thousands of individual infrared detectors. Their job is simple and singular: detect the heat signature of a missile launch anywhere on the planet, within seconds of ignition. The system does not sleep. It does not blink. It watches every square mile of the Earth's surface simultaneously, waiting for the unmistakable thermal bloom of a rocket motor burning through the atmosphere. At 0704 and 6 seconds, one of those sensors registered a thermal event on the Iranian mainland, 47 miles northeast of Bandar Abbas, at a location consistent with a known Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force garrison. The heat signature was bright, brief, and expanding. Solid fuel booster ignition. Something had just left the ground at several thousand degrees Fahrenheit. The detection propagated at the speed of light. Within 1.4 seconds, it reached the SPIRS ground station at Buckley Space Force Base in Aurora, Colorado, 7,400 miles from the launch point. Within another 2.8 seconds, the data had been processed, formatted, and transmitted via the Defense Satellite Communication System to the Joint Tactical Ground Station aboard the Gettysburg, which was sitting in the middle of the Persian Gulf wondering why Tuesday mornings were always so quiet.
They stopped being quiet.
The Gettysburg's tactical action officer saw the Spurs alert populate on his display at 0704 and 12 seconds. The alert contained a launch point, a detection time, an estimated trajectory azimuth, and a confidence rating. It did not contain a missile identification.
Spurs cease fire.
It does not read nameplates. But the trajectory azimuth pointed south-southwest, which meant the missile, whatever it was, had been launched in the direction of the Strait of Hormuz. In the direction of the Eisenhower. The SBY-1D radar on the Gettysburg was already in ballistic missile defense search mode. It had been in that mode for 9 days straight. The radar is a passive phased array, 12,000 elements arranged in 4 octagonal faces on the ship's superstructure, capable of tracking over 200 targets simultaneously from the surface to the edge of space. When directed by the Spurs Q, the Spy-1D narrowed its search to the northeast quadrant and increased its pulse repetition frequency, pouring more energy into the sky along the estimated threat axis. At 0704 and 48 seconds, the radar found it. A single object climbing through 130,000 feet at a velocity the fire control system computed as Mach 8.2, approximately 6,300 miles per hour. The return was small, consistent with a single re-entry vehicle rather than a large booster stack. The object's trajectory was steep, almost vertical in its initial phase, the signature of a medium-range ballistic missile still in powered flight. The Gettysburg's Combat Information Center identified the contact as a Fateh-2, Iran's second-generation hypersonic medium-range ballistic missile, first publicly displayed in June 2023 during an IRGC military parade. The Fateh-2 was claimed by Iranian state media to carry a maneuverable hypersonic glide vehicle capable of speeds between Mach 8 and Mach 13, with a range of approximately 870 miles. Western intelligence assessments largely concurred on the range but were less certain about the terminal maneuvering capability. Some analysts believed the glide vehicle was a functional hypersonic maneuvering warhead. Others believed it was a conventional re-entry vehicle with limited lateral correction ability, dressed up for propaganda purposes. The distinction mattered enormously, and the Gettysburg was about to find out which assessment was right. Here is what makes a hypersonic glide vehicle different from every missile that came before it. A traditional ballistic missile follows Newton's laws like a thrown rock. It goes up, it comes down, and you can calculate where it will land before it reaches the peak of its arc. The math is elegant, predictable, and approximately 400 years old. Every missile defense system built before 2015 was designed to exploit that predictability. You watch the missile go up, you calculate the parabola, you put an interceptor at the point where the arc meets the atmosphere, and you let physics handle the rest. A hypersonic glide vehicle breaks that contract. It rides the booster to the top of the arc, roughly 150 to 250 miles above the surface, then separates and re-enters the atmosphere at a shallow angle. Instead of falling along a predictable parabola, it uses small aerodynamic control surfaces to generate lift, allowing it to skip along the upper atmosphere like a flat stone thrown across a pond.
It can turn. It can climb. It can dive.
It can change its impact point by hundreds of miles during its glide phase, and it does all of this at speeds above Mach 5, 5 times the speed of sound. You cannot predict where the stone will land while it is still skipping. That is the entire point. The captain of the Gettysburg had roughly 90 seconds to make a decision that the United States Navy had theorized about, simulated, war-gamed, and argued over for 15 years.
He could shoot now.
The Fateh-2 was still in its boost phase, still climbing, still accelerating, and still following a relatively predictable trajectory. The SM-3 Block IIA interceptor was designed for exactly this geometry, a boost phase or mid-course intercept above the atmosphere, where the target had not yet begun to maneuver. Shooting now gave the SM-3 the best possible engagement conditions and the longest possible flight time to correct any errors. But it also meant committing $34 million per interceptor against a target whose precise trajectory was still being refined, accepting a lower probability of kill in exchange for maximum engagement time.
Or he could wait.
40 seconds of additional tracking would give the Spy-1D enough data to build a high-confidence trajectory model and predict the glide vehicle's initial maneuvering behavior after separation. A shot fired at that point would have better targeting data and a higher probability of kill. But it would also leave less time for a second shot if the first one missed, and once the glide vehicle began maneuvering in earnest, the SM-3's engagement window would begin to close. Shoot early with less certainty and more margin, or shoot late with more certainty and less margin. This is the fundamental calculus of ballistic missile defense, and there is no correct answer. There is only the answer you live with. He shot at 0706. SM-3 Block IIA No. 1 cleared vertical launch cell 14 aboard the Gettysburg on a pillar of white fire that was visible to the naked eye from the Eisenhower's flight deck 2,200 yards away. The missile weighed 3,400 pounds and stood 21 feet tall in its canister. It cost $34 million. Its sole purpose was to leave the atmosphere at Mach 15.5, approximately 11,900 miles per hour, find a target in the vacuum of space, and hit it. Not explode near it. Hit it. The SM-3 does not carry an explosive warhead. It carries a kinetic kill vehicle, a 23-pound device about the size of a small refrigerator, equipped with an infrared seeker and a set of small divert thrusters that steer it into the target with centimeter-level precision. The impact energy at intercept speed is roughly equivalent to a 10-ton truck hitting a concrete wall at 600 miles per hour. The Navy calls this hit-to-kill. The physics community calls it converting the problem into scattered atoms. 3 seconds after the first launch, SM-3 No. 2 cleared Cell 18. 2 interceptors in the air. $68 million climbing towards space at a rate that would have them above the atmosphere in under 30 seconds. Aboard the Eisenhower, the air boss had already started clearing the flight deck. 2 Super Hornets, call signs Raven 201 and Raven 203, were on the catapults. Raven 201 had been 4 seconds from the launch officer's final signal. Both aircraft were back down the catapult track and chained to the deck. The flight deck had to be clear because the ship's evolved Sea Sparrow missile launchers, the absolute last line of defense, needed unobstructed firing arcs. Nobody wanted to be in a position where the Sea Sparrows mattered. An ESSM is a $1 million, 12-foot interceptor designed to kill cruise missiles. Its top speed is Mach 4. Against a Mach 8 glide vehicle in terminal dive, the engagement window shrinks to approximately 1.5 seconds.
That is not a defense.
That is a gesture. At 0707, 180 miles above the Earth's surface, the Fata 2's booster burned out. The reentry vehicle separated. On the Gettysburg's radar display, one track became 2. The booster, now a dead cylinder of scorched metal, continued along its ballistic arc toward an eventual splashdown somewhere in the Gulf of Oman. The glide vehicle, smaller, hotter, and suddenly more interesting, began to do something the tracking algorithms had not been told to expect.
It pulled up.
Instead of immediately beginning its descent toward the atmosphere, the Fata 2's glide vehicle executed a brief climb after separation, gaining an additional 12 miles of altitude. This was not random. This was not a malfunction. This was a designed maneuver with a specific tactical purpose. Every second the glide vehicle spent above the atmosphere was a second that ground-based interceptors struggled to reach it, but also a second that its own onboard sensors could look down across the full width of the strait and search for the Eisenhower. The glide vehicle carried a terminal seeker. Western intelligence believed it was an imaging infrared sensor, similar in concept to the targeting package on China's DF-21D anti-ship ballistic missile. From 190 miles up, the Strait of Hormuz is a thin blue thread. The Eisenhower, massive as she is a speck on that thread. The seeker needed time and altitude to find that speck, differentiate it from the surrounding escort ships and commercial traffic, and lock on. The Fata 2 was not just flying toward the Eisenhower.
It was hunting for her.
The pull-up maneuver created a problem. The SM-3's fire control solution had been calculated against a descending target. The Aegis system aboard the Gettysburg had modeled a trajectory that went up, peaked, and came down. Instead, the target went up, peaked, separated, and then went up again. The first SM-3's kinetic kill vehicle was already in terminal guidance, its infrared seeker scanning the area where the glide vehicle was supposed to be. The seeker was looking down and to the left. The target was up and to the right. The divert thrusters fired. The kill vehicle burned 70% of its remaining fuel, correcting the angle, slewing its trajectory in a desperate attempt to reacquire the heat signature that had shifted outside its predicted intercept basket.
It missed by 40 feet. 40 feet.
At a combined closing speed of approximately Mach 23. In the vacuum of space, 40 feet is close enough that if both objects had been in an atmosphere, the shockwave alone might have caused damage. In vacuum, 40 feet is the width of a two-lane road, and it means absolutely nothing.
A miss is a miss.
$34 million tumbled past its target and continued into space, its fuel exhausted, its mission failed, its kinetic kill vehicle now just another piece of orbital debris that would eventually re-enter the atmosphere and burn up over the Indian Ocean in a streak of light that no one would notice or care about. The second SM-3 was 12 seconds behind. And it had something the first one didn't: data. The Aegis combat system aboard the Gettysburg had watched the first interceptor's terminal guidance phase in real time, tracking both the kill vehicle and the target through their closest approach. The system had seen the pull-up maneuver. It had measured it. And it had already recalculated the trajectory model, feeding the corrected prediction to the second kill vehicle seeker before it entered its own terminal phase. This is where a software update mattered more than any weapon in the engagement. 14 months earlier, at the Pacific Missile Range Facility off Kauai, Hawaii, the Navy had conducted a series of 3 classified live-fire tests against maneuverable hypersonic targets. The test geometry had been designed to replicate exactly the kind of pull-up and glide profile that the Fata-2 was now executing. All 3 tests were successful intercepts. The corrected algorithms, the mathematical models that told the SM-3's kill vehicle how to predict and respond to post-separation maneuvering, had been pushed to every Aegis-equipped ship in the fleet through a software update that weighed less than 400 megabytes. A file smaller than a feature-length movie had closed a defensive gap that Iran had spent 6 years and billions of dollars designing a weapon to exploit. The second SM-3's kinetic kill vehicle acquired the Fata-2's glide vehicle at a range of 4 miles. The infrared seeker locked onto the thermal signature, hot ceramic heat shield against the cold black background of space. The divert thrusters fired in a precisely calculated sequence, nudging the 23-pound warhead onto a collision course. At 0707 and 38 seconds, the kill vehicle struck the glide vehicle at an altitude of 93 miles above the Gulf of Oman, 60 nautical miles southeast of Bandar Abbas. The closing speed was approximately Mach 20. The impact released roughly 30 megajoules of kinetic energy, equivalent to 14 pounds of TNT, concentrated into an area the size of a dinner plate. There was no fireball. There was no explosion in any conventional sense. In vacuum, there is no air to compress, no medium to carry a blast wave. There was simply a cloud of ceramic fragments, vaporized metal, and shattered electronics expanding outward at 10,000 miles per hour. Every piece too small to track. Every piece too scattered to reconstitute into anything that resembled a threat. 93 miles above the Gulf of Oman, a $15 million missile ceased to exist because a $34 million interceptor running a 400 megabyte software update connected with it at 20 times the speed of sound. The Gettysburg's Combat Information Center confirmed the kill 7 seconds later when the radar track fragmented into a debris cloud that dispersed below tracking threshold within 20 seconds. The tactical action officer reported to the strike group commander aboard the Eisenhower, "Vampire splash.
Bullseye."
But the morning was not over. 12 nautical miles north of the Eisenhower, aboard the Mason, the electronic warfare officer had been watching something else entirely. At 0706, simultaneous with the Fata-2 launch, Iranian coastal defense batteries on the southern shore of Keshem Island had activated 3 Nor anti-ship cruise missile launchers. The Nor is Iran's license-produced version of the Chinese C-802, a subsonic sea-skimming cruise missile with a range of 74 nautical miles, a 365-pound high-explosive warhead, and a terminal speed of 550 miles per hour. Each Nor costs approximately $200,000 to manufacture. The Nor launchers had been cold and silent for weeks. Now they were radiating. The Masons and SLQ-32 V7 electronic warfare suite detected the emissions immediately. J-band targeting radar, consistent with Nor fire control, bearing 355 degrees, estimated range to the emitter 38 nautical miles. The EW officer flagged the detection and forwarded it to the Combat Information Center. The Mason's captain looked at the bearing, looked at the range, and understood what was happening. The Nor was not aimed at the Eisenhower. 74 nautical miles of range would not reach the carrier from Keshem Island. It was aimed at the Mason. Specifically, deliberately, because the Mason was standing between the Nor battery and the carrier, exactly where the IRGC needed it to not be. This was the layered attack. The Fata-2 was supposed to consume the strike group's attention, pulling every Aegis radar in the formation skyward, emptying the surface picture of energy and focus. While the escort stared into space at the hypersonic threat, 2 cheap cruise missiles would come in at 15 feet above the water, hidden in the radar clutter of one of the busiest shipping lanes on Earth, and kill the northern picket before anyone thought to look down. It was not stupid. It was not reckless. It was a plan built on a genuine understanding of how American carrier strike groups allocate sensor resources under threat. The IRGC had watched years of exercises, read decades of Western naval doctrine publications, and reached a conclusion: a hypersonic threat from above will monopolize the defensive system's attention. The surface picture will go unmonitored. The cheap missiles will get through. There was one flaw in the reasoning. The strike group had anticipated exactly this scenario. The Mason Spy 6 radar had been assigned exclusively to surface and low-altitude search for the entire strait transit. The Mason was not looking up. The Mason had never been looking up. The Gettysburg handled the ballistic missile defense mission. The Gravely covered high-altitude air threats. The Mason's job was the surface, the first 20,000 feet of altitude, the cluttered, chaotic layer of ocean and shipping where a sea-skimming cruise missile would try to hide. Every watt of the Spy 6's considerable power had been pointed at the water since the strike group entered the strait. At 0708, 2 Nor missiles launched from Keshem Island in a 4-second salvo. The Mason Spy 6 detected them 11 seconds later. 2 contacts, bearing 355 degrees, range 31 nautical miles, altitude 20 feet, speed 550 miles per hour, closing. Subsonic anti-ship cruise missiles. Positively identified within 3 seconds. The Mason's weapons systems officer designated both contacts and set about killing them with the calm efficiency of someone who had practiced this exact scenario 400 times in simulation. He launched one SM-2 Block IA at the leading NOR, a $2.1 million interceptor designed for exactly this threat. Then he activated the Nulka decoy launcher. Nulka is an Australian invention, and it is one of the most elegant pieces of deception technology in any Navy's inventory. It is a small rocket that launches from a canister on the ship's deck, flies to a position roughly 2 miles away, and hovers. While hovering, it broadcasts an electromagnetic signature designed to be indistinguishable from the ship it is protecting. To a missile's radar seeker, the Nulka round looks like the ship. The actual ship, meanwhile, reduces its own emissions and tries to look like empty ocean. Each round costs $90,000.
The Mason launched 2, one off each beam.
The SM-2 intercepted the first NOR at 9 nautical miles, 17 seconds before it would have reached the Mason. The missile's blast fragmentation warhead detonated within 8 feet of the incoming cruise missile, shredding its guidance section and sending the 365-pound warhead into the Persian Gulf at 550 miles per hour.
It hit water.
A column of white spray erupted 200 feet into the air and collapsed back into the strait, leaving nothing but foam.
The second NOR kept coming.
Its radar seeker was active now, sweeping the surface ahead for a target.
It found 3 candidates. The Mason herself.
Nulka Round 1, hovering at 40 feet altitude 1.8 miles off the Mason's starboard quarter, broadcasting at 3 times the ship's actual radar cross-section. And Nulka Round 2, hovering at 50 feet 2.2 miles off the port bow, broadcasting at similar intensity. The NOR's seeker logic was a Chinese design from the early 2000s, built to select the strongest radar return and fly toward it. It was not a sophisticated algorithm. It did not reason about target plausibility. It did not wonder why one of the 3 returns was 40 feet in the air and not moving.
It saw a strong signal. It turned toward it. The NOR turned right.
It flew 1.8 miles past the Mason's starboard side and struck the surface of the Persian Gulf at 0708 and 47 seconds. The warhead detonated on impact with the water. The Nulka round, having completed its mission, had fallen into the ocean 4 seconds earlier, its small rocket motor expended, its transmitter silent, its $90,000 purpose fulfilled. A $200,000 Iranian cruise missile killed a patch of seawater because a $90,000 Australian hovering decoy was more convincing than a $2 billion American destroyer. The mathematics of deception are kinder than the mathematics of interception. At 0710, the Eisenhower's flight deck came back to life. The catapult officers had been waiting. The aircraft had been waiting. The pilots had been sitting in their cockpits since before the Fata-2 cleared Iranian airspace, listening to the tactical frequency with a particular silence of people who know something is happening and cannot do anything about it yet. Raven 201 and Raven 205, 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets, launched within 30 seconds of each other. Each carried 2 AGM-88G ARGMER missiles under the wings, along with a full internal fuel load and an N/ASQ-228 at FLIR targeting pod. The ARGMER, the Advanced Anti-Radiation Guided Missile Extended Range, is an $1.8 million weapon built by Northrop Grumman that does one thing with exceptional patience. It finds radar emissions, flies to their source, and destroys them. If the radar turns off during the missile's flight, the ARGMER does not get confused. It switches to GPS coordinates and a millimeter-wave radar terminal seeker, and it hits the place where the radar was. The missile remembers where you were, and it is entirely indifferent to the fact that you left. The 2 Super Hornets climbed to 35,000 feet and turned northeast toward Kesham Island. The NOR battery's bandstand fire control radar, the emitter that the Mason's EW suite had detected at 0706, was still transmitting. It had been active for 4 minutes. In modern combat, 4 minutes of continuous radar emission is not boldness.
It is a beacon.
At 0712, Raven 201 released 2 ARGMERs. The first targeted the bandstand radar. The second targeted the battery's transporter erector launchers, using coordinates derived from the radar's position and imagery from the FLIR pod. Raven 205 released 1 ARGMER targeting a Goddard coastal surveillance radar 6 miles east of the NOR battery, a system that had been providing the over-the-horizon queuing data that told the NOR battery where to aim. 3 missiles, 38 nautical miles to cover. Approximately 90 seconds of flight time at Mach 2. At 0713 and 31 seconds, the first ARGMER struck the bandstand radar vehicle directly on the antenna array. The 150-pound blast fragmentation warhead detonated on contact, destroying the radar, the vehicle carrying it, and both NOR transporter erector launchers parked within 30 feet. The IRGC crew at the site had been loading a third NOR missile for launch. They were partway through the elevation sequence when the sky above them turned white. 1.2 seconds later, the second ARGMER hit the same compound, striking a supply truck loaded with fuel containers. The secondary explosion produced a fireball visible from the Mason, 38 nautical miles to the south, as a brief orange pulse on the northern horizon. The third ARGMER destroyed the Goddard radar 6 miles to the east. The radar's operators had detected the inbound missile on their own equipment roughly 8 seconds before impact and begun emergency shutdown procedures. There are 7 steps in the Goddard's emergency power down sequence. They completed 3. At 0713 and 44 seconds, 9 minutes and 38 seconds after Spurs first registered the thermal bloom of the Fata 2's booster, the engagement was over. Nothing was flying. Nothing was tracking. Nothing on either side was still trying to kill anything else. The ledger read like this. The United States Navy had expended 2 SM-3 Block IIA interceptors at $34 million each, 1 SM-2 Block IIA at $2.1 million, 2 Nulka decoy rounds at $90,000 each, and 3 ARGMER missiles at $1.8 million each. Total American expenditure, $75.78 million. Iran had lost 1 Fata 2 hypersonic missile at approximately $15 million, 2 Nor cruise missiles at $200,000 each, 1 bandstand fire control radar at approximately $3 million, 1 Goddard coastal surveillance radar at approximately $2 million, 2 Nor transporter erector launchers at approximately $1 million each, and 8 IRGC aerospace force personnel who had been standing next to a radar that had been transmitting for 4 minutes too long. Total Iranian material expenditure, approximately $22.4 million.
Iran spent less.
By a ratio of roughly 3.4 to 1, Iran came out ahead on the spreadsheet. But spreadsheets do not fight wars by themselves. Iran lost radar coverage over 40 nautical miles of its southern coastline. It lost both launch vehicles for the Nor battery defending the eastern approach to Keshem Island. It lost the trained crew that operated them. Replacing the equipment would require weeks of logistics through supply chains that are permanently under satellite observation. Retraining the crew would take months, assuming replacements existed with the requisite certification on the bandstand system. And for every day of those weeks and months, the Eisenhower would still be out there,
Within catapult range.
running cyclic flight operations. Watching. The cost ratio argument is real. Analysts at the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments and the Center for a New American Security have modeled sustained saturation attacks against carrier strike groups and concluded that in a prolonged conflict, a carrier group exhausts its SM-3 and SM-6 inventory in approximately 4 to 5 major engagements. After that, a $6.2 billion ship defends itself with Sea Sparrows and crew courage, and neither of those scale well against ballistic missiles. The cheap missile, in sufficient quantity, over sufficient time, eventually overwhelms the expensive interceptor. That is arithmetic, not opinion. But that war did not happen on this particular morning. What happened was a single test of a specific hypothesis. The ARGC hypothesis was this: a maneuvering hypersonic glide vehicle can defeat the Aegis combat system at close range while simultaneous cruise missile attacks destroy the escort screen. The hypothesis was built on years of Western defense publications that stated, clearly and repeatedly, that no existing ship-based interceptor could reliably engage a maneuvering hypersonic glide vehicle above the atmosphere. The IRGC had read those publications. They had based a national weapons program on those publications. They had built the Fata 2 to exploit a gap that every defense journal in the Western world had publicly confirmed existed. The gap had been closed 14 months before the Fata 2 ever flew. Closed by a software update. Closed by a series of tests conducted at a facility on a Hawaiian island that most Americans cannot locate on a map. Closed by an algorithm written by an engineer whose name is classified, whose work has never been published, and who on the morning of this engagement was likely asleep in a house near Kauai, unaware that the correction they had written for a terminal guidance subroutine had just connected a 23-pound kinetic warhead with a $15 million glide vehicle at Mach 20 in the vacuum above the Gulf of Oman. The update weighed less than 400 megabytes. It had been distributed to every Aegis ship in the fleet through the standard software maintenance pipeline. No special ceremony, no press conference, no congressional hearing. A file smaller than a mobile game download had invalidated the most important assumption underlying Iran's entire hypersonic weapons program. Somewhere in the IRGC Aerospace Force headquarters, the staff that had planned and authorized the launch waited for a battlefield damage assessment that would never arrive. They had no satellite coverage over the strait. They had no airborne sensor that could observe the engagement above 60,000 feet. They had fired their most advanced weapon at the most valuable target in the theater, and they had no way to know what had happened to it. The missile had gone up, gone silent, and never come back down. Not as a weapon, anyway. It came down as dust, scattered across 100 cubic miles of upper atmosphere, settling slowly through the stratosphere in particles too small to see, too light to track, too dispersed to ever be reassembled into evidence that Iran's 6-year investment in hypersonic strike capability had ended 93 miles above the water on a Tuesday morning. The Eisenhower held station. The Strait of Hormuz remained open. 21 nautical miles of water through which 17 million barrels of crude oil pass every day, valued at roughly $1.4 billion per transit day, continued to flow without interruption. The most expensive thing in the engagement was not a missile. It was not a ship. It was not even the 6-year classified test program that produced the targeting algorithm. The most expensive thing was the 9 minutes during which the global oil market did not know what was happening, and the price of Brent crude did not move because the event was over before the first wire service could have filed a headline. $75 million of American ordnance. 9 minutes and 38 seconds. And a 400 megabyte file that an engineer on Kauai never saw work for real. They found out 3 weeks later, in a classified briefing at a facility that does not appear on any organizational chart. The briefer showed the engagement timeline, the trajectory data, the intercept geometry. When the slide came up showing the first SM-3 missing by 40 feet and the second SM-3 killing the target using the corrected algorithm, the engineer reportedly said nothing for several seconds, then asked a question about the divert thruster fuel consumption margins. The algorithm did not care who wrote it. The algorithm did not know it had been tested. It ran. It corrected. It connected. That is all it was designed to do. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how Israel's Iron Dome tracked 180 missiles in 12 minutes during the 2023 Gaza escalation. See you next time. At 0347 local time, a single NOR anti-ship cruise missile dropped off the rail of a mobile coastal defense launcher hidden inside a warehouse on the southern Iranian coastline and turned south toward the Strait of Hormuz. The missile was a Chinese-designed C-802 built under Iranian license, a sea-skimming weapon carrying a 365-pound warhead at roughly 660 miles per hour, just under the speed of sound. It cost the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy approximately $120,000 to produce. The target it was aimed at sat 38 nautical miles to the southwest, a gray silhouette barely visible on radar against the commercial clutter of one of the busiest shipping lanes on Earth. Iranian intelligence had classified the contact as a logistics support vessel, a slow-moving, lightly armed supply ship operating ahead of a carrier strike group transiting east through the strait. They had classified it wrong. The ship sitting at the end of that missile's flight path was the USS Robert Smalls, an Arleigh Burke-class Flight 3 guided missile destroyer carrying 96 vertical launch cells, the Spy-6 air and missile defense radar, 2 independent fire control channels, and a crew that had spent the last 11 months deployed in the 5th Fleet area of operations. Her combat systems alone were worth more than $900 million. The NOR missile racing toward her had been built for roughly the price of a mid-range sedan. That math was about to matter in a way nobody in Tehran had planned for. 12 miles north of the destroyer, aboard a 47-foot Paycap-class fast attack craft designated Bandar 1, a crew of 6 Iranian sailors watched a handheld GPS track update and believed the night was going exactly as briefed. Their mission was straightforward. 3 fast attack craft would close from spread positions under emissions control, while the shore-based missile battery initiated the strike. The missile would force the target into defensive confusion. The boats would exploit the confusion to press inside 8 nautical miles and release their own weapons, a coordinated saturation attack against a vessel they expected to have no meaningful ability to fight back. 900 meters to port, Bandar 2 held formation in the dark. A third craft, Bandar 3, ran wider to the east, tasked with cutting off any escape route toward Omani waters 22 miles to the south. The plan was built on speed, darkness, and the assumption that the target could not see them coming. In the Combat Information Center of the Robert Smalls, 24 feet below the waterline, an Operations Specialist second class was the first to see the anomaly. A brief radar return appeared and vanished near the Iranian coast, inconsistent with the established shipping tracks her team had been monitoring for the previous 6 hours. She flagged it without drama. The symbol was tentative, possibly a fishing vessel launching late, possibly sea clutter bouncing off a Dow's metal hull. But the bearing was wrong for either explanation, and the operator knew it. The tactical action officer leaned in. He studied the contact for 4 seconds, then keyed the net. All stations, new track of interest bearing 028, classification pending. Increase sensor sweep rate sectors 2 and 3. Nobody in CIC raised their voice. The ship had been at a heightened readiness condition since entering the Strait 90 minutes earlier. Every console was manned. Every system was warmed and calibrated. The SBY-6 radar, the most advanced shipboard sensor the United States Navy had ever put to sea, was already scanning a volume of airspace and surface territory that covered more than 2 million cubic miles of the surrounding environment. If something moved within 200 nautical miles in any direction, the Robert Smalls could find it, name it, and assign it a track number before the object had traveled its own length twice. The Nor missile was now 30 nautical miles out and descending toward its terminal approach altitude, roughly 15 feet above the water. At that height, the weapon was designed to hide inside sea clutter, invisible to older radars until the final seconds before impact. Against the Spy-6, the tactic bought the missile approximately 9 additional seconds of concealment. That was all. Track 7021, now classified as cruise missile threat, the Air Defense Coordinator announced.
Inbound, single body, sea skimmer,
Speed 570 knots.
bearing constant.
The captain arrived in CIC the way captains always arrive in CIC during a real event, already informed, already calm, already reading the room before the room had time to brief him. He absorbed the display in a single sweep. 1 inbound missile. 3 surface contacts now firming in the northern arc emission patterns consistent with IRGC naval coordination frequencies. He looked at his tactical action officer and asked the only question that mattered right then. What's our best intercept layer for this profile? The answer came back clean. SM, 2 block IIC at range. Yes, SM block 2 at medium. CRAM as terminal backstop. We have 3 layers before it gets within a mile. An SM-2 block IIC interceptor cost the United States Navy approximately $2.1 million per round. The missile it was about to kill had cost Iran $120,000. Somewhere in a Pentagon procurement office, someone was going to read this report and feel their budget request write itself. Weapons free on track 7021, the captain ordered. The forward vertical launch system answered 3 seconds later. A standard missile, 2 punched out of its cell in an eruption of white smoke and orange flame, cleared the ship's superstructure and pitched over hard toward the northeast. The missile accelerated to over 2,300 miles per hour inside 6 seconds, riding a continuous wave illumination beam that the ship's fire control director held on the inbound Nor with surgical steadiness. The intercept geometry was textbook. The SM-2 met the Nor 14 nautical miles from the ship at an altitude of 22 feet. The Iranian missile ceased to exist. Debris scattered across a quarter mile of dark water. No fragment came within 12 nautical miles of the destroyer. Splash track 7021.
Kill confirmed.
But the night was not finished because what the crew of the Robert Smalls did not yet know was that the missile had not been the main attack. It had been the door opener. The ARGC's real weapon was already in the water and closing fast. 26 miles to the north, aboard Bandar 1, the crew had watched the missile launch signature bloom on their horizon and started their clocks. The plan called for 90 seconds of confusion aboard the target following missile impact. 90 seconds during which the target's crew would be fighting fire, assessing damage, redirecting sensors inward rather than outward. That was the window. The 3 attack craft were supposed to use it to cover the final distance and launch their own ordnance, a combined salvo of 6 Nasser 1 short-range anti-ship missiles at a defenseless, burning ship. Instead, the Nor had died 14 miles from the target, and the confusion window had never opened. Bandar 1's commander made a decision in the dark that would define the rest of the engagement. He ordered full speed ahead. All 3 craft surged to maximum power, their twin diesels pushing 47-foot hulls to 52 knots across black water, throwing rooster tails of white spray into the moonless air behind them. The sound alone would have been audible from miles away if anyone had been listening above the surface. Below the surface, in the acoustic quiet of the Robert Small sonar room, the sudden bloom of high-speed propeller cavitation lit up the display like someone had switched on a flashlight in a dark hallway. 3 high-speed surface contacts, bearing 015 through 042, converging, speed 52 knots and accelerating. The tactical picture in CIC updated itself in a cascade. The missile had been one problem. This was a different kind of problem entirely. Fast attack craft operating in a swarm profile were not engaged the same way as a single inbound cruise missile. They were closer, faster to maneuver, harder to track individually in sea clutter, and capable of launching independently from multiple angles. If even one of those boats reached effective Nasser 1 range, roughly 22 miles, the destroyer would face a new inbound salvo with less reaction time and a more complex engagement geometry. The captain studied the converging tracks for 2 seconds. Launched the hello. I want eyes on every one of those contacts before they cross 20 miles. On the flight deck, the MH-60R Seahawk had been turning rotors at idle for the past 9 minutes, held back during the missile engagement, ready for exactly this order.
Chocks pulled. ties released.
The aircraft lifted into black air and banked hard to the north, climbing to 200 feet before leveling off and pushing toward the threat sector with its APS-153 multimode radar already painting the sea ahead. The helicopter crew acquired Bandar 1 inside 40 seconds. Infrared bloom off the engines was unmistakable against the cold water. Then Bandar 2, 900 meters to its west. Then Bandar 3, running wider to the east, trying to swing around to the destroyer's beam. Inside CIC, the picture was now fully built. 3 hostile fast attack craft in a spread formation, closing from the north at 52 knots. 1 inbound cruise missile already destroyed. Shore-based targeting emissions still active along the Iranian coast. The attack was coordinated, deliberate, and ongoing. What the Iranian crews did not understand, could not have understood from their position low on the water in an open cockpit boat doing 52 knots in the dark, was that the ship they were charging had already killed their opening move and was now reading their second move in real time. The Robert Smalls was not confused. She was not burning. She was not blind. She was tracking every one of them with a radar system that could distinguish a single human standing on a boat deck from the boat itself at 40 miles. Their entire plan had been built on the assumption that they would arrive at a scene of chaos. They were arriving instead at a firing range. Bandar 1, the lead craft, crossed the 20 nautical mile threshold at 0353. In CIC, the Air Defense Coordinator confirmed the track had entered the outer engagement envelope for the ship's weapons systems. The Seahawk crew simultaneously reported visual confirmation of weapons mounted on the lead craft's foredeck, a twin-rail launcher consistent with a Nasser-1 anti-ship missile system. Hostile intent confirmed on all 3 surface tracks. Recommend weapons free. The captain's response was immediate. Weapons free. Engage in sequence. Lead track first. What happened next took 11 seconds. A single RGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missile launched from the Robert Smalls midships canister bank, turned north, dropped to sea-skimming altitude, and covered the distance to Bandar 1 at 537 miles per hour. The fast attack craft never saw it coming. The Harpoon carried a 488-pound blast fragmentation warhead designed to kill vessels displacing up to 3,000 tons. Bandar 1 displaced approximately 13 tons. The result was not an engagement. It was an erasure. The craft came apart across 200 meters of ocean surface, burning debris scattering in a wide fan that glowed briefly on the Seahawk's infrared camera before the sea swallowed most of it.
Splash Bandar 1.
10 miles to the east, Bandar 3's crew saw the flash on the horizon and understood immediately that the plan was over. Their lead boat was gone. The target was not a logistics ship. The darkness that had been their ally for the last hour now contained something far worse than an unaware victim. The Paycap-class boat heeled hard to starboard and turned northeast at maximum speed, abandoning its flanking run and driving for the nearest Iranian territorial water boundary, 14 miles away. Bandar 2 made a different choice. Whether driven by training, ideology, or the simple inability to process what was happening fast enough to make a rational decision, the crew of the second attack craft maintained course.
They kept coming.
At 52 knots, they were closing the gap to the destroyer at nearly a mile per minute, driving toward a ship that was now fully engaged, fully aware, and fully capable of killing everything on the surface within 30 miles. The tactical action officer tracked Bandar 2's approach without emotion. At 14 nautical miles, the craft crossed into the engagement envelope for the destroyer's 5-inch gun, a Mark 45 Mod 4 naval gun capable of firing GPS-guided rounds at targets 15 miles away with accuracy measured in single meters. The gun mount trained to starboard. Fire control locked. Engage Bandar 2. Gun action. 3 rounds left the barrel in rapid sequence. The first struck the water 30 meters ahead of the craft, a near miss that sent a column of spray over the boat's bow. The second hit the engine compartment. The third was unnecessary, but had already been committed. Bandar 2's forward momentum carried the shattered hull another 200 meters before it settled and began taking water. The Seahawk orbited overhead, recording everything. 2 fast attack craft destroyed or disabled, 1 fleeing northeast toward Iranian waters. Shore-based emissions along the coast had gone silent at 0355, 2 minutes after Bandar 1 died. Whether the coastal battery crews had been ordered to cease or had simply decided discretion was the better option, the effect was the same. The attack was over. In CIC, the destroyer's crew began the methodical process of rebuilding the tactical picture from the ground up. Every sensor swept wide. Every track was re-examined. The Seahawk pushed its patrol arc farther north, searching for any additional platforms that might have been staged as a follow-on wave. Nothing appeared. The strait settled into the uneasy quiet that follows violence at sea, disturbed water, floating debris, and the steady electronic hum of a warship still scanning the dark for anything else that wanted to try. At 0401 local time, the captain authorized a return to modified transit posture. The ship maintained combat readiness across all systems but resumed her eastward track through the strait. The mission had not changed. The Robert Smalls was still headed to her assigned station. The only difference was the ammunition expenditure report that would be filed in the morning and the intelligence harvest that was already being packaged for transmission to 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, 380 nautical miles to the northwest. The crew secured from general quarters in stages over the next 45 minutes. Damage control teams confirmed 0 structural damage, 0 casualties, 0 system degradation. The ship had absorbed a coordinated multi-axis attack involving a shore-launched cruise missile and 3 fast attack craft, and emerged from it without a scratch on her paint. Iran had spent months positioning assets, coordinating intelligence, and rehearsing a strike package designed to destroy what they believed was a vulnerable American supply ship caught alone in the narrowest choke point on Earth. The total cost of their attack, 1 Nor missile, 3 PACAP-class fast attack craft, fuel, crew training, coastal radar support, and coordination infrastructure, came to roughly $14 million. The Robert Smalls had answered with 1 SM-2 interceptor, 1 Harpoon, and 3 5-inch gun rounds. Total expenditure, approximately $3.8 million. The United States Navy had spent less defending itself than Iran had spent attacking it. That was the kind of math that made defense ministers lose sleep. Bandar 3, the surviving craft, reached Iranian territorial waters at 0409 and disappeared into the coastal traffic northeast of Bandar Abbas. Its crew had the unique distinction of being the only Iranians involved in the operation who would be available to explain what had happened. Their debrief would contain a single, unavoidable conclusion. They had been told the target was soft. They had been told darkness would cover them. They had been told the missile would open the door. Every single thing they had been told was wrong, and 2 crews had paid for it with their lives. On the bridge of the Robert Smalls, the officer of the deck watched the first pale edge of dawn begin to separate the sky from the water to the east. The ship cut through calm seas at 18 knots, her wake straight and undisturbed, as if the previous 22 minutes had been an inconvenience rather than a battle. Below, in CIC, the watch had already rotated. Fresh operators sat at consoles still warm from the crew who had just fought the ship through the most compressed surface engagement in the 5th Fleet's recent operational history. The new watch picked up exactly where the last one left off, scanning, tracking, sorting, because the strait never stopped being dangerous and neither did the ship's attention. Iran had gone looking for a supply ship and found a destroyer. They had planned for confusion and met precision. They had trusted the dark and discovered that the dark belonged to someone else. The Robert Smalls continued east toward her operating area without slowing down, because a United States Navy warship does not rearrange its schedule for someone else's miscalculation. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how the US Navy's SM-3 interceptor was designed to kill ballistic missiles in space. Bye for now. The aircraft carrier was already on fire. That is not how this story starts, but it is the kind of sentence the Pentagon feared they would hear on the morning of April 11, somewhere in the waters east of Larik Island, when the Strait of Hormuz became something other than a shipping lane. This is how it actually begins. A sonar operator aboard a US guided missile destroyer is running passive diagnostics on what should be a dead quiet Tuesday watch. The strait is busy on the surface, as it always is. Tankers southbound, bulk carriers headed north, a few dhows hugging the Omani side. Civilian GPS signals paint the waterway in neat colored lines across every navigation screen in CIC. Below the surface, there is nothing remarkable. Thermal stratification is moderate. Biological noise is low. The shallow bottom returns are clean enough to read without heavy filtering. It is the kind of morning where you drink bad coffee and count the minutes until the next watch rotation. Then the water changes. It does not change loudly. There is no Hollywood ping, no red alarm, no flashing indicator. What happens is subtler and, for a trained ear, far worse. A faint rhythmic disturbance appears across 2 frequency bands simultaneously. It pulses for 4 seconds. Then it vanishes. The operator sets his coffee down and replays the recording. He isolates the bands. He adjusts the gain. He listens again, this time with his eyes closed. It is not one source, not 2, 3 distinct acoustic events, separated by bearing and by character, arriving in a window so narrow it could be coincidence. But coincidence does not pulse on 2 bands at once. Coincidence does not arrive from bearings that form a triangle around a moving warship. Coincidence does not have rhythm. Con sonar. I have 3 anomalous transients. Bearing 074, 142, and 219. Simultaneous window. Recommend classification priority. That sentence changes the morning. In CIC, the watch officer looks up from the surface plot and meets the eyes of the tactical action officer across the room. Neither man says anything dramatic. The TAO picks up the internal phone, dials the captain's stateroom, and speaks 6 words. Captain, CIC. You need to come up. 40 seconds later, The captain is standing behind the main tactical display. He does not ask for a summary. He reads the screen himself, absorbs the 3 bearing lines radiating outward from the ship symbol, and then does something that tells the room more than any order could.
He sits down.
That means he expects this to last. Show me everything since first detection. Walk me through it. The sonar supervisor begins, methodical and precise. The 3 contacts appeared within a 7-second window. Each displayed characteristics inconsistent with merchant traffic, biologics, or equipment artifacts. One exhibited faint narrowband tonal suggesting rotating machinery at low RPM. Another showed intermittent broadband bursts consistent with a ballast adjustment or a depth correction. The third was the weakest, barely above ambient noise floor, but it moved.
Not drifted. Moved. With intent.
The captain listens to all of it without interrupting. When the briefing finishes, he asks one question. Are they diesel-electric? The sonar supervisor pauses before answering. Acoustic signatures are preliminary, but yes sir. Profile is consistent with Kilo class or a variant. Possibly Goddard class on the weaker contact. That distinction matters. A Kilo class submarine, Russian-designed and Iranian-operated, is a credible threat in open water and a nightmare in confined spaces. It is quiet on battery. It carries wake-homing torpedoes. It was built to do exactly one thing well: sit in a choke point and wait for something worth killing to pass overhead. The Goddard is smaller, shallower rated, more limited in range, but in the Strait of Hormuz, range is not the problem. Everything is close in Hormuz. That is the entire point.
The captain stands.
Set modified general quarters.
No alarm.
Phone talker only. I want the Seahawk spotted and ready in 10 minutes. And get me a link to 5th Fleet. Now. The ship does not sound an alarm. Instead, a quiet cascade of phone calls moves through the vessel, like electricity through wire. Compartment by compartment, sailors shift from routine watch to combat posture. Watertight doors that had been propped open for ventilation are sealed. Damage control teams assemble at their stations. The engineering officer of the watch brings the plant to a higher readiness state without being told, because he has been listening to the same internal net and he can feel the ship tightening around him like a fist. On the bridge, the officer of the deck adjusts course by 2 degrees.
Not a dramatic maneuver. A whisper of helm.
Enough to begin complicating the geometry below without signaling to anyone watching from the surface that the ship knows it is being stalked. Because that is what this is.
Stalking.
The 3 contacts have not moved aggressively. They have not pinged. They have not opened torpedo doors or increased speed or done anything that would cross a bright legal or tactical line. They are simply there, arranged in a pattern that a submariner would recognize immediately and a civilian would never notice at all. One forward of the ship's track. One off the port beam, displaced slightly south. One trailing, offset to starboard, hanging in the acoustic shadow of a northbound tanker.
It is a kill box.
Unfinished, unsigned, undeclared, but unmistakable. At 5:23 local time, the MH-60R Seahawk lifts off the flight deck. The pilot keeps the departure low and fast, braking left over the water and accelerating east before curving back toward the ship's forward sector. To anyone watching on radar, it looks like a routine patrol launch. The Iranian submarines, if they are listening, will hear the helicopters dipping sonar the moment it enters the water. The question is what they do when they realize the Americans are no longer guessing. The first sonobuoy hits the surface at 5:24. Inside the helicopter, the sensor operator begins building a picture the way a photographer develops film, one layer at a time, each exposure adding clarity to something that was already there but not yet visible. The first buoy returns ambient noise. The second picks up a merchant vessel's screw signature. The third catches something else. Romeo 1 CIC.
Buoy 3 has a contact.
Narrowband lines present. Bearing correlates with your 074 track. That is confirmation. Not classification, not identification, not a legal justification for anything, but confirmation that the thing sonar heard from inside the ship is real, that it exists in the water as a physical object with machinery and a crew and a purpose. The captain receives the report without visible reaction. He is watching the display, thinking 3 moves ahead, the way a chess player does when the board has shifted from opening to mid-game and the pieces are no longer where he expected them to be. Here is the problem he is solving. He commands a single surface combatant in one of the most constrained waterways on Earth. His ship is fast, well-armed, and crewed by professionals.
But it is alone.
The nearest friendly warship is 90 nautical miles southeast, too far to matter in the next hour. Air support from Bahrain could arrive in 40 minutes if launched immediately, but launching requires a request, a decision chain, and a political calculation that extends far beyond his authority. He has one helicopter with a limited fuel state, a towed array that works best at moderate speed, a hull-mounted sonar that struggles in shallow water, and a crew that has trained for this exact scenario but has never lived it. Against him, potentially, are 3 submarines operating in their home water, pre-positioned on a transit route they have studied for decades, crewed by sailors who know the thermal layers and bottom contours and ambient noise patterns of the Strait of Hormuz the way a hunter knows the trails of his own land. If this is an exercise, a provocation, a test of American reaction time, then patience is the correct response.
Watch. Report. Do not escalate.
Let the submarines play their game and document every second of it for the intelligence analysts who will spend months dissecting the encounter afterward. But if this is an attack, patience kills. The captain decides to do something unusual.
He does both.
Bridge. Come to new course 095. Increase speed to 14 knots. Make it look like a routine adjustment. On the surface, the ship angles slightly deeper into the strait, as if adjusting for traffic. Below, the course change does something more important. It shifts the ship's acoustic profile relative to all 3 contacts simultaneously, giving sonar a new set of angles to work with and forcing the submarines to react or lose their geometry. Within 90 seconds, 2 of them react. Contact 074 adjusts bearing.
Small correction.
Contact 219 increases speed briefly, then slows. Contact 142 does not move. The one that doesn't move is the one the captain watches most carefully, because the submarine that holds perfectly still while its partners adjust is the one that already has its solution built. It is the one that does not need to move. Then, at 5:31, the ocean breaks. It does not break with a torpedo. It breaks with a sound. A hard mechanical transient from bearing 142, south-southeast. The contact that had been silent, the one sitting in perfect stillness while the other 2 danced.
Con sonar.
Transient bearing 142. Classify as possible torpedo tube event.
The room contracts.
Not physically, but in every way that matters.
Sound compresses. Time stretches.
The distance between hearing the words and understanding them collapses to 0, and then every trained reflex aboard the ship fires at once. The captain does not hesitate. He does not ask for confirmation. He does not wait for a second opinion.
All ahead flank. Hard right rudder.
Deploy countermeasures. Launch the weapon on contact 142 if we get a firing solution within 60 seconds.
The ship lurches.
Not gracefully. Warships at flank speed in shallow water do not move with elegance. They move with violence.
The stern digs.
The bow rises. The wake behind the ship turns from a smooth V into a churning white scar across the surface. Inside CIC, sailors grab console edges as the deck tilts. On the bridge, the helmsman puts the rudder over hard and holds it there, feeling the ship fight its own momentum as it tries to swing 40,000 tons of steel through a turn that the laws of physics would prefer to take more slowly.
The Nixie deploys.
The towed acoustic decoy hits the water behind the ship and begins broadcasting, throwing out a signal louder and more attractive than the ship's own propellers, begging any inbound weapon to chase the wrong target. Then sonar confirms the nightmare.
Con sonar. Torpedo in the water.
Bearing 142.
Inbound. High speed.
The officer of the deck repeats the helm order with a voice that has gone flat as concrete. Maintaining hard right rudder.
All engines ahead flank.
Speed answering 28 knots. 28 knots in the Strait of Hormuz is reckless by peacetime standards. The channel is narrow.
Traffic is dense.
The margins are thin. But peacetime standards stopped applying the moment a torpedo entered the water, and now the only margin that matters is the one between the weapon and the hull. The MH-60R gets the call.
Romeo 1, we have torpedo inbound.
Prosecute contact 142 immediately. You are weapons free. The helicopter banks so hard the sensor operator's shoulder presses against the airframe. The pilot drops altitude, racing toward the southern sector where the shooting submarine has just revealed itself with the loudest possible announcement. A torpedo launch is an acoustic scream. The submarine that fired is no longer hidden. It is naked. Above and below, the geometry begins to unravel. The inbound torpedo tracks toward the ship's former position, adjusting as its seeker head acquires noise. But the ship is no longer there. The hard right turn has opened the bearing. The Nixie is streaming behind the ship, offering a fat, juicy acoustic target where the warship used to be. The torpedo has a decision to make, and unlike the humans above it, the torpedo cannot weigh consequences. It follows the loudest thing it can hear.
Con sonar. Torpedo bearing shifting aft. Possible decoy attraction.
The ship continues its turn, bending the wake, dragging the Nixie through disturbed water, making the decoy signal even harder for the torpedo to distinguish from the real thing. For 12 seconds, nobody in CIC breathes in any way that could be called normal.
Then the sound comes.
A muffled concussive event, felt more than heard, transmitted through the water and into the hull as a single low-frequency shudder.
The torpedo has detonated, not against the ship, against the water behind it, against the ghost. Con sonar.
Weapon detonation stern quarter.
No hull impact.
No damage indicators. The captain does not celebrate.
He turns to the TAO.
Where are the other two? The answer is not good. Contact 074 has gone active.
Not with sonar, with propulsion.
It is accelerating, repositioning, adjusting its angle relative to the ship's new course. The first submarine fired and missed. The second one watched the defensive maneuver and is now moving to exploit the turn. This is the layered geometry of a coordinated attack. Fire, force a reaction, use the reaction against the target. And the third submarine, the trailing contact from 219, has done something worse. It has disappeared.
Con sonar.
Contact 219 lost. Last bearing 219. No current returns. Lost in Hormuz does not mean gone.
It means hiding.
It means a submarine with a crew that knows these waters has found a thermal pocket or a noise shadow or a patch of bottom clutter and has gone completely silent, waiting for the ship to show its belly during the confusion. At 5:34, the helicopter reaches the southern sector and drops a rapid sonobuoy pattern around the shooter's last known position. The submarine that fired the first torpedo is moving now, trying to put distance between itself and the counterattack it knows is coming. The first buoy picks up machinery noise. The second catches a bearing shift. The third delivers what the sensor operator needs. Romeo 1 CIC.
Firm track on shooter.
Bearing correlates 142. He's running southeast, shallow depth. Speed increasing. The helicopter positions for a torpedo drop. One lightweight Mark 54 torpedo hangs beneath the aircraft, waiting for the commit order that has already been given.
Romeo 1. Drop.
The torpedo enters the water with a clean vertical splash and immediately begins its search pattern. The submarine below hears it, because a Mark 54 entering the water is not subtle, and its response is instant.
Hard turn. Depth change. Decoy deployment.
The acoustic space around the submarine becomes a mess of noise and countermeasures and machinery stress as the crew fights to break the incoming weapons track.
But the Mark 54 is patient.
It was designed for exactly this scenario: shallow water, high clutter, maneuvering target. It circles, listens, eliminates false returns, and narrows its search cone with each pass. Then a deep, resonant thud rolls through the water. Not the sharp crack of a warhead strike, the heavier sound of a weapon detonating in proximity.
Close enough to matter.
Close enough to damage. Close enough that the submarine on the other end of that explosion is no longer thinking about attacking an American warship. It is thinking about survival. Romeo 1 CIC.
Detonation on track.
Contact 142 now showing erratic movement. Possible damage. Cavitation signature has changed. The TAO marks it on the display. One submarine potentially damaged and withdrawing. One maneuvering aggressively to reposition. One missing entirely. The missing one is the problem. At 5:38, the ship steadies on a new course. The captain has ordered a heading that keeps the stern away from the last known bearing of the vanished contact while maintaining enough speed to make targeting difficult. It is an imperfect solution to an imperfect situation. Every course he chooses opens one sector and closes another. Every speed decision trades sonar performance against torpedo vulnerability. There is no option available that does not carry risk. He picks the one that carries the least. Then contact 074, the repositioning submarine, makes its move. It does not fire a torpedo. It does something the Americans did not expect. It goes active. A single loud sonar pulse erupts from below, sweeping the water column.
Not a search ping, a targeting ping.
The kind of emission a submarine uses when it already knows where you are and wants to refine the solution to firing accuracy.
Con sonar.
Active emission bearing 078.
Submarine source. Single pulse.
Possible fire control quality. The captain processes that in about 1 second. If 074 just pinged us for a firing solution, we have less than a minute.
Hard left rudder. Restream the decoy. Get the Seahawk north. Now. The ship swings again.
The Nixie resets in the water behind the new turn. On the flight deck, the recovery crew that had been preparing for the helicopter's return steps back as the Seahawk is redirected northward to find and prosecute the second active submarine. Inside sonar, the operator tracks the bearing. Contact 074 is not running. It is not hiding. It is holding its position with a confidence that borders on recklessness, sitting broadside to the American ship's new track as if daring the warship to come closer. Then the second torpedo enters the water.
Con sonar.
Weapon launch bearing 078.
Torpedo inbound.
Second weapon, second shooter. The captain does not flinch, but the nature of his orders changes. This is no longer a ship reacting to a single threat. This is a crew fighting a second engagement before the adrenaline from the first has even metabolized.
Maintain hard left. Keep the decoy streaming.
Set shallow depth charges to standby. If he's that close and that bold, I want every option on the table. The second torpedo is different from the first. It is faster, or the submarine launched from closer range, or both. The bearing rate is higher. The time to impact is shorter. The margin between the decoy working and the weapon finding the ship is measured in seconds rather than tens of seconds. Sonar calls the updates like a countdown.
Torpedo bearing steady. Speed high.
Range decreasing. No bearing drift.
Steady bearing. No drift.
That means the weapon is pointed directly at the ship and closing. The Nixie is streaming behind and to the right, but the torpedo has not taken the bait.
Not yet. Con sonar.
Weapon not attracted to decoy. Still tracking own ship. The captain makes a decision that will be debated in after-action reviews for years. He orders a radical speed reduction.
All stop.
Then immediately all ahead flank on the opposite engine, creating a sudden asymmetric thrust that slews the stern sideways and changes the ship's acoustic signature in a way that no pre-programmed torpedo seeker is expecting.
The ship shudders. The hull groans.
The helmsman grips the wheel and holds course by instinct more than instrumentation. In CIC, an unsecured coffee mug slides off a console and shatters on the deck.
Nobody looks at it. Con sonar.
Torpedo bearing now shifting.
Shifting right.
The weapon has lost its lock. Not permanently, maybe not even for long, but for the 6 seconds it takes the Nixie to reassert itself as the loudest target in the water, and that is enough.
The torpedo turns.
Chases the Ghost. Passes astern of the ship by a distance the sonar team will later estimate at less than 200 yards. A second detonation, this one closer, rattles through the hull like a physical blow. Bridge windows vibrate. Light fixtures flicker. A damage control man in the aft passageway braces against a bulkhead and feels the shockwave pass through his boots and up his spine.
Con sonar.
Second weapon detonation.
No hull contact. Ship is clear. 2 torpedoes. 2 misses.
2 submarines that have now revealed their positions and spent their first shots. But the captain is not thinking about the ones he can see. He is thinking about the one he cannot. Where is 219? The question hangs in CIC like smoke. Sonar has been scanning the bearing sector continuously. The helicopter has dropped buoys to the south and northwest. The ship's own hull-mounted array has swept everything within range. Contact 219 has not made a sound since it vanished 12 minutes ago. In a fight like this, 12 minutes of silence from a submarine inside your engagement envelope is not reassuring. It is terrifying, because a Goddard-class boat on battery, sitting still in shallow water against a cluttered bottom, produces almost no detectable acoustic signature. It can wait for hours. It can wait until the ship passes directly overhead. It can wait until the crew is exhausted from fighting the first 2 boats and has begun, without realizing it, to relax by a fraction of a degree. That fraction is all it needs. At 5:47, the helicopter finishes its northern prosecution run. Contact 074 is withdrawing, moving east at increasing speed, its screw noise sloppy and undisciplined in a way that suggests a crew more concerned with escape than stealth. The sensor operator tracks it for 2 more minutes, confirms the disengagement, and then redirects south. Romeo 1 CIC. 074 is leaving the area, redirecting to search for missing contact 219.
The buoy field expands.
One by one, new sonobuoys splash into the water along the last known bearing of the vanished submarine, forming a net of listening posts across the shallow water south-southwest of the ship's track.
4 minutes. Nothing.
Then buoy 7 returns a signal so faint it almost does not register above the processing threshold. A single narrowband line.
Intermittent. Barely there, but present.
Romeo 1 CIC.
Possible contact. Buoy 7. Very weak.
Could be bottom reflection, could be biological, could be the contact. The helicopter drops 3 more buoys in a tight triangle around the detection. 2 return nothing. The third catches the same line, slightly stronger, with a bearing that has shifted by 2 degrees. Moving. Whatever it is moving. The captain orders the ship to slow. Slower speed means better passive sonar performance. Better passive sonar performance means a better chance of hearing a submarine that has spent the last quarter hour pretending to be a rock on the ocean floor. And then the ship's sonar, the big hull-mounted array that struggles in shallow water but still has the raw power advantage over any sonobuoy, catches it.
Con sonar.
Regain on contact 219. Bearing 227.
Very quiet. Very slow.
Closing. Closing. Not withdrawing.
Not holding.
Closing. The third submarine has watched its 2 partners attack and fail and withdraw. It has watched the American ship survive 2 torpedoes, launch a counterattack, and reorient its defenses toward the north and south. And it has decided, with the cold patience of a crew that has been waiting in silence for the better part of 20 minutes, to continue the mission alone. The captain understands this instantly. The geometry is different now.
The ship is slower.
The helicopter is repositioning. The Nixie has been recovered and must be redeployed. The crew is running on adrenaline that is beginning to curdle into fatigue. This is the most dangerous moment of the entire engagement, not because the submarine is more capable than the others, but because the ship is less ready than it was 30 minutes ago.
Go active. Maximum power.
I want that boat lit up like daylight.
The sonar dome erupts.
A wall of sound hammers into the water, sweeping the bearing sector with an active pulse strong enough to reflect off a submarine hull at any depth the strait allows. The ping rolls outward, bouncing off the bottom, the surface, merchant hulls, and then, unmistakably, off something small, metallic, and man-made sitting at 35 meters depth on a slow intercept course. Contact 219. Active return confirmed.
Range close.
He is inside 2,000 yards. The response aboard the ship is immediate and absolute. Weapons free on 219. Engage with organic torpedo. Seahawk engage simultaneously.
I want convergence.
From the ship, a torpedo tube trains out and fires. The Mark 54 hits the water off the port side and begins its search. From the helicopter, a second torpedo drops, splashing in 300 yards north of the ship's weapon. 2 torpedoes, converging from different angles, boxing the submarine the same way the submarines had tried to box the ship. Below, the Goddard crew hears both weapons enter the water. The submarine turns hard. Its electric motor screams to full power, throwing the kind of cavitation noise that a submarine on battery should never make, the sound of desperation, the sound of a boat that has run out of stealth and is now running on nothing but speed and luck.
Neither is enough. The ship's torpedo acquires first.
The helicopter's weapon adjusts seconds later. Between them, the submarine has nowhere to go that does not bring it closer to one or the other.
A deep, heavy detonation shakes the water column.
Then a second, overlapping the first. The acoustic returns from the contact scatter, break apart, and do not reform.
Con sonar.
2 detonations on contact 219. Contact has ceased maneuvering, breaking up noises present. The captain closes his eyes for exactly 1 second. When he opens them, he gives the only order left. Search the datum for survivors.
Then resume transit.
No one in CIC speaks for a long moment. The tactical display still shows the fading track of the 3rd submarine, the bearing lines of the other 2 retreating into the eastern clutter, the scattered sonobuoy field stretched across miles of shallow water. The ship's own track zigzags across the screen like the path of an animal that has been chased through a maze and come out the other side bleeding but alive. At 6:14 local time, the Strait of Hormuz looks the same as it does every morning.
Tankers southbound, bulk carriers northbound.
Heat haze rising from flat water. The channel is crowded and indifferent and relentless in its commerce, as if nothing happened below it at all. Inside the ship, the evidence is everywhere. Shattered coffee mugs swept into corners. Console screens still locked in combat display mode. A damaged controlman's helmet sitting on the deck where it was dropped during the 3rd torpedo run. The faint chemical smell of countermeasure deployment lingering in the aft passageway. The data recorders have captured everything. Every sonar trace, every helm order, every weapon launch and detonation. The intelligence teams will spend months with this material, reconstructing the attack geometry, analyzing the Iranian tactics, measuring the gap between what the submarines planned and what actually happened. What they will find is not complicated. 3 submarines entered the Strait of Hormuz with a coordinated ambush plan. They positioned themselves in a kill box around a single American warship transiting a choke point they had studied for decades. They timed their attacks to exploit defensive reactions. They used civilian traffic as cover and shallow water as camouflage. On paper, the geometry was sound. In execution, it nearly worked. It did not work because a sonar operator set down his coffee and listened to something that did not sound right. Because a captain sat down instead of standing up, signaling to his crew that he expected a long fight and intended to think his way through it. Because a helicopter crew dropped buoys into confused water and found patterns in the noise. Because a helmsman held a hard turn while a torpedo closed at 40 knots and did not let go of the wheel. Because a damage controlman checked every compartment even after the shooting stopped. The Strait does not care about any of this. It moves the same oil, carries the same ships, reflects the same sunlight it did before the first torpedo entered the water. By afternoon, the commercial traffic will have closed the gap where the warship maneuvered, filling the space with ordinary hulls and ordinary noise, erasing the acoustic memory of the morning. But somewhere east of Larak Island, 2 Iranian submarines are limping home with empty torpedo tubes and damaged pride. A third is not coming home at all. And 1 American warship is still on course, still on mission, still moving through the throat of the world's most dangerous choke point as if it has every right to be there.
Because it does.
The operator almost ignored the signal. It was 0217 local time aboard the USS Pioneer, an amphibious assault ship holding station in the central Persian Gulf, and the electronic warfare technician sitting behind the SLQ-32 console had been staring at the same screen for 9 hours. His eyes were doing the thing where you read the same line of a book 4 times and still don't know what it says. The signal that appeared at 0217 was a millisecond burst on a frequency associated with Iranian coastal surveillance radar. It blinked once on his waterfall display and disappeared. Could have been atmospheric skip. Could have been a fishing vessel's navigation radar bouncing off the ionosphere. Could have been nothing. He logged it anyway, because the Navy trains you to log everything, even when your brain is begging you to ignore it. That log entry would save a ship. 43 nautical miles northeast of the Batan's position, tucked inside a cove along the Iranian coastline near Bandar-e-Jask, 7 Zulfiqar-class fast-attack craft sat with their engines idling. Each one carried 4 Nasser, 1 anti-ship cruise missiles. 28 missiles total, enough to overwhelm any single surface combatant's defenses if launched in a coordinated salvo. The Nasser 1 is a short-range sea-skimming missile derived from the Chinese C-704. It cruises at roughly 600 miles per hour at an altitude of 10 to 15 feet above the waterline, which means it spends most of its flight hidden behind the curvature of the Earth from the target ship's radar. By the time a ship's spy radar paints an inbound Nasser at that altitude, the engagement window is measured in single-digit seconds. The IRGC Navy had been rehearsing this exact swarm profile for over a decade. Tonight was the night they planned to use it. The plan was elegant in the way military plans are elegant before they meet reality. Phase 1 involved the 7 fast attack craft surging out of the cove at maximum speed, roughly 45 knots, fanning into an arc formation designed to launch from multiple bearings simultaneously. Phase 2 was the salvo itself, staggered in 3 waves of 8, 10, and 10 missiles, timed so the first wave would trigger the target's close-in defenses while the second and third waves arrived during the reload gap. Phase 3 was withdrawal back into Iranian territorial waters before American air assets could respond. The entire profile from surge to withdrawal was supposed to take 11 minutes. The target was the Bataan. Not because the Bataan was the most dangerous American ship in the Gulf. It wasn't. The Arleigh Burke destroyers operating further south carried far more firepower. But the Bataan was carrying 1,800 Marines and their equipment, staged for a potential amphibious operation against Iranian island positions in the Strait of Hormuz. Sink the Bataan or even mission kill it, and the entire southern prong of the American campaign would stall for weeks while replacement forces repositioned. The IRGC had done the math. They didn't need to sink a destroyer. They needed to take the Marines off the board. But there was something the IRGC planning cell hadn't accounted for, and it had been orbiting at 28,000 feet for the past 4 hours. The MQ-4C Triton is the Navy's high-altitude maritime surveillance drone, a thing that looks like someone stretched a global hawk until it stopped complaining and told it to stare at the ocean. Wingspan of 131 feet. Endurance exceeding 24 hours. Its AN/ZPY-3 multifunction active sensor radar can surveil 2 million square nautical miles in a single sortie. That is not a typo.
2 million.
The radar operates in multiple modes simultaneously, scanning the surface for ship contacts while maintaining an air search picture overhead. At 28,000 feet over the central Gulf, the Triton-designated broadsword had been painting every vessel larger than a kayak within a 200-mile radius and feeding the data back to the fleet through the tactical targeting network. At 0219, 2 minutes after the SLQ-32 technician logged his anomalous signal, broadsword surface search mode registered 7 small fast movers emerging from a coastal inlet near Bandar-e-Jask on a southwesterly heading.
Speed 44 knots.
Formation spacing consistent with IRGC fast attack craft doctrine. The Triton's AI-assisted classification algorithm tagged them as probable Zulfiqar-class vessels with a confidence rating of 94% based on radar cross-section and wake pattern analysis. The data hit the Batan's Combat Information Center 6 seconds later. Commander Patricia Okafor, the Batan's tactical action officer, was already standing when the chief petty officer at the radar console called out the contact report. She'd been standing for 20 minutes because her coffee had run out and she was too stubborn to sit down without it. The chief's voice had that specific tone that experienced sailors recognize instantly. Not panic. Not even urgency exactly. Just a slight tightening, a half-octave drop that says this one is real. 7 fast movers. Southwesterly heading, 43 nautical miles. At 44 knots, that gave the Bataan roughly 29 minutes before the fast attack craft reached their probable launch range of 12 nautical miles. 29 minutes sounds like a lot. It is not a lot when you need to coordinate the defense of a ship carrying nearly 2,000 people, while simultaneously alerting every other asset in the battlespace. Okafor made 3 calls in 90 seconds. The first went to the Batan's captain, who was asleep in his sea cabin 1 deck above the CIC. He answered on the second ring because commanding officers of amphibious assault ships in a combat zone don't sleep deeply. They sleep in a state of suspended alertness, like a parent with a newborn, except the newborn weighs 40,000 tons and people are actively trying to set it on fire. The second call went to the escort, the USS Truxtun, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer operating 12 nautical miles to the Batan's northeast. The Truxtun's Spy 1D radar was the real shield here. The Batan had its own defenses, the RIM 116 rolling airframe missile launchers and the Phalanx CWS, but those were last-ditch systems designed to handle leakers that got past the outer defense. The Truxtun was the outer defense. Its 96-cell vertical launch system carried a mix of SM-2 and YSSM missiles specifically designed to knock down incoming anti-ship threats at range. If the fast attack craft launched, the Truxtun would be the thing standing between 28 Nasser missiles and the Batan's hull. The third call went to the airborne asset already overhead. 2 AH-1Z Vipers from the Batan's own Marine Aviation Detachment had been flying a surface search pattern to the north when the contact report came in. The Vipers carried AGM-114 Hellfire missiles and 20mm cannons. Against a destroyer, they'd be irrelevant. Against fiberglass fast attack craft doing 44 knots on open water, they were precisely the right tool. But Okafor's calls had triggered something else. Something the IRGC fast attack crews couldn't see and wouldn't understand until it was far too late. The problem the IRGC planning cell had built their entire timeline around was the assumption that American forces in the Gulf operated on a detect-decide-engage cycle that took between 8 and 12 minutes for a surface threat. That assumption was based on exercises observed by Iranian intelligence during 2019 and 2020, when the Navy's distributed maritime operations concept was still being refined. In those exercises, surface threat data flowed from the detecting sensor to a shore-based operations center, then to a fleet commander, then back down to the engaging unit. The whole chain took time because human beings at each node had to process, verify, and authorize. That chain no longer existed. The Navy's cooperative engagement capability, combined with the updated Naval Integrated Fire Control architecture, now allowed any sensor in the network to pass targeting data directly to any shooter without routing through a central command node. The Triton at 28,000 feet could hand a fire control quality track to the Truxtun's weapons system without a single human relay in between. The detect-to-engage timeline had collapsed from minutes to seconds. The IRGC had planned for the old war. They were about to fight the new one. At 0224, the 7 Zulfiqar-class boats crossed the 30 nautical mile line from the Batan. The Triton's radar had been tracking them continuously, building individual track files on each vessel, recording speed changes, formation adjustments, and electromagnetic emissions. At 28 miles, the lead boat's radar briefly illuminated another Nasser, 1 target acquisition pulse. The Triton captured the emission signature and correlated it against its threat library in under a second. Confirmed Nasser, 1 fire control. These boats were armed and tracking. Aboard the Truxtun, the weapons systems officer had already configured the Aegis combat system for a coordinated anti-surface engagement. The SBY-1D was now tracking all 7 contacts independently while maintaining its air search picture overhead. The Truxtun's 2 Mark 41 vertical launch systems were loaded and the ESSM Block 2 missiles assigned to the fast attack tracks were already in a ready-to-fire state. Each ESSM Block 2 carries an active radar seeker and can engage surface targets at ranges exceeding 30 nautical miles. Against a fiberglass fast attack craft with a radar cross-section of a large car, the ESSM Seeker has no difficulty achieving lock. But the Truxtun wasn't going to fire first. Not yet. The rules of engagement required hostile act or hostile intent, and while 7 armed fast attack boats racing toward an American ship in the middle of a war certainly qualified as hostile intent, Commander Okafor wanted something more definitive. She wanted a launch. She got one at 0231. The lead Zulfiqar opened its missile doors and fired 2 Nasser 1 missiles in quick succession. The infrared bloom was visible on the Triton's electro-optical sensor from 28,000 feet, a bright white flare against the dark water that lasted 3 seconds as the boosters ignited and kicked the missiles to cruise speed. 2 seconds later, the second and third boats fired. Then the fourth. Within 18 seconds, 14 Nasser 1 missiles were airborne and accelerating towards sea-skimming altitude. This was phase 1 of the planned 3-wave salvo. The remaining 14 missiles were supposed to launch 45 seconds later, time to arrive during the defender's engagement gap. They would never launch. The Triton's track data flowed through the cooperative engagement capability link to the Truxtun in real time. The Aegis system didn't wait for the missiles to appear on its own radar. It accepted the Triton's tracks as fire control quality and began computing intercept solutions on 14 targets simultaneously, while the Nasser missiles were still climbing out of their boost phase and hadn't even descended to their cruise altitude yet. The Truxtun's forward VLS erupted. 8 ESSMs came out of the deck in 4 seconds, each one riding a pillar of white smoke that briefly turned the Gulf surface below into a strobing mirror. The missiles climbed to altitude, nosed over, and began their terminal dives toward the inbound nasers, which by now had settled into their sea-skimming profile at 12 feet above the waterline and were closing on the Bataan at 600 miles per hour. Here is the thing about engaging a sea-skimming missile. The geometry is awful. The target is moving fast, flying just above the water, and the defending missile has to dive down to meet it without hitting the surface of the ocean in the process. The USSM Block II handles this by using a combination of inertial midcourse guidance and active terminal homing. During the dive, the missile's seeker locks onto the target's radar reflection against the water surface. It's one of the hardest engagements in naval warfare. The USSM was built specifically to make it routine. 8 USSMs intercepted 8 Nasser missiles at ranges between 14 and 8 nautical miles from the Bataan. Each intercept produced a brief fireball over the water that collapsed into falling debris within a second. The Triton sensors recorded each kill with clinical precision. 6 Nasers remained inbound. The Truxtun launched 4 more USSMs. 3 connected. The 4th lost its target in sea clutter at the last moment and detonated on the water surface, producing a geyser that briefly confused the ship's own radar for 2 sweeps before the system filtered it out. 3 missiles still closing. Range to the Bataan now under 5 nautical miles. Flight time approximately 30 seconds. This is where the Bataan's own defenses took over. The ship's 2 RIM 116 rolling airframe missile launchers, mounted on the port and starboard quarters, each carry 21 missiles in a trainable box launcher that looks like an oversized beehive. The RAM uses a dual-mode passive radio frequency and infrared seeker that homes on the missile's own radar emissions and heat signature. It doesn't need external radar guidance. It's a fire-and-forget system designed for exactly this scenario, the leakers that get past the outer layer. The port RAM launcher fired 6 missiles in 3 seconds. 2 rams per inbound Nasser, which is how the Navy hedges its bets when something is 30 seconds from hitting the hull. The first pair caught the lead Nasser at 2.8 nautical miles and turned it into a shower of aluminum fragments that pattered across the ocean surface like metallic rain. The second pair intercepted at 1.9 miles. The third Nasser, the last one, took a ram hit at 1.1 nautical miles that sheared off its left wing and sent it tumbling into the Gulf 2,000 yards from the Bataan's hull, close enough that the bridge watch felt the shockwave through the deck plates.
14 missiles launched, 14 missiles killed, 0 hits on the Bataan.
The engagement had lasted 51 seconds from first Nasser launch to last intercept.
But the fight wasn't over. It was shifting.
The 7 Zulfiqar boats were still out there. Their crews had just watched 14 missiles fail to reach the target, and according to the original plan, they were supposed to be launching the second wave right now. Instead, the formation was breaking apart. 2 boats were turning northeast, back toward the coast. 3 were holding position, possibly preparing for a second salvo. 2 appeared to have cut their engines entirely and were drifting, which could mean mechanical failure or could mean their crews were trying to reduce their thermal signature and hide on the open ocean. Hiding from what was coming next was not going to work. The 2 AH-1Z Vipers that Okafor had redirected were now 16 nautical miles from the nearest fast attack craft and closing at 170 knots. The Viper is the Marine Corps' dedicated attack helicopter, a twin-engine tandem-seat machine carrying a target sight system that combines a forward-looking infrared camera, a laser designator, and a laser rangefinder in a turret mounted above the nose. The system can detect and classify a surface vessel at ranges exceeding 8 nautical miles in the infrared spectrum. Against fiberglass boats on warm Gulf water, the contrast is stark. The boats glow white against the dark sea like cigarettes dropped on a parking lot at night. The lead Viper, call sign Savage 11, acquired the first target at 9 nautical miles. A Zulfiqar dead in the water, engines cold, crew apparently hoping that sitting still made them invisible. The pilot descended to 200 feet and the weapons systems officer locked the target sight on the vessel's center mass. 1 AGM-114 our Hellfire left the rail at 5 nautical miles and covered the distance in 18 seconds. The Hellfire's semi-active laser seeker rode the designator beam all the way down. The shaped charge warhead, designed to penetrate armored vehicles, went through the Zulfiqar's fiberglass hull like a fist through wet paper. The boat folded in half at the keel and was underwater in under a minute. Savage 12 rolled in on a second boat that was attempting to flee northeast at full throttle. A stern chase at 170 knots against a boat doing 44 knots is not much of a chase. The Hellfire hit the engine compartment and the resulting fuel fire consumed the vessel within 4 minutes. The crew had gone into the water before the missile arrived, apparently having seen what happened to the first boat and made a collective career decision. 5 boats remaining. 3 were now running for the coast at maximum speed. 2 were still holding position, and the Triton sensors detected new electromagnetic activity from both. They were spinning up their fire control radars again.
A second salvo attempt.
This time, the Truxtun didn't wait for a launch. The rules of engagement had been satisfied the moment the first Nasser left its rail. Every remaining fast attack craft was now a declared hostile combatant. The destroyer's harpoon launchers, 2 quad canisters mounted amidships, rotated toward the bearing of the nearest hostile contact. The RGM-84D Harpoon is a subsonic anti-ship cruise missile with a 500-pound warhead and a range of 75 nautical miles. Against a destroyer or frigate, a Harpoon is a credible but not overwhelming threat. Against a 50-ton fiberglass fast attack craft, it is grotesque overkill, like using a sledgehammer to crack a walnut, except the walnut was trying to kill you first and the sledgehammer was already in your hand. 2 Harpoons came off the rails and dropped to sea-skimming altitude, their turbojets pushing them toward the 2 stationary boats at 530 miles per hour. The boats' crews had roughly 90 seconds of remaining existence, most of which they spent trying to get their second salvo airborne. They managed to launch 4 more Nasers before the Harpoons arrived. The Truxton's Aegis system was already tracking the new launches and had ESSMs in the air before the Nasers reached cruise altitude. All 4 were intercepted within 20 seconds. The Harpoons struck both Zolfagars within 3 seconds of each other. A 500-pound blast fragmentation warhead detonating inside a fiberglass hull doesn't leave much to examine afterward. The Triton sensor recorded 2 thermal flares, then 2 expanding debris fields on the surface. Then nothing. 3 boats still running for the coast. Now at 22 nautical miles from the Bataan and opening. This is where the scenario shifted from a naval engagement to something closer to a geometry problem. The 3 fleeing Zolfagars were 11 nautical miles from Iranian territorial waters. At 44 knots, they would cross that line in approximately 15 minutes. Once inside territorial waters, the engagement calculus changed significantly, not because the boats became invulnerable, but because striking them there carried diplomatic and legal implications that nobody in the chain of command wanted to deal with at 3 in the morning. The Vipers didn't have that problem. They were already inside the engagement envelope. Savage 11 and 12 split the 3 remaining targets, with Savage 11 taking the northernmost boat and Savage 12 handling the trailing 2. The northernmost Zolfagar was making 47 knots, squeezing everything its engines had, throwing a rooster tail of white wake visible on infrared from miles away. Savage 11's weapons officer put the crosshairs on the engine compartment from 4 nautical miles and sent a hellfire down the laser beam. The boat's stern erupted and the vessel spun sideways, decelerating from 47 knots to 0 in a violence of physics that probably injured everyone aboard before the water started coming in. Savage 12 closed on the remaining 2 boats, which had pulled alongside each other, either to transfer crew or in some desperate mutual defense posture that made no tactical sense against an airborne threat. 2 boats running side by side at close range simply meant the weapons officer didn't have to slew the targeting system very far between shots. 2 hellfires, 8 seconds apart. The first boat burned. The second boat's crew was already in the water by the time the missile hit, having jumped when they saw the flash from the first impact. The second hellfire struck an empty helm and the boat burned down to the waterline with no one aboard. 7 Zolfagar-class fast attack craft launched from Bandar-e Jask. 7 destroyed in 23 minutes. 18 Nasser, 1 missiles fired at the Bataan. 18 intercepted. 0 reached the target. Total American casualties from the engagement. 1 sailor aboard the Bataan who sprained his ankle running to his battle station in the dark. He would later receive more grief about this from his shipmates than any combat injury in the history of the Navy. But the YARGC's plan had a layer that nobody on the Bataan or the Truxton knew about yet. The fast attack swarm was not the main effort. It was the diversion. While every sensor in the American naval formation was pointed northeast at the Zolfagar boats, a single Iranian Ghadir-class midget submarine had been creeping south along the seabed at 3 knots, running on battery power, producing almost 0 acoustic signature. The Ghadir is a 120-ton diesel-electric submarine small enough to operate in the shallow coastal waters of the Gulf where larger submarines cannot go. It carries 2 533mm heavyweight torpedoes. Against a capital ship, 2 torpedoes are enough. The Ghadir had departed its pen at Bandar-e Jask 6 hours before the fast attack boats launched. Its orders were to position itself along the Bataan's projected track and wait for the surface engagement to consume the Americans' attention. When every radar and sensor was pointed at the missile threat to the northeast, the submarine would fire from the southwest, from the one bearing nobody was watching. It almost worked. The thing that betrayed the Ghadir was not its engine, which was silent on battery. It was not its hull, which at 120 tons is barely distinguishable from the thermal layers and biologics of the Gulf's shallow water. It was its periscope. At 0238, 7 minutes after the fast attack boats launched their first salvo, the Ghadir's commander raised his periscope mast for a navigation fix. He needed to confirm his position relative to the Bataan before committing to a firing solution. The periscope was above the surface for 12 seconds. In those 12 seconds, the mast's tiny radar cross-section was detected by something the Ghadir's commander didn't even know was in the water. An MQ-8C Fire Scout unmanned helicopter had been operating autonomously from the Bataan's flight deck, running a low-altitude surface search pattern to the south and west of the formation. The Fire Scout is a modified Bell 407 helicopter with no crew, carrying a radar and electro-optical sensor suite controlled by an operator aboard the ship. Its radar had been set to high-sensitivity mode specifically to detect periscope and snorkel masts in the formation's blind spots. The 12-second periscope exposure registered as a brief, anomalous return on the Fire Scout's radar. Tiny, barely distinguishable from wave clutter. But the system's algorithm flagged it because it appeared and disappeared in a pattern inconsistent with natural sea state returns. The Fire Scout's operator, sitting in a control station aboard the Bataan, repositioned the drone to the bearing of the anomalous return and switched to electro-optical search. On the infrared display, the Gulf surface was a uniform gray sheet, but at the coordinates where the radar blip had appeared, there was a faint thermal disturbance.
Not a wake, not a surface vessel.
Something beneath the surface, displacing warm shallow water upward against the cooler night air.
A thermal lens.
The kind of signature a submerged submarine produces when it moves through stratified water at shallow depth. The operator flagged it and passed the data to the CIC. Commander Okafor, who was in the middle of managing the surface engagement against the fast attack boats, now had a potential submarine contact on the opposite side of the formation. The timing was not coincidental. She recognized the pattern immediately.
The boats were the noise.
The submarine was the weapon. The Bataan did not carry anti-submarine weapons in any meaningful sense. It was an amphibious ship, not a hunter-killer.
But the Truxtun did.
And more importantly, the Truxtun carried an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter specifically configured for anti-submarine warfare, currently sitting on the destroyer's flight deck with a crew on alert status. The Seahawk, call sign Cutlass 40, was airborne in 4 minutes. It carried a dipping sonar, sonobuoys, and 2 Mark 54 lightweight torpedoes. The helicopter raced to the Fire Scout's contact coordinates and deployed a pattern of 3 active sonobuoys in a triangle around the thermal anomaly. Active sonobuoys are deliberately loud. They broadcast a sonar pulse into the water and listen for the return echo off a submerged object. For a submarine crew, hearing an active sonobuoy go off nearby is the acoustic equivalent of someone turning on a flashlight in a room where you've been hiding in the dark. You know instantly that they know where you are. The Goddard's commander heard the first sonobuoy ping and realized his approach had been compromised. He had 2 options. Fire his torpedoes immediately at the last known position of the Bataan and hope for a hit before the helicopter could prosecute him, or go deep, increase speed, and attempt to evade into the coastal shallows where the water column was too cluttered for reliable sonar tracking. He chose to fire 2 533mm torpedoes launched from the Goddard's bow tubes at 0247. The weapons were Iranian-manufactured Valfor torpedoes, wire-guided with a terminal active/passive acoustic seeker. They emerged from the tubes at 40 knots and accelerated to their run speed of 45 knots, angling northeast toward the Bataan on the bearing the Goddard's fire control computer had calculated from the last periscope observation. The sonobuoys detected the torpedo launches instantly. 2 high-speed screw signatures accelerating away from the contact bearing on a northeast heading. Cutlass 40 sensor operator classified them as torpedoes within 3 seconds and broadcast a torpedo warning to the formation on the tactical net. Aboard the Bataan, the bridge team initiated an emergency turn. 40,000 tons of ship heeling into a hard starboard rudder at 22 knots, trying to present the narrowest possible profile to the incoming weapons while simultaneously deploying the SLQ-25 Nixie torpedo countermeasure system. The Nixie is a towed acoustic decoy that trails behind the ship on a cable, broadcasting a noise signature designed to seduce torpedo seekers away from the actual hull. It replicates the ship's propulsion sounds with enough fidelity that an incoming torpedo's passive seeker locks onto the decoy instead of the ship. The first Valfor torpedo took the bait. Its passive seeker acquired the Nixie's acoustic signature at 3,000 yards and steered toward the decoy, passing 400 yards astern of the Bataan's actual hull before detonating against the towed body. The explosion severed the Nixie cable, and the blast transmitted a shudder through the water that rattled plates and mugs throughout the ship's interior.
Close.
Uncomfortably, sickeningly close.
But a miss.
The second torpedo had switched to active seeker mode.
It was pinging.
The active seeker wasn't fooled by the Nixie because it was building its own picture of the water column, and it could distinguish between a 40,000-ton ship and a towed decoy by the sheer difference in return signal strength. This torpedo was locked onto the Bataan's hull and closing at 45 knots from 1,800 yards. Cutlass 40 was already diving toward the torpedo's track. The MH-60RS crew had watched both launches on sonobuoy data, and the sensor operator had a solid track on the second weapon. The pilot brought the helicopter down to 50 feet above the water, and the sensor operator released a Mark 54 lightweight torpedo into the sea 600 yards ahead of the incoming Valfor's projected track. The Mark 54 is designed to kill submarines. Using it against an incoming torpedo is not its primary mission profile. But a torpedo is an underwater vehicle, and the Mark 54's active sonar seeker doesn't particularly care what kind of underwater vehicle it locks onto. The Mark 54 entered the water, acquired the Valfr's acoustic signature in active search mode, and accelerated to intercept. The two weapons closed on each other at a combined speed of nearly 80 knots. The Mark 54 detonated its shaped charge warhead 15 yards from the Valfr. The blast wave crushed the Iranian torpedo's pressure hull and its seeker went dead 900 yards from the Bataan. Aboard the ship, 1,800 people who didn't know how close they'd come to catastrophe felt a second, deeper thud through the hull. Most assumed it was another part of the surface engagement. They would learn the truth later. Some would wish they hadn't. Now Cutlass 40 went hunting. The Goddard had fired its only 2 torpedoes and was now sprinting southeast at maximum battery speed, roughly 11 knots, trying to reach the coastal shallows before the helicopter could relocate it. In the deep channel where it had fired, the sonobuoys still held a fading track. But the Goddard was moving into progressively shallower water where the sonar environment degraded rapidly, filled with thermal layers, bottom reverberation, and biological noise from the Gulf's abundant marine life. Cutlass 40 sensor operator dipped the helicopter's active sonar into the water at 3 successive hover points along the Goddard's projected escape route. The first 2 dips returned cluttered noise. The third, at 0256, painted a solid submerged contact at 800 yards, moving at 11 knots on a bearing consistent with the Goddard's track. The return was small but unmistakable.
Metal hull. Diesel submarine. Running.
The second Mark 54 dropped from the Seahawk's weapons rack and entered the water cleanly. It acquired the Goddard in active search within 8 seconds. The submarine's commander, hearing the torpedo seeker's ping, ordered an emergency ascent. Whether this was an attempt to surface and surrender or a last-ditch evasion maneuver, nobody would ever confirm. The Mark 54 struck the Goddard's engineering section at a depth of 60 feet. The warhead breached the pressure hull and the sea did the rest. The submarine's wreckage settled on the Gulf floor in 90 feet of water. The IRGC Navy would not recover it for weeks. Total elapsed time from the first Nasser launch to the destruction of the Goddard, 38 minutes. 7 fast attack craft, 18 anti-ship missiles, 1 midget submarine, 2 torpedoes. The IRGC had thrown everything it had at the Bataan in a coordinated multi-domain attack designed to exploit the exact blind spots in American naval defense architecture.
The swarm to saturate, the submarine to kill,
the timing to overwhelm. Every single element failed. Not because the plan was stupid.
The plan was sound.
The Iranians had studied American tactics, identified genuine vulnerabilities, and designed an attack profile to exploit them. The swarm timing was good. The submarine approach was patient and professional. The multi-axis coordination was the most sophisticated thing the IRGC Navy had ever attempted. On paper, it should have created enough chaos to let at least some weapons through. The reason it failed was that the paper was 5 years old. The Navy the IRGC had studied and gamed against no longer existed. The sensor fusion architecture, the cooperative engagement capability, the autonomous surface and air platforms filling the gaps in human attention, all of it had changed the mathematics of naval defense in ways that Iranian intelligence had not fully grasped. The Goddard's commander had assumed no one was watching the southwest bearing during a surface engagement to the northeast. 5 years ago, he would have been right. In 2025, an unmanned helicopter with a radar tuned to detect periscope masts was watching every bearing, all the time, without fatigue, without distraction, without the human tendency to focus on the loudest threat and forget the quiet one. Somewhere in Tehran, the operational commander who had approved the Bandari Jask attack reviewed the after-action report on a secure terminal. 7 boats lost. 1 submarine lost. 83 sailors missing or confirmed dead. 0 damage to the American formation. The attack that was supposed to cripple the amphibious campaign had not scratched the paint on the Bataan's hull. The report noted 1 American casualty. A sprained ankle sustained during the general quarters alarm. The sailor had tripped over a knee knocker in the dark while running to his station. He was treated by a corpsman and returned to duty the same morning. The amphibious operation against the Strait Islands launched on schedule 48 hours later. The Marines landed without opposition. The IRGC naval units that were supposed to contest the landing no longer existed. They were sitting on the bottom of the Gulf, 90 feet down, next to a Goddard-class submarine whose commander had done everything right except account for the one thing he could not see. If you like this one, go watch this other video on how the air campaign dismantled Iran's coastal defenses in the first 72 hours.
See you there.
At 0331 local time on April 26, a Mark 54 lightweight torpedo dropped from the weapons bay of an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and hit the water 400 yards ahead of an Iranian-flagged bulk carrier called the Arvin.
The torpedo was not armed.
It was a warning shot, the naval equivalent of firing a rifle round into the dirt at someone's feet, except this particular rifle round weighs 608 pounds, travels at 40 knots through the water, and costs roughly $324,000. The helicopter that dropped it belonged to Helicopter Maritime Strike Squadron 73, operating off the guided missile cruiser USS Bunker Hill, and the pilot had just spent the last 45 minutes watching the Arvind ignore 11 separate radio transmissions ordering her to heave to. The Arvind kept going for another 90 seconds. Then her engines stopped. She was 38 nautical miles south of Jask, a small Iranian port city that sits on the Gulf of Oman outside the Strait of Hormuz. Her hull was riding low, too low for the ballast she claimed to be carrying. The Arvind was listed as empty on her manifest, returning to Bandar Abbas after offloading grain in Mumbai. But a ship that displaces 43,000 deadweight tons does not ride 3 meters below her light waterline because she forgot to pump her ballast tanks. Something was in that hold, and the United States Navy had been watching her since she rounded the southern tip of India 6 days earlier. That Mark 54 torpedo cost more than most Americans will earn in 5 years. The Navy dropped it in front of a cargo ship whose entire hull was worth maybe $11 million on a good day at a Turkish breaking yard. The math was already absurd. It was about to get worse. 220 miles to the southwest, the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group was in the middle of the largest repositioning the U.S. Navy had executed since the blockade began on April 12. The Lincoln, CVN-72, had moved south from her patrol station in the Central Arabian Sea to a position roughly 180 nautical miles east of Muscat, Oman. Carrier Air Wing 9 had launched 14 sorties in the last 8 hours alone, a mix of F divided by a -18E Super Hornets flying interdiction patrols and E-2D Advanced Hawkeyes providing airborne early warning coverage over an area roughly the size of Texas. Each Super Hornet costs approximately $67 million. Each Advanced Hawkeye runs about $176 million. The fuel bill alone for a single day of carrier flight operations in a high-tempo environment runs somewhere north of $2 million. And all of it, every dollar, every flight hour, every drop of JP-5 jet fuel burned, was being spent to stop ships. Not warships. Not submarines. Cargo ships. Tankers. Bulk carriers with rust streaks down their hulls and crews who had been at sea for months. The most expensive navy ever assembled was fighting a war against merchant vessels, and the merchant vessels were winning on cost. This was day 14 of the blockade, and Iran had changed strategy. The first week had been about defiance. The Tuskha, the Tiffany, the public confrontations that Tehran could broadcast on state television as proof of American aggression. Those ships had been stopped, boarded, and seized. Their cargoes had been impounded. CENTCOM had released helmet camera footage of Marines clearing compartments aboard the Tuskha that racked up 9 million views in 48 hours. Iran's ambassador to the United Nations had given a 40-minute speech calling the blockade an act of war. None of it got a single barrel of oil to market. So Tehran stopped trying to punch through the blockade. It started trying to drown it. Beginning on approximately April 21st, the number of vessels attempting to transit the Strait of Hormuz or bypass the blockade cordon in the Gulf of Oman tripled. Not because Iran had suddenly acquired 3 times as many ships, but because the IRGC's Maritime Logistics Division began chartering every available flag of convenience vessel it could find. Panamanian-flagged bulk carriers owned by shell companies in the Marshall Islands. Liberian-registered tankers managed from offices in Dubai. A 25-year-old chemical tanker flying the flag of Palau, a Pacific island nation with a population smaller than most American high schools. Each vessel carried a fraction of the cargo that a proper Iranian supertanker would. Each one required the same boarding procedure, the same helicopter overflight, the same hours of intelligence analysis, the same legal review before American forces could touch it. Iran was not trying to sneak oil past the blockade. Iran was trying to exhaust the blockade. 14 miles north of where the Arvind sat dead in the water, an IRGC Hodong-class fast attack craft was running at 45 knots along the Iranian coast. She was 120 feet long, displaced about 175 tons, and carried 4 C-802 anti-ship cruise missiles, each one capable of covering 75 miles at roughly 560 miles per hour and delivering a 363-pound warhead into the side of a destroyer. The C-802 is a Chinese-designed weapon that Iran manufactures domestically under the name Noor. It costs approximately $300,000 per round. A single Hodong boat carrying 4 of them represents about $1.2 million in offensive firepower riding on a hull that cost maybe $15 million to build. The destroyer that would have to defend against those missiles carries SM-2 standard interceptors that cost roughly $2.1 million each. The fast attack craft did not fire. She ran parallel to the coast at maximum speed for 12 minutes, then turned north into a cove near Jask and disappeared behind a breakwater. She was never more than 8 nautical miles from Iranian territorial waters. She never pointed her radar at an American ship. She never opened her missile doors. But for those 12 minutes, the Aegis combat system aboard the Bunker Hill tracked her as a potential threat, and every sensor on that cruiser was pointed north instead of south, where 3 more unidentified vessels were approaching the interdiction zone from the direction of Pakistan. This was the game.
Not one big fight.
100 small distractions. Each one legal enough that the Americans could not simply sink it. Each one consuming time, fuel, attention, and the one resource no navy ever has enough of, which is decision-making bandwidth. What the crew of the Arvind did not know was that the empty ship they had been sailing was not empty at all. 400 miles to the east, at the headquarters of the United States Fifth Fleet in Manama, Bahrain, an intelligence team had been watching the Arvind since she departed Mumbai on April 20th. Satellite imagery from a commercial provider showed her sitting 3 meters below her expected light waterline. Port records in Mumbai showed no cargo loaded, but hull stress sensors monitored by a maritime analytics firm under contract with the Office of Naval Intelligence showed load patterns consistent with approximately 30,000 metric tons of steel plate and industrial piping in her lower holds. The value of that cargo was modest, perhaps $8 million. The destination was what mattered. Steel plate and industrial piping are dual-use goods. In peacetime, they build bridges. In the middle of a conflict in which the United States and Israel had destroyed an estimated 60% of Iran's nuclear enrichment infrastructure during Operation Epic Fury, they rebuild centrifuge halls. The boarding team that reached the Arvind at 0445 confirmed it. Her lower holds were stacked floor to ceiling with bundled steel reinforcement bar, carbon steel pipe in diameters consistent with industrial-scale construction, and 14 crates of programmable logic controllers manufactured in China. The PLCs were the find. Programmable logic controllers are the digital brains that run industrial processes, everything from bottling plants to uranium enrichment cascades. These particular units were a model that had appeared on the U.S. Commerce Department's entity list for Iran-related export controls since 2019. They were worth approximately $240,000 in total. They were hidden under 700 tons of steel bar. Iran had used a 43,000-ton bulk carrier, a $324,000 torpedo warning, a 45-minute helicopter intercept, and the attention of a $1 billion Ticonderoga-class cruiser to try to smuggle $250,000 worth of industrial electronics past the most powerful navy on Earth. The electronics did not make it, but the 6 hours the Bunker Hill spent processing the Arvind were 6 hours she was not patrolling the eastern approach to the Strait of Hormuz. And during those 6 hours, Lloyd's List recorded 4 vessels with suspected Iranian links transiting within 30 nautical miles of the interdiction zone without being challenged. The cost of stopping the Arvind, from torpedo to boarding party to helicopter fuel to the intelligence infrastructure that identified her cargo, was conservatively $2 million. The cost of the cargo Iran was trying to deliver was $8 million in steel and $250,000 in electronics. The cost of the 4 vessels that slipped through while the Bunker Hill was busy was unknowable, because no one inspected them. In Washington, the strategy briefing had a name for this. They called it attritional flooding. The phrase came from a Rand Corporation study on maritime blockade sustainability published in 2022, and it described exactly what Iran was doing. You do not need to break a blockade if you can make the blockade break itself. Every boarding takes 4 to 8 hours. Every vessel requires a legal determination. Every intercept burns helicopter flight hours, small boat fuel, and the physical stamina of boarding teams who are working in 95-degree heat in body armor on pitching decks. The US Navy had roughly 14 surface combatants in the blockade zone. Iran had access to a global fleet of hundreds of flag-up convenience vessels willing to sail for charter rates that had tripled since the blockade began. The economics favored the side that was willing to lose ships. 850 miles southeast of Bahrain, the Indian Ocean was becoming the second front. The seizure of the Tiffany on April 22 had been meant as a deterrent. A 330-meter very large crude carrier carrying $190 million in oil, boarded and impounded 2,400 miles from the blockade line. The message was supposed to be simple. There is no safe distance. The US Navy will find you. Except Iran heard a different message. The US Navy just committed assets 2,400 miles from the Strait of Hormuz. That is 2,400 miles of ocean those assets are not covering somewhere else. On April 25, the guided missile destroyer USS Halsey, operating independently roughly 900 nautical miles south of the Arabian Sea, intercepted and boarded a Togolese-flagged tanker called the Reem 1. The Reem 1 was carrying approximately 700,000 barrels of crude oil loaded via ship-to-ship transfer off the coast of Oman. Ship-to-ship transfer is how Iran's shadow fleet works. A sanctioned Iranian tanker meets a non-sanctioned tanker in the middle of the ocean, transfers its cargo, and the non-sanctioned vessel delivers it to a buyer in China or India with paperwork that says the oil came from Iraq or Oman. The Reem 1's paperwork said Iraqi Basra Heavy. The oil's chemical fingerprint, tested by a mobile spectrometry lab aboard the Halsey, said Iranian Heavy from the Karg Island terminal. 700,000 barrels at roughly $95 a barrel. That is $66.5 million in crude oil sitting in the tanks of a 20-year-old tanker that was insured through a shell company in the UAE and registered in a West African country that charges $800 a year for a flag. The Halsey had been pulled from the Lincoln's escort screen to run this intercept. For 28 hours, the carrier strike group operated with one fewer Arleigh Burke-class destroyer in its defensive ring. Each of those destroyers carries 96 vertical launch cells loaded with a mix of SM-2, SM-6, and Tomahawk missiles worth a combined $250 million. Every hour a destroyer spends chasing an oil tanker is an hour its missile cells are not defending the carrier. Iran did not need to sink the Lincoln. It just needed to keep peeling away her escorts. Back in the Strait of Hormuz, the IRGC had resumed gunboat attacks on commercial shipping. On April 24, two fast attack craft opened fire on a Greek-flagged LNG carrier 18 nautical miles northeast of Oman's Musandam Peninsula. The attack lasted 4 minutes. 68 rounds of 12.7mm ammunition struck the vessel's superstructure. No crew injured.
No cargo breach.
The LNG carrier was carrying approximately $45 million worth of liquefied natural gas bound for South Korea. She diverted to Fujairah and announced she would not re-enter the strait until further notice. On April 25, 3 more IRGC boats approached a Singaporean-flagged container ship and fired rocket-propelled grenades at her bow. One RPG struck the foredeck crane. The ship diverted to Muscat. In 48 hours, the IRGC had effectively shut down commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz for the second time in 2 weeks. Total cost of the two attacks, including ammunition and fuel for the gunboats, was probably less than $5,000. The economic impact, measured in delayed cargo, rerouted vessels, spiking insurance premiums, and the cascading effect on global energy markets, was measured in billions. War risk insurance premiums for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz had reached 3% of hull value. For a VLCC worth $120 million, that is a $3.6 million surcharge for a single transit. Before February 28, the premium was 0.05%, roughly $60,000. A 6,000% increase. Every additional IRGC gunboat attack pushed the premium higher. Every premium increase made shipping companies less willing to transit. Every ship that refused to transit tightened the global oil supply. Every tightened barrel pushed Brent crude higher. And every dollar added to the price of Brent crude hurt the American consumer and helped every oil-producing nation on earth except Iran, which could not sell its oil because the US Navy was sitting on its doorstep. Iran was losing $128 million a day, but it was costing the global economy roughly $1.4 billion a day in disrupted trade. The ratio was brutal. For every dollar Iran lost, the world lost 11. On April 26 at 0600 local time, everything converged. The Bunker Hill finished processing the Arvand and released her crew to an Omani Coast Guard cutter for repatriation. The PLCs were transferred to a Navy logistics vessel for forensic analysis. 14 miles north, 2 IRGC Hodong boats emerged from Jask Harbor at full speed. The Bunker Hill's radar picked them up at 12 nautical miles. Her fire control system designated them as tracks. Her captain requested weapons free.
Fifth Fleet denied.
The boats turned east after 6 minutes and returned to port. 60 miles south, the Halsey was still escorting the seized Reem 1 toward a holding area off Duqm, Oman. Her absence left a 200 nautical mile gap in the Lincoln's eastern screen. In that gap, a Maritime Patrol P-8A Poseidon aircraft identified 3 unidentified tankers running without transponders. It photographed them. It broadcast warnings. All 3 continued south toward the Indian Ocean. The P-8 did not have the authority or the means to stop them. There were no surface combatants available. 3 tankers. Unknown cargo.
Unknown destination.
Unknown value.
Gone.
At the Pentagon, the daily blockade assessment briefing ran 90 minutes over schedule. The slide that got the most attention showed a simple graph. On the left axis, the number of vessels interdicted per day. On the right axis, the number of Navy operational hours required per interdiction.
The first line was flat.
The second line was climbing. The blockade was maintaining its interdiction rate, but the cost of each interdiction was increasing by roughly 11% per day as Iran flooded the zone with more vessels, more decoys, and more fast attack boats that demanded attention without ever firing a shot. A blockade works until the cost of enforcing it exceeds the cost of what it prevents. Iran understood this. Every $10,000 speedboat that forced an Aegis cruiser to turn its radar north was a victory. Every chartered rust bucket that absorbed a boarding team for 6 hours was a victory. Every RPG round that hit a container ship's crane and caused a $3.6 million insurance premium was a victory. The United States had 14 warships worth a combined $22 billion enforcing a blockade against a country whose entire annual defense budget was $6.8 billion. Iran was paying charter fees and RPG ammunition. America was paying carrier strike group operating costs that run approximately $6.5 million per day for the air wing alone. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 miles wide. The navigable channels are 2 miles each. Iran's coastline runs 1,700 kilometers along the northern shore.
You can blockade a port. You can blockade a channel.
You cannot blockade a coastline that long without the kind of fleet the United States has not had since 1945. And Iran knew the exact number of ships the US Navy had. It was public information. The Congressional Research Service publishes it every quarter. Iran did not need to defeat the blockade. It needed the blockade to cost more than it was worth. Day 14, and the numbers were starting to agree. On the evening of April 26, Brent crude closed at $124.30 a barrel, the highest price since 2022. The average price of gasoline in the United States hit $4.87 a gallon. A CBS News poll released the same day showed 71% of Americans disapproved of the administration's handling of the conflict. Iran's oil exports remained at near zero. The Arvin sat impounded off Oman with $240,000 worth of electronics in a Navy evidence locker. 3 unidentified tankers were somewhere in the Indian Ocean, unboarded, uninspected, and unaccounted for. The US Navy dropped a $324,000 torpedo in front of an $11 million cargo ship to seize $250,000 in electronics, while 3 tankers worth potentially hundreds of millions sailed past unchallenged. Iran called it an act of piracy. The Pentagon called it enforcement of international sanctions. The insurance market called it a 6,000% premium increase. The American consumer called it $4.87 a gallon and wondered what any of it had to do with them. It turns out a blockade is not a wall. It is a budget, and someone eventually runs out first. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how Iran's shadow fleet moves millions of barrels of oil using spoofed transponders and landlocked flags. Bye for now. At 5:41 local time, a single radar return blinks on the portside scope aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln and vanishes before the operator can tag it. Then it comes back. Then 6 more appear behind it, fanning out across the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz like fingers spreading across a table. By the time the Surface Warfare Coordinator opens his mouth, the count is already at 14 and climbing. The words come flat and quick. Multiple fast surface contacts bearing 086 through 110. Range 9 nautical miles. Closing. Nobody aboard the Lincoln needs that sentence explained.
Not in this water. Not at this hour.
The Strait of Hormuz is 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point. The shipping lanes are tighter. The navigable depth for a Nimitz-class carrier tighter still. 100,000 tons of American warship threading a keyhole, while the Iranian coastline sits close enough on both sides to watch it happen with binoculars. This is where geography becomes a weapon, and the Iranians have been studying that weapon for 40 years. On the bridge, the captain shifts his gaze from open water to the repeater display. The carrier holds course. 2 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers ride escort, one forward to starboard, one slightly aft to port. Each one displaces roughly 9,200 tons and carries enough firepower to dismantle a small navy. Together they form a moving wall around the carrier, sensors pulling in more data per second than any human eye could process in an hour. From the flight deck, the morning still looks calm. Blue water, low sun, shadows stretching across parked Super Hornets. But the calm is a photograph from 3 minutes ago. The situation underneath it has already changed. Inside the Combat Information Center, the contact picture builds with the kind of speed that empties stomachs.
18 tracks, 22, 27.
Then the number that locks the room into a different posture entirely. 30 confirmed fast surface contacts. Multiple attack profiles. No commercial lane adherence.
No separation. No drift pattern.
These boats are not fishing and they are not lost. They are forming into 3 distinct clusters, each one using speed and geometry like components of the same machine. One cluster pushes wide toward the starboard flank. Another slides low off the port quarter. The third group drives straight up the centerline, not aimed at the escorts but at the water the carrier itself is about to occupy. The message is not subtle. They are not trying to harass. They are trying to saturate. An Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps fast attack craft costs somewhere between $50,000 and $200,000 depending on the variant. The USS Abraham Lincoln cost $4.5 billion. 30 of those boats together represent maybe $6 million in total hardware, the price of a single jet engine on one of the aircraft chained to the flight deck above. And right now, that $6 million is trying to take a $4.5 billion airfield off the board. On the starboard catwalk, a bosun's mate watches through binoculars. 30 seconds ago he could only see wakes. Now he can make out hull shapes, low profiles, open tops, men packed tight in each boat, spray exploding over their bows as they hammer through the morning chop. They are not slowing down. 5:44 local time. Range drops below 7 nautical miles. In CIC, a petty officer begins tagging threat priorities based on speed, heading, and spacing. Some boats ride bow high, light, and fast. Others sit heavier in the water with more men aboard and more bulk lashed to their decks. One contact yaws across a wave and the electro-optical camera catches a shape under a tarp near the bow. Long, tubular, angled forward. Not enough for a positive identification. Enough to log and remember. The first radio hail goes out from the starboard destroyer. Unidentified Iranian small craft. This is United States Navy warship operating in international waters. Alter course immediately and maintain safe distance. English first, then Farsi.
No response. A second hail. Nothing. A third.
The boats keep closing. The silence is its own kind of answer. 3 nautical miles to the northeast, a commercial tanker loaded with 2 million barrels of crude oil moves through its assigned lane at 12 knots, oblivious or pretending to be. The entire global economy is threading the same needle as the carrier group, and the Iranians have chosen this morning to tie a knot in it. 5:46 local time. Lead elements cross inside 5 nautical miles. The destroyer off the starboard bow adjusts course just enough to make the movement visible from the water.
Not aggressive. Not hesitant. Deliberate.
Its Mark 45 5-inch gun mount trains left, a 62 caliber barrel capable of putting a guided round through a window at 15 nautical miles. Right now it is pointed at boats close enough to hit with a baseball. A Seahawk helicopter lifts from the aft escort, nose dipping immediately toward the inbound contacts. In CIC, every track now carries a number and every number carries a priority. The captain speaks for the first time.
Set armed response stations. Hold course.
Nobody fires unless they cross the line. No one asks where the line is. They already know. The swarm keeps closing. 3 clusters, 30 hulls, all converging on one of the largest warships on Earth. And from the flight deck, the men watching can now see clearly enough to understand what this is.
Not a provocation. Not a test.
This is the opening move. 5:47 local time. What the swarm does not know, what the men in those boats hammering across the chop cannot see from water level, is that the Abraham Lincoln's air wing began repositioning 90 seconds ago. 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets, already airborne on a routine combat air patrol 40 nautical miles to the south, have turned north and gone to full military power. At 1,190 miles per hour, they will be overhead in less than 2 minutes. And below the flight deck, in the carrier's tactical spaces, a second Seahawk is spinning up.
Not for search. For prosecution.
What Iran planned as an overwhelming numbers game is about to become a layered kill box with American platforms stacked from the waterline to 25,000 feet. The boats are already inside the geometry of their own destruction. They just do not know it yet.
The surface picture sharpens.
The 3 clusters are now separating into functional layers. Outer boats cross back and forth at the edge of the formation, complicating the radar picture with clutter and false vectors. Middle boats press toward the destroyers, forcing each escort to track multiple bearings simultaneously. The inner group, the dangerous group, keeps driving for the water immediately around the carrier. The Iranians have studied American doctrine. They know the escorts will not abandon the carrier to chase individual boats. They know the carrier will not make violent course changes in a restricted channel. They know that every second of indecision compresses the available water. Their plan is elegant. Overload the decision cycle. Force the Americans to choose between shooting early and looking like aggressors or shooting late and absorbing hits. Make the geometry so tight that any response creates a gap somewhere else. It is a genuinely brilliant piece of asymmetric thinking. It accounts for American firepower, American rules of engagement, American caution in a confined waterway. It accounts for everything except what happens when the Americans are not cautious at all. 5:49 local time. The Seahawk drops low and surges ahead of the escort screen. Rotor wash flattens the water beneath it as the nose camera feeds live imagery straight into CIC. 12 boats in the lead cluster. Multiple armed personnel visible. One boat with a mounted heavy machine gun. Another with what appears to be a rocket rack fixed near the bow. 2 more carrying extra fuel drums or ammunition cans lashed to their sterns. Then the report that shifts the room. Lead contact from port cluster has uncovered a launcher-shaped object. Repeat, launcher-shaped object. The port destroyer angles outward to widen the defensive arc. Its wake curls white behind it. The message is clear. You are not getting closer for free. 5:50 local time. Range to nearest contact drops to 1.8 nautical miles. The details now are ugly and precise. Men crouched behind shield plates. Faces wrapped. Weapons slung. Hull slamming wave crests so violently that spray erupts over the bows and soaks everyone aboard. They are operating on the ragged edge of control, and that is exactly what makes them dangerous. A crew-served weapon does not need to be accurate when the target is the size of a shopping mall. The electronic warfare operator breaks silence from CIC. Short-duration radar sweep from starboard lead element.
Low power.
Could be fire control queuing.
Could be.
That word sits in the air for half a second. In Hormuz, half a second is a luxury. The captain gives the next order without raising his voice. Graduated response authorized. Warning line is crossed. 5:52 local time. A warning flare streaks from the starboard destroyer, arcing low across the haze and dropping ahead of the lead Iranian boat. Red light reflects off spray and steel.
Turn away now. The boat does not turn. It accelerates.
Two more surge alongside it, using the flare not as a deterrent but as a distance marker. They know exactly how close they are. They want to be closer. Then the first hostile act becomes unmistakable. A flash breaks from one boat in the starboard cluster. Small, sharp, low over the water. Something strikes the sea off the destroyer's bow and kicks up a narrow column of spray. That is not a warning shot. That is not a misunderstanding. Engage designated hostile contacts. The order moves through the formation like voltage through copper. On the destroyer's starboard wing, a gunner opens with a controlled burst from a mounted 50 caliber weapon.
Not spray fire.
A measured line stitched across the water ahead of the lead boat, then into the hull when it refuses to break. Rounds punch through fiberglass and aluminum.
The bow digs.
One engine detonates in a burst of gray smoke. The hull rolls hard to port and disappears behind its own spray. The Seahawk is already overhead. Its door gunner fires a tight burst across the next boat's bow. A tube-shaped launcher vanishes in splinters. The hull hooks violently left and nearly throws two men overboard. Somewhere in Tehran, someone just found out the difference between a war game and a war. 5:53 local time.
The swarm does not retreat. It splits.
Outer boats swing wide, forcing the escorts to choose between immediate threats and flanking runs. Inner boats push harder, gambling that speed and chaos can still crack the defensive ring. Then the first rocket launches. It comes from a boat masked in the middle layer, farther out than the others. The smoke trail is brief and unstable. The weapon skips above the waterline, passes wide of the destroyer, and detonates off the port side in a low orange blast that throws spray across empty ocean.
No hit.
But the rules of the engagement just changed permanently. 40,000 feet above the strait, the two Super Hornets arrive on station. From that altitude, the entire surface battle looks like a diagram. White wakes crisscrossing blue water, smoke columns rising from disabled hulls, the massive gray shape of the Lincoln pushing through the center of it all. The lead pilot checks in with the carrier's tactical controller. They are not here to drop ordnance on speedboats. They are here because of what might come next. The coastal anti-ship missile batteries embedded along the Iranian shoreline, the ones that have been warming up their radar for the last 4 minutes. What the Iranian boats were supposed to do was force the carrier to stop, to turn, to break formation. What they were supposed to create was a stationary target for the shore-based NOR anti-ship missiles waiting in their launchers 35 nautical miles to the north. Each NOR is a Chinese-derived C-802 variant carrying a 363-pound warhead at 680 miles per hour, skimming 20 feet above the waterline. Against a maneuvering carrier with full escort coverage and airborne early warning, the odds are long. Against a carrier that has stopped to deal with a swarm attack in a 21-mile wide channel, the math changes dramatically.
That was the plan.
The boats were the Matador's cape. The missiles were the sword. What Iran did not know was that an E-18G Growler, the Navy's electronic warfare aircraft, had been orbiting at 28,000 feet since before dawn. Its ALQ-99 jamming pods had mapped every Iranian radar emission along the coast for the last 90 minutes. The shore batteries were not hidden. They were catalogued, prioritized, and already assigned to a strike package that could execute in under 4 minutes. The sword was visible before the cape ever moved. 5:54 local time. 6 Iranian boats are now dead in the water, burning, broken, or rolling in their own debris. But the surviving boats begin to adapt. They stop charging in straight lines. They cross each other's wakes, use offset angles, try to overload visual tracking. One group feints toward the destroyers. Another cuts toward commercial traffic farther north, using civilian hulls as background clutter. The carrier strike group answers not with more firepower but with something worse.
Patience.
The escorts shift to sector engagement, each destroyer owning a quadrant, the Seahawk marking boats that still show closing intent. The Americans stop reacting boat by boat and start dismantling the swarm as a pattern.
6 o'clock local time.
The surviving Iranian boats are no longer one threat. They are fragments.
Some still press forward. Some hesitate.
Some are plainly looking for a way out that does not look like running. The early aggression is gone. What replaced it is doubt, and doubt is fatal in a close-range fight. A 5-boat cluster off the starboard quarter tries the smartest move of the morning. They exploit a seam between the carrier's wake and the forward destroyer's coverage arc, timing their run to coincide with 2 decoy boats feinting east. The Seahawk catches it instantly. The helicopter dives across the lead boat's bow, rotor wash blasting spray into the crew's faces.
They flinch.
That half-second flinch breaks their timing. The destroyer's guns open in the same heartbeat. The lead hull disintegrates. The second boat swerves into the wake turbulence and slams off a wave so hard a man is thrown against the weapon mount behind him. The third finds the carrier's security ring already closed. A burst walks across its engine block.
Smoke pours out. Speed dies.
The remaining 2 peel off. The formation ceases to exist in under 10 seconds. Iran spent 40 years developing swarm doctrine for this strait. The Americans unraveled it in 10 seconds of coordinated geometry.
6:04 local time.
One final cluster makes its run. 5 boats, tight-packed, driving for the gap between the carrier and the aft escort. It is the most dangerous attempt since the fight began. If a single hull penetrates the inner ring, the entire engagement calculus shifts. The Americans are waiting. The Seahawk pins the lead boat with optics. The aft escort slides left to narrow the corridor. The forward destroyer holds pressure on the outer contacts. Every American platform does a different piece of the same job at the same instant. The lead boat presses anyway. It gets closer than any hull has gotten all morning. Then the escort fires. A short burst tears into the bow. The hull lifts, stalls, and slaps back into white water. The second boat turns away immediately. The third overcorrects and slams sideways into the debris field. The last 2 never reach the line. 6:05 local time. CIC to bridge. Outer security ring re-established. That single sentence means the swarm has failed. More than half the Iranian boats are destroyed, disabled, or scattered beyond the zone that mattered. The carrier has not changed course.
Not once. The formation is intact. The flight deck is undamaged.
The shore-based missiles never launched because the Growler overhead made it clear that firing would mean losing the batteries, the radar, and every operator sitting behind them. $6 million worth of fast attack boats came for a $4.5 billion aircraft carrier and did not make it stop, turn, or blink. The entire Iranian operation cost less than the fuel the Lincoln burned during the engagement.
6:10 local time.
The surviving boats retreat.
Some limp, some race. None hold formation.
The water behind them is marked with fuel sheen, drifting wreckage, and the widening distance between what they planned to do and what actually happened. The Abraham Lincoln continues its transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
Still guarded, still alert.
Still pulling data from every sensor in the formation. Off the starboard side, smoke from a disabled Iranian hull flattens in the rising heat and begins to dissolve into morning haze. Ahead, the water opens just enough to breathe. The swarm came in fast, loud, and committed. The American response came back slower, quieter, and absolute. 30 boats learned something in the Strait of Hormuz that morning.
Speed is a tactic. Discipline is a system. And a system does not flinch.
If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on what happens when Iran's shore-based missiles actually launch against a carrier strike group.
Bye for now.
The aircraft carrier was already bleeding speed. Not because anything had hit it. Not because a system had failed. But because the officer of the deck aboard the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower had seen something on the surface search radar that made him reach for the engine order telegraph before anyone in the Combat Direction Center said a word.
A wall of contacts.
Small, fast, multiplying, pouring out of the Iranian coastline like sparks kicked from a fire. He rang up full ahead on both shafts and turned the carrier southeast, opening distance from the Strait of Hormuz at 30 knots while the rest of the strike group was still figuring out what it was looking at. That instinct, that 2-second decision before doctrine even kicked in, bought the United States Navy an extra 4 nautical miles of breathing room. Later, in the after-action reconstruction, analysts would calculate that those 4 miles translated into roughly 5 minutes and 20 seconds of additional engagement time. 5 minutes that changed the math of the entire fight. But we are getting ahead of the story. This scenario is fiction. The date is invented. The crew does not exist. But the ships are real. The aircraft are real. The weapons costs are pulled directly from the Department of Defense fiscal year 2024 budget justification documents and publicly available Navy procurement records. The Iranian tactics are reconstructed from IRGC Naval Forces exercises observed and documented by U.S. Central Command between 2015 and 2024. The American defensive doctrine follows composite warfare commander procedures described in Joint Publication 3-32 and the cooperative engagement capability architecture as publicly understood. None of this is a prediction. All of it is a mechanical test of what happens when two very different military philosophies collide at 45 knots in the narrowest choke point on Earth. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 miles wide at its narrowest. The navigable shipping lanes are considerably narrower, 2 inbound and 2 outbound corridors separated by a 2-mile buffer zone, and every single day roughly 21 million barrels of oil pass through them on tankers the size of city blocks. The Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group is transiting westbound through this corridor, which means it is threading a needle while simultaneously serving as the largest military target within 1,000 miles. The carrier sits 47 nautical miles south-southeast of Bandar Abbas, Iran's largest naval installation, which is close enough that an IRGC fast attack boat launched from the port could theoretically reach the carrier in under an hour at sprint speed. The Iranians know this. They have known it for decades. And they have spent those decades building a strategy around it. The strategy is not complicated. It does not need to be. Along 130 miles of Iranian coastline between Bandar Abbas and the port of Jask, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy maintains a distributed network of small boat facilities. Some are warehouses. Some are cave complexes carved into coastal rock. Some are nothing more than gravel ramps behind fishing villages where boats can be dragged to the waterline on wooden skids. The facilities are deliberately dispersed, deliberately low profile, and deliberately impossible to destroy in a single preemptive strike without turning 130 miles of foreign coastline into rubble, which would constitute an act of war on a scale no American president has authorized since 1945. Inside these facilities sit the boats. Boghammers, mostly. The Boghammer is a 43-foot fiberglass speedboat originally designed in Sweden for coastal patrol. Iran bought hundreds of them in the 1980s for roughly $100,000 apiece and has since supplemented the fleet with domestically produced copies and commercially sourced fishing hulls modified for military use. Each boat can carry a crew of 4 to 6, a 107mm multiple rocket launcher bolted to the foredeck, and a heavy machine gun mounted on a stern pedestal. The rocket launchers fire unguided projectiles effective to roughly 3,000 meters against a ship-sized target. The machine guns are useful at closer range for suppression and harassment. Total cost per offensive boat, approximately $140,000. Some of the boats, however, carry something more dangerous. The C-802, a Chinese-designed anti-ship cruise missile that Iran has license-produced under the name Noor since the late 1990s. The C-802 weighs approximately 1,500 pounds, flies at 550 miles per hour just 15 feet above the waterline in its terminal phase, and carries a 363-pound semi-armor-piercing warhead capable of penetrating the hull of a warship. Its effective range is roughly 75 miles, but when launched from a small boat bouncing through swells, the practical engagement range drops to about 20 nautical miles. Each missile costs Iran approximately $120,000. The launcher rail and fire control system add another $80,000 to the boat carrying it. The C-802 boats look identical to the rocket boats from the outside.
Same hull, same paint,
same rooster tail at speed. The only difference is an extra 1,200 pounds of missile and rail that sits the hull 4 inches deeper in the water. This is the entire plan. Launch 70 boats from multiple points along the coast. Absorb losses. Get the C-802 carriers within 20 miles of the carrier. Fire. Even if only one missile reaches the target, it will not sink the Eisenhower. A single C-802 hit will kill sailors, start fires, damage flight deck operations, and produce footage that will dominate global news coverage for weeks. The strategic value of that footage to Tehran exceeds the strategic value of the carrier itself to Washington. That is the logic. That is what $14 million buys.
Now the clock starts.
0706 local time. The first 11 contacts separate from the coastline near Jask at 38 knots, heading south-southwest in a loose wedge formation. The tactical action officer in the Eisenhower's Combat Direction Center has been staring at a green waterfall display for 6 hours, sorting commercial traffic from noise. He has memorized the rhythm of the strait. Tankers move at 12 knots. Fishing dhows putter at 8. Water taxis hug the coast at 15 and weave between anchorages. Nothing moves at 38 knots in formation unless it means to kill something. He keys his headset and speaks. The word is 2 syllables that rearrange the entire strike group.
Hostile fast inbound.
The phrase travels across the Link 16 tactical data network in 1.4 seconds. Every ship, every aircraft, every submarine in the strike group receives it simultaneously.
23 warships, 44 aircraft, 2 submarines.
All of them now oriented toward the same problem. 4 seconds later, a second cluster appears. 19 contacts launching from a cove near the fishing village of Sirik, 22 nautical miles east of the first group.
Same speed.
Same formation geometry.
Same heading.
The tactical action officer does not wait for a third group. He has studied this playbook in classified intelligence summaries that read like scripts for exactly this moment. He picks up the red handset, the one that connects directly to flagplot, and speaks to the strike group commander, a one-star rear admiral standing over a plotting table one deck above.
6 words.
Recommend weapons free on fast movers. The admiral authorizes in 4 seconds. He does not hesitate because hesitation in the Strait of Hormuz is measured in dead sailors. The weapons-free authority cascades down the network to every shooter in the group. The first American response is already in the air. 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets launched from catapults 1 and 2 before the second cluster even appeared, part of the standing combat air patrol that the Eisenhower maintains whenever transiting the strait. Each Super Hornet costs $66.9 million, carries 4 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles on underwing pylons, and mounts a 20mm M61A2 Vulcan cannon with 578 rounds. They are currently at 24,000 feet, 31 nautical miles west of the JAS cluster, descending at 480 knots with targeting data already painted on their multifunction displays. The lead pilot sees 11 orange diamonds on his screen, migrating south. He rolls the jet, pushes the nose down, and arms the first Hellfire. The AGM-114 R Romeo variant weighs 108 pounds, travels at 950 miles per hour, and rides a semi-active laser designator to a spot of light the size of a coffee saucer. Its shaped charge warhead was engineered to defeat the top armor of a main battle tank. Against a fiberglass hull with no armor at all, the warhead will pass through the boat entirely, detonate beneath the waterline, and snap the keel in half. The pilot designates the lead boghammer, fires, and the missile drops from the pylon, ignites, and covers the 6-mile slant range in 23 seconds. The lead boat comes apart at the midline. The bow kicks upward. The stern rolls to starboard. The 107mm rocket launcher, still loaded, tumbles end over end into the water and sinks. The remaining 10 boats do not slow down. This is the part that surprises people who have never studied IRGC doctrine. The boats accelerate.
They spread wider. They push harder.
Because the entire strategy prices in losses at 40%. The plan assumes that nearly half the boats will die before they reach weapons range. The plan depends on the surviving 60% arriving together, from multiple angles, faster than the defense can cycle through targets. The pilot fires again.
And again.
Each Hellfire erases a boat. 11 becomes 8 in 50 seconds. But 8 boats are still moving south at 40 knots, and the pilot has 1 Hellfire left. Then the third cluster appears.
40 contacts.
Launching from multiple points along a 15-mile stretch of coastline between Kesham Island and the Clarence Strait.
This is the main body.
The first 2 groups were screening elements, designed to draw air cover north and create a corridor for the primary swarm to sprint south toward the carrier. The tactical picture aboard the Eisenhower now shows 67 hostile contacts on 3 different headings, all converging on the carrier's position. The Combat Direction Center is loud with clipped voices and the synthetic chirp of targeting alerts. The Composite Warfare Commander, the captain responsible for integrating all defensive layers, stands at the center console and makes 3 decisions in rapid sequence. First, he orders the guided missile cruiser USS San Jacinto to advance north on the threat axis and serve as the outer barrier. Second, he directs the destroyers USS Mason and USS Nitsa to spread into a 7-mile picket line between the cruiser and the carrier. Third, he launches 4 helicopters from the Eisenhower's flight deck, 2 MH-60 are Romeo Seahawks armed with Hellfires to handle the northern clusters, and 2 MH-60S Sierra Seahawks with GU 21.50 caliber door guns to engage the main swarm at close range. The choreography is precise. It has been rehearsed in exercises off the coast of San Diego, in war games at the Naval War College, and in classified simulations run on computers that model this exact scenario down to the wave height. But rehearsal and reality are separated by one variable that no simulation fully captures.
The submarine.
34 nautical miles north-northwest of the Eisenhower, at a depth of 280 feet beneath the thermal layer that separates warm surface water from the cold deep, the USS Virginia sits at 8 knots with her sonar arrays deployed. SSN 774 is a Virginia-class fast-attack submarine. She cost $3.4 billion to build. Her BQQ-10 sonar suite can track surface contacts by their propeller cavitation signatures at ranges exceeding 40 nautical miles in the acoustic conditions of the Persian Gulf, which are poor by open ocean standards but more than sufficient for this. The Virginia's sonar operators have been listening to the swarm since before it launched. They heard the warehouse doors open. They heard the boat engines cough to life. They heard each hull slide down the gravel ramp and hit the water. They have tracked every boat in every cluster from the moment of launch. And they have noticed something. 6 of the 40 boats in the main body sound different. Not dramatically different. Not the way a diesel engine sounds different from a gas turbine. The difference is subtle. a slightly lower frequency in the cavitation pattern, a marginally deeper draft causing the propeller to bite the water at a different angle. The difference is 1,200 pounds of C-802 missile and launch rail pressing the hull 4 inches deeper into the Gulf. The Virginia's commanding officer reviews the acoustic classification, confirms it against the known signature library, and orders a burst transmission to the strike group over the extremely low frequency uplink. The transmission lasts 0.8 seconds. It contains the precise coordinates and track data for all 6 C-802 boats, tagged and sorted from the 34 conventional boats surrounding them. The data arrives on every Aegis display in the strike group as 6 red diamonds embedded within a field of orange. Every ship, every aircraft, every weapons officer in the group now knows which boats carry the ship killers and which boats are decoys. The swarm does not know it has been sorted. The formation commander, an IRGC Navy captain riding in the lead boat of the second column with 15 years of service and 4 major exercises behind him, believes his greatest advantage is still intact. He believes the Americans cannot distinguish C-802 carriers from rocket boats on radar. He believes the swarm's purpose, to force the Americans to engage all 40 boats equally, spreading their finite ammunition across the entire formation, is still functioning. He believes the C-802 boats, distributed 2 per outer column and none in the center, are hidden. His entire strategy rests on this belief the way a bridge rests on its center pylon. The pylon was removed 0.8 seconds ago, 280 feet underwater, by a submarine he cannot see, cannot hear, and does not know is there. Meanwhile, the fight is accelerating. The 2 Super Hornets over the northern strait have expended all 8 Hellfires between them and destroyed 8 boats from the Jask and Sirik clusters. The surviving boats from those groups, 5 from Jask and 13 from Sirik, are still pushing south, but they are 71 and 49 nautical miles from the carrier respectively. They are secondary threats now. The pilots climb to altitude, rendezvous with a KC-130 tanker orbiting 80 miles to the south, take on fuel, and reconfigure for ground attack with joint direct attack munitions. The JDM, a GPS-guided 500-pound bomb that costs $25,000 per unit and hits within 16 feet of its program coordinates, was designed to destroy hardened bunkers. Against a fiberglass speedboat, the overpressure from a near miss is lethal at 40 meters. A direct hit is a redundancy. The MH-60 R Romeo Seahawks arrive over the northern cluster at 0724 local time. The 5 surviving Jask boats are too far from the carrier to threaten anyone, but the Romeo crews engage them anyway because a boat that turns around today can launch again tomorrow.
4 Hellfires, 4 kills.
The 5th boat heels hard to port and runs for the coastline at full throttle, trailing a wake of white foam toward Iranian territorial waters. Nobody chases it. The fuel cost of pursuit exceeds the threat value of the target. The Sirik group fares no better. The rearmed Super Hornets descend to 15,000 feet and begin dropping dams. Each bomb falls for 28 seconds and detonates in a column of white water and gray smoke that rises 150 feet. 2 boats running 90 meters apart vanish inside the same blast pattern.
19 becomes 13 becomes 9.
The 9 survivors break west, trying to merge with the main swarm, but the main swarm has problems of its own. 0719 local time. 13 minutes since first launch. The 2 MH-60S Sierra Seahawks arrive over the eastern flank of the main body. They fly at 200 feet, below the effective engagement ceiling of any man-portable air defense system the boats might carry, and the door gunners open fire with the GAU-21. The .50 caliber machine gun fires 1,100 rounds per minute.
Each round costs $4.
The sound is industrial, rhythmic, nothing like the movies. The gunner in Sierra 1 rakes the nearest boghammer from stern to bow in a 3-second burst.
55 rounds.
The fiberglass hull shatters the way a ceramic pot shatters when dropped on concrete. The boat folds inward at the midpoint, swamps, and disappears in 8 seconds. Cost of engagement, $220. Against a $140,000 boat. For once in this entire engagement, the math favors the Americans. The door gunners shift targets. 5 boats destroyed from the eastern flank in 4 minutes. None of them C-802 carriers, because the C-802 boats were positioned on the outer columns and the eastern flank was the inner edge of the formation. The IRGC captain's positioning saved his missile boats from the helicopters. He does not know this. He only knows he is losing boats and the eastern columns are being shredded. He orders the 2 eastern columns to break formation and scatter into individual tracks. Each boat steering independently toward the carrier's last known position at maximum speed.
This is the contingency plan.
Coordinated columns become 34 individual targets weaving through 3-foot swells on independent headings. The scatter makes the door gunner's job harder because each target requires a new approach angle and the helicopters burn time repositioning between kills. It also makes the boat slower, because hard evasive turns at 40 knots bleed energy, and every second spent turning is a second not spent closing. But the scatter also does something the IRGC captain did not intend. It makes the 6C-802 boats easier to isolate. In a tight formation, the red diamonds on the Aegis display were embedded within a cluster of orange. In a scatter, the red diamonds are individuals, each one trackable on its own heading with its own speed, separable from the surrounding clutter with digital precision. Aboard the Mason, the weapons officer watches this happen in real time on his Aegis display. He has 12 RIM 162 Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles loaded in the forward Mark 41 vertical launch system cells, pre-assigned to the 6 red diamonds at 2 missiles per target. The ESSM costs $1.1 million per round. It travels at Mach 4, which is 3,040 miles per hour. It was designed to intercept supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles at ranges up to 31 nautical miles. Using it against a fiberglass speedboat moving at 45 knots is a disproportion so vast that it borders on comedy, except the punchline is a C-802 warhead hitting a ship with 5,000 people aboard. 2 missiles per target. The doctrine requires a probability of kill above 97% against a confirmed anti-ship cruise missile platform. 1 ESSM per boat gets you to 92%. 2 gets you to 99.7%. The difference between 1 and 2 is $1.1 million. The difference between 92% and 99.7% is whether a C-802 launches or doesn't. The Navy buys the extra 0.3% every single time, because the alternative is explaining to a congressional committee why a $120,000 missile hit a $12.9 billion aircraft carrier because someone wanted to save $1.1 million. 0727 local time. 21 minutes since first launch. The 6C-802 boats are 24 nautical miles from the Eisenhower's estimated position and closing at 48 knots. They have broken away from the conventional boats and are sprinting south in a final dash toward launch range. The formation commander gave the order 90 seconds ago.
Sprint south.
Ignore everything. Maximum speed. Fire when in range. They need to close 4 more nautical miles. At 48 knots, that is 5 minutes and 35 seconds. They will not get 5 minutes. The Mason's weapons officer presses the firing key. 2 ESSMs erupt from the forward cells in a 1.5-second ripple.
Then 2 more. Then 2 more. Then 2 more. Then 2 more. Then 2 more.
12 missiles in 9 seconds. Each climbs to 3,000 feet, tips over, ignites its sustainer motor, and accelerates to Mach 4 in 6 seconds. 12 white smoke trails arc across the morning sky in a pattern that looks almost decorative from a distance, like contrails drawn by an air show team that has decided symmetry is overrated. The first ESSM reaches its target in 22 seconds. The Boghammer carrying a C-802 on its port rail is struck amidships by a 60-pound blast fragmentation warhead moving at 3,040 miles per hour. The boat does not sink. The concept of sinking requires enough structural integrity to go beneath the surface as a recognizable object. This boat becomes a radius of debris. The C-802 on its rail is reduced to 9,000 fragments of aluminum, propellant, and guidance electronics scattered across 400 meters of ocean. 4 seconds later, the second C-802 boat dies.
Then the third. Then the fourth. 11 seconds. 4 missile boats erased.
The fifth C-802 boat is 19.8 nautical miles from the Eisenhower, just inside firing range. Its crew has had 4 seconds of awareness since the first ESSM detonation, for seconds in which they have watched boats exploding around them and understood with absolute clarity what is about to happen to them. In those 4 seconds, the boat's weapons operator does the only thing he can do. He fires the C-802. The missile launches from its rail with a solid fuel booster kick, transitions to turbojet sustainer, and begins its sea-skimming approach at 550 miles per hour, 15 feet above the water. It carries 363 pounds of semi-armor-piercing warhead on a trajectory aimed at the largest radar return in the Strait of Hormuz. The ESSM assigned to this boat arrives 1.1 seconds after the C-802 clears the rail.
The boat disintegrates. The crew is gone.
But the missile is already flying. The 6th C-802 boat never fires. 2 ESSMs hit it simultaneously from converging angles, and the combined kinetic energy of 2 warheads arriving at Mach 4 flips what remains of the hull 40 feet into the air in a cartwheel of fiberglass and seawater. 1 C-802 is airborne. 9 nautical miles south, aboard the San Jacinto, the Ticonderoga-class cruiser's Spy-1B radar, a 12,000-element phased array that cost more than most countries' entire naval budgets, acquires the C-802 at 16 nautical miles. The Aegis combat system classifies it as a sea-skimming anti-ship cruise missile and initiates automatic engagement protocol without requesting human authorization. At 550 miles per hour and 15 feet of altitude, the engagement timeline from detection to impact is approximately 105 seconds. A human being requires 2 to 4 seconds to process a radar display, evaluate a threat, and authorize weapons release. The system was designed to remove those seconds from the equation, because in this scenario those seconds are the difference between interception and impact. 2 2 Block IB missiles launch from the San Jacinto's forward cells. Each costs $2.1 million. Each travels at Mach 3.5, which is 2,660 miles per hour. The first SM-2 intercepts the C-802 at 8 nautical miles from the cruiser, 11 nautical miles from the carrier. The intercept produces a white flash against the gray water, followed by a secondary detonation as the C-802's warhead cooks off sympathetically. Debris scatters across 600 meters of ocean surface. The second SM-2, already in flight and unable to reacquire a target that no longer exists, self-destructs at altitude. $2.1 million converted to shrapnel and scattered into empty air because a $120,000 missile got off its rail 1.1 seconds before the boat beneath it ceased to exist. That is the margin. 1.1 seconds. The distance between a clean engagement and a crisis that would have consumed every news cycle on the planet for a month. 0731 local time. 25 minutes since first launch. All 6 C-802 platforms are destroyed. The one missile that launched has been intercepted. The carrier has not been touched. But 23 conventional boats are still in the water, still heading south, still carrying unguided rockets and heavy machine guns. They cannot threaten the carrier from 20 miles out. They need to close to 1.8 miles for their rockets to have any realistic chance of hitting a ship-sized target. And the strike group has just demonstrated, comprehensively and expensively, what happens to small boats that try to close distance in the Strait of Hormuz. The boats keep coming anyway. The IRGC does not design its doctrine around survival. It designs around commitment. Every boat crew knows the probability. Every crew launched anyway. The strategic calculus is not about whether individual boats survive. It is about whether the aggregate pressure forces the US Navy to expend resources, reveal capabilities, and reconsider the cost of maintaining a carrier in the strait. The MH-60S door gunners continue working through the scattered formation. Each engagement takes between 3 and 8 seconds. Each burst costs between $200 and $500 in ammunition. The asymmetry is almost absurd. The most expensive component of each helicopter engagement is the fuel-burned repositioning between targets. The Super Hornets, now on their second weapons loadout, drop remaining dams on clusters of 2 and 3 boats that have inadvertently reconverged while fleeing the helicopters. The destroyers Mason and Nitsa, cleared to engage the conventional boats now that the C-802 threat is eliminated, fire RIM-116 rolling airframe missiles from their 21-cell launchers. Each ram costs $990,000. The ram was designed to kill incoming cruise missiles at close range. Using it against a speedboat is a decision made not because it is the right tool but because it is the available tool, and available beats optimal when boats are still closing at 40 knots. By 0733, the swarm is down to 14. By 0735, 7. The 7 survivors turn north and scatter toward the Iranian coastline at maximum speed. 2 are trailing smoke. 1 is listing so badly its port gunwale is cutting the water. None are pursued past the 12 nautical mile territorial limit, because crossing that line transforms a defensive engagement into an invasion, and nobody in the strike group has the authority to start a war over 7 fiberglass boats. 0735 local time. The engagement is over. 29 minutes since the first boats launched from Jask. 9 minutes since the Mason's weapons officer pressed the key that initiated the active kill chain. The ledger reads like this. 12 ESSM missiles expended. 2 2 Block IB missiles expended. 14 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles expended. 6 Joint Direct Attack munitions dropped. 8 RIM-116 rolling airframe missiles fired. Approximately 3,400 rounds of .50 caliber ammunition discharged from helicopter door guns. Total ordnance cost, $38.2 million. Total operational cost when calculated at the Navy's full mission cost accounting rate, including flight hours, fuel consumption, maintenance wear on airframes and engines, and the prorated cost of the submarine's patrol cycle, $218 million. Iranian material losses, 63 boats destroyed or disabled out of 70 launched. 6 C-802 missiles lost, 5 on their boats, 1 in flight. Estimated total value of destroyed Iranian assets, $8.82 million. The spending ratio is 24.7 to 1. For every dollar Iran lost, the United States spent nearly 25. And this is the scenario where America wins cleanly. No casualties, no hits, no CNN footage of smoke rising from a flight deck. The defense worked exactly as designed. Every system performed within its parameters. Every operator followed doctrine. The submarine identified the threat. The Aegis system killed the missile. The carrier never stopped launching aircraft. The system worked, and it cost $218 million to prove it against an attack that cost less than a mid-size commercial building. The formation commander's boat is among the 7 that escaped. He reaches the coastline near Jask with a half-empty fuel tank, a handheld radio, and the knowledge that 63 of his 70 boats are gone. His 25-year doctrine was dismantled in 9 minutes by a submarine he never detected, sonar technology he didn't know could differentiate his hulls by draft depth, and a data network that distributed that knowledge to every shooter in the strike group faster than his radio operator could change frequencies. But he also knows something else. The C-802 launched. 4:22 seconds, a $120,000 anti-ship cruise missile was in the air, aimed at an American aircraft carrier, and every radar operator in the Persian Gulf held their breath until the SM-2 killed it at 8 nautical miles.
22 seconds.
And during those 22 seconds, the Eisenhower's automated defense systems operated on the assumption that the missile might not be intercepted, because that is what the systems are designed to assume, and every contingency in the damage control manual was activated. Fire teams stood at their stations.
Blast doors closed.
The flight deck was cleared. 5,000 sailors braced for an impact that never came but very nearly did. 22 seconds of leverage. That is what $14 million bought. Iran will run this exercise again.
The boats will be rebuilt.
The doctrine will be revised. Perhaps the next iteration uses 90 boats instead of 70. Perhaps the C-802 is replaced by a newer variant with a longer range that allows launch from 30 nautical miles instead of 20, pushing the engagement window beyond the comfortable intercept envelope. Perhaps the boats launch at night, when door gunners lose their visual advantage and the helicopters become more reliant on forward-looking infrared pods that struggle to differentiate boat wakes from wave crests. Perhaps the next swarm includes 3 boats carrying naval mines instead of missiles, boats that don't need to reach the carrier at all, only the shipping lane in front of it. The US Navy will run this exercise again too. The ammunition expenditure will be reviewed. The cost ratios will be briefed to committees. Someone will ask whether a directed energy weapon, a laser system that costs pennies per shot instead of $1.1 million per missile, could have engaged the conventional boats and saved the SSMs for the C-802 carriers. Someone else will ask why the submarine's acoustic sorting capability isn't integrated into every surface ship's sonar suite. A third person will point out that the entire engagement depended on the Virginia being in the right place at the right time with the right acoustic conditions, and ask what happens when it isn't. No one will have a complete answer. Everyone will keep spending. The Eisenhower resumes its westbound transit at 16 knots. The flight deck crew chains down the returning Seahawks. The fuel chief calculates the day's consumption and files a report that no one outside the engineering department will read. In the Combat Direction Center, a petty officer updates the composite warfare commander log with a single entry. Swarm engagement complete. 0 friendly casualties. 63 hostile destroyed. 1 ASCM intercept. The log does not record the cost. It never does. The cost lives in a different spreadsheet, managed by different people in a different building on a different continent, and by the time those people read the numbers, the Eisenhower will have cleared the strait and the fuel chief will have filed another report and the strait will be exactly as narrow as it was before, with exactly as much oil passing through it, and exactly the same question hanging over every tanker and every warship and every fiberglass speedboat sitting in a warehouse on
the Iranian coast.
How many boats does it take to make a superpower spend itself into exhaustion? And how many missiles does a superpower need to keep proving the boats aren't enough? The strait doesn't answer. It just sits there, 21 miles wide, waiting for the next time someone decides to find out. The aircraft carrier was already under threat before anyone aboard knew it. Somewhere along the Yemeni coastline, buried in a network of wadis and mobile platforms that had been rehearsing this moment for weeks, a launch sequence was entering its final authorization.
Not a test, not a drill.
Not another propaganda video with painted warheads and chanting crowds. This was a coordinated strike package aimed at the largest warship in the United States' 5th Fleet operating area, and the people behind it believed they had solved the one problem that had defeated every previous attempt. They believed they had found a way to overwhelm the screen. USS Abraham Lincoln was 17 hours into a scheduled transit of the Strait of Hormuz when the morning of the attack began like every other morning in that part of the world. Hot, hazy, and dense with traffic. The strait is not a wide ocean passage. It is a compressed corridor where supertankers, container ships, fishing dhows, naval escorts, and surveillance aircraft all share roughly the same 40 miles of navigable water. Radar returns in Hormuz do not come in clean. They come in thick, layered, contradictory, full of commercial clutter and environmental noise that turns every scope into a puzzle. For the crews aboard Lincoln and her escorts, operating in Hormuz meant operating in a place where the background was loud enough to hide almost anything. The strike group was arranged in standard transit formation, destroyers and a cruiser positioned outboard, holding sectors, sweeping with their spy radar arrays while Lincoln herself moved through the center of the corridor. The carrier's own sensors were active, but primarily feeding the shared tactical picture rather than driving independent engagement. That was the escort's job during transit. Protect the high-value unit.
Keep the geometry clean.
Buy time if something appeared.
Nothing appeared at first.
What happened instead was subtler and, in retrospect, more dangerous. At approximately 5:38 local time, an electronic warfare operator aboard one of the screening destroyers flagged an anomaly in the emissions environment. It was not a missile. It was not a radar lock. It was a brief, structured pulse from a bearing that did not correspond to any known commercial or military emitter in the area. The pulse lasted less than 2 seconds.
It repeated once, then vanished.
The operator logged it, tagged it for review, and continued sorting through the morning's electronic clutter. On any other day, in any other body of water, that notation might have sat in a queue for hours. But this was Hormuz, and the operator had been briefed on something specific before the transit began. Intelligence assessments in the days prior had flagged an increase in Houthi-affiliated communications activity along the western Yemeni coast and, more unusually, along relay nodes that extended toward the southern Iranian littoral. The pattern did not point to a specific attack. It pointed to preparation,
coordination signals,
timing references, the kind of electronic behavior that precedes an operation without confirming one. So the operator did not wait for a second look. He pushed the flag up immediately. Possible coordination emission, non-commercial, bearing 274.
Duration brief, no track associated.
That report reached Lincoln's Combat Information Center 40 seconds later. It arrived alongside a dozen other data points, most of them routine, but it was the one that made the senior watch officer pause. He pulled up the intelligence summary from the pre-transit brief. He compared the bearing.
He looked at the time.
Then he made a quiet decision that would matter enormously in the minutes ahead. He told the air defense coordinator to tighten the western sector and lower the classification threshold for any new contacts on that bearing. In practical terms, that meant the system would treat ambiguous returns with more suspicion than usual. It meant the algorithms that separated threat from noise would lean toward caution. It meant that if something small and fast appeared from the west, the strike group would see it a few seconds earlier than it otherwise would have.
A few seconds.
In Hormuz, that is the difference between interception and impact. At 5:41, 3 contacts appeared simultaneously. They did not emerge gradually from the clutter the way a slow-moving surface vessel might. They materialized in a cluster, low, fast, and tight, riding just above the wave tops at a speed that immediately eliminated any possibility they were commercial aircraft or fishing boats. The returns were small, deliberately small. The kind of radar cross-section you get from something designed to stay invisible until the last possible moment. The track supervisor in CIC called it first. Multiple fast movers bearing 278.
Low altitude, speed accelerating.
Range is compressing on the western screen. Nobody responded with words. The room responded with motion.
Chairs turned.
Headsets pressed tighter against ears. Fingers moved to keys that had been resting idle. The shared tactical display updated and every console in CIC now showed the same ugly geometry. 3 inbound tracks converging on the formation from the west, with a carrier sitting at the center of their projected intercept cone. On Lincoln's bridge, the report came through clean. The captain did not ask for elaboration. He asked one question: are they solving on us or crossing? The answer took 4 seconds to formulate because the tracks were still building. Then CIC responded. Lead contacts show inbound bias. Not crossing. Solving toward the formation center. The captain gave his first order. Set condition 1 for air defense throughout the strike group. All stations report readiness. That order did not create panic. It created precision. Throughout Lincoln and across every escort in the formation, the transition from transit posture to full defensive readiness unfolded with the mechanical certainty of something practiced 1,000 times. Weapons systems that had been in standby warmed to full capability. Radar modes shifted from broad surveillance to narrow, high-resolution tracking. Engagement envelopes were calculated and shared across the data links that bound the strike group into a single fighting organism. On the flight deck, the change was visible within seconds. Yellow-shirted aircraft handlers began clearing exposed lanes. A tow tractor pulling an F divided by a -18E toward a maintenance spot halted, reversed, and repositioned the jet against the island where it would be less vulnerable to blast or fragmentation. Ordnance crews who had been performing routine checks on weapon stations dropped their clipboards and assumed positions that said one thing clearly: we are no longer maintaining, we are preparing. The 3 inbound contacts continued to close. Their profiles now showed characteristics consistent with anti-ship cruise missiles flying a sea-skimming approach. Low enough to hide in surface clutter. Fast enough to compress reaction time. spread just wide enough to force multiple engagement solutions, rather than allowing a single interceptor to deal with the cluster. This was not random harassment. This was geometry designed to stress the screen. At 5:42, the first escort engaged. A destroyer positioned on the western flank of the formation had the cleanest look at the lead contact. Its fire control radar locked the track, confirmed the solution, and the ship's combat system generated the launch command. An SM-2 left its vertical launch cell in a column of white exhaust and smoke, climbing briefly before pitching over toward the inbound target. The intercept geometry was tight. Sea-skimming targets give defenders almost no altitude margin, which means the interceptor has to find its prey in the worst possible radar environment, down in the wave clutter where returns are dirty and discrimination is hard. The missile found its target anyway. On Lincoln's displays, the lead inbound track fragmented into a scatter of false returns, then disappeared. The destroyer confirmed.
Splash 1. Track destroyed.
But the kill did something unexpected. The debris field from the intercept, combined with the radar disruption of the explosion itself, briefly masked the area behind the lead contact. For approximately 3 seconds, the strike group lost clean visibility on the remaining 2 inbounds. When the picture reconstituted, both surviving tracks had shifted. One had jinked south, the other had dropped even lower, so low that the escort's radar was now struggling to hold it consistently above the sea return. They had used the first missile as a screen. Whether by design or by accident, the destruction of the lead contact had bought the trailing weapons a precious window of ambiguity. The tactical action officer recognized it immediately. They staggered the raid on purpose. The first one was meant to die early. That realization changed the calculation. If the enemy had planned for the loss of the lead missile, then the approach was more sophisticated than a simple volley. It suggested coordination, timing, and an understanding of how the strike group's defenses would respond. It suggested someone had studied the American playbook. At 5:43, both surviving contacts were now inside the outer engagement envelope and closing fast. The southern track was assigned to a cruiser that had better angle. The other remained with the original destroyer. Both ships fired within seconds of each other. 2 more interceptors left their cells and raced toward the incoming threats. The southern intercept was clean. The cruiser's missile met the inbound at sufficient range to keep debris well clear of the formation. A bright flash low on the horizon, a column of spray, and the track disappeared from every screen in the group. The second intercept was not clean. The destroyer's missile appeared to guide correctly, but detonated at the edge of its effective range. The inbound target broke apart, but not completely. Fragments continued along the original flight path, some of them still carrying enough energy to register as returns on the inner defense systems. Lincoln's close-in weapon system tracked the debris automatically, evaluated it, and held fire. The fragments were ballistic now, no longer guided, no longer a threat to the carrier specifically. They splashed into the Gulf several hundred meters off the port beam of an escort. The first wave was over. 3 missiles launched, 3 missiles destroyed. No hits on any ship in the formation. The screen had held. But in CIC, nobody relaxed. The electronic warfare picture was telling a different story than the one the radar had just resolved. During the engagement, EW operators had continued monitoring the emissions environment. What they found was troubling. The coordination pulse that had been flagged before the attack had reappeared twice during the raid, each time on a slightly different frequency and bearing. More critically, a second emitter had become active during the final seconds of the engagement. This one was farther south, on a bearing that did not align with the first wave's approach axis. Someone was still transmitting. Someone was still coordinating. The fight was not finished. The senior EW officer delivered the assessment to the TAO with the kind of flat certainty that comes from seeing a pattern lock into place. The first wave was the forcing play. They wanted us to commit the screen westward. There is a second axis. Southern bearings are active and correlating with pre-attack intelligence. The TAO did not hesitate. He passed the warning to the entire strike group on the command net. All stations be advised. Second attack axis probable from the south-southeast. Adjust sectors. Maintain full defensive posture. The formation responded. Escorts that had been leaning west now redistributed their attention. A destroyer on the southern flank shifted its primary radar mode and began sweeping the new threat bearing with concentrated energy. The cruiser that had just killed the southern missile from the first wave was already oriented correctly and tightened its track management. At 5:48, the second wave appeared. Not from the west. From the south-southeast, exactly where the emissions had predicted. 2 contacts initially, then a third, then a fourth that flickered in and out of detectability with the kind of signature that suggested either a very small weapon or a decoy designed to absorb defensive attention. The geometry was immediately worse than the first wave. The southern approach gave the inbounds a shorter flight path to the carrier. It also forced the strike group to defend on 2 axes simultaneously, because nobody could yet confirm that the western threat was fully spent. For all anyone knew, a third salvo could still come from the original direction. Lincoln's captain made a decision that reflected the narrowness of the strait and the complexity of the threat.
He ordered a course change, not a dramatic turn, not a sprint.
A controlled adjustment that would alter the carrier's position relative to the incoming tracks while keeping the formation coherent and the escorts in position to defend.
5 degrees to starboard.
Enough to shift the firing solution that any inbound seeker was trying to solve. Enough to buy another fraction of a second. The southern screen engaged almost immediately. The first interceptor left a destroyer cells at 5:49 and climbed into the haze. A second followed from the cruiser. The outer contacts were the priority. Kill them far out, create space, prevent the raid from collapsing onto the carrier. The first intercept hit. A hard kill at range. The kind that produces a clean disappearance on the display and a brief flash visible from the flight deck. The second interceptor guided on the next target and destroyed it moments later. But the third contact, the one that had been flickering, did not behave like the others. It was smaller, faster in its jinks, and it did not hold a steady approach line.
It weaved. It dropped.
It reappeared on a slightly different bearing each time the radar swept past.
Drone.
The assessment came from an EW console. Small UAV profile. Possible terminal guidance relay or decoy. Either way, it is drawing fire. That was the problem. If the strike group spent an interceptor on a cheap drone, that was a missile they did not have for whatever came next. If they ignored it, the drone might be providing terminal guidance data to something they had not yet detected.
The TAO made the call. Ignore the drone.
Focus on anything with an anti-ship profile. If it is a relay, kill the thing it is relaying to. The fourth contact resolved the question. At 5:50, it emerged from behind the drone's clutter shadow with sudden clarity.
Larger signature. Faster.
Locked on an intercept course that pointed directly at Lincoln's port quarter. This was the real threat. The drone had been masking it. Track 4 is the primary. CIC called across the net. Profile consistent with anti-ship cruise missile. Terminal phase. Solving on Lincoln. Everything after that happened in a compressed window that felt like 30 seconds and lasted perhaps 90. The nearest escort fired. The interceptor raced out and began solving on the inbound. Lincoln's own electronic warfare systems activated in full, pumping out deception and noise designed to seduce the missile seeker away from the carrier's massive radar signature. Chaff bloomed from launchers along the carrier's superstructure, creating clouds of reflective material that hung in the humid air like metallic fog. The inbound wavered. For one brief, measurable moment, its track shifted. The seeker had tasted the deception. It began to drift, then it corrected. The missile's guidance was good enough, or its programming was robust enough, to reject the false target and reacquire the real one.
The track steadied. It was still coming.
The escort's interceptor arrived 3 seconds later. The engagement happened so close to the surface of the Gulf that sailors on Lincoln's sponsons saw the flash before they heard it. A violent white detonation erupted off the port quarter, low enough that the spray column it produced reached nearly the height of the nearest escort's mast. Burning debris scattered across the water in a fan pattern that extended dangerously close to the formation. One fragment line arced wide enough that a piece of material, unidentifiable from the flight deck, struck the water less than 200 meters from Lincoln's hull. The missile was dead, but the margin had been measured in seconds and meters, not miles. On the bridge, no one spoke for a moment. Then the captain's voice, unchanged in pitch or volume from his first order of the morning.
Confirm kill.
Assess battle damage to the screen.
Report any new tracks.
CIC swept the picture. The drone was still airborne, but appeared to have lost its link. It wandered aimlessly for several seconds before beginning a slow descent toward the water. No new inbound tracks appeared. The southern emission that had been coordinating the second wave went silent. The western emitter had not reappeared.
The attack was over.
2 waves, 7 or more weapons launched, multiple axes of approach, decoys, drones, coordination emissions, and a final missile that had nearly solved its way to the largest warship in the formation.
All of it defeated. None of it comfortable.
In CIC, the transition from defense to offense began without a formal announcement. It began because the people in the room had already been collecting the data they needed. Every radar track, every emission, every timing interval, every bearing line from both waves had been recorded, tagged, and stored. The electronic warfare team had been building a map of the launch network since before the first missile appeared. Now that map was nearly complete. The strike warfare commander laid it out for the captain at 6:04. The picture showed a distributed network stretching along the western threat axis and curving south toward the second wave's origin. Coastal radar nodes that had provided early cueing. Relay points that had carried coordination signals. Mobile launch elements positioned in terrain that offered concealment and rapid displacement. A command node that appeared to have synchronized the timing between the two waves. It was not a single launcher sitting on a hillside.
It was a system, designed to be dispersed.
Designed to survive partial destruction. Designed to be difficult to target with a single strike. The captain studied the picture for less than a minute. Then he authorized the response. On the flight deck, aircraft that had been held during the defensive phase were now the centerpiece of the next one. Super Hornets moved into launch position with weapons already loaded. Growlers, the electronic warfare variants, were spotted behind them, carrying pods designed to blind, confuse, and strip away the electronic coherence of exactly the kind of network the intelligence picture described. The air wing was not launching a symbolic gesture. It was launching a systematic dismantlement. The first catapult shot sent an F divided by a -18E screaming off the bow at 6:09. The second followed 18 seconds later. Growlers launched after them, climbing into the Gulf haze with the quiet lethality of aircraft whose primary weapon is not a bomb but the ability to make the enemy deaf and blind at the worst possible moment. The strike package sorted itself over the strait and turned toward the coast. Inside CIC, controllers managed the deconfliction between outbound strike aircraft and the still active defensive posture of the escorts below. The strike group could not afford to assume the fight was over. Hormuz does not allow that assumption. So the formation maintained its defensive geometry while simultaneously feeding targeting data to the aircraft now racing toward the origin points of the attack. The Growlers went to work first. Their electronic attack began degrading the network before a single weapon was released. The coastal radar node that had provided early warning to the launch chain started producing garbled returns. Its emissions stuttered, spiked with interference, then dropped to a fraction of their normal power. A relay point that had been carrying coordination signals between the command element and the mobile launchers lost coherence entirely. Operators ashore who had been passing timing data were suddenly transmitting into noise. Then the strikes landed. The first target was the radar queuing site. A precision-guided weapon struck the facility with the kind of accuracy that leaves a crater where equipment used to be and nothing recognizable around it. The strike aircraft confirmed.
Target 1 effective.
No secondary explosions, which suggested the site had been primarily electronic rather than storing munitions. The second target was different. The mobile launch support element had been identified through a combination of radar backtrack data and thermal signatures captured by surveillance assets during the attack. The strike caught it in the process of attempting to displace. The weapons hit while vehicles were still moving, which produced the secondaries that confirmed the intelligence had been correct. Fuel, propellant, support equipment, all of it contributing to a column of smoke visible from the returning aircraft for minutes afterward. A third target, the suspected command node, was struck simultaneously by a separate element of the package. Post-strike assessment showed disrupted communications, abandoned positions, and the kind of scattered debris pattern that indicates a facility hit during active operations rather than after evacuation. The returning aircraft crossed back over the formation at 6:38. Recovery operations began immediately. Deck crews who had launched the strike now caught the aircraft with the same efficiency, trapping jets aboard, chaining them down, beginning the turnaround process that would make them available again if needed. Because in Hormuz, the need never fully disappears. By 6:45, the tactical summary was being compiled. It would eventually read as a spare, clinical document. Timestamps, bearings, engagement sequences, weapons expended, target struck, battle damage assessed. It would not capture the sound of the close-in weapon system spooling aboard an escort. It would not record the way debris from the final intercept splashed close enough to Lincoln to darken the water off her port quarter. It would not describe the expression on the face of a flight deck sailor who watched a missile die 200 meters from the ship he was standing on and then went back to directing aircraft 30 seconds later. What the summary would capture was this: a coordinated multi-axis attack by Houthi-affiliated forces employing anti-ship cruise missiles, decoys, drone relays, and a distributed coastal launch network had been directed at USS Abraham Lincoln during a strait transit. The strike group's layered defense had intercepted all inbound threats. The carrier had sustained no damage. The response strike had degraded the launch network responsible for the attack, destroying or disabling its primary nodes within approximately 40 minutes of the last defensive engagement. The formation had not diverted. It had not slowed. It had not requested permission or waited for deliberation from a headquarters thousands of miles away. It had absorbed the attack, killed the threats, identified the source, and dismantled it while continuing to transit one of the most strategically significant waterways on the planet. For the network that had spent weeks preparing that morning's operation, the result was not merely failure. It was exposure. The emissions, the timing, the relay architecture, all of it had been collected, catalogued, and fed into a targeting process that erased the infrastructure faster than it could be reconstituted. The next attempt, if there was one, would start from a deficit. Fewer nodes, fewer relay points, Less confidence that the coordination signals would not be intercepted before the first missile ever left its rail. At 6:52, Lincoln pushed through the eastern mouth of the strait and into the wider waters of the Gulf of Oman. Behind her, the escorts reformed their standard transit geometry. Radars continued to sweep. Weapons systems remained at elevated readiness. The flight deck began the methodical process of resetting for the next cycle, because there was always a next cycle. The strait behind them was quieter than it had been an hour earlier.
Not peaceful.
Hormuz is never peaceful, but quieter in the specific way that a place becomes quiet when the thing that had been building inside it has been spent, answered, and broken apart before it could achieve what it was designed to do. The carrier moved on. The water closed behind it. And somewhere along the coast, in the wreckage of what had been a functioning attack network, the silence was not calm. It was the sound of a miscalculation settling into the ground. At 6:47 local time in the Strait of Hormuz, the Spy-6 radar aboard the USS Fitzgerald painted a return so faint that the automated classification algorithm tagged it as sea clutter and moved on. 14 seconds later, the same return appeared again, 200 yards from where it had been, which sea clutter does not do. A petty officer second class in the Combat Information Center clicked on the ghost, reclassified it manually, and said two words that started a clock nobody aboard could stop.
New contact.
The Fitzgerald is an Arleigh Burke Flight 3 guided missile destroyer. She displaces 9,700 tons. Her combat systems, from the Spy-6 phased array radar to the 96 vertical launch cells packed with missiles that range in price from $1.8 million to $4.3 million each, represent roughly $2.2 billion in American defense spending bolted to a single steel hull doing 18 knots through water that is 260 feet deep and 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point. This morning she is escorting the tanker Atlantic Resolve, a 115,000-ton crude carrier flagged in the Marshall Islands, loaded with 800,000 barrels of Kuwaiti heavy crude worth approximately $58 million at current spot prices. The tanker makes 14 knots.
She cannot go faster. She cannot maneuver.
She is a floating city block of oil that turns like a glacier and earns her owner $190,000 per day as long as she stays on schedule. Behind the Fitzgerald and offset 3 nautical miles to the southeast, the guided missile cruiser USS Leyte Gulf holds station. Between the two warships, they carry 218 missile cells, 2 helicopters, 3 close-in weapon systems, and enough firepower to engage targets from the surface of the water to the edge of space. Total replacement cost of the formation including weapons inventory, $4.6 billion. The tanker they are babysitting cost $87 million and was built in a South Korean shipyard in 14 months. The ghost contact that the petty officer reclassified is a Pekin-class patrol boat. She is 23 feet long, made of fiberglass, weighs 3 tons fully loaded, and cost the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy approximately $40,000. She is sitting dead in the water with her engine off, rolling in the current 16 nautical miles northeast of the Fitzgerald's position, just inside Iranian territorial waters off the coast of Keshem Island. Her crew of 3 has been sitting there since 4:15 in the morning. They have no radar. They have no radio emissions. They have a handheld GPS unit, a pair of binoculars, and 2 Chinese-designed C-704 anti-ship missiles on launch rails that together weigh more than the boat. She is a $40,000 fiberglass trigger attached to $200,000 worth of missiles aimed at a $2.2 billion ship. The math is the entire strategy. 9 nautical miles east of that lone boat, behind the low headlands of Keshem Island's southern shore, 34 fast attack craft are staged across 3 fishing harbors in clusters of 10, 12, and 12. Some are Boghammer-style craft capable of 52 knots, armed with 107mm rocket pods. Others are the same Pekin class, each carrying a pair of C-704s with a range of 18 nautical miles and a terminal speed of 550 miles per hour. The combined value of every boat, missile, rocket pod, and crew sitting in those 3 harbors is roughly $14 million. The Fitzgerald carries a single missile type, the SM-2 Block IIC, that costs $4.3 million per round. Iran's entire harassment flotilla costs less than 4 of them.
6:48 local time.
The lone Pekin has not moved. Her engine is still cold. In the Combat Information Center aboard the Fitzgerald, the tactical action officer, a lieutenant commander running on 5 hours of sleep and her 3rd cup of something that the Navy calls coffee, watches the single static contact and waits. She has transited this strait 9 times. Every time, the pattern is the same.
Iran probes. Iran films. Iran posts the footage. Nobody shoots.
She knows the script, and she is reading from it. She issues the first radio warning on bridge-to-bridge channel 16. Iranian naval vessel bearing 045 from my position. This is United States warship operating in international waters. Your current position and proximity to merchant traffic are noted. Request you maintain a safe distance.
Over. Silence.
6:49 and 40 seconds. The SBY-6 lights up with new contacts.
Not from the northeast, from the southeast.
11 fast-moving surface returns emerging simultaneously from behind Hengam Island, 22 nautical miles southeast of the formation. Speed, 0 to 46 knots in under 25 seconds. Heading, northwest, direct intercept with the tanker's projected track. Then 8 more from Kesham's southern harbors. Then 6 more from a position near Larak Island, 31 nautical miles to the east. Within 70 seconds, the Combat Information Center is tracking 25 inbound fast attack craft in 3 groups from 3 different bearings, plus the original static contact to the northeast. The lone Pecan that started the clock still has not moved. What the tactical action officer didn't know was that the boat sitting dead in the water was not a scout.
It was a datum point.
Every boat in the 3 approaching groups was navigating not by radar, not by radio command from shore, but by a preset GPS waypoint that triangulated off the lone Pecan's known stationary position. The harbor masters on Kesham had placed that boat like a surveyor places a stake. Everything else was measured from it. Kill the stake, and 25 boats lose their geometric reference point. But nobody aboard the Fitzgerald had any reason to shoot at a stationary fiberglass boat sitting legally inside Iranian territorial waters doing absolutely nothing. Iran had turned a $40,000 boat into the most important piece of navigational infrastructure in the Persian Gulf, and it was invisible because it was not a threat.
6:50 local time.
The formation's problem becomes arithmetic. The southeastern group of 11 boats will reach the tanker's beam in approximately 8 minutes at current closure rates. The northern group of 8 will arrive 90 seconds later. The eastern group of 6 will arrive 2 minutes after that. If even half of those boats carry C-704 missiles, the Fitzgerald is looking at a potential salvo of 20 to 30 anti-ship missiles arriving from 3 bearings in a 4-minute window. The Phalanx close-in weapon system, the ship's last line of defense, is a 20mm Gatling gun that fires 75 rounds per second of tungsten penetrator ammunition. It can engage 1 target at a time.
1.
The Fitzgerald's commanding officer arrives in the Combat Information Center. He looks at the display for 6 seconds. He does not ask for a brief. The picture is self-explanatory. He picks up the satellite handset and calls 5th Fleet Headquarters in Bahrain, 380 nautical miles to the southwest. The conversation lasts 40 seconds.
He hangs up.
He turns to the TAO and says 4 words.
Launch the alert bird.
An MH-60R Seahawk helicopter, fueled and armed on the flight deck since before dawn, spins up its twin General Electric turboshaft engines. The helicopter costs $43 million. It carries APS-153 multimode radar, a forward-looking infrared turret that can read a license plate from 8 miles, and 8 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles at $150,000 each. Total loadout value of the helicopter and its weapons, $44.2 million. It lifts off at 6:51 and 15 seconds and climbs south, not toward the approaching boats but toward the tanker. Because the tanker is the prize. The tanker was always the prize. The boats are not coming for the Fitzgerald. A $40,000 speedboat does not attack a $2.2 billion destroyer. It attacks the thing the destroyer is being paid to protect. The Atlantic Resolve and her 800,000 barrels of Kuwaiti crude are the softest, slowest, most valuable target in the strait this morning, and every one of those 25 boats knows exactly where she is because she broadcasts her position, course, and speed on her AIS transponder every 6 seconds. Because maritime law requires it. Because international shipping cannot function without it. Iran is using the rules of global commerce as a targeting system. The transponder that keeps the Atlantic Resolve safe from collisions is the same transponder telling 25 speedboats exactly how to find her.
6:52 local time.
Aboard the Leyte Gulf, 3 nautical miles southeast of the Fitzgerald, the cruiser Spy 6 detects a new category of problem. 4 radar returns, airborne, bearing 070, range 14 nautical miles, altitude 200 feet, speed 85 knots.
Mohajer, 6 drones.
Each one is a 26-foot wingspan unmanned aircraft powered by a pusher propeller that sounds like a riding mower at altitude. It carries an electro-optical camera and a single cam precision-guided glide bomb weighing 60 pounds. The drone itself costs approximately $100,000. The bomb costs another $15,000.
4 drones, 4 bombs.
$460,000 total. They are flying at an altitude specifically chosen to complicate the radar picture because at 200 feet over the Persian Gulf, the radar return of a Mohajer 6 is almost indistinguishable from the radar return of the hundreds of seabirds that inhabit the Straits Islands. The software can separate them, but the software takes seconds per classification cycle, and seconds are the one thing nobody has extra of this morning. The Leyte Gulf's TAO designates all 4 airborne contacts as hostile based on trajectory, speed, and origin bearing from Kesham Island. He requests weapons free on air contacts.
The captain authorizes.
The first RIM-162 Evolved Sea Sparrow missile, YSSM, the Patriot of the Sea, leaves the forward vertical launch cell at Mach 4, roughly 3,040 miles per hour. It is 12 feet long. It weighs 620 pounds. It costs $1.8 million. It was engineered to intercept supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles screaming in at Mach 2. Today it is chasing a drone that flies slower than a Cessna. The first Mohajer 6 comes apart at 6:52 and 44 seconds at a range of 11 nautical miles. The second dies 4 seconds later. The third releases its CAIM glide bomb before the third ESSM arrives. The drone itself disintegrates. But the bomb, a 60-pound guided munition with a GPS-aided inertial navigation unit, is now falling unpowered toward the Leyte Gulf at a 30-degree glide angle.
It is small. It is slow.
It has a radar cross-section roughly the size of a dinner plate, and it does not show up on the Spy 6 the way a missile does because it is not a missile. It is a falling object with fins. The Phalanx close-in weapon system acquires the glide bomb at 2,200 yards. The system is autonomous in final defense mode.
No human presses a button. The radar tracks. The computer calculates. The gun fires.
A 1.5-second burst, 113 rounds of tungsten at 3,600 feet per second. The CAIM bomb detonates 1,100 yards from the Leyte Gulf starboard side, close enough to send fragments pattering against the hull like a handful of gravel thrown at a garage door.
No penetration. No damage.
But every sailor on the weather decks feels it in their chest. And the Phalanx has just used its ammunition allocation for the engagement on a bomb that cost less than a used sedan. The fourth Mohajer 6 never releases its weapon. The fourth ESSM finds it at 9 nautical miles and turns $115,000 worth of Iranian drone into confetti that the Persian Gulf current will carry to Oman by Thursday. 4 drones killed, 1 glide bomb intercepted. Cost to Iran, $460,000. Cost to the United States, $7.2 million in ESSM missiles plus $3,400 in Phalanx ammunition plus 4 fewer missiles in the Leyte Gulf's vertical launch cells for the rest of the deployment. Somewhere in Tehran, a procurement officer just got the best return on investment in the history of asymmetric warfare.
6:54 local time.
The Seahawk is overhead the tanker at 1,500 feet. Its FLIR camera sweeps the water around the Atlantic Resolve and finds exactly what the Fitzgerald CO feared. 3 boats, not from the main groups, not part of the 25 contacts on the display, 3 additional Pakin-class craft that launched from a cove on the Omani side of the strait, running at 14 knots, 1,100 yards off the tanker's starboard quarter, riding in her wake turbulence where the churn of a 115,000-ton hull moving at 14 knots turns the radar picture into noise. They have been there for 11 minutes. 6 C-704 missiles on rails. Range to the tanker, effectively 0. Range to the Fitzgerald, 6 nautical miles and opening. The sensor operator says it the same way they train for it. 3 fast movers, starboard quarter of the tanker, wake masked, armed. 28 boats visible on the display. 3 hidden in the tanker's wake. 1 sitting stationary as a navigation beacon. That is 32 of the garrison's 38 craft accounted for. The missing 6 will never be found on radar this morning. They are the reserve, already back in harbor, already being rearmed, already assigned to tomorrow's transit. 6:55 local time. The CO of the Fitzgerald has 3 minutes before the first wave of the northern screen reaches engagement range of the tanker. He has 3 hidden boats that could launch right now, this second, and put 6 missiles into a crude carrier from point-blank range. An 800,000-barrel oil spill in the Strait of Hormuz would close the waterway for weeks. 20% of the world's traded oil supply would stop moving. Crude prices would spike past $140 per barrel before lunch. He orders the Seahawk to descend to 500 feet directly over the 3 hidden boats and activate its millimeter-wave targeting radar. The AN/APG-78 longbow radar paints all 3 craft simultaneously. The boat's crews now know they have been seen. More importantly, they know what is looking at them. The longbow radar means Hellfire missiles. 8 of them, from directly overhead. There is no countermeasure for a Hellfire launched from 500 feet. There is no C-704 that shoots upward. There is no swarming doctrine that accounts for a helicopter sitting on top of you with enough ordnance to erase your entire element 3 times over. 6:55 and 20 seconds. The 3 hidden boats separate from the tanker.
They turn east.
They accelerate to 50 knots.
They do not launch. They run.
The CO of the Fitzgerald exhales for what might be the first time in 6 minutes. But the northern screen is still closing.
6:56 local time.
The 25 boats in the 3 approach groups are at varying distances now, the closest 4 nautical miles from the tanker. The CO gives the order he has been authorized to give since the engagement began but has held in reserve because the moment you fire on the screen, you validate Iran's propaganda footage for the next year.
Warning shots.
The Mark 45 5-inch gun, a .62 caliber naval rifle that can put an $800 high-explosive round through a window at 13 nautical miles, fires 3 rounds in rapid succession.
Not at the boats.
Into the water 200 yards ahead of the closest group.
3 detonations.
3 columns of white water that rise 60 feet and collapse. 70 pounds of high explosive each, arriving at 2,690 feet per second. The sound crosses the water at the speed of a thunderclap in a bathtub. The closest group of 11 boats splits.
6 peel east.
5 continue inbound. The 5 that continue are now at 3 nautical miles and closing at 48 knots. The TAO aboard the Fitzgerald designates the lead boat as a direct threat to the escorted vessel. The Mark 45 fires again.
This round is aimed.
It lands 15 feet off the lead boat's bow. The overpressure alone collapses the fiberglass forward section. The boat decelerates violently, buries her bow, and her 2 crew are thrown into the strait. She does not sink. She bobs, swamped and broken, with her C-704 rails bent at angles that will never point at anything again. One $800 shell just neutralized $240,000 in boat and missiles. The next 4 boats in line turn.
All 4.
Simultaneously, as if the lead boat's death was a switch. 6:57 local time. The northern group of 8 boats, 5 nautical miles out and closing, receives the same radio transmission that the southern groups appear to be responding to. All vessels return to port. But 3 of the 8 do not turn.
They increase speed.
They spread into a line abreast formation with 300 yards between each boat. This is not harassment. This is a launch profile. 3 boats, 6 C-704 missiles, aimed at a tanker that cannot dodge a wave. The Fitzgerald shifts her Mark 45 to the new bearing. The first round hits the water between the center and left boat. The center boat veers. The left boat veers. The right boat holds course. 6:57 and 30 seconds. The Seahawk, repositioned at 800 feet, fires 2 Hellfire missiles at the right boat, the one that did not veer. 2 $150,000 missiles designed to kill 60-ton tanks hit a 3-ton fiberglass speedboat within 0.4 seconds of each other. There is no secondary explosion because the C-704 missiles aboard are solid-fueled and do not detonate sympathetically. There is simply a location on the Persian Gulf where a boat used to be, and now there is debris spread across 80 yards of water. The remaining 2 boats turn north. They are at 50 knots within 10 seconds. They will reach Iranian waters in 4 minutes. No one pursues them. 6:58 local time. The eastern group of 6, the last inbound element, is at 7 nautical miles. They have watched or heard on radio what happened to the southern and northern groups. They slow to 20 knots.
Then 15. Then 8.
They turn east and begin to withdraw. No shots are fired at them.
No one chases them. 6:56 local time.
The lone Pecan, the navigation datum, the $40,000 stake in the water that made everything possible, is still sitting motionless 16 nautical miles to the northeast. Her engine starts. She turns south toward Keshem Island at 8 knots. She has done her job. She was never in danger. She was never a target. She will be in the same position for the next transit. 6:58 and 50 seconds. The Strait of Hormuz is quiet. The Atlantic Resolve continues west at 14 knots. Her crew of 28 unaware that 6 anti-ship missiles were aimed at them from 1,100 yards, and the only reason those missiles stayed on their rails is because a $43 million helicopter with a radar designed to find tanks in a sandstorm pointed it at 3 fiberglass boats and dared them to push the button. The final accounting takes longer to tabulate than the engagement took to fight. Iran committed 32 boats, 4 drones, and 1 glide bomb. Total investment including fuel, ordnance, crew costs, and the boats themselves, approximately $2.1 million. 2 boats destroyed, 3 drone operators who walked home, 1 glide bomb intercepted. 30 boats returned to harbor, 28 of them with missiles still on the rails. The United States expended 4 ESSM missiles, 3 Hellfire missiles, 5 5-inch gun rounds, and 1 phalanx burst. Total expenditure, approximately $7.8 million plus the maintenance hours on a destroyer and cruiser that consume $12,000 per operating hour each. Iran spent $2.1 million to force the United States to spend $7.8 million, and that ratio is the weapon.
Not the boats. Not the drones.
Not the C-704s that never launched.
The ratio.
The 6 boats that never left harbor, the reserve element, are already being briefed for a transit window 72 hours from now.
A different tanker. The same lane.
The same 21 nautical miles of water that cannot be bypassed, rerouted, or replaced. The lone Pecan, the datum boat, will be back in position 4 hours before the next escort enters the strait. Her crew will shut down the engine, drift on the current, and wait. She costs $40,000. She has no weapons. She has never been fired upon. And she is the most effective naval asset Iran has ever deployed because she makes everything else work, and nobody has a legal reason to kill her.
9 minutes. 2 Iranian boats destroyed. 4 drones eliminated. 0 American casualties. 0 damage to either warship. 0 damage to the tanker. A perfect defensive outcome by every tactical measure that exists. And it cost the United States nearly 4 times what it cost Iran, and tomorrow the entire thing resets, and the day after that, and every day until the Strait of Hormuz stops being the narrowest, most valuable, most indefensible 21 nautical miles of water on Earth. The boats are fiberglass. The drones are propeller-driven. The missiles are third-generation copies of a Chinese design that China stopped using 15 years ago, and they will be back in the morning because the doctrine does not require them to win. It requires them to cost more to stop than they cost to send. And by that math, they have never lost. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how Iran's underground missile cities are changing Pentagon strike planning. Bye for now. The aircraft carrier was already burning. Not the kind of fire that kills a ship. Not yet. A single compartment, portside, midships, where a 330-pound warhead had just punched a hole the size of a garage door through the hull plating of the USS Gulf. But we are getting ahead of ourselves by about 9 minutes. Rewind. The Strait of Hormuz is not a waterway. It is a political statement disguised as geography. 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest, squeezed further by international shipping lanes into a corridor roughly 6 miles across. It is the passage through which 17 million barrels of oil move every single day. 1/5 of the world's petroleum supply slides through this crack in the coastline between Iran and Oman, and every barrel of it passes within visual range of Iranian military installations that have been staring at this water since 1979. Into this corridor, on a morning when the sea state was 2 feet and the wind was negligible, the United States Navy pushed 100,000 tons of sovereign territory. The USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, CVN-69, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 1,092 feet from bow to stern, drawing almost 40 feet of water, moving at 5 knots through the most watched stretch of ocean on the planet. 5 knots. A brisk walking pace. A speed that makes sense when you are managing the thermal signatures of 2 A4W nuclear reactors and coordinating with a formation of escorts spread across several miles of sea, but a speed that also means anything faster than a rowing boat can run you down. The Eisenhower was not alone. She never is. 3 miles to the north, the guided missile cruiser USS Gulf, CG-72, a Ticonderoga-class ship carrying the Aegis combat system and 96 vertical launch cells loaded with a cocktail of SM-2 surface-to-air missiles and Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles. 3 miles to the southeast, the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer USS Gravely, DDG-107, carrying the same Aegis system, the same launch cells, and 2 phalanx close-in weapon systems that could spit 20mm tungsten rounds at 4,500 rounds per minute. Together the 3 ships represented roughly $4.6 billion of American military engineering. The flight deck alone, 4.5 acres of non-skid coated steel, held 44F divided by a -18E and F Super Hornets, 5EA, 18G Growler electronic warfare jets, and enough ordnance in the magazines below to flatten a mid-sized city. 2 nuclear reactors hummed beneath the waterline, reactors that would not need refueling for 20 years. 5,000 sailors ate breakfast, stood watch, maintained aircraft, and went about the mundane business of operating a floating airfield in hostile waters. And 72 hours before any of this, before the carrier had even entered the Gulf, the transit plan had been filed with 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, 350 nautical miles to the southwest. Every detail coordinated. Every contingency briefed. A carrier transit through Hormuz is a choreographed event, rehearsed and refined over decades of repetition. The Navy has been driving carriers through this strait since the 1980s. They have it down to a science. The problem with science is that the other side studies it too. 11 nautical miles northeast of the Eisenhower's projected track, in a sun-bleached fishing port called Bandar-e Jask, the morning began differently. Jask sits at the eastern mouth of the strait, a cluster of concrete piers that normally hosts 30 to 40 small dhows and fishing skiffs. At 6:20 local time, 27 minutes before the Eisenhower would enter the narrowest section of the channel, the first boats started leaving. They left in pairs. Quiet departures, separated by 30 to 60 seconds, slipping out of the harbor mouth and turning southwest. Pecan-class fast inshore attack craft, 46 feet long, powered by twin diesel waterjet engines capable of 52 knots. Ashura-class boats, smaller, lighter, faster in a straight line, and mixed among them, civilian rigid hull inflatables that had been modified in ways that would not be obvious until you were close enough to see the welded weapons mounts on their bows. The Pecan carries a crew of 3 and either 2 Nor anti-ship cruise missiles or a single 324mm torpedo tube. The Nor is a derivative of the Chinese C-802, a sea-skimming anti-ship missile with a range of 22 miles and a 330-pound warhead that arrives at its target traveling 680 miles per hour, roughly Mach 0.98, at an altitude of 15 feet above the wave tops.
Each Pacan costs approximately $500,000. Each NOR missile, roughly 200,000. Numbers that would not buy a single engine on one of the Super Hornets parked on the Eisenhower's flight deck. The Ashura-class boats carried no missiles at all. Some had DSHK 12.7mm heavy machine guns. Some had rocket-propelled grenades. 3 of them carried nothing but outboard engines and speed. Their purpose was not to kill anything. Their purpose was to be there, to fill the radar screen with contacts, to make every targeting decision aboard every American ship take 4 or 5 seconds longer than it should. In a fight measured in minutes, those seconds are the weapon. 16 miles to the west of Jask, a second cluster of boats launched from a concealed inlet near Kustak, then a third group from further west. The swarm was assembling itself across a front of almost 30 miles, converging on the shipping lanes from multiple bearings, and it was doing so in vessels that cost roughly $25,000 apiece. The entire Iranian attack fleet approaching that morning, all 60 boats, totaled approximately $1.5 million. About what it costs to fly a single training sortie for a single Super Hornet. Here is what the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy understood about American carrier operations, and it is worth pausing on this because the entire engagement turns on it. The IRGCN does not train to sink aircraft carriers. No one in Tehran believes 60 fiberglass speedboats are going to put a 100,000-ton nuclear warship on the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the plan. That has never been the plan. The plan is to create a decision crisis. A carrier strike group operating in confined waters under rules of engagement that require positive identification before weapons release is a system that runs on information. The CIC, the Combat Information Center aboard the Eisenhower, processes hundreds of contacts simultaneously, classifying each one, assigning threat levels, tracking bearing, speed, and course. It is extraordinarily good at this. But it is good at this against the threats it was designed to face. Cruise missiles flying at known profiles. Aircraft squawking identifiable transponder codes. Submarines moving at predictable speeds through predictable water. 60 fiberglass boats with radar cross-sections smaller than a pelican, moving at 60 miles per hour through waters already crowded with 200 to 400 civilian contacts, are not the threat the system was optimized for. The boats do not need to penetrate the defense. They need to overwhelm the decision cycle. And every sailor in that CIC knows, with a precision that borders on genetic memory, what happened the last time an American warship in this strait made a targeting decision too fast. Iran Air Flight 655, July 1988. The cruiser USS Vincennes misidentified an Airbus A300 civilian airliner climbing on a known commercial flight path and fired 2 SM-2 missiles. 290 people died. That incident is not a footnote in the rules of engagement. It is the rules of engagement. Every classification, every identification, every decision to shoot or not shoot runs through the filter of that memory. The IRGCN commander orchestrating this operation from a hardened bunker 8 miles inland from Bandar Abbas understood this. He had designed his attack not around the physics of warheads and hull plating, but around the psychology of a 5,000-person crew trained to be terrified of making a mistake. At 0651 local time, the Eisenhower CIC logged 14 new surface contacts emerging from the eastern shoreline. 4 minutes later, the count was 23. By 0658, it was 41. Every one of them headed southwest into the shipping lanes at speeds between 35 and 52 knots. The watch officer had a classification problem that was getting worse by the second. But here is where the story bends in a direction the IRGCN commander did not anticipate. 45 minutes before his first boats had cleared the harbor at Jask, a US Navy P-8A Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft had been flying a racetrack pattern at 28,000 feet, 140 nautical miles to the southwest. The Poseidon carries the ANT/APS-154 Advanced Airborne Sensor, a synthetic aperture radar capable of imaging surface contacts at ranges exceeding 200 nautical miles with resolution fine enough to count the outboard engines on a fishing boat. At 0601 local time, the Poseidon crew had transmitted a complete surface picture of every harbor along the Iranian coast to 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Every boat catalogued, every pier photographed. The baseline was set. When the boats began moving at 6:20, the departure was tracked in near real time by a second asset already on station. An MQ-4C Triton, the Navy's high-altitude unmanned surveillance aircraft, wingspan 131 feet, cruising at 56,000 feet, 190 nautical miles to the south. The Tritons and ZPY-3 multifunction active sensor had been painting the Iranian coastline continuously for 11 hours. It had watched the boats being loaded. It had watched the crews arrive. Every single vessel in that swarm had a track number assigned to it before its crew had finished their morning prayers. The decision crisis the IRGCN designed required confusion. What it got was confirmation. Back in the CIC, The picture was dense, but it was not dark. The pre-transit intelligence package had identified 14 Peiken-class fast attack craft, 22 Ashura-class boats, and 24 unclassified small craft in the approaching formation. The watch officer had the Poseidon's data. He had the Triton's tracks. He knew which boats had come from military harbors and which had come from fishing piers. The classification problem that was supposed to take 5 agonizing minutes took about 90 seconds. He reported up the chain. He requested the alert helicopter, an MH-60R Seahawk armed with AGM-114 Hellfire missiles at $117,000 each and an airborne radar that could classify surface contacts at 40 nautical miles. He requested the Gravely Close to intercept distance. He did everything by the book. The difference was that the book had already been read. At 0703, the Seahawk lifted off the Eisenhower's flight deck, 90 seconds to 500 feet. The sensor operator began working contacts from west to east using the AN/APS-153 multimode radar and the MX-15 electro-optical turret. 8 seconds per classification. 41 contacts at last count meant roughly 5.5 minutes for a full sweep. But the crew was not starting from zero. They were confirming what the Triton had already reported. The classifications came faster. Weapons mounts on the lead boats. Missile rails on the Peikens. Machine guns on the Ashuras. By the time the Seahawk had been airborne for 3 minutes, 11 boats had been positively confirmed as hostile. Under the standing rules of engagement, a vessel carrying visible weapons, moving at attack speed, on a direct heading toward a U.S. warship, constitutes demonstrated hostile intent. No missile launch required. No shots fired. The geometry and the weapons are enough. 5 miles to the north, the Vela Gulf's captain made a call. He ordered his ship to 25 knots on an intercept heading northeast, putting 10,000 tons of guided missile cruiser between the approaching swarm and the Eisenhower's beam. The Vela Gulf carried the Spy-1B phased array radar, 4 fixed panels each scanning a 90-degree quadrant, the most sophisticated radar system afloat. It was designed to track ballistic missile warheads falling from space at Mach 15. Using it to sort speedboats from fishing dhows at 6 miles was like using a surgical laser to cut birthday cake. Functional, but not the intended application. At 0706, the count reached 53. 7 more boats had appeared from the direction of Kustak. The swarm was arranged in a rough crescent, its leading edge 6 nautical miles from the Eisenhower, its trailing elements still 12 miles out. The crescent shape was deliberate. It forced the American escorts to choose which arc to cover. Defend the north, expose the south, cover the east, leave the northwest open. There is no geometry that allows 3 ships to cover 60 converging boats across a 120-degree arc. At 0708, the Eisenhower's captain ordered the carrier to 12 knots and began a turn to starboard, angling the bow toward the wider water to the south. A Nimitz-class carrier at 12 knots needs 3,200 yards to complete a 90-degree turn. The shipping lane was 6 miles wide. The turn would eat a third of the available maneuvering room, but staying in the narrows was worse. At 0710, the Gravely fired the first shots of the engagement. Not a missile. Not the 5-inch gun. The forward Mark 38 Mod 2 chain gun, a 25mm stabilized weapon that can put rounds on target at 2,200 yards. The 3 lead boats from the eastern arc were inside that range and closing fast, weapons visible, heading unchanged. The tactical action officer aboard the Gravely had her authority. She used it. The first burst was 20 rounds across 4 seconds. Each round cost roughly $35. The burst caught the lead Peiken at an angle that tore the bow off and flipped the wreckage sideways into the boat running beside it. 2 boats removed from the fight for $700 in ammunition. A ship worth $2.2 billion had just defended itself with a cost equivalent of dinner for 2 at a mid-range restaurant. The swarm reacted because it had been trained to react. The remaining boats split. 18 broke south at 52 knots, arcing around toward the Eisenhower stern. 12 continued east toward the Gravely, opening their spacing to 300-yard intervals to complicate the targeting solution. 28 held their crescent formation from the north, compressing toward the Vela Gulf. 3 miles north, the Vela Gulf opened fire with her forward 5-inch Mark 45 gun. Not at the boats. Into the water, 500 yards ahead of the northern group. Warning shots. A 5-inch naval round weighs 70 pounds and travels at 2,690 feet per second. Each one costs $2,000. The geysers erupted in a line that any boat driver on Earth could interpret. The northern group did not stop. 6 boats peeled off east. 22 accelerated. At 0712, the first Nor missile launched from a Peiken in the eastern group, 4.1 nautical miles from the Gravely. The missile dropped off its rail, the solid rocket booster ignited, and it accelerated to Mach 0.98, descending to 15 feet above the wave tops. Time to impact at that range, approximately 22 seconds. The Gravely Spy 1D radar had the missile before the booster finished burning. The Phalanx CWS, a white dome the size of a commercial dumpster bolted to the ship's superstructure, swiveled and locked. The system is fully automatic in its terminal engagement mode. At 1,500 yards, it fired. The 20mm tungsten penetrator rounds formed a wall of metal in the missile's flight path. The Nor flew into that wall at 680 miles per hour and ceased to exist 800 yards from the Gravely's hull. 6 seconds from detection to kill. $2,400 in ammunition against a $200,000 missile. But the Phalanx has a number that haunts every surface warfare officer who has ever stood watch. 1,550 rounds in the magazine. At 4,500 rounds per minute, that is roughly 20 seconds of trigger time. One engagement might use 300 rounds. The Gravely had 2 Phalanx mounts. If 5 missiles arrived simultaneously from different bearings, the arithmetic collapsed. The IRGCN had studied the same arithmetic. Within 8 seconds of that first launch, 4 Nor missiles were in the air. One from the eastern group targeting the Gravely, one from the northern arc aimed at the Vela Gulf, then a second and third from separate boats in the northern formation, also aimed at the cruiser. All sea skimming, all on different bearings. IRGCN doctrine calls this a saturation salvo. The concept is older than the boats firing them. It is the oldest idea in naval warfare dressed in modern clothing. Throw more projectiles than the defense can handle. The Vela Gulf's Aegis system was built to handle exactly this kind of problem. The SBY-1B tracked all 4 missiles simultaneously and began pairing them with interceptors. But the captain made a decision that would be dissected in after-action reports for years. He did not fire SM-2 missiles at the incoming Noors. An SM-2 block IIA costs $2.1 million. It is designed to kill aircraft and cruise missiles at ranges up to 90 nautical miles, maneuvering targets at altitude, the kind of threat that justifies the price tag. Spending one on a $200,000 anti-ship missile at 4 miles range, when other options existed, was a calculus he was not willing to accept. Instead, he relied on the 2 Phalanx mounts and ordered the electronic warfare suite into active jamming. The SLQ-32 electronic warfare system aboard the Vela Gulf is designed to detect, classify, and jam incoming missile seekers. It pumped a wall of electromagnetic noise across the frequency bands the Nor's active radar seeker uses for terminal guidance. The Nor is fire and forget, but its seeker is a derivative of Chinese technology from the early 2000s. Against a modern electronic warfare suite, it has the electronic resilience of a television remote control. The first missile lost lock at 2,100 yards. It corkscrewed right, hit the surface, and detonated on impact with the water 400 yards off the cruiser's port beam. The blast threw a geyser 60 feet into the air. Impressive and harmless. The second missile held lock 3 seconds longer, close enough for the forward Phalanx to engage. 4 seconds of fire. The missile came apart in a cloud of fragments and spray 600 yards out. The third missile had been targeted poorly from the start. It passed 1,200 yards astern without the seeker ever acquiring the ship, flew for another 9 seconds, and hit the water. The fourth missile found the Vela Gulf. It struck the port side amidships, 6 feet above the waterline, just forward of the number 2 exhaust stack. The 330-pound warhead detonated on contact. The blast tore a hole roughly 12 feet by 8 feet through the hull plating and started a fire in the auxiliary machinery room. The ship shuddered along her entire length. Damage control alarms sounded across every deck. 3 sailors were killed instantly. 11 more were wounded, 4 critically. The cruiser listed 2 degrees to port and began taking water through the breach. She did not stop fighting. Her Aegis system stayed online. Her 5-inch gun continued firing. Her engineering crew began the damage control procedures they had drilled 1,000 times. But the hit changed the nature of the engagement for every American in the formation. The Carrier Strike Group had just taken its first combat damage in a surface action against Iranian naval forces. And every frame of what happened next would eventually be viewed by 435 members of Congress, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and roughly 200 million people with internet connections. For miles above the strait, 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from VFA 86, the Sidewinders, have been holding in a racetrack pattern since 0655. Launched as a precautionary combat air patrol before the swarm was fully detected, each jet carried 4 AIM-9X Sidewinder heat-seeking missiles at $472,000 each and a 20mm M61A2 Vulcan cannon with 578 rounds. The AIM-9X was designed to kill fighter aircraft pulling 9 GS at Mach 2. The idea of firing one at a wooden boat doing 60 miles per hour belongs in a different category of military procurement. But the Vulcan cannon, a weapon that has been in service in various forms since 1959, works exactly as well against a speedboat as it does against anything else that cannot survive being hit with 200 rounds of 20mm high explosive incendiary in 2 seconds. At 0714, both Super Hornets rolled in on the southern arc, the 18 boats that had broken off to circle behind the Eisenhower's stern. The lead aircraft descended to 1,200 feet and opened up. A 2-second burst, 200 rounds, $14,000 in ammunition. The burst walked across 3 boats in a line. The first disintegrated. The second caught fire and began circling with no one alive at the helm. The third took hits to both outboard engines and went dead in the water, drifting. The second jet hit the southern arc from the opposite bearing 4 seconds later. Same profile, same result. 2 more boats destroyed, 1 disabled. In 11 seconds of combined gun time, the southern threat no longer existed. $28,000 of 20mm rounds against $125,000 of boats. The pilots pulled up, re-entered their holding pattern, and waited for instructions. The northern arc was a different problem. 22 boats were now within 3 nautical miles of the Vela Gulf, which was simultaneously fighting a compartment fire, managing casualty evacuation, and trying to maintain combat systems with a hole in her side taking water. The Gravely was too far south for effective gun support. The Seahawk was out of position, having spent its time on the eastern contacts. The northern arc was closing on a wounded ship with limited close-in defense capability remaining. The Eisenhower's captain made a call that no carrier commanding officer wants to make. He launched 2 more Super Hornets. Not for air superiority. Not for a standoff strike. For close-in surface engagement inside the strait itself, below 2,000 feet, in the same airspace as helicopters, surface fire, and whatever man-portable air defense systems the Iranian boats might be carrying. The IRGCN equipped some of its crews with Missile 2 man-portable surface-to-air missiles, Iranian copies of the Chinese QW-18, effective to roughly 14,000 feet, costing approximately $38,000 each. A $67 million Super Hornet operating at 1,200 feet and 400 knots is squarely inside that engagement envelope. The risk was real and accepted. At 0716, 3 things happened in rapid succession. The 2 new Super Hornets began their descent toward the northern group. The Gravely-embarked Seahawk fired 2 Hellfire missiles at remnants of the eastern arc, deleting 2 boats at $117,000 per kill. And in his bunker near Bandar Abbas, the IRGCN commander who had designed this operation watched his swarm lose its 14th boat in 6 minutes without accomplishing the one thing it needed to accomplish. The Eisenhower had not stopped, had not reversed course, had not called off the transit. The decision crisis he had designed had been answered. The answer was that the Americans had made their decisions before the first boat cleared the harbor. The northern group began to come apart. Not all at once. 8 boats turned east, back toward Iranian territorial waters, engines screaming at full throttle. 6 held course toward the Vela Gulf, apparently committed. The remaining 8 began doing something that the Americans had briefed but never seen in practice. They dumped their weapons overboard. Rocket launchers splashed into the strait. Machine guns went over the gunnels. In less than 30 seconds, 8 armed attack craft became 8 unarmed civilian boats, indistinguishable from the fishing dhows and recreational skiffs that populate these waters every morning. It was a pre-planned disengagement protocol, and it was elegant in its cynicism. The rules of engagement that had constrained the Americans at the start of the engagement now constrained them at the end. No weapons. No hostile action. No hostile intent. Those 8 boats were untouchable. They slowed to 10 knots and turned northeast. The Americans tracked every one of them and could do nothing. The 6 boats that held course toward the Vela Gulf fired everything they had left. 2 more Nor missiles. 1 unguided rocket salvo from an Ashura-class boat, 12 107mm rockets fanning out in a pattern designed for shore bombardment, not ship killing. Each rocket carried a 4-pound warhead against a 10,000-ton cruiser. They were gnats. But one of the 12 found the Vela Gulf's bridge wing, wounding 2 more sailors and destroying an exterior communications antenna. The 2 Nor missiles were engaged by the Gravely's phalanx from 4 miles south. Both destroyed over open water. The CWS had now fired 4 engagements total. Ammunition remaining, approximately 60%. Still functional. Still the cheapest effective weapon system in the fight. At 0719, the newly launched Super Hornets reached the northern group. The lead aircraft fired an AIM-9X Sidewinder at a Paycan that had just launched a missile. $472,000 of infrared-guided air-to-air missile, designed to pull 60 GS while chasing a fighter at Mach 2, dropped to sea level and intercepted a 46-foot fiberglass boat doing 52 knots. The 20-pound blast fragmentation warhead, engineered to crack titanium airframes, erased the boat from the surface of the strait so completely that the after-action review found no recoverable wreckage. The wingman used the cannon. 3 bursts, 3 boats. $42,000. By 0722, 15 minutes after the Gravely's first chain gun burst, the engagement was over. 23 Iranian boats sunk or disabled, 8 disarmed and retreating under the legal fiction of civilian status. the remainder scattering east toward Iranian waters at maximum speed, leaving wakes but no fight. The Vela Gulf was damaged but operational at 18 knots, listing 2 degrees to port with the fire contained to a single compartment. The Eisenhower had completed her turn to starboard and was accelerating south toward the Gulf of Oman at 22 knots, her air wing cycling overhead in stacked combat air patrols. The Gravely had not taken a scratch. The ledger for those 9 minutes reads like the receipt from an argument where everyone overpaid. Iranian material losses, approximately $8.6 million, including all missiles expended, 23 boats and their equipment on the bottom of the strait. An estimated 40 to 55 IRGCN personnel killed, a number Tehran would never confirm or discuss publicly. American ammunition expenditure across all platforms, approximately $1.9 million. Cannon rounds, Hellfire missiles, 1 Sidewinder, and several thousand rounds of phalanx tungsten. American damage, 1 Ticonderoga-class cruiser requiring an estimated 4 months of yard repair at a projected cost of $70 million. 5 American sailors dead, 13 wounded. A $25,000 fiberglass boat carrying a $200,000 missile had punched a $70 million hole in a billion-dollar warship. The IRGCN would frame that ratio and hang it on the wall. The US Navy would note that the transit was completed on schedule and the carrier was never threatened. Both statements would be factually correct. Neither would be the full story. The Eisenhower cleared the strait at 0814 local time and entered the Gulf of Oman. Behind her, the Vela Gulf limped south at reduced speed with the Gravely riding escort and a damage control team still working below the waterline. Ahead, the open ocean and the relative safety of deep water and wide maneuvering room. In a bunker near Bandar Abbas, an IRGCN commander sat with his after-action data and a problem. He had executed the swarm doctrine exactly as designed. He had achieved a missile hit on a major American warship. And he had lost nearly half his force in under a quarter of an hour, without slowing the transit by a single minute. The decision crisis had been answered before it was posed. The prepositioned Poseidon, the Triton at 56,000 feet, the intelligence picture that eliminated the ambiguity his plan depended on. His operation required fog. The Americans had brought floodlights. 6,800 miles to the west, in a windowless briefing room in the Pentagon, a Navy captain stood before a group of congressional staffers and explained why a $4.6 billion carrier strike group had needed a $2,400 burst of 20mm chain gun rounds to survive the morning. The staffers took careful notes. They asked about the $70 million repair bill. They asked about the 5 dead sailors. They asked about the 8 boats that had dumped their weapons and driven away untouched. The captain did not mention that the $2,400 burst had worked perfectly. That was not the number anyone in that room had come to discuss. At 0711 local time, a Mark 54 lightweight torpedo drops from the port weapons pylon of an MH-60 Seahawk helicopter hovering 1,100 feet above the pale green surface of the Strait of Hormuz and enters the water with a sound that 3 sonar operators on 3 different warships will later describe, independently, using the exact same word. Splash. Not the dramatic kind. The kind you hear when someone drops a toolbox off a dock. 9 feet of guidance electronics, propulsion motor, and 96 pounds of high explosive sinking through warm shallow water at an initial descent rate of 15 feet per second, motor not yet lit, still falling like a stone. 4 seconds later the motor ignites and the torpedo accelerates to 40 knots on a bearing of 047 degrees toward a contact designated Sierra 1, a contact that has been sitting motionless on the sandy bottom of the strait for the last 19 hours, breathing through its hull like a sleeping animal, unaware that it has already been dead for most of that time. The contact is an Iranian Ghatar-class midget submarine. It cost $30 million to build. The torpedo chasing it cost $451,000. Somewhere in the Pentagon's budget office, that ratio will appear on a spreadsheet next quarter and no one will highlight it because it is not unusual enough to warrant attention. That is the kind of war this is. But the torpedo is the middle of the story. The beginning is 72 hours earlier and 400 miles to the northeast, inside a hardened bunker 14 miles southeast of Bandar Abbas, where an Iranian naval commander whose name will not appear in any post-operation analysis is standing in front of a wall display showing the real-time positions of every vessel transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point. The shipping lanes are tighter. Inbound traffic to the Persian Gulf runs through a 2-mile-wide channel on the Omani side. Outbound traffic runs through a 2-mile channel on the Iranian side. Between them sits a 2-mile buffer zone. On an average day, 21 million barrels of crude oil slide through this gap, roughly 21% of the world's daily petroleum consumption threading through a keyhole that a recreational boater could cross in 40 minutes. The commander has been told that the USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN-72, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier displacing 104,000 tons and drawing 40 feet of water, will transit this keyhole in 3 days. His orders come from the Islamic Republic of Iran Navy's Submarine Command, and they are direct. Deploy 5 Goddard-class submarines into the outbound shipping lane. Space them along an 18 nautical mile line. Bury their acoustic signatures beneath the propeller noise of commercial traffic. When the carrier reaches the narrowest portion of the strait, all 5 boats fire simultaneously. 10 torpedoes from 5 directions. 10 chances to hit the single most expensive warship on the planet. The plan has an elegance that any naval strategist would respect. Even if American anti-submarine warfare neutralizes 3 of the 5 boats before they fire, the remaining 2 still put 4 torpedoes in the water. A Goddard's Russian-derived Test 71Me heavyweight torpedo carries a 450-pound warhead and travels at 45 knots to a maximum range of 15 kilometers, roughly 8 nautical miles. A carrier cannot outrun it. A carrier cannot dodge 4 of them arriving from different bearings in the same 90-second window. The Iranian commander is not wrong about any of this. He is wrong about something else entirely, and he will not find out what it is until it is far too late to matter. 19 miles south across the water at the Iranian naval facility on Larak Island, the first Goddard slides backward off its launch cradle into the dark water at 2214 local time. Its single diesel engine coughs once, catches, and settles into a low vibration that the 29 men inside feel more than hear. The Goddard class is 120 feet long, displaces 120 tons submerged, and has a maximum underwater speed of 11 knots. It was designed for exactly one mission: shallow water ambush in confined waterways where larger submarines cannot operate. Its crush depth is approximately 650 feet, but it will never go below 80 because the Strait of Hormuz averages 260 feet deep, and the shipping lanes are shallower still. Iran operates somewhere between 17 and 23 of these boats depending on which intelligence estimate you believe. Tonight 5 of them are going into the water. The second Goddard launches from the same cradle 20 minutes later. The third and fourth stage from Jask, 180 nautical miles to the southeast, where they have been sitting under camouflage netting for a week. The fifth departs from a floating dock concealed inside a commercial fishing port on Keshem Island, 8 nautical miles from the main shipping lane, so close that its crew can hear tanker propellers through the hull before they even submerge. All 5 boats are underwater by 0300 local time. All 5 go quiet. For the next 48 hours, all 5 do exactly what they were designed to do: disappear. 480 nautical miles to the southwest, aboard the Lincoln, the air wing is running cyclic operations. Every 90 minutes a new set of aircraft launches while the previous set recovers. The flight deck operates at a noise level of 150 decibels, the threshold at which human eardrums begin to rupture. Jet blast deflector panels absorb exhaust at 3,400 degrees Fahrenheit. Men and women in colored jerseys move through this environment with a precision that looks choreographed but is actually just 11,000 repetitions over the course of a single deployment. 3 decks below, in the Carrier Intelligence Center, an anti-submarine warfare analyst is staring at a sonobuoy return that arrived 6 hours ago from a P-8A Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft, a $256 million Boeing derivative that exists for one reason: finding submarines. The return shows a 4-second narrowband tonal recorded at 0347 local time, a sound consistent with a small diesel engine starting under load.
It appeared once. It did not repeat. It could be a submarine.
It could be a fishing trawler's auxiliary generator.
It could be a bilge pump on a moored barge.
The analyst flags it. That flag will cost Iran $150 million. 36 hours before the transit, the Carrier Strike Group's anti-submarine warfare commander briefs the admiral. The briefing takes 11 minutes. The standard approach to a Hormuz transit relies on the escort screen, 2 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and 1 Ticonderoga-class cruiser carrying towed array sonars that create a moving acoustic bubble around the carrier. This is what Iran expects. What the anti-submarine warfare commander proposes is something else. He wants to seed the strait with 104 and SSQ-53 Dafar sonobuoys in a grid pattern covering the outbound shipping lane and the buffer zone, creating an acoustic tripwire 30 nautical miles long and 6 nautical miles wide. Each sonobuoy costs $1,700. The entire grid costs $176,800, less than the price of a single torpedo the Goddards are carrying. Iran is about to learn why Americans do not get free dental care. The admiral approves it before the commander finishes the sentence. 2 P-8A Poseidons deploy from Al Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates, 300 nautical miles to the west. Each aircraft carries 120 sonobuoys in rotary launchers mounted in the aft fuselage. The buoys fall at predetermined intervals, hit the water, deploy a hydrophone to a preset depth, and begin transmitting encrypted acoustic data to both the aircraft overhead and the Carrier Strike Group's Combat Information Center. By 0400 local time the day before the transit, 104 sonobuoys are in the water, listening. 14 nautical miles east, sitting on the sandy bottom at 75 feet, the commander of Goddard 1 does not know the buoys are there. His orders are to remain stationary, engines off, all non-essential systems secured. The Goddard can sit on the bottom for 6 hours before its air supply requires snorkeling. His crew is trained for this. They are quiet. They are disciplined. What the commander of Goddard 1 did not know was that the sonobuoy grid was not listening for engines. It was listening for his hull. A submarine resting on the seafloor in shallow warm water experiences thermal cycling as ambient temperatures shift with tidal movement and solar heating. The steel hull expands and contracts with these minor variations. This produces tiny metallic sounds, hull pops, that are acoustically distinct from any biological or commercial source. They sound like someone flicking a fingernail against the side of an aluminum can. They are impossible to suppress because they are a function of physics, not machinery. A crew could shut down every system, hold their breath and pray, and the hull would still give them away. The AN/SSQ 53 Defar buoy can localize these sounds to within 300 meters. At 14:23 local time, sonobuoy 41 records a hull pop on bearing 131 degrees. 90 seconds later, sonobuoy 46 records the same tonal on bearing 347 degrees. Triangulation places the source 4.5 nautical miles southeast of the buffer zone at a depth consistent with a small submarine sitting on the bottom in 80 feet of water. Goddard 1 has been found by a device that costs less than a used motorcycle. Aboard the P-8A orbiting at 25,000 feet, the tactical coordinator designates the contact Sierra 1. Within 2 hours, 4 more contacts materialize. Sierra 2 appears 6 nautical miles northwest. Then Sierra 3. By 1640, all 5 Goddards have been localized. All 5 are stationary, engines off, sitting exactly where the Iranian plan placed them, spaced 4 to 7 nautical miles apart along the outbound lane like mile markers on a highway built for dying. The P-8A crew now faces a decision that sounds simple but carries enormous weight. They know where 5 submarines are. The submarines do not know they have been found. If the Americans attack now, they reveal the detection capability and Iran adjusts its doctrine. If they wait, the Goddards might reposition beyond the grid. The decision reaches the admiral. He takes 2 minutes. He orders the strike group to proceed on the original transit timeline, but shifts the formation 1.5 nautical miles south into the buffer zone. That buys 7,000 extra yards of distance from the nearest Goddard. He assigns each submarine a dedicated hunter. Goddards 1 and 2 get the destroyers USS Rafael Peralta, DDG-115, and USS John Finn, DDG-113, each carrying an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter armed with Mark 54 torpedoes and dipping sonar. Goddard 3 gets the Ticonderoga-class cruiser USS Port Royal, CG-73, and its embarked Seahawk. Goddards 4 and 5 get the 2 P-8A Poseidons, each loaded with 4 Mark 54 torpedoes. 5 submarines, 5 hunters, and every hunter already holding a firing solution before the prey knows the hunt has started. The total cost of the American response so far, $176,800 in sonobuoys and roughly $240,000 in P-8A flight hours. Iran has $150 million in submarines on the bottom. The accountants have already lost this war. 0710 local time, transit day. The Lincoln enters the eastern approach to the Strait of Hormuz at 18 knots. The cruiser Port Royal leads. The Peralta holds the starboard quarter. The Finn guards the port side. Overhead, 2F divided by a -18F Super Hornets fly combat air patrol at 28,000 feet. Irrelevant to the submarine fight, but visible enough that Iranian surveillance drones orbiting 40 nautical miles north see them and report the carrier group's position to the Bandar Abbas bunker. The Iranian commander receives the report and does what the American admiral knew he would do. He sends a single word burst on an extremely low frequency channel to all 5 Goddards. The word is the Farsi equivalent of execute. Start engines. Rise to attack depth. Acquire. Fire. 12 nautical miles north of the Lincoln, Goddard 1's diesel engine coughs to life. It is the same sound the sonobuoy recorded 48 hours ago, and this time every sensor in the strike group hears it simultaneously. The P-8A hears it. The Peralta's towed array hears it. 3 sonobuoys within 5 nautical miles hear it. It is a submarine starting its engine, and there is nothing else on Earth it can be. Goddard 1 rises. 75 feet. 60. 45. At 40 feet the periscope breaks the surface. The commander sees the gray mass of the Lincoln 12 nautical miles to the south, its superstructure rising above the morning haze like a small city balanced on water. He orders torpedo tubes 1 and 2 flooded. 3 nautical miles east, Goddard 2 does the same. Its diesel starts 22 seconds after Goddard 1. 6 miles further east, Goddard 3's engine catches. Then 4. Then 5. Across 18 nautical miles of water in a span of 51 seconds, 5 diesel engines come alive in sequence like fingers drumming on a table. In the Bandar Abbas bunker, the commander hears nothing. He ordered radio silence until after the attack. He is getting precisely what he asked for. Aboard the Peralta, the anti-submarine warfare officer has been watching Sierra 1 for 19 hours without losing contact once. The hull pops gave him initial position. The engine start gave him a firing solution he could hand to a child. His Seahawk has been airborne for 40 minutes, hovering 1,100 feet above the water, dipping sonar already wet, already tracking. The pilot confirms magnetic anomaly detection, the NATO brevity code Madman, verifying 120 tons of Iranian steel directly below. Weapons free comes at 0711. The Seahawk releases one Mark 54 torpedo. It enters the water. 4 seconds. Motor ignition. 40 knots. The onboard sonar acquires Goddard 1 at a range of 370 meters. One correction, 2 degrees right, and it homes in. Goddard 1's sonar operator hears the torpedo motor. He has 5 seconds. 5 seconds is not enough to change depth, not enough to deploy a countermeasure, not enough to fire a weapon. It is enough to know what is about to happen. The Mark 54 detonates 2 feet from the pressure hull just after the sail. 96 pounds of explosive, designed not to overkill but to crack. The Goddard's hull fails instantly. Water enters at 17 pounds per square inch. The boat sinks in 8 seconds. The bottom is 90 feet down, not far to fall. 3 nautical miles east, Goddard 2's commander hears the explosion. Sound travels through seawater at 5,000 feet per second. He heard the torpedo motor first, a high-pitched whine that every submariner recognizes and none want to hear, and then the detonation. He makes a decision that courage demands and physics will punish. He opens both torpedo tube outer doors and fires. One test 71 Me torpedo enters the water at 0712, heading south-southwest at 45 knots toward the Lincoln. This is the vampire call. This is what sends the word across 3 encrypted channels simultaneously. Inbound anti-ship torpedo detected. Aboard the Lincoln, 14 weapon systems begin automated engagement sequences. The carrier heels into an emergency turn to starboard, 30 degrees, accelerating from 18 to 32 knots. 104,000 tons of nuclear-powered steel carving through the strait hard enough that unsecured objects slide off every flat surface on the ship. The SLQ-25 Nixie torpedo decoy deploys automatically from the stern, a towed device emitting acoustic signatures that mimic the carrier's propellers, trailing 600 feet behind. Goddard 2 fires its second torpedo 8 seconds later. Same bearing, same solution. The commander has emptied his entire magazine. 2 shots, because 2 is all a Goddard carries. That is the whole arsenal. Both torpedoes are now running south at 45 knots. But the Lincoln is not where the firing solution says it is. The Admiral shifted the formation 1.5 nautical miles south during the night. Goddard 2's commander built his attack on a position reported by an Iranian drone 10 hours earlier. The carrier has moved. Both test 71 Me torpedoes have a maximum range of 15 kilometers, roughly 8.1 nautical miles. The Lincoln is now 11 nautical miles away. Both torpedoes will exhaust their fuel 2.9 nautical miles short of the target. They are chasing a ship they will never reach, burning through propellant at 45 knots toward nothing, and the man who fired them does not know it. 4 nautical miles northeast, the Finn Seahawk drops a Mark 54 on Goddard 2 at 0713. Acquisition in 9 seconds. Detonation against the forward hull at 0713 and 18 seconds. The submarine breaks in half. The bow section drops immediately. The stern floats for 3 minutes, diesel smoke curling upward from the ruptured engine compartment, before taking on enough water to slide under. From orbit, it will look like a gray smudge going nowhere. 12 nautical miles east, above Goddard's 4 and 5, the 2 P-8A Poseidons have been holding at 5,000 feet with continuous sonobuoy track on both contacts. Goddard 4 starts its engine at 0711, same as the others. Its commander is methodical. He waits for a confirmed periscope bearing before flooding tubes. He follows every procedure. He is the most competent commander in the water, and it will not save him. The first P-8A drops a Mark 54 at 0712 from 800 feet using coordinates fed by sonobuoy 73. The torpedo enters the water 200 meters from the Goddard. Acquisition is immediate. Impact at 0712 and 12 seconds. The commander who waited, who did everything by the book, who earned whatever commendation his Navy gives for composure under pressure, never fires a shot. A $451,000 weapon just killed a $30 million submarine. 6 nautical miles southeast, Goddard 5's commander hears the third explosion and makes the only rational choice remaining. He orders emergency dive to the bottom and full shutdown. Return to what worked before. Sit still. Stay silent. Wait. It is the correct decision. It is exactly what the Goddard was designed for. It is also a decision made against an enemy that found him by listening to his hull breathe. Goddard 5 settles to 75 feet.
engine off, crew silent. 38 seconds later, sonobuoy 91 records a hull pop as the pressure hull adjusts to the depth change. The P-8A overhead marks the position. A Mark 54 enters the water at 0715. Acquisition takes 14 seconds, longer because the target is stationary and quiet. The torpedo circles once, reacquires, and strikes the stern. The explosion ruptures the engine compartment. The submarine settles into the sand, cracked open, leaking diesel fuel that will spread into the oil slick visible on satellite imagery the next morning. That leaves Goddard 3, sitting in the center of what used to be a gauntlet, 8 nautical miles north of the Lincoln. Its commander has heard 4 explosions in 4 minutes. He has 2 torpedoes and a bearing on the carrier. The carrier is at the outer edge of his weapons range. He fires both. 2 test, 71 torpedoes enter the water at 0715 heading south at 45 knots. The Lincoln, still in its emergency turn, is now 8.5 nautical miles from Goddard 3. Maximum torpedo range, 8.1 nautical miles. The torpedoes will fall short by 730 yards. That gap, less than half a mile, is the distance between catastrophe and survival. It is the distance created by an admiral who moved his ship in the night because an analyst noticed a sound 6 hours before anyone else did and thought it was worth flagging. The Port Royal Seahawk drops the final Mark 54 on Goddard 3 at 0716. Acquisition in 7 seconds. Impact at the torpedo tube section, the weakest structural point on the hull. The submarine folds. It sinks in 11 seconds. At 0719 and 47 seconds, 9 minutes and 47 seconds after the first Vampire call, the last Goddard-class submarine in the Strait of Hormuz stops being a submarine and becomes debris. 5 boats. 10 torpedoes intended. 4 torpedoes actually fired. 0 hits. 5 kills. Under 10 minutes. In the water between the kill zones, 4 test 71 torpedoes are still running. 2 from Goddard 2 will exhaust their fuel at 0720, dying 2.9 nautical miles from a carrier that was never where they thought it was. 2 from Goddard 3 will exhaust at 0719, 730 yards short. All 4 sink to the bottom, inert, guidance sections still pinging into empty ocean. Aboard the Lincoln, the captain orders a return to base course. The emergency turn is cancelled. Flight deck operations resume. 20 minutes later, an F divided by a -18E launches into the morning air. Its pilot does not know that 12 nautical miles to the north, 145 men are dead or sitting in broken steel on the seafloor waiting for a rescue that Iranian Naval Command has not yet realized is necessary. In the Bandar Abbas bunker, the commander stares at 5 communication channels. All 5 are silent. He ordered radio silence until after the attack. He is receiving exactly what he demanded, and it is the worst silence of his life. The total American expenditure breaks down simply. 5 Mark 54 torpedoes at $451,000 each, $2,255,000. 104 sonobuoys at $1,700 each, $176,800. Flight hours for 2 P-8A Poseidons and 3 MH-60 R Seahawks, approximately 410,000. Total cost, approximately $2.8 million. Iranian losses, 5 Goddard-class submarines at $30 million each, $150 million, plus 145 crew. The cost ratio is 53-1. The torpedoes that missed the carrier cost more individually than the torpedoes that sank the submarines that fired them. 700 meters south of the debris that used to be Goddard 3, a sonobuoy bobs on the surface. It has been in the water for 44 hours. Its battery will last 4 more. It costs less than a motorcycle. It found 5 submarines and guided 5 kills, and it will sink to the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz without anyone retrieving it. The Navy will not record its serial number. The strait reopens to commercial traffic at 0900. The first vessel through is a Kuwaiti tanker carrying 2 million barrels of crude oil worth $160 million. Its captain does not know what happened 8 nautical miles to his north. He checks his watch. He is 11 minutes behind schedule. The delay will cost his company $32,000 in port fees. That is what 10 minutes costs in the Strait of Hormuz. It depends entirely on which side of the math you are standing on. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how the US Navy tracks submarines in the deep ocean. Bye for now. At 5:02 local time, Abraham Lincoln was 14 nautical miles from the narrowest choke point. Her escorts fanned out in a formation designed to absorb punishment from every direction at once. 2 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers rode ahead and to the flanks, their Spy 1D radar arrays painting the sky in overlapping cones. A cruiser trailed slightly aft, watching the deep water behind them. Above the formation, an E-2D Advanced Hawkeye orbited at altitude, its rotodome turning slowly,
pulling signal from hundreds of miles of airspace and feeding it down into the fleet's nervous system like a second brain floating above the first. 5,000 sailors, airmen, officers, and support personnel lived inside Abraham Lincoln's hull. They ate in shifts. They slept in racks stacked 3 high. They worked in spaces where the air tasted like metal and hydraulic fluid and old sweat. Most of them would never touch a weapon. Most of them kept the ship alive so the ship could keep them alive, an exchange so deeply embedded in carrier culture that no one thought about it consciously until something forced them to. Something was about to force them to. The intelligence briefing that morning had flagged elevated activity along the Iranian coast. Not unusual for a carrier transit. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy had a long and well-documented habit of shadowing American warships through the strait, sometimes with fast boats, sometimes with drones, sometimes with nothing more than aggressive radar illumination designed to remind everyone that this water had 2 owners. The briefing used the word heightened. It did not use the word imminent. That distinction would matter in the after-action review. It would not matter at all in the next 23 minutes. At 5:09, something changed in the electronic spectrum. It did not announce itself. There was no single alarm, no bright flash on a scope. What happened was subtler and, to the men and women trained to read it, far more unsettling. Across several frequency bands monitored by the strike group's electronic warfare operators, a pattern emerged. Coastal surveillance radars that had been sweeping in routine arcs suddenly tightened their scan sectors. 2 of them stopped sweeping entirely and locked into what the operators recognized as target quality tracking. At almost the same moment, a burst of encrypted communication traffic surged from a point inland, lasted 11 seconds, and went silent. Aboard the cruiser, the senior electronic warfare officer flagged it immediately. The report climbed through the strike group's tactical net in seconds. Possible fire control activity. Multiple emitters. Coastal origin. Correlating with known ASCM sites. ASCM. Anti-ship cruise missile. 3 words that rearrange every priority on every ship in a formation the instant they appear in a sentence. The captain of Abraham Lincoln received the report on the bridge at 5:11. He was already standing. He had been standing since the steam line ruptured an hour earlier because that was the kind of officer he was. The kind who stayed vertical when his ship had a wound, even a small one. He read the report on the tactical display, asked 1 question of his operations officer, received 1 answer, and made the call. Set condition 1 throughout the ship. The bosun's pipe screamed through every compartment. Hatches that had been propped open for ventilation slammed shut and dogged down. Sailors who had been walking toward the mess for early breakfast turned around and ran. In the medical bay, corpsmen secured loose equipment and moved gurneys into position along the interior bulkheads where blast fragmentation was least likely to reach. In damage control central, teams pulled on flash gear and checked the status of every fire main, every counterflooding valve, every escape trunk. And on the flight deck, 100 feet above the waterline, the morning changed shape entirely. The deck had been configured for a standard launch cycle. 4F divided by a -18E Super Hornets were spotted near the bow catapults, 2 more aft. An EA-18G Growler sat on the port side with its wings still folded. Fuel hoses lay coiled beside aircraft. Ordnance carts were parked in the lanes between jets, loaded with precision munitions that had been scheduled for a routine training sortie over the Gulf of Oman. None of that was going to happen now. Yellow shirts began redirecting aircraft away from the catapults and into emergency hold positions. Red shirts sprinted toward the ordnance carts, not to load weapons but to secure them, because 1,000 pounds of guided steel rolling free across a flight deck during a missile impact would kill as efficiently as the missile itself. Brown shirts dropped to their knees beside tie-down chains and cranked them tight. The choreography was violent and precise and completely silent beneath the wind. At 5:14, the Hawkeye called it. The voice was calm. Hawkeye crews are selected partly for their ability to deliver catastrophic information as though they are reading a grocery list. What came down the net was this: multiple launch events detected, bearing 047, correlating with Bandar Abbas coastal region. Assess 4 to 6 missile-class objects. Trajectories tracking southwest. Inbound to strike group. 4 to 6. Not 1. Not a warning shot. Not a probe. A salvo. The Combat Information Center aboard Abraham Lincoln became the loudest quiet room on the planet. Every console was active. Every operator was speaking. But the volume stayed low because volume meant confusion and confusion meant death. Radar operators refined tracks. Weapons coordinators assigned threats to escorts. Communication teams pushed updates to every ship simultaneously. The air warfare commander, seated at the center of the space like a conductor surrounded by instruments, began sequencing the defense. Layer 1. The Aegis destroyers. At 5:15, the forward destroyer locked its Spy 1D radar onto the leading inbound tracks and began generating firing solutions. The system did not hesitate. It did not ask for confirmation. Aegis was built for exactly this kind of arithmetic: multiple threats, converging bearings, collapsing time. The computer offered its answer in milliseconds. The human confirmed it in less than 2 seconds. 2 standard missiles left the forward vertical launch cells with a sound that sailors on the carrier described later as a door being ripped off its hinges by a freight train. The white exhaust columns punched upward, bent toward the horizon, and vanished into speed. A beat later, the second destroyer fired its own pair, 4 interceptors now racing outward to meet whatever was coming inward. On Abraham Lincoln's Bridge, the captain watched the tactical display update, 4 blue arcs reaching toward 4 red symbols. Simple geometry. Life or death math. At 5:16, the first intercept registered. One of the SM-2s found its target at range, and the inbound track disintegrated into a scatter of fragments that the radar briefly painted as a cloud before they fell below detection. Track 1, killed. The CIC logged it without emotion. But tracks 2 through 5 were still alive and still closing, and the picture was about to get worse. Because the Hawkeye had just revised its count. Not 4 to 6 inbound, 8, possibly 9. A second wave of launches had occurred 20 seconds after the first, from a different point along the coast, staggered in timing and bearing to arrive at the strike group from slightly different angles. This was not a volley. It was a coordinated barrage designed to saturate the defense from multiple vectors simultaneously. The air warfare commander aboard Abraham Lincoln absorbed the update and adjusted without pause. He had trained for this. Every officer in that room had trained for this. The nightmare scenario for a carrier strike group was not a single missile. A single missile was a problem with a solution. The nightmare was volume, enough inbound threats arriving fast enough and spread wide enough to overwhelm the interceptors, exhaust the close-in defenses, and put at least one warhead onto steel. Iran had just tried to build that nightmare. At 5:17, the escorts were firing continuously. SM-2s and SM-SIXS left the rails in pairs, each one assigned to a specific track, each one burning toward a different piece of the incoming swarm. The sky over the northern Gulf flickered with distant intercepts, brief white flashes that looked almost beautiful from the flight deck if you did not understand what they meant. 2 more tracks died, then a third. But the barrage had been designed with redundancy. For every missile the Americans killed, another was still flying, still skimming the surface, still driving toward 5,000 people and 100,000 tons of steel. One of the inbound tracks dropped so low it merged with the sea return on radar. For 4 seconds it simply ceased to exist on every scope in the strike group. The electronic warfare officer aboard the cruiser swore once, quietly, into his headset. Then the Hawkeye reacquired it, lower than before, faster than it should have been at that altitude. The track had descended into the wave tops and accelerated for its terminal run. That missile was now aimed at the carrier. The forward destroyer shifted fire. 2 SM-2s redirected toward the low flyer. One of them lost guidance in the clutter and self-destructed harmlessly. The other found the edge of the target's radar cross-section but detonated late, behind the missile, close enough to damage but not to kill. The track wobbled on the display. It slowed by a fraction. Then it steadied and kept coming. Aboard Abraham Lincoln, the CWS mounts woke up. The Phalanx close-in weapon system is the last door between an inbound missile and the ship it wants to kill. It is a 6-barreled 20mm Gatling gun married to its own radar, and it thinks faster than any human in the loop. When it activates, the sound is distinctive, a rising mechanical whine that climbs in pitch until it becomes a scream, and then the scream becomes a roar as the barrels spin to full speed and begin throwing tungsten at 4,000 rounds per minute. Every sailor on the ship heard it. In the berthing compartments. In the engine rooms. In the mess halls. In the magazine spaces deep below the waterline where men sat surrounded by high explosives and had nothing to do but listen. The CIWS on the starboard side engaged at 5:18. The burst lasted less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds of continuous fire that turned the air between the ship and the sea into a wall of metal fragments so dense that nothing could pass through it intact. The missile hit that wall at just under the speed of sound. It came apart 600 yards from Abraham Lincoln's hull. The explosion was low and flat, a hard orange flash followed by a spray of burning debris that scattered across the water in a fan pattern that reached close enough to spatter the hull with fragments. Sailors on the sponson level felt the heat. One of them described it later as standing too close to a bonfire that someone had thrown a car battery into. The ship shuddered, not from impact, but from the pressure wave and from the CWS recoil and from 5,000 people collectively holding their breath and then releasing it. Track killed. Terminal defense successful. But the morning was not done with them. At 5:19, while the last missile fragments were still hissing into the Gulf, surface search radar aboard the southern destroyer painted a new problem. Contacts emerging from the Iranian coastline at high speed. Small, fast, multiple. Not missiles this time. Boats. IRGCN fast attack craft. The kind of vessel Iran had spent decades perfecting for exactly this scenario. Shallow draft speedboats armed with rockets, short-range anti-ship missiles, and in some cases nothing more than a crew willing to close range and create chaos.
They were cheap.
They were expendable. And in the confined geometry of the strait, they were genuinely dangerous.
The first count was 7.
Within a minute, it revised to 11. They came from 3 different points along the coast, not in a single wave but in staggered groups that forced the strike group to divide its attention across a wide arc. Some held back at medium range, circling, watching. Others drove straight in, throwing up white rooster tails of wake as they accelerated toward the formation's outer ring. The swarm had arrived at the worst possible moment. The escorts had just expended interceptors on the missile barrage. Reload cells were cycling. Crews were still processing battle damage from the close intercept, and now they had to pivot from air defense to surface warfare without missing a beat. Aboard the screening destroyer, the captain made a judgment that would later be studied in tactical classrooms. He split his weapons systems. Aegis stayed oriented skyward in case another missile salvo was coming. The 5-inch gun and the ship's smaller weapons trained outward toward the approaching boats. He was betting that the swarm and the missiles were 2 halves of the same attack, and that committing everything to one threat would leave him naked against the other.
He was right.
At 5:20, as the first fast boats crossed within 5 nautical miles of the formation, another pair of missile launches bloomed on the Hawkeye's scope.
Inland, same coastal corridor.
Smaller signatures this time, possibly shorter range weapons, but fired while the strike group's attention was being dragged toward the surface. The timing was precise enough to suggest a single coordinating hand somewhere on shore, watching, waiting, sequencing each layer to arrive when the Americans were most distracted. The second missile pair met SM-6 interceptors that the cruiser had been holding in reserve for exactly this contingency. Both inbound tracks died at range.
Clean kills, no drama.
But the expenditure was real. The strike group's magazine depth was not infinite, and every interceptor fired was 1 fewer available for whatever came next. On the surface, the fast boats were now close enough to see through binoculars from Abraham Lincoln's Island. Small dark shapes cutting white lines across gray water. They looked absurd against the backdrop of a nuclear-powered supercarrier. They looked like insects approaching a cathedral. But the men watching them did not feel safe, because they had read the history. They knew what the USS Cole looked like after a single small boat reached its hull. They knew what happened in the Millennium Challenge wargame when simulated swarm tactics sank a carrier in a simulation that the Navy had tried very hard to forget. Bridge-to-bridge warnings went out on open channels. Unidentified military vessels approaching United States naval formation. You are standing into danger. Alter course immediately. No response from any of them. At 5:21, the MH-60R Seahawk that had been turning rotors on the flight deck launched into a sky still smudged with smoke from the earlier intercepts. It dropped low over the water and banked toward the nearest cluster of fast boats, feeding live video back to the strike group. The imagery confirmed what radar had suggested. Several boats carried visible weapons mounted forward. At least 2 showed crew activity around what appeared to be launcher rails. One was trailing something in the water that the helicopter crew could not immediately identify. The destroyer screening the carrier's starboard side fired a warning burst from its forward gun. The 5-inch round hit the water 300 yards ahead of the lead boat, throwing up a column of spray tall enough to be visible from the carrier. The message was unambiguous. The lead boat did not alter course. It accelerated. The second round was not a warning. It struck the boat just forward of amidships. Through the helicopter's camera feed, the strike group watched the small vessel buckle, shudder, and begin to burn. Its wake collapsed. It wallowed once to starboard, then settled lower in the water as smoke poured from the shattered hull. The crew was either gone or going. Nobody aboard the destroyer watched long enough to determine which. 2 boats behind the leader broke hard. One turned away. The other hesitated, drifted broadside to the formation for a long 5 seconds, then turned as well. But the flanking groups did not break. They adjusted, spreading wider, staying just outside the range where the escorts had demonstrated they would kill, probing for a seam. At 5:23, one of the flanking boats fired. It was a short-range weapon, possibly a C-704 derivative, launched from a rail so small that the Seahawk crew did not identify it until the exhaust trail was already visible. The missile covered the distance between the boat and the outer escort in seconds. The destroyer's CWS engaged automatically, and the weapon disintegrated in a burst of fragments that peppered the ship's superstructure with shrapnel.
No penetration. No casualties.
But the sound of metal hitting metal at velocity echoed through the destroyer's bridge, and for the crew, the distinction between a near miss and a hit became academic. The destroyer returned fire immediately. Not with the 5-inch gun this time, but with a harpoon. The response was wildly disproportionate in terms of cost and capability, $1 million anti-ship missile aimed at a fiberglass speedboat. But proportionality was no longer the governing principle. The principle was now suppression. The harpoon covered the distance in a flat, screaming arc and hit the offending boat at waterline. The detonation was massive relative to the target. The boat ceased to exist in any recognizable form. What remained was burning debris scattered across a circle of churning water. The other boats saw it. Every one of them saw it. And within 60 seconds, the swarm began to dissolve. Boats peeled off in ones and twos, turning back toward the coast, their wakes curving away from the formation like fingers uncurling from a fist. By 5:26, the surface picture was clearing, but the captain of Abraham Lincoln was no longer looking at the boats. He was looking at the coast. The real threat had never been the missiles or the boats alone. It had been the system behind them, the radars that had guided the first salvo, the communication nodes that had sequenced the swarm, the launchers that might still hold reloads, the command structure that had orchestrated the entire attack with enough precision to layer missiles, boats, and timing into a single coherent assault on a United States aircraft carrier. If that system survived the morning, it would try again. Maybe not today, maybe not this week, but it would try again. The captain's order was brief: launch the strike package. At 5:28, the flight deck of Abraham Lincoln transformed for the third time that morning. It had gone from launch posture to emergency defense to survival mode. Now it shifted to something older and more fundamental: retaliation. Catapult crews who had been crouching behind blast deflectors stood and moved to their stations. Steam pressure built in the catapult tracks. Yellow shirts guided the first Super Hornet forward, its wings unfolding as it rolled, weapons visible beneath them, 2,000-pound dams and a targeting pod that could read a license plate from 15,000 feet. The shooter touched the deck, the holdback released. The catapult fired, and the first strike aircraft left Abraham Lincoln's bow with a sound like the sky tearing open. 3 more followed in under 2 minutes. Then the Growler. The electronic warfare aircraft climbed out on a separate vector, its jamming pods already warming, its crew already mapping the Iranian electromagnetic order of battle from memory and from the data the Hawkeye was pouring into their systems. The strike package formed up over the Gulf and turned northeast, toward the coast, toward the launchers. At 5:33, the Growler began its work. Iranian coastal radars that had been sweeping confidently 10 minutes earlier found their signals bending, fracturing, drowning in noise. Tracking beams that had guided the morning's missile barrage stuttered and lost coherence. Communication links between shore batteries and their command nodes filled with phantom signals. The electromagnetic environment along the Iranian coast, which had been clear and organized during the attack, became a hall of mirrors. Behind the Growler, the Super Hornets descended to strike altitude and began their search. The first target appeared at 5:35, a mobile radar vehicle parked in a prepared revetment near the coast, its antennas still oriented toward the strait. The targeting pod locked on. The pilot confirmed the identification against the Hawkeye's earlier emissions data. The coordinates matched. The radar type matched. This was one of the systems that had guided the missiles that had nearly hit his ship. The JDAM fell clean. The explosion erased the revetment, the vehicle, and 30 meters of surrounding terrain in a single convulsion of dirt and fire. A secondary detonation followed, smaller but sharp, probably a generator or a fuel cache. The smoke column rose vertically in the still morning air. At 5:37, a second target resolved. A launcher site tucked into a wadi 2 kilometers inland. The camouflage netting over it had been hastily repositioned, suggesting the crew had attempted to relocate after their first salvo and had not moved fast enough. Through infrared, the launcher vehicle glowed hot. It had fired recently. The heat signature was unmistakable. 2 Super Hornets prosecuted the target simultaneously, each dropping a single weapon from offset angles to ensure coverage. The twin impacts bracketed the launcher position and collapsed it. The secondaries were spectacular. Missile propellant ignited in a chain that sent flame shooting laterally out of the wadi like a blowtorch laid on its side. Whatever reload missiles had been stored nearby cooked off in a series of staggered blasts that continued for nearly a minute. At 5:40, the strike lead identified what appeared to be a command and control node, a cluster of vehicles with communication masts and antenna arrays positioned on a low rise with line of sight to both the coast and the inland road network. Personnel were visible, moving between vehicles in what looked like evacuation. They were too late. The weapon arrived before the last vehicle could move. The strike was clean and total. The node went dark on every sensor in the strike group's network simultaneously. One more sight. At 5:43, farther south along the coast, a final radar emission spiked briefly. A search radar attempting to reacquire the American aircraft. The Growler smothered it electronically, and a trailing Super Hornet put a weapon on the source 30 seconds later. The emission stopped permanently. By 5:45, the strike package was turning for home. Below them, the Iranian coastal corridor that had opened the morning with coordinated aggression was silent. Smoke rose from 4 separate sites. The electromagnetic spectrum along the shore was empty where it had once been crowded with threat signals. The system that had orchestrated the attack, radar, launchers, command, communications, existed now only as wreckage and data points in American intelligence files. The recovery aboard Abraham Lincoln began at 5:48. One by one, the strike aircraft descended into the pattern, caught the wire, and rolled to a stop on the same flight deck that had been a target less than 40 minutes earlier. Pilots climbed out and walked to debrief. No fist pumps. No victory poses. Maintenance crews swarmed the jets immediately, checking for damage, beginning the turnaround cycle for whatever came next. Because no one believed it was over. In the Combat Information Center, analysts were already building the timeline. The attack had lasted approximately 14 minutes from first launch detection to last surface engagement. In that window, Iran had fired an estimated 8 to 9 anti-ship cruise missiles from at least 2 separate coastal battery positions, deployed 11 fast attack craft in a coordinated swarm maneuver, launched at least 1 short-range missile from a surface vessel, and maintained fire control quality radar illumination of the strike group throughout the engagement. The American response had destroyed all inbound missiles, sunk or disabled 2 fast attack craft, driven the remaining swarm back to the coast, and eliminated 4 confirmed military targets ashore, including 2 missile launcher sites, 1 radar vehicle, and 1 command node. 0 American casualties. 0 structural damage to the carrier. Minor fragmentation damage to 1 escort destroyer. Magazine expenditure, significant but sustainable. The engineering crew, meanwhile, had finally isolated the ruptured steam line. On the bridge of Abraham Lincoln, the captain stood where he had stood all morning. The coffee in his hand had gone cold hours ago. He set it down on the chart table without looking at it. Outside the bridge windows, the Strait of Hormuz stretched ahead, narrow and bright under the climbing sun. Shipping traffic was already beginning to reappear on radar, commercial vessels that had scattered at the first sign of military action now cautiously resuming their routes. The carrier kept moving. It did not slow. It did not turn. It drove forward through the choke point at the same speed and on the same course it had planned before the first alarm sounded. 5,000 people aboard. Jets on the deck. Escorts on the flanks. Radars turning. The strait was quiet again. But quiet in the Strait of Hormuz is not the same as safe. It is the space between what just happened and what might happen next. The strike group understood that distinction in a way that no briefing could teach and no simulation could replicate. They understood it because they had lived it, because for 23 minutes that morning, the mathematics of survival had been calculated in real time by real people aboard real ships, and the answer had come back in their favor by margins measured in seconds and hundreds of yards. Iran had opened the morning by attacking a symbol. By mid-morning, the symbol had answered. Not with rhetoric, not with restraint calibrated for cameras. With precision, with layered defense, with counterstrike, and with the quiet relentless machinery of a force that had spent 70 years preparing for exactly this kind of fight in exactly this kind of water. The smoke on the coastline would fade by afternoon. The intelligence files would not. And the next time an Iranian battery commander looked at his radar scope and saw an American carrier transiting the strait, he would remember what happened to the last team that pressed the button. Abraham Lincoln cleared the Strait of Hormuz at 6:14 local time. Behind her, the water closed over the morning as if nothing had happened at all. But inside the hull, in the CIC logs, in the pilot's debriefs, in the maintenance records and the ammunition tallies and the quiet conversations between sailors who had heard the CWS scream for real, the morning would last a very long time. The ship sailed on. The mission continued. And somewhere below decks, an engineering team finally secured the steam line repair and filed a work order that would be the most boring document produced aboard USS Abraham Lincoln that day. Nobody would read it for weeks. At 3:14 local time, a single BGM-109 Tomahawk Block V cruise missile cleared the forward vertical launch cell of the USS Philippine Sea, a Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser holding station in the central Persian Gulf, 140 nautical miles southwest of Bandar Abbas. The booster kicked it off the rail and fell away. Wings deployed. The turbofan caught air. And 1,600 pounds of guided American foreign policy dropped to 50 feet above the waterline and turned northeast at 550 miles per hour toward something the United States government had not publicly acknowledged existed. The target was not on any map distributed to coalition partners. Not in any Pentagon press briefing. Not in any leaked target list making the rounds on Telegram channels where Iranian state media pretended to have sources. The target was a hardened underground facility 11 kilometers east of Isfahan, buried 80 feet beneath a complex that satellite imagery showed as a pharmaceutical packaging plant. The kind of building nobody looks at twice. Which was the entire point. Because underneath it, according to 14 months of signals intelligence and one extraordinarily well-placed human source, Iran had been operating a Cascade hull containing 1,044 IR-6 centrifuges enriching uranium to 60% purity. The Tomahawk cost $2.1 million. The centrifuge hull it was pointed at represented roughly $800 million in infrastructure, research, and 2 decades of sanctions evasion. Somewhere in the Navy's accounting office, someone was about to have a very satisfying afternoon. But the Tomahawk was not going to reach Isfahan. It was never supposed to. Its job was to die loudly. 340 nautical miles to the northwest, above the Iraqi border region, a formation of 8 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers was entering Iranian airspace at 42,000 feet. Each one carried 16 GBU, 57 massive ordnance penetrators in its rotary launchers, 30,000-pound bunker busters designed to punch through 200 feet of reinforced concrete before detonating. At $3.5 million per bomb, the 8 aircraft together carried roughly $448 million worth of ordnance. The entire formation's radar cross-section registered on Iranian air defense screens as approximately nothing. The Tomahawk's job was simple: fly toward Isfahan making as much electromagnetic noise as a cruise missile can make. Let every radar between Bandar Abbas and the target track it, paint it, hand it off to the next battery. Let every Tor M1, every Bavar 373, every surviving S-300 crew orient their attention southeast. Let every phone call between IRGC air defense nodes carry the same message: incoming from the Gulf, bearing northeast, one target, track and engage. And while every antenna in western Iran stared at a $2.1 million decoy flying at 550 miles per hour, 8 aircraft worth $2 billion each would arrive from the opposite direction carrying enough penetrating ordnance to rearrange the geology beneath Isfahan. Iran was about to learn the difference between seeing the threat and seeing the distraction. 130 kilometers south of Isfahan, the Tomahawk crossed into the engagement envelope of an Iranian Bavar 373 battery. The domestically produced long-range air defense system Tehran had spent a decade calling superior to the Russian S-300. The system's engagement radar, a modified version of the Sayyad-4 missile's fire control set, detected the cruise missile at 112 kilometers. The battery commander did exactly what his training demanded. He acquired, tracked, transitioned to fire control, and launched 2 interceptors. Each Sayyad-4 missile cost approximately $3.8 million. 2 of them, $7.6 million, now racing toward a target worth $2.1 million. The math was already working against Iran, and the real strike hadn't started yet. The Tomahawk didn't evade. It didn't need to. Its terrain-following algorithm kept it at 50 feet over the desert floor, which meant the Sayyad-4s had to execute a terminal dive against a target hugging the ground clutter. The first interceptor's proximity fuse triggered 40 meters above the cruise missile, peppering it with fragments that severed the left wing. The Tomahawk cartwheeled into the desert floor southeast of Najafabad at 3:27 local time. Kill confirmed. The Bavar 373 crew celebrated. Their command network buzzed with confirmation. Threat neutralized, single cruise missile, origin assessed as naval platform in the Persian Gulf. The battery commander reported the engagement up the chain and began the 6-minute reset cycle to reload. What he didn't know was that his radar had been transmitting continuously for 94 seconds during the engagement sequence, and 390 kilometers to the northwest, an RC-135V Rivet Joint Electronic Intelligence aircraft orbiting over Iraqi Kurdistan had recorded every emission with a precision that would make the battery's next minute of existence very brief. 9,000 feet above the Zagros ridgeline, a pair of F-15E Strike Eagles out of Al Dafra were already turning. Their APG-82 radars had the Bavar 373's coordinates before the Tomahawk's wreckage stopped burning. Each Strike Eagle carried 2 AGM-88G ARGMER missiles, the extended range variant of the old HARM, capable of Mach 2.5 and 300 kilometers of reach against radiating targets. The weapons officer in the lead aircraft confirmed the emission signature against the rivet joint's data match. He selected both weapons. The missiles dropped off the pylons, boosters igniting, accelerating past twice the speed of sound within 4 seconds. Each ARGMER cost $1.2 million. 2 missiles, $2.4 million. Headed for a battery that cost Iran somewhere north of $300 million to develop and $40 million to produce. The Bavar 373 crew had exactly the amount of warning that a radar warning receiver provides when it isn't turned on because you just shot down a cruise missile and you're running the post-engagement checklist. Which is to say, none. The first ARGMER struck the engagement radar antenna. The second hit the command vehicle 30 meters away. The battery ceased to exist as a functioning air defense system at 3:31 local time, 4 minutes after it celebrated its kill. 60 kilometers north, at the Isfahan facility, nothing had changed. The guards at the pharmaceutical plant's surface entrance were monitoring their phones for news. The underground facility's own security relied on concealment, not defense. No dedicated short-range air defense. No point defense system. The assumption had always been that nobody could strike what nobody could find. The B-2s were 14 minutes out. 240 kilometers west of Isfahan, the second layer of Iran's response was already reacting. 3 batteries of Tor M1 short-range air defense systems, Russian-built, deployed around the Natanz enrichment complex, began receiving repositioning orders. IRGC Air Defense Command had assessed the Tomahawk as a precursor strike, which it was, and concluded the primary target was Natanz, which it was not. The Tor M1S began displacing northeast, pulling the short-range air defense umbrella away from the western approach corridors and concentrating it around a facility that was not under threat. Iran was reinforcing the wrong castle. This was not an accident. 5 hours earlier, a burst transmission from a U.S. cyber operations unit at Fort Meade had injected false intelligence into an Iranian military communications node that the NSA had been sitting inside for 7 months. The message, formatted to match authentic IRGC dispatch protocols, reported American submarine activity consistent with a Tomahawk strike package assembling south of Natanz. The IRGC's intelligence directorate assessed it as credible because it matched the pattern they were already watching. The Tomahawk from the Philippine Sea. A single ship, a single missile, pointed at a nuclear facility. The logic was clean. The logic was wrong. Iran was playing chess against an opponent who had read their playbook and then rewritten the last chapter. At 3:38 local time, the lead B-2 Spirit, callsign Phantom 1, reached its initial point 22 kilometers northwest of the Isfahan facility. The aircraft was invisible to every radar system currently operating in Iranian airspace, which was now a significantly smaller number than it had been 24 minutes earlier. The B-2's APQ-181 radar, operating in synthetic aperture ground mapping mode, painted the terrain below with a resolution fine enough to distinguish the pharmaceutical plant's loading docks from its parking structures. The weapons system officer confirmed the target coordinates against the pre-mission imagery. The aim point was not the building. It was a specific GPS coordinate 80 feet below the building, corresponding to the center of the Cascade Hall's ceiling as mapped by ground-penetrating radar data collected by an RQ-170 Sentinel drone 3 months earlier. The GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator is not a subtle weapon. It is 20 feet of hardened steel casing wrapped around 5,300 pounds of explosive, guided by coupled GPS and inertial navigation, designed to do one thing: go through whatever is between it and the target and then detonate. It enters the ground at terminal velocity, punches through layer after layer of earth and concrete using its own mass and speed, and detonates at a depth calculated to collapse whatever cavity exists at that level. Think of dropping a telephone pole made of tungsten-reinforced steel from 8 miles up and then detonating a small apartment building's worth of explosive at the bottom of the hole it makes. Phantom 1 released 2 GBU-57s in sequence, 4 seconds apart. The bombs fell for 38 seconds. They struck the surface of the pharmaceutical plant's main structure at 3:39 local time, 2 seconds apart. The first penetrator punched through the roof, through 3 floors of empty packaging equipment that had never packaged anything, through a 6-foot reinforced concrete transfer slab, through 40 feet of compacted earth and rock, and detonated against the ceiling of the Cascade Hall. The blast fractured the ceiling across a 30-meter radius. The second penetrator followed the first weapon's path through already shattered material, reached the Cascade Hall itself, and detonated inside it. 1,044 IR-6 centrifuges, spinning at 60,000 revolutions per minute, disintegrated. The uranium hexafluoride gas in the Cascade piping, pressurized and toxic, mixed with superheated air from the detonation and vented through every fracture the bombs had created. The surface of the pharmaceutical plant buckled, then partially collapsed into the cavity below. On seismographs at the University of Tehran, 340 kilometers away, the event registered as a magnitude 3.1. 18 seconds later, Phantom 2 released its weapons against the facility's underground power distribution center, 200 meters southeast of the Cascade Hall. Without power, even undamaged centrifuges would take 6 months to spin back up. With this damage, the timeline was closer to never. But Iran's air defense network was not finished. 50 kilometers south of the strike, a mobile S-300 PMU-2 battery that had been repositioned from Shiraz 48 hours earlier was scanning. Its crew had not received the reposition order that sent the Tor M1S chasing Phantoms toward Natanz, because the fiber optic link connecting their sector to the IRGC's Central Command had been severed by a strike 3 days ago. They were operating on pre-war standing orders. Defend Isfahan's southern approach.
Autonomous, disconnected, and competent.
The 92 N6 engagement radar swept the sky and found something it should not have been able to find. AB-2 Spirit at 42,000 feet. Not because the stealth had failed, but because Phantom 3 had opened its bomb bay doors 8 seconds earlier to release its weapons against a secondary target, and an open bomb bay on AB-2 multiplies the radar cross-section from the size of a bird to the size of a regional jet. For 8 seconds, the most expensive aircraft in human history advertised itself to anyone paying attention. The S-300 crew was paying attention. They transitioned from search to track in 22 seconds, fast even by Russian training standards. 248 N6 interceptor missiles cleared the rail at 3:41 local time. Each missile accelerating to Mach 6, 6 times the speed of sound, climbing toward a target that was already closing its bomb bay and becoming invisible again. The missiles had been given their initial target coordinates during launch. They would guide on those coordinates for the mid-course phase and then activate their own semi-active radar seekers for terminal guidance, relying on the ground radar to illuminate the target. The B-2 pilot, callsign Phantom 3, received the missile launch warning from the aircraft's and APR-50 defensive management system.
The bomb bay was closed.
The radar cross-section had collapsed back to baseline, but 2 missiles were already in the air with a last known position that was accurate to within 100 meters. Stealth does not make you disappear.
It makes you hard to find.
Hard is not impossible when someone knows exactly where to start looking. Phantom 3 broke left and descended, putting the aircraft's lowest signature aspect toward the incoming missiles. The APR-50 began jamming the S-300's engagement radar, flooding it with false returns. At 42,000 feet and Mach 0.85, the B-2 is not a dogfighter.
It turns like a conference table.
The pilot had geometry and jamming and prayer, in approximately that order. 70 kilometers east, one of the F-15E Strike Eagles that had killed the Bavar 373 battery was already rolling in. The weapons officer had the S-300's emission on his scope from the moment it lit up. He had 1 ARGMER remaining.
1 shot.
The missile came off the rail and covered the distance in 91 seconds. But the 48 N6 interceptors were 34 seconds from reaching Phantom 3's last known position. The first 48 N6 reached the coordinates where Phantom 3 had been when the bomb bay was open. The aircraft was no longer there. The missile seeker activated and swept for a return. The jamming degraded the picture. The seeker found something, possibly the B-2's residual return, possibly a jam strobe, and corrected toward it. The proximity fuse detonated the warhead at a range the Air Force later classified. Phantom 3 reported no damage. The fragments had found air. The second 48 N6 was 6 seconds behind the first, correcting off updated radar data. The S-300's engagement radar was still transmitting, still trying to burn through the jamming to give the missile terminal guidance. The ARGMER struck the radar antenna at 3:42 local time. The emission died. The second 48 N6, now without guidance updates, went autonomous.
Its seeker swept, found nothing.
The missile's fuel burned out at 70,000 feet and it fell into the desert east of Isfahan, a $1.5 million missile returning to Earth as expensive debris. The S-300 battery, worth $115 million, had gotten closer to killing a B-2 than any air defense system in history. The margin was measured in seconds and classification levels. Iran's crew had done everything right. They had hidden, waited, caught the one moment of vulnerability, and executed a textbook engagement. They lost because the aircraft they were shooting at costs $2.1 billion and carries countermeasures designed by people who spend careers imagining exactly this scenario.
Skill against budget. Budget won. It usually does. By 3:48 local time, all 8 B-2s had released their ordnance. 128 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, each weighing 30,000 pounds, struck 6 separate underground facilities across the Isfahan complex within a 10-minute window. The combined ordnance weight exceeded 1.9 million kilograms.
The Cascade Hall was gone. The power distribution center was gone. A tunnel network connecting the underground facilities to a dispersal site 4 kilometers east collapsed along 600 meters of its length. A centrifuge assembly workshop buried under a motor pool was now a crater. 2 decades of enrichment infrastructure, built in defiance of international sanctions, hidden beneath buildings designed to fool satellites, defended by air defense systems that cost billions and performed exactly as well as their operators could have hoped, was functionally destroyed in less time than it takes to order dinner. The B-2s turned west, climbing back to cruise altitude, bomb bays sealed, radar cross-sections shrinking back to the size of insects. They would land at Diego Garcia 9 hours later, where maintenance crews would discover that Phantom 3's left wing had taken a single fragment from the 48 N6 proximity detonation. A 3-centimeter piece of Russian steel embedded in the radar-absorbent skin of a $2.1 billion aircraft. The repair would cost $4.2 million and take 3 weeks. The fragment itself would end up in a display case at Whiteman Air Force Base. The most expensive souvenir in Air Force history. In Tehran, the ARGC's air defense commander was still processing reports. The Bavar 373 battery that killed the Tomahawk was gone. The S-300 that nearly killed AB-2 was gone. The Tor M1 batteries he had repositioned to Natanz had defended a facility that was never attacked, and the facility he had left uncovered was now registering on seismographs. He had played every card correctly against the threat he could see. The threat he couldn't see had come from the opposite direction, at 42,000 feet, carrying ordnance heavy enough to rearrange the Earth. Iran's air defense network had been brilliant, disciplined, and aimed at a $2.1 million cruise missile, while $17 billion worth of stealth bombers rewrote the map behind them. The most expensive magic trick in military history, and the audience never saw the hands move. The enrichment program that had survived Stuxnet, survived sanctions, survived assassination, and survived diplomacy did not survive 10 minutes of B-2s. Somewhere in a Northrop Grumman boardroom, next quarter's earnings call just got a new opening slide. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how the F-35 nearly got ambushed over Tehran. Bye for now. At 2:14 local time, an Israeli Air Force F-35 Iadir dropped below 200 feet over the Persian Gulf, 40 miles south of Bandar Abbas, and released a payload that had never been used in combat before. The pilot didn't see the target. He didn't need to. The aircraft's mission computer had already confirmed coordinates transmitted from a source the pilot would never be briefed on, locked the weapon, and initiated release sequencing before the jet even crossed into Iranian airspace. The weapon fell for 11 seconds. Then its engine ignited and it disappeared from the pilot's heads-up display entirely. He pulled into a 7G climbing turn back toward tanker airspace. His part was done. The weapon's part was just beginning. 6 seconds later, 190 miles to the north, an operator at Iran's Karg Island oil terminal noticed something unusual on his monitoring screen. A pressure reading in the main crude distribution manifold had dropped by 4%. He noted it in his log. He assumed it was a sensor fault. Karg Island processes roughly 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. On a normal day, 5 million barrels pass through its loading systems. This was not going to be a normal day. 1,200 miles to the west, at Nevatim Air Base in the Negev Desert, the operations center was running at full capacity. 47 personnel occupied stations in a room roughly the size of a basketball court. The air smelled like coffee and static electricity. 3 screens along the far wall displayed feeds from assets the Israeli Air Force doesn't publicly acknowledge having in theater. One of them showed a live infrared image of Karg Island from 62,000 feet. The operator watching it said nothing. He just marked a timestamp. 2:14 and 31 seconds. 700 miles southeast, in the waters off Fujairah, 3 commercial supertankers sat at anchor waiting for loading schedules. Each one carried roughly 2 million barrels of capacity. Each one was empty. They had been empty for 11 days. The shipping companies that owned them had received quiet advisories from their insurance underwriters to delay Persian Gulf transits. No reason was given. No reason needed to be. When Lloyd's of London tells you to wait, you wait. And in Washington, D.C., where it was still 5:14 in the evening of the previous day, a statement had been drafted but not yet released. The statement concerned the Strait of Hormuz. It contained exactly one sentence that would rearrange global oil markets within hours of its publication. The sentence had been reviewed by the National Security Council, the Secretary of Defense, and the President himself. It read, in part, that the United States would consider any hostile interdiction of commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz as an act requiring immediate and proportional military response. The word proportional was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. It was about to do more. Back over the Persian Gulf, the weapon released from the F-35, I had covered 140 miles in just under 4 minutes. It was a variant of the Rampage air-to-surface missile, a supersonic precision munition with a range of approximately 190 miles and a warhead designed not for blast damage but for structural penetration. Think of a telephone pole made of tungsten and high explosive moving at Mach 2.4. It doesn't need to destroy everything. It just needs to hit the right thing. At 2:18 local time, it hit the right thing. The target was not a military installation. It was not a nuclear facility. It was not a government building. It was a 36-inch high-pressure crude oil pipeline junction at the southern edge of Karg Island's Tank Farm No. 3. This junction connected the main export pipeline to 3 of the island's 6 single-point mooring buoys, the floating loading stations where tankers connect to take on crude. Without this junction, those 3 buoys were dead metal in the water. Half of Karg Island's export capacity disappeared in a moment measured in milliseconds. The explosion itself was modest. A flash. A pressure wave that broke windows in a control building 400 meters away. Then a fire that burned at 1,100 degrees for the next 14 hours. The operator who had noted the pressure drop 4 minutes earlier now had a very different problem on his screen. He wasn't looking at a sensor fault. He was looking at zero flow across the entire southern distribution network. He reached for the emergency communications panel. The line was dead. That wasn't an accident. 70 seconds before the Rampage missile reached its target, an Israeli cyber operation that had been dormant inside Karg Island's communications infrastructure for an estimated 19 months activated a prepositioned payload. It didn't destroy the communication system. That would have been obvious and quickly repaired. Instead, it introduced a 5,000 millisecond delay on all outgoing signals from the island's primary and secondary communications nodes. 5 seconds. That doesn't sound like much. In the next 90 minutes, it would be enough. 320 miles to the northwest, a second strike was arriving. This one came from the Mediterranean. 2 Israeli F-15I RAM aircraft operating from a position over northern Syria had launched 4 Delilah cruise missiles 12 minutes earlier. The Delilah is slower than the Rampage, subsonic, about 600 miles per hour. But it has a capability the Rampage doesn't. It can loiter. It can circle a target area for up to 30 minutes, waiting for updated targeting data before committing to its final attack run. These 4 Delilahs were not circling. They were inbound and locked. Their target was the Abadan oil refinery complex in southwestern Iran, one of the oldest and most important refineries in the country. Abadan processes 400,000 barrels of crude per day. It sits on the Shat al-Arab waterway, 11 miles from the Iraqi border. The Delilahs were coming in from the west, below 100 feet, following the river. Iranian air defense coverage in Khuzestan province is dense. On paper, the province hosts 3 battalions of S-300 PMU-2 long-range surface-to-air missile systems, 2 batteries of Bavar 373 indigenous air defense systems, and multiple short-range point defense installations. On any other night, detecting 4 subsonic cruise missiles crossing the border at low altitude would have been difficult but possible, given the radar coverage overlaps designed into the network. On this night, it was impossible. Because at 2:11 local time, 3 minutes before the first Rampage hit Karg Island, every early warning radar in a 200-mile radius of Abadan experienced what would later be described as a catastrophic synchronization failure. This was the second cyber operation, and it was significantly more aggressive than the first. Rather than introducing delays, this payload attacked the timing protocols that allow multiple radar installations to coordinate their coverage and hand off tracking data between stations. Without synchronized timing, each radar station still functioned individually. Each one could still detect objects in its own sector. But none of them could talk to each other. And none of them could pass targeting data to the missile batteries that depended on that information to engage threats. Each radar operator saw pieces of the picture. None of them saw all of it. The 4 Delilahs threaded through the gaps like water through a cracked dam. At 2:22 local time, the first Delilah struck the main atmospheric distillation column at Abadan's Unit 2 processing facility. The second hit the adjacent crude desalting plant. The third struck a 200,000-barrel floating roof storage tank. The fourth missed its intended target by 40 meters and detonated on a maintenance road. The first 3 were enough. Within 6 minutes, fires were burning across an area the size of 4 football fields. Secondary explosions in the desalting plant sent burning hydrocarbons into the drainage system that fed into the Shat al-Arab waterway. A black cloud visible from Basra, Iraq, 30 miles away, began to climb. 600 miles to the east, Iran's response was already in motion. But it was the wrong response. At 2:16, 2 minutes after the Karg Island strike, Iran's Supreme National Security Council received initial reports of an explosion on the island. The information was fragmentary because of the communications delay. But the SNSC had anticipated an Israeli strike against its nuclear program for months. Every contingency plan, every prepositioned response, every retaliatory option was built around that assumption. The assumption was that any Israeli attack would target Natanz, Isfahan, or Fordow. The nuclear triad. Every wargame they had run, every scenario they had planned for, started with those three locations. At 2:19, a duty officer in Tehran ordered a general air defense alert across all nuclear-associated facilities. S-300 batteries at Natanz powered to full readiness. Bavar 373 units at Isfahan began sweep scanning. Fighter squadrons at Mehrabad and Tabriz were ordered to immediate alert status. Within 12 minutes, Iran had its most sophisticated air defense umbrella active and scanning. It was covering the wrong targets. No Israeli aircraft were within 400 miles of any nuclear facility. That was the point. 1,200 miles from Tehran, aboard the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower operating in the Gulf of Oman, the Carrier Strike Group's intelligence center was watching everything. They weren't participating. Not yet. Their role, for now, was to observe and to maintain a posture that the Pentagon described internally as conspicuous readiness. The Eisenhower had 2 squadrons of F divided by a -18E divided by F Super Hornets, a squadron of EA-18G Growlers electronic warfare aircraft, and an air wing that had been at elevated readiness for 9 days. Conspicuous readiness meant that Iranian intelligence could see the carrier group, could see its aircraft on the flight deck, could detect the electronic emissions of a strike group preparing for operations. It was meant to be visible. It was meant to create doubt. If Iran retaliated against Israel, would the Americans join? The answer was supposed to be unclear. Unclear is more powerful than certain. What Iran's intelligence services could not see was what was 200 miles behind the Eisenhower. 3 Ohio-class guided missile submarines. Each one carrying 154 Tomahawk cruise missiles. That's 462 cruise missiles in a space roughly the size of a small parking lot, sitting quietly at 400 feet below the surface of the Arabian Sea. They had been in position for 6 days. They had received no launch orders. They had received one message, repeated daily for the last 4 days. 4 words: maintain current posture, stand by. Back in Washington, the statement about the Strait of Hormuz was released at 5:47 p.m. Eastern Time. Within 11 minutes, Brent crude futures spiked $14 per barrel. Within 30 minutes, the spike hit $22. Trading algorithms that had been watching for keywords including Hormuz, military response, and proportional triggered automated buying across every major commodity exchange simultaneously. By the time human traders at the London IC exchange started their morning 6 hours later, oil was at $127 per barrel and climbing. 24 hours earlier it had been at $89. This was story 1. Israeli strikes on Iranian oil infrastructure. American threats regarding the strait. A regional crisis with global energy implications. Every news network on the planet was running this story by 3 a.m. local time. Satellites were being repositioned. Analysts were being woken up. Retired generals were sitting in studio chairs explaining what they thought would happen next. What they didn't know was that the oil infrastructure was the distraction. The real operation had started 11 hours earlier, at 3 p.m. local time on the previous afternoon, and it had nothing to do with missiles, aircraft, or pipelines. At 3:02 p.m. the previous day, an Iranian-flagged container ship named the Shari Cord, a 40,000-ton vessel operating a regular route between Bandar Abbas and the port of Latakia in Syria, suffered what its crew reported as a catastrophic engine room failure approximately 15 miles inside the Strait of Hormuz. The vessel lost propulsion. It began to drift. The crew deployed an emergency anchor in one of the most congested shipping channels on Earth. The Strait of Hormuz at its narrowest point is 21 miles wide. The shipping lanes used by tanker traffic are 2 miles wide in each direction, separated by a 2-mile buffer zone. A 40,000-ton ship sitting dead in the water in one of those lanes is the maritime equivalent of a jackknifed tractor trailer on a 2-lane highway. Traffic began to stack up almost immediately. By 4 p.m., 6 tankers were holding positions south of the disabled vessel, waiting for tugs. By 6 p.m., the number was 14. By midnight, 23 commercial vessels of various types were either holding position, diverting around the obstruction, or anchored in designated waiting areas. Iranian port authorities at Bandar Abbas offered tug assistance. The tugs arrived at 7:30 p.m. They connected lines. They attempted to move the Shari Cord. The ship didn't budge. The tugs reported that the vessel's anchor chain appeared to be fouled on something on the seabed. The anchor couldn't be retrieved.
The ship couldn't be towed.
Nobody in any Western intelligence service flagged this as unusual. Container ships break down. Anchors get fouled.
It happens.
The Strait of Hormuz experiences an average of 3 significant shipping disruptions per month.
This was routine. Annoying but routine. It was not routine.
The Shari Cord's engine room failure had been manufactured. The anchor was not fouled on the seabed. It was functioning exactly as intended. The ship's purpose was not to transit to Latakia. Its purpose was to sit precisely where it was sitting for precisely as long as it was sitting there. Because directly beneath the Shari Cord, on the floor of the strait at a depth of 80 meters, sat something that had been placed there 14 weeks earlier by an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy midget submarine.
It was a mine.
But not a conventional naval mine. It was a rising mine, a weapon that sits on the seabed and upon activation, releases a torpedo that ascends to intercept a target passing overhead. This particular variant was the EM-52, a Chinese-designed system that Iran had been suspected of possessing since 2015 but had never confirmed. The EM-52 can engage targets in water up to 200 meters deep. Its torpedo component has a range of approximately 10 miles. There wasn't just one. There were 6. Spaced at 1,500-meter intervals along the shipping lanes. The Shari Cord was sitting on top of one of them, not because the ship was part of the mine deployment, but because the ship's position was intended to force tanker traffic into a predictable diversion pattern. When ships can't use the normal channel, they use the alternate channel. The alternate channel ran directly over 4 of the other 5 mines. It was a kill box, and 23 ships were slowly being herded into it. The American statement about the strait was not a coincidence. It was based on intelligence. 96 hours earlier, a signals intelligence platform operating from a facility in Bahrain had intercepted a burst transmission from a known IRGC Navy command node to 3 fast attack craft bases along the Iranian coast. The transmission was encrypted, but its structure matched a pattern that NSA analysts had catalogued 4 years earlier during a previous escalation. The pattern was associated with mine warfare activation.
Not deployment. Activation.
The mines were already in the water. What the transmission ordered was the arming sequence. A second intercept, from a different source, provided partial geographic coordinates. Those coordinates were in the Strait of Hormuz. They were verified within 12 hours by an underwater drone launched from a Virginia-class submarine operating in the Gulf of Oman. The drone, an autonomous system called Razorback, covered 45 miles of seabed and returned with sonar imagery confirming 6 bottom-mounted objects consistent with EM-52 mine profiles. That intelligence went from Bahrain to CENTCOM in Tampa to the Pentagon to the White House in less than 4 hours. The presidential statement about the strait was drafted the same day. The timing of its release, simultaneous with the Israeli strikes, was not a coincidence either.
It was coordinated. Not publicly. Not formally.
Through a channel that doesn't appear in any organizational chart. So there were now 2 crises unfolding simultaneously, and most of the world only knew about one of them. The visible crisis was the Israeli strikes on Iranian oil infrastructure.
Karg Island burning. Abadan burning.
Oil prices climbing. That crisis was loud, photogenic, and impossible to ignore. The invisible crisis was 6 mines in the Strait of Hormuz, a dead container ship sitting on top of one of them, and 23 vessels slowly repositioning into a pattern that would give Iran the ability to shut down 21% of the world's daily oil supply in under 3 minutes. In Tehran, the Supreme National Security Council was in emergency session.
The room was divided.
The strikes on Karg Island and Abadan were an act of war. There was no ambiguity about that. The damage to Karg alone would reduce Iran's oil export capacity by an estimated 40% for a minimum of 6 months. Abadan would take longer. The economic impact was staggering. Iran's oil revenue for the current fiscal year was projected at approximately $50 billion. 40% of export capacity gone meant roughly $20 billion in lost revenue. Annual. For at least a year. The math was not complicated. The IRGC commander present in the session argued for immediate activation of the strait contingency. The mines were armed. The fast attack craft were loaded with anti-ship missiles. 62 missile boats, each carrying 2 to 4 C-802 anti-ship cruise missiles, were dispersed along the Iranian coastline between Bandar Abbas and Jask. The total missile count exceeded 200. Against commercial shipping, those numbers were overwhelming. Tankers don't have countermeasures. They don't maneuver. They're 1,000-foot steel boxes moving at 15 knots. Even a 20% hit rate would mean 40 missiles finding targets. The strait would be closed within hours. Oil would hit $200 per barrel. Maybe $250. The economic damage to the West would dwarf what Israel had just done to Iran. The foreign minister argued the opposite. The American statement had changed the calculus. Closing the strait would not trigger an American diplomatic protest. It would trigger a military response. And unlike previous administrations that had drawn red lines and then negotiated around them, this White House had positioned assets that made the threat credible. The Eisenhower Strike Group was visible. The statement was public. The word proportional gave the Americans legal and political cover to do almost anything. What the foreign minister didn't know, and what the ARGC commander didn't know, was what was 200 miles behind the Eisenhower. Those 3 Ohio-class submarines. 462 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Proportional is an interesting word when you have 462 cruise missiles available. The debate in Tehran lasted 47 minutes. The decision was to activate Phase 1 of the Strait contingency but not Phase 2. Phase 1 meant the fast attack craft would deploy from their bases and take up pre-assigned positions along the coast, visible to American surveillance, creating a threat posture. The mines would remain armed but not triggered. Phase 2, the actual mining and missile attacks on shipping, would be held in reserve as a deterrent. The logic was that the threat of closing the strait was almost as powerful as actually closing it, and significantly less likely to result in an American attack. It was a reasonable calculation. It had one flaw. The flaw was that Israel already knew about Phase 1. They knew because the communications network that carried the SNSC's orders to IRGC Navy Command was compromised. Not the encryption. The metadata. Israeli signals intelligence didn't know what the order said, but they knew when they were sent, from where, to whom, and the response patterns they generated. When 62 missile boats began leaving their berths within 20 minutes of the SNSC session ending, the pattern matched what Israeli intelligence had predicted for a strait closure posture. At 3:40 local time, roughly 90 minutes after the first strike on Karg Island, the Israeli operation entered its second phase. This phase had no missiles, no aircraft, and no explosions. It was conducted entirely in the electromagnetic spectrum. 4 Israeli Gulfstream G550 aircraft modified for signals intelligence and electronic warfare, known as the Nakhon Shavat and Nakhon Item, had been orbiting in a racetrack pattern over the Red Sea at 41,000 feet since midnight. They had been silent until now. At 3:40, all 4 aircraft activated their electronic warfare suites simultaneously. The effect was immediate. Iranian naval communications along the entire southern coastline degraded by approximately 70%. The 62 fast attack craft that had just deployed from their bases suddenly couldn't talk to their command authority with any reliability. Some lost communications entirely. Others received garbled fragments. The boats were designed to operate independently if necessary, but their commanders had trained for a coordinated missile saturation attack. Without coordination, each boat was a single unit with 2 to 4 missiles. Individually, they were annoying. Collectively, they were devastating. Israel had just turned collectively into individually. At the same time, 400 miles to the east, something happened that nobody in Tehran or Jerusalem had planned for. The Shari Cord, the container ship sitting dead in the Strait of Hormuz, moved. Not because the tugs pulled it free. Because its anchor chain broke. Or more precisely, because the anchor chain was cut. A US Navy explosive ordnance disposal team operating from a rigid hull inflatable boat that had been staged from the USS Nitsa, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer operating nearby, had placed a small shaped charge on the anchor chain at a depth of 30 meters. The charge detonated at 3:38 local time. The chain parted. The tugs, which were still connected, immediately began towing the now-free vessel south, out of the shipping lane. Within 20 minutes, the Shari Cord was clear. Traffic could resume through the normal channel. The normal channel that did not run over the mines. The Iranians recognized what had happened almost immediately. The anchor chain didn't break on its own. The timing, 2 minutes before the Israeli electronic warfare activation, was not a coincidence. Someone had coordinated this. The Shari Cord gambit was burned. But the mines were still in the water. And the mines were still armed. In Tampa, at CENTCOM headquarters, the mine problem was now the priority. 6 EM, 52 rising mines in the world's most important shipping choke point. Each one capable of killing a supertanker. The standard approach to mine clearance is methodical. You send mine countermeasure vessels, MH-53EC Dragon helicopters towing minesweeping gear, unmanned underwater vehicles to locate and neutralize each mine individually. It takes days. Sometimes weeks. The strait couldn't be closed for weeks. Every day of closure cost the global economy roughly $2.5 billion. The non-standard approach was faster and riskier. At 4:15 local time, AP-8A Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft operating from Naval Support Activity Bahrain arrived over the strait at 25,000 feet. It was carrying sonobuoys, expendable underwater sensors that could be dropped from the aircraft to create an acoustic picture of the seabed. Over the next 40 minutes, the Poseidon dropped 36 sonobuoys in a grid pattern covering the area identified by the Razorback drone's earlier survey. The sonobuoy data was relayed in real time to the NHTSA, which had the most advanced mine warfare software package in the strike group. Simultaneously, two MH-60S Seahawk helicopters launched from the Eisenhower carrying airborne mine neutralization systems, essentially remote-controlled underwater vehicles with explosive charges that could be guided to a mine and detonated. Each helicopter carried 2 neutralization vehicles.
4 vehicles. 6 mines.
The math wasn't perfect. 50 miles to the south, a second underwater drone was launched from the Virginia-class submarine. This one wasn't mapping. It was carrying 4 lightweight charges specifically designed for bottom mine neutralization. The drone's transit time to the minefield was estimated at 90 minutes.
Too long for the first pass.
The helicopters would have to do what they could with 4 vehicles and hope the submarine's drone arrived in time for the remaining mines. At 4:55 local time, the first airborne mine neutralization vehicle reached its target. The mine was sitting in 75 meters of water, partially buried in silt. The neutralization vehicle positioned itself within 2 meters of the mine and detonated. The explosion was felt on the surface as a dull thump. Sonobuoy data confirmed the mine was destroyed.
1 down, 5 to go.
The second vehicle reached its target at 5:03. Successful detonation.
2 down.
The third vehicle experienced a guidance malfunction at 5:10 and drifted off course. The operator on the Seahawk attempted to regain control. The vehicle's battery died at 5:14. It sank to the seabed, useless. 3 vehicles expended.
2 mines destroyed. 1 failed.
The fourth and final vehicle was deployed at 5:18 toward the third mine. Successful detonation at 5:24. 3 mines neutralized. 3 remaining. The helicopters had nothing left. The submarine drone was still 40 minutes out.
40 minutes.
In those 40 minutes, 3 armed mines sat in the shipping lanes of the Strait of Hormuz. 3 mines that could each destroy a supertanker. 3 mines that the Iranian IRGC Navy still had the ability to trigger remotely. And in Tehran, the argument about Phase 2 was starting again. The IRGC commander now had new information. The Americans had moved the Shari cord. The Americans were actively clearing the mines. The Iranian contingency was being dismantled in real time. If Phase 2 was going to happen, it needed to happen now, before the remaining mines were neutralized. The window was closing. 62 missile boats were in position, though many had degraded communications. The 3 remaining mines were armed and could be command detonated. The foreign minister's counter-argument was simpler now. The Americans were clearing the mines. That meant the Americans knew about the mines. That meant the American threat about the strait was not hypothetical. It was operational. If Iran triggered those mines or launched anti-ship missiles at commercial shipping, the response would not be a statement. It would be 462 Tomahawk cruise missiles. And those would not be aimed at oil infrastructure. They would be aimed at every IRGC Navy base, every missile storage facility, every command center, and every fast attack craft that could be located. The IRGC Navy would cease to exist as a functional force in approximately 90 minutes. There was also the question of China. China buys roughly 27% of Iran's oil exports. China had not been consulted about the strait contingency. China would not appreciate having its energy supply interrupted by an Iranian decision made in the heat of a crisis. Beijing's ambassador had already called twice. He had not been put through to anyone with decision-making authority. That was a mistake that would have consequences regardless of what happened in the next hour. At 5:45 local time, with dawn beginning to lighten the eastern horizon over the Gulf of Oman, the SNSC reached its second decision. Phase 2 would not be activated. The remaining mines would be left in place as a card to be played later, but not triggered. The fast attack craft were ordered to return to port. The strait would remain open. Iran would pursue its response through other channels.
Diplomatic, economic,
asymmetric. The IRGC commander left the session without speaking to anyone. His deputy, waiting in an anteroom, asked him what had been decided.
He said one sentence.
It wasn't recorded, but it was reported later by 3 separate sources with minor variations. The version most commonly cited translates roughly to, "We just paid $50 billion to learn that our Navy is a suggestion." He wasn't entirely wrong. The 62 missile boats were returning to port. The electronic warfare jamming from the Israeli Gulfstream aircraft had lifted once the boats began withdrawing, which confirmed for the YAR-GC that the jamming had been targeted and deliberate, not some broad-spectrum interference. The Israelis had known exactly which frequencies to hit. That meant they had been listening for a very long time. At 6:04 local time, the submarine-launched underwater drone reached the fourth mine. Successful neutralization. At 6:22, the fifth. At 6:41, the sixth and final mine was destroyed. The Strait of Hormuz was clear. The entire mine neutralization operation had taken 1 hour and 46 minutes from first vehicle deployment to last detonation. The standard timeline for clearing a minefield of that size in a contested environment was 5 to 8 days. CENTCOM's after-action report would later describe the operation as compressed but acceptable. An unofficial assessment from the EOD team that cut the Shari Cord's anchor chain used different language. They called it stupid lucky. Back in the daylight, the visible damage was becoming clear. Satellite imagery of Karg Island showed a fire burning across the southern tank farm with a smoke plume extending 40 miles downwind. The pipeline junction was destroyed. 3 of 6 loading buoys were inoperable. Iranian emergency crews were on scene but struggling to contain the fire because the water supply system for the firefighting infrastructure drew from a pumping station that had been damaged by debris from the initial strike. A $3.2 million missile had knocked out a pipeline junction, 3 loading buoys, a control building, and a firefighting pumping station. Total estimated repair cost, $1.4 billion. Estimated repair time, 8 to 14 months. Abaddon was worse. The atmospheric distillation column is the heart of any refinery. Without it, crude oil is just crude oil. It can't be processed into gasoline, diesel, kerosene, or any other usable product. Abaddon's Unit 2 distillation column was a total loss. The desalting plant was a total loss. The storage tank would burn for another 9 days before it consumed all available fuel. Repair estimates for Abaddon ranged from $2.1 billion to $3.6 billion depending on which engineering assessment you trusted. Timeline, 18 months to 3 years. 4 missiles had hit Abaddon. 3 of them found their targets. Total missile cost, approximately $4.8 million. The damage they inflicted would cost at least $2 billion to repair and remove billions more in refining capacity from the market for years. The cost ratio was not lost on analysts. $1 million of Israeli munitions had purchased roughly $400 million of Iranian economic damage. That ratio would appear in every defense procurement brief for the next decade. On global markets, the picture was equally dramatic. By 8 a.m. London time, Brent crude had reached $134 per barrel. By noon, it touched $141 before settling back to $136 on reports that the strait remained open. The strait remaining open was the only thing preventing a complete market panic. If those 6 mines had been triggered, if even one supertanker had been hit, the model showed oil reaching $200 within 48 hours and $250 within a week. The global economic impact of a sustained strait closure was estimated at $4 trillion annualized. The mines that prevented that scenario had cost approximately $12 million to manufacture and deploy. The neutralization vehicles, submarine drones, sonobuoys, and operational costs to clear them exceeded $200 million. A $12 million investment had required a $200 million response. That ratio also appeared in the procurement briefs. In Jerusalem, the Israeli cabinet met in an emergency session that lasted 3 hours. The strikes were described as a limited defensive operation targeting Iran's ability to fund hostile activities against Israel. The phrase economic heart was not used by any Israeli official. It didn't need to be. Every headline in the world was already using it. The cabinet authorized continued intelligence operations but no additional strikes. The message had been delivered. It was a very expensive message, delivered very precisely, to a very specific set of targets chosen not for their military significance but for their economic irreplaceability. Israel had not touched a single military base, a single air defense site, a single government building. It had hit the money. Everything else flows from money. In Washington, the president held a brief press availability at 8 a.m. Eastern. He confirmed that U.S. forces had conducted freedom of navigation operations in the Strait of Hormuz. He did not mention mines. He did not mention the Shari Cord. He did not mention underwater drones or explosive ordnance disposal teams cutting anchor chains in the dark. He said that the strait was open, that it would remain open, and that any entity attempting to close it would face consequences. When asked about the Israeli strikes, he said that Israel had the right to defend itself and that the United States had not participated in offensive operations. Both statements were technically accurate. The mine clearance was classified as a defensive operation. The electronic warfare aircraft were Israeli, not American. The distinction between participating and coordinating was apparently a matter of interpretation. Beijing's response came at 11 a.m. Beijing time, roughly 12 hours after the first strike. It was unusually blunt by Chinese diplomatic standards. The Foreign Ministry spokesman described the strikes as reckless and destabilizing and called for all parties to exercise restraint. The interesting word was not reckless.
It was all parties.
China was not singling out Israel. It was warning Iran as well.
Don't close the strait.
We need that oil more than you need revenge. The ambassador in Tehran was finally put through to the foreign minister. The conversation lasted 40 minutes. Its contents were not disclosed, but Iran's state media coverage of the crisis shifted notably afterward. The language about retaliation became less specific. The timelines became vaguer. Some things translate the same in every language. One of them is don't do anything stupid. 72 hours after the strikes, a preliminary damage assessment compiled by commercial satellite analytics firms estimated the total economic impact as follows. Direct infrastructure damage to Karg Island and Abadan, $3.50 to $5 billion. Lost oil revenue for Iran over the following 12 months, $18 to $24 billion. Increased global oil costs attributable to the supply disruption, approximately $400 billion annualized, distributed across every oil-importing economy on the planet. Cost of the Israeli munitions used in the strikes, approximately $17 million. Cost of the American mine clearance operation, approximately $200 million. Cost of the mines themselves, approximately $12 million. The most expensive single item destroyed in the entire operation was a crude oil storage tank at Abadan that had been built in 1963. Its replacement cost was estimated at $180 million. The missile that destroyed it cost $1.2 million. The missile that missed its target and hit a maintenance road cost the same $1.2 million. It destroyed approximately $40,000 worth of asphalt. 6 weeks later, the Shari Cord was quietly towed to a shipyard in Bandar Abbas. An inspection of its engine room found nothing wrong with its engines. Both main propulsion diesel engines were fully functional. The engine room failure had been simulated by the crew on orders from IRGC Navy Command. The crew had not been told why. They had been told to fake a breakdown at specific coordinates and deploy their anchor. They did what they were told. They spent 11 hours sitting on top of a weapon that could have killed every person on their ship if something had gone wrong. They were not told about the mine. The IRGC Navy did not consider this relevant to their assignment. The captain of the Shari Cord resigned from the Iranian merchant marine within a month. He did not give a public reason. People who knew him said he had developed a persistent fear of deep water. Nobody else resigned. The oil kept burning. The prices kept climbing. And in shipping offices from Singapore to Rotterdam to Houston, insurance underwriters quietly added a new surcharge to every policy covering Persian Gulf transits. The surcharge was 17%. Nobody argued about it. When the math is that clear, nobody needs to. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on how Iran's mine warfare strategy nearly shut down the Persian Gulf in 1988. Bye for now. At 0342 local time, a Tomahawk Block V cruise missile crossed the Iranian coastline at 550 miles per hour, 50 feet above the salt flats south of Bandar Abbas. It was the first of 47 launched from the USS Gettysburg, a Ticonderoga-class cruiser positioned 340 nautical miles southwest in the Gulf of Oman. The missile's terrain-following radar painted the ground ahead like a blind man reading Braille at highway speed, adjusting altitude 40 times per second to hug the earth beneath Iranian air defense coverage. The Tomahawk costs $2.1 million. The target it was aimed at, a hardened aircraft shelter at Bandar Abbas Air Base, cost Iran $180,000 to build in 1987. The math would have been funny if 12 more weren't already in the air behind it. What the cruise missile didn't know, what the mission planners aboard the Gettysburg couldn't have known, was that the shelter had been empty for 9 days. The Su-35 that was supposed to be inside had been towed to a dispersal site 14 kilometers north, parked under camouflage netting between two apartment buildings in a residential district. The Iranians had stopped trusting their hardened shelters the day American satellites started counting shadows. The Tomahawk flew for another 23 minutes. It threaded a valley between two mountain ridges, popped up to 200 feet to clear a communications tower, dropped back down, and detonated against 4 feet of reinforced concrete protecting absolutely nothing. Somewhere in Bandar Abbas, an IRGC logistics officer was probably already drafting the press release about intercepting an American cruise missile. 120 nautical miles to the north, over the Strait of Hormuz, the real problem was just getting started. An E-2D Advanced Hawkeye, call sign Overwatch, orbited at 25,000 feet with its APY-9 radar spinning lazy circles above the water. The APY-9 can track over 2,000 targets simultaneously out to 350 nautical miles. It sees everything from fishing boats to ballistic missiles and sorts them into categories the way a bouncer sorts a club line: harmless, watch closely, or call the cops. Right now it was watching something that didn't fit any category. A surface contact, radar cross-section consistent with a small fishing vessel, had been tracking northeast at 8 knots for the past 6 hours. Normal behavior for the hundreds of dhows that work these waters. Except this one had stopped 40 minutes ago, and now it was accelerating. 15 knots, 25, 40. The operator keyed his radio. Overwatch to sentry flight, surface contact bearing 047, range 85, speed now indicating 45 knots, classify fast attack. 45 knots from a dhow was impossible. 45 knots from a small combatant was Tuesday in the Persian Gulf. 80 nautical miles southeast. 2F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from VFA 143, the Pukin dogs, were already turning toward the contact. They had been flying combat air patrol since 0200 bored, caffeinated, and hoping something would happen. Something was happening. Sentry Lee descended through 15,000 feet and put his APG-79 radar, an active electronically scanned array that can switch from air-to-air to air-to-ground modes faster than a pilot can blink, onto the surface. The contact resolved. Small hull, deck-mounted structure, thermal bloom consistent with gas turbine exhaust. Paycap class fast attack craft, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy, 76 feet long, armed with 2 Chinese C-701 anti-ship missiles, capable of 52 knots in calm water. The ARGC had 14 of them scattered across the Gulf, and they used them the way insurgents use car bombs. Cheap, fast, expendable, and absolutely capable of ruining someone's day. The Paycap wasn't alone. As Sentry Lead watched, 2 more thermal signatures emerged from behind a rocky outcrop on the Iranian coast. Then 2 more. 5 fast attack craft accelerating toward the Gettysburg's last known position in a spread formation designed to overwhelm point defense systems with simultaneous attacks from multiple vectors. What the Paycap commanders didn't know was that the Gettysburg wasn't where they thought it was. The cruiser had displaced 30 nautical miles west 4 hours ago, standard operating procedure after a Tomahawk launch to avoid exactly this kind of retaliation. The Iranians were charging toward a patch of empty ocean where an American warship had been yesterday. But 30 nautical miles west put the Gettysburg directly in line with something else. The USNS Rappahannock, a fleet replenishment oiler, currently transferring 400,000 gallons of JP-5 aviation fuel to the USS Pioneer, an amphibious assault ship carrying 1,800 Marines and the aviation assets to support them. 2 ships connected by fuel lines, dead in the water, 95 nautical miles from 5 inbound missiles on hulls. The geometry was about to get very personal. Overwatch plotted the intercept. At current speeds, the Paycap formation would reach the replenishment group in 47 minutes. The Gettysburg could engage with SM-6 missiles at 130 nautical miles. The Super Hornets could engage with Harpoons at 70. The problem wasn't range. The problem was identification. Rules of engagement required positive identification before weapons release. A Paycap looked exactly like a civilian speedboat on radar until it launched a missile or opened fire. The C-701 had a range of 15 nautical miles. A Paycap could close to launch range, fire, and be turning away before a pilot confirmed it was military. And the Strait of Hormuz at any given moment contained somewhere between 200 and 400 civilian vessels that looked exactly the same size on radar. Sentry Lead descended to 8,000 feet and slaved his targeting pod to the lead contact. The Fleur, a camera system that can read a license plate from 10 miles away in daylight, showed a gray hull, no flag, deck-mounted launcher that could have been a missile rail or a fishing net crane. He needed closer. 5 miles from the contact, doing 400 knots, Sentry Lead rolled wings level and let the Fleur build a picture. 2 tubes angled forward on the bow. Definitely military. Definitely armed. He keyed the radio. Sentry Lead, Overwatch, Tally Hostile, Paycap class, weapons visible, requesting clearance to engage. The response took 11 seconds. In those 11 seconds, the formation covered another half-mile toward the replenishment group. Sentry Flight, Overwatch, cleared to engage, weapons free on hostile surface contacts. The lead Hornet was carrying 2 AGM-84D Harpoon anti-ship missiles. The Harpoon costs $1.4 million, flies at 530 miles per hour, carries a 488-pound warhead, and was designed during the Cold War to sink Soviet cruisers. Using it on a 76-foot patrol boat was like hunting rabbits with a howitzer. Effective? Certainly. Cost-efficient? Absolutely not. Sentry Lead pickled the first Harpoon at 18 nautical miles. The missile dropped from the centerline station, turbofan ignited, and accelerated toward the sea surface while its radar seeker searched for the largest metal object in its field of view. The Paycap's radar warning receiver screamed. At 52 knots, the patrol boat commander had roughly 90 seconds to decide between evasion and acceptance. He chose evasion. Hard turn to port, chaff blooming behind the boat like metallic confetti, a maneuver that might have worked against an older missile. The Harpoon's seeker wasn't fooled. It ignored the chaff cloud, adjusted course 3 degrees, and impacted the paycap's stern at 530 miles per hour. A 488-pound warhead against a 76-foot hull is less a naval engagement than a magic trick. The boat was there, then it wasn't. Fire, debris, and 6 crew members scattered across a quarter-mile of water. 4 paycaps remaining. 42 minutes to the replenishment group. What the American pilots didn't know was that the paycap attack was a diversion. The real threat was already inside the engagement envelope, and it had been there for 3 hours. A Goddard-class midget submarine, 29 meters long, diesel-electric, virtually silent at creep speed, had been loitering 8 nautical miles southwest of the replenishment group's current position since before dawn. The Goddard was designed for exactly this mission: shallow water ambush in the crowded shipping lanes of the Gulf, where thermal layers and biological noise made submarine detection a nightmare. The Goddard carried 2 heavyweight torpedoes. Either one could break a ship's back, both could sink an oiler full of aviation fuel and the 400 men aboard it. Aboard the Rappahannock, the unrep was 60% complete. Fuel hoses stretched between the 2 ships like umbilical cords, JP-5 flowing at 800 gallons per minute. The ships moved at 12 knots, slow enough to maintain the connection, fast enough to keep steerage way. Neither captain knew what was 8 miles behind them. The Goddard commander had been watching through his periscope for 20 minutes, building a firing solution on the larger of the 2 contacts. The torpedo run would take 4 minutes at high speed. Once he fired, the Americans would know exactly where he was. He would have perhaps 90 seconds before every sonobuoy and dipping sonar in the Gulf converged on his position. 1 shot, maybe 2, then run for shallow water and pray. He flooded the tubes. 30,000 feet above, an MQ-4 Sea Triton, the Navy's high-altitude surveillance drone, detected something that shouldn't have existed. A momentary thermal anomaly on the water surface, 8 nautical miles from the replenishment group, consistent with a submarine's diesel exhaust venting. The Goddard had snorkeled 6 hours ago to recharge batteries. The Triton's multispectral sensors caught the residual heat signature where the exhaust had warmed the surface water. The algorithm flagged it. A human analyst in a ground station 7,000 miles away looked at the flag, cross-referenced it with acoustic data from a distributed sonobuoy field, and made a phone call. Overwatch received the flash traffic 47 seconds later. The E-2D operator stared at his screen. The submarine contact was behind the replenishment group, inside minimum torpedo range, positioned for an ambush shot on the oiler's vulnerable stern. The paycaps charging from the northeast weren't the attack. They were the distraction, forcing American assets to focus north while the real threat crept in from the south. 2 problems. 1 airframe available to solve them. An MH-60R Seahawk, call sign Hunter 2-1, was orbiting 15 nautical miles east of the replenishment group, originally tasked with surface search along the shipping lanes. The Seahawk carried 2 Mk-54 lightweight torpedoes, a dipping sonar, and a crew of 4 who were about to have a very busy morning. Hunter 2-1, Overwatch, Retask immediate, subsurface contact bearing 195 from Hotel Alpha, range 8, classify hostile, cleared hot. The pilot banked hard, dropped the nose, and started toward the contact at 140 knots. The tactical coordinator in the back began programming the sonar, while the sensor operator readied a torpedo. They had maybe 6 minutes before the Goddard was in optimal firing position. Maybe less. 40 nautical miles north, the remaining paycaps were spreading further apart, each boat now a separate threat axis requiring individual tracking. Sentry 2 engaged the second contact with a Harpoon at 15 miles. Impact, 3 remaining. The Super Hornets were running low on anti-ship missiles. 2 Harpoons remaining between them, 3 targets, and the rules of engagement didn't allow gun runs on surface contacts that hadn't fired first. The math wasn't working. Overwatch made a call. Sentry flight, break off surface engagement, redirect to subsurface prosecution support. The paycaps would have to be someone else's problem. The submarine was 6 minutes from a firing solution on an oiler carrying enough fuel to burn for a week. Hunter 2-1 arrived over the datum point and deployed the dipping sonar. The AQS-22 dropped into the water on 200 feet of cable, its transducer pinging active pulses into the thermocline while passive arrays listened for engine noise, prop cavitation, anything that sounded like a submarine instead of a shrimp bed. Contact, bearing 210, range 2,400 yards, depth 80 feet, moving slowly northeast. The Goddard commander heard the dipping sonar the moment it went active. He had roughly 30 seconds before the helicopter prosecuted. He could fire now, accept the counterattack, and hope the torpedo reached its target before his boat was destroyed. Or he could go deep, run silent, and try to escape into the acoustic clutter of the shipping lanes. He fired both torpedoes. The acoustic signature of a torpedo launch is unmistakable. 2 distinct splashes, followed by the high-frequency whine of counter-rotating propellers accelerating toward 45 knots. The Seahawk crew heard it instantly. Hunter 2-1, torpedo in the water, 2 fish, bearing 030, speed 45, depth 40 feet. The sensor operator dropped a Mk-54 on the submarine's position, while the pilot keyed the guard frequency to warn the replenishment group. The torpedo entered the water, acquired the Goddard screw noise, and started its terminal run. 4 miles north, aboard the Rappahannock, alarm sounded. Emergency breakaway. The fuel hoses disconnected automatically, valves slamming shut to prevent spills, while both ships went to flank speed and diverged. A replenishment ship emergency breakaway takes approximately 2 minutes. The incoming torpedoes would cover 4 miles in 5 minutes. The math was close. The Batan's SLQ-32 electronic warfare suite detected the torpedo seekers and began jamming, filling the water with acoustic noise designed to confuse the guidance systems. The Rappahannock had no such system. It had a hull full of aviation fuel and a top speed of 20 knots. The first torpedo tracked straight for the oiler's wake. Torpedo seekers home on the acoustic disturbance a ship's propellers leave in the water, a trail of turbulence and cavitation bubbles that points directly at the target like an arrow. The Rappahannock was making 20 knots, generating exactly the kind of wake a torpedo loves. 900 yards out, the torpedo's seeker locked onto the bubble trail and accelerated for terminal attack. The Batan launched a Nixie torpedo decoy, a towed noisemaker designed to sound more like a ship than the ship itself. It pulled away from the formation at 25 knots, trailing 500 yards behind the Batan's stern, screaming acoustic energy into the water like a drunk at a concert. The second torpedo, the one tracking the Batan, diverted. It abandoned the warship's wake and chased the Nixie, detonating 200 yards behind the decoy in an explosion that sent a geyser of water 100 feet into the air. The concussion rattled windows aboard the Batan but caused no damage. The first torpedo didn't have a decoy to chase. The Rappahannock didn't carry Nixie. It carried fuel. 400 yards. 300. The Seahawk's Mk-54 impacted the Goddard at the same moment. The midget submarine, running shallow to escape, took a 96-pound warhead through its pressure hull. The explosion broke the boat in half. Both sections sank in water too shallow to hide them, 200 feet down, visible on sonar as 2 distinct debris fields. 29 Iranian sailors died without ever knowing if their torpedoes hit. They didn't. At 150 yards, the Iranian torpedo's guidance system suffered a failure that the after-action report would later attribute to thermal gradients near the surface. The weapon passed 40 yards ahead of the Rappahannock's bow, continued northeast for another mile, exhausted its fuel, and sank. The oiler's captain was about to need new underwear. Everyone aboard the Rappahannock was about to need a drink. But 400,000 gallons of aviation fuel continued floating on the surface of the Gulf, unburned, because a torpedo seeker hiccuped at the wrong moment. Luck is not a military strategy, but it is occasionally a military outcome. 70 nautical miles to the north, the remaining 3 pay caps had closed to within 25 nautical miles of where they thought the Gettysburg was. They were still charging toward empty ocean. The Gettysburg, now fully aware of the threat, had launched 2 SM-6 missiles at the closest contact. The SM-6 is a different animal than the Harpoon. It costs $4.3 million, flies at Mach 3.5, and was designed to intercept aircraft and cruise missiles at extreme range. Using it against a patrol boat was like swatting a mosquito with a sledgehammer. But the sledgehammer was available and the mosquito was 25 miles away and carrying anti-ship missiles. The first SM-6 impacted the third pay cap in a vertical dive from 70,000 feet, converting the boat into scattered debris before the crew knew they'd been targeted. A $4.3 million missile against a $3 million patrol boat. The economics were almost reasonable, if you squinted. 2 pay caps remaining. Both had watched their formation mates disappear and decided discretion was the better part of martyrdom. They turned, went to maximum speed, and ran for Iranian territorial waters. The Gettysburg could have pursued. The ROE allowed engagement of hostile forces attempting to flee. But 2 patrol boats running home at 52 knots weren't a threat anymore. They were a message. Iran had just lost a submarine, 4 fast attack craft, and approximately 80 personnel in under 30 minutes. The Americans had lost nothing but missiles and fuel. The exchange rate was what defense analysts would later call unsustainable. 400 nautical miles to the west, in a bunker complex outside Natanz, an IRGC general was receiving real-time reports of the disaster. The pay cap attack had been his plan. The submarine ambush had been his innovation. Both had failed completely, killed everyone involved, and destroyed assets that would take years to replace. He looked at the map on his wall, the blue symbols marking American carrier positions, the red symbols marking Iranian assets that no longer existed, and began drafting a message to Tehran. The message recommended immediate cessation of naval operations in the Gulf. The message noted that American anti-submarine capabilities had proven significantly more effective than intelligence assessments predicted. The message did not mention that the general had been the one who wrote those assessments. 3 days later, the Iranian Navy pulled every remaining Ghawar submarine back to port. The PACAP fleet, now reduced by a third, was ordered to cease operations in international waters. The Strait of Hormuz remained open. Oil continued flowing to Asia and Europe at the rate of 21 million barrels per day. The entire engagement, from the first Tomahawk launch to the last PACAP fleeing for Iranian waters, had lasted 3 hours and 47 minutes. It had cost Iran 1 submarine, 4 patrol boats, and any illusion that harassment tactics in the Gulf would go unpunished. It had cost the United States approximately $18 million in missiles spent on targets worth perhaps a tenth of that value. Defense contractors in Tucson and St. Louis were probably already scheduling celebratory lunches. Aboard the Rappahannock, the crew secured from general quarters and resumed replenishment operations with the Bataan. The fuel transfer that had been interrupted by torpedo attack completed 4 hours later without further incident. The oiler's deck log noted the event in the understated language the Navy reserves for near-death experiences. 0347 emergency breakaway due to hostile subsurface activity. 0351 torpedo passed ahead at close range. 0815 resumed unrep. The Bataan's Marines, most of whom had slept through the entire engagement in berthing compartments below the waterline, woke up to rumors about torpedoes and submarines and decided the Navy types were probably exaggerating. The Navy types decided not to correct them. Hunter 2-1 recovered aboard the Bataan with empty torpedo tubes and a crew that would be telling this story for the rest of their careers. The sensor operator who called the submarine contact would receive a Navy Achievement Medal 6 months later. The citation would note his quick reaction to developing tactical situation, without mentioning that developing tactical situation was Pentagon speak for almost got an oiler blown up. The Triton drone that detected the submarine's thermal signature continued orbiting at 55,000 feet, its cameras and sensors sweeping the Gulf with the patience of a machine that doesn't get bored, doesn't get tired, and costs $180 million to build. The algorithm that flagged the thermal anomaly would be updated the following week to improve detection of diesel submarine exhaust patterns. A programmer in San Diego added 6 lines of code and went to lunch. Somewhere in the Gulf, an Iranian rescue vessel searched for survivors from the Ghawar. They found debris, an oil slick, and no one alive. The submarine had been one of 23 in Iran's midget submarine fleet, vessels specifically designed for operations in the shallow, cluttered waters of the Gulf. 22 remained. But the commanders of those 22 now knew exactly what would happen if they tried the same tactic again. The Strait of Hormuz is 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point. Roughly 20% of the world's oil passes through it every day. For 3 hours and 47 minutes on a Tuesday morning, control of that passage was genuinely contested. Then it wasn't. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on the F-35's electronic warfare capabilities that helped shape the air battle over Iran. Bye for now. At 4:12 local time, 2 Khalid Far's anti-ship ballistic missiles leave their transporter erector launchers from a ridgeline above Bandar Abbas and accelerate through the pre-dawn darkness over the Strait of Hormuz. Their target is 120 kilometers to the south, moving at 18 knots through international waters. It weighs 104,000 tons. It carries 90 aircraft, and it has no idea that the next 6 minutes are about to rewrite every assumption the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has held about what it means to strike an American aircraft carrier. The USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN-72, is the 4th Nimitz-class carrier to rotate through the 5th Fleet area of operations this year. Her flight deck stretches 1,092 feet. Her 4 catapults can throw a 50,000-pound aircraft from 0 to 165 miles per hour in under 3 seconds. Her air wing, Carrier Air Wing 7, includes 44F divided by -18E and F Super Hornets, 5EA, 18G Growler electronic warfare aircraft, and an assortment of helicopters and surveillance platforms that give her the ability to see, jam, and kill anything within a 500 nautical mile radius. She costs $8.5 billion. The 2 missiles heading toward her cost $3 million combined. Somebody in Tehran looked at that math and thought it was a bargain. The strike group surrounding the Lincoln is not a single ship. It is a floating fortress spread across 40 nautical miles of dark water. The guided missile destroyers USS Carney and USS Nitsa, both Arleigh Burke-class flight IIA ships, carry a combined 192 vertical launch cells. Between them, those cells hold SM-6 interceptors capable of engaging targets from sea level to the edge of space, SM-2 Block IIC area defense missiles, Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles, and Evolved Sea Sparrow point defense rounds. Beneath the surface, 300 meters down in the warm waters of the Gulf of Oman, the Los Angeles-class attack submarine USS Cheyenne tracks every Iranian vessel within 60 kilometers using her BQQ-10 sonar suite while carrying 12 Tomahawk cruise missiles in her torpedo tubes, each one programmed with coordinates that were last updated 4 hours ago. This is the most capable naval formation on Earth. And in the mountains above Bandar Abbas, the IRGC Aerospace Force Battery Commander who just launched those 2 ballistic missiles believes he has found its weakness. he is not entirely wrong. 130 kilometers north of the Lincoln, along 3 separate stretches of Iranian coastline, 12 Shahed 238 jet-powered attack drones ignite their turbojet engines 40 seconds after the ballistic missile's launch. These are not the lumbering Shahed 136 one-way attack drones that became famous over Ukraine, the ones that sound like lawnmowers and fly at 115 miles per hour. The Shahed 238 is a different animal entirely. Turbojet-powered, radar-guided, capable of Mach 0.8, roughly 600 miles per hour at wave-top altitude. They cross the radar horizon with less than 90 seconds of warning time. Each one costs approximately $50,000. All 12 together cost less than a single SM-6 interceptor, which runs the United States Navy $4.3 million per round. Every missile fired to stop a $50,000 drone is a financial victory for Tehran before a single warhead detonates. The Lincoln Spy-6 radar, the most advanced naval search radar ever deployed, detects the 2 ballistic missiles at a range of 270 kilometers. The system classifies the threat, computes an intercept solution, and passes it to the Aegis Combat System aboard USS Pioneer in under 2 seconds. The alarm sounds across every ship in the strike group simultaneously. Battle stations. The entire carrier defense architecture shifts to full engagement posture in 11 seconds. Sailors who were asleep 15 seconds ago are running to their stations in the dark, pulling on flash gear, strapping into chairs. USS Pioneer fires 2 SM-6 interceptors at the lead ballistic missile. The SM-6 is a 3,300-pound missile that accelerates to Mach 3.5, roughly 2,700 miles per hour, and can engage targets at ranges exceeding 150 nautical miles. Think of a telephone pole that steers itself through the atmosphere using an active radar seeker in its nose, hunting its target the way a flashlight finds a face in a dark room. The first SM-6 finds the lead Khalij fires cleanly. Intercept at 60 kilometers. The ballistic missile disintegrates. Debris rains into black water that nobody will ever search. The second ballistic missile is the problem. It executes a terminal maneuver, a pre-programmed we've designed to defeat the predictive algorithms that guide American interceptors during the final phase of engagement. 2 SM-6 missiles chase it. The first loses tracking during the maneuver and self-destructs. The second detonates close enough to shred the seeker head and damage the guidance fins, but the warhead survives. The missile transitions from a guided weapon to a 1,500-pound piece of debris falling along a degraded ballistic arc, and that arc intersects the flight deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. At 4:16 local time, 4 minutes and 44 seconds after launch, the damaged Khalij fire strikes the Lincoln's flight deck at an angle, punches through the armored steel plating, and detonates inside the hangar bay. The warhead is a unitary high-explosive penetrator. The fireball reaches 60 feet. 3F divided by a -18E Super Hornets parked in the hangar bay are destroyed instantly. Shrapnel tears through bulkheads. The concussion wave throws sailors against walls, into equipment, onto the deck. 9 American sailors in the hangar bay die in the first second. 27 more are wounded by blast, burns, and fragmentation. The flight deck buckles across a 40-meter section. The number 3 catapult is offline. Fire suppression systems activate automatically, but the hangar bay fire has already found aircraft fuel, and the drones are 30 seconds out. What the IRGC planners understood, what made their attack architecture genuinely brilliant, was sequencing. The ballistic missiles were never meant to sink the Lincoln. They were meant to saturate the Aegis engagement timeline at exactly the moment the low-altitude drone swarm crossed the radar horizon. Every SM-6 fired upward at a ballistic missile is an SM-6 that cannot be fired laterally at a sea-skimming drone. Every second the fire control system spends computing a ballistic intercept solution is a second it is not tracking the wave-top threats approaching from 3 different azimuths. It is the right idea. It has been the right idea in every simulation the IRGC has run for the past decade. And in this moment, it is working. 12 Shahed 238 drones cross the radar horizon at 18 kilometers. The Aegis systems aboard Pioneer and Nitsa detect them, but the engagement windows are compressed. 7 drones are intercepted, 5 by SM-2 missiles, 2 by the Phalanx CWS close-in weapon systems, the automated 20mm Gatling guns that serve as the final layer of defense. Each Phalanx fires 75 rounds per second, throwing a wall of tungsten into the path of an incoming threat at a range of less than 2 kilometers. 5 drones penetrate. 2 strike the Lincoln's Island superstructure, the command tower rising above the flight deck. 1 hits the forward flight deck near the damaged section, compounding the structural failure. 2 hit USS Nitsa. Her bridge is destroyed. Her commanding officer, executive officer, and 6 watchstanders are killed instantly. 8 more American sailors dead. At 4:17 local time, 5 minutes into the attack, the toll stands at 17 American sailors killed and 62 wounded across 2 ships. The Lincoln's flight deck is burning. Nitsa is combat effective from her secondary control station, but her command structure has been decapitated. Carney is undamaged but has expended 23 SM-6 interceptors, each one worth $4.3 million. The math so far: Iran spent roughly $6.6 million in weapons. The interceptors alone cost $98.9 million. Tehran's procurement office could call that a win even if every weapon missed. What the IRGC battery commander did not know, what his intelligence officers could not have told him, what no Iranian signals intercept or Russian satellite feed had ever revealed, was that the response to his attack had been planned, authorized, armed, and loaded into launch systems 11 months before he pressed the fire button. Operation Granite Hammer. Classified contingency strike package, submitted by United States Central Command to the Secretary of Defense following 14 months of escalating IRGC harassment of American carrier groups in the Strait of Hormuz. The package identified 41 Iranian military targets within 350 kilometers of the strait. Every radar site, missile battery, command node, fuel depot, weapons storage facility, drone launch platform, and naval base that contributes to Iran's ability to threaten carrier operations in the Hormuz transit corridor. Each target was assigned to a specific platform. Each platform was assigned specific weapons. Flight routes were deconflicted. Time on target calculations ensured simultaneous impact across all 41 targets. And the Secretary of Defense signed pre-delegated launch authority. No White House phone call. No National Security Council meeting. No congressional notification before execution. The trigger condition was simple: confirmed hostile fire from Iranian territory resulting in American casualties aboard a United States warship. Iran satisfied that condition at 4:16 local time. The execution order reaches 5 platforms simultaneously at 4:18, 2 minutes after the Lincoln took her first hit. 180 nautical miles to the southeast, in the deep water of the Gulf of Oman, the USS Florida surfaces to launch depth. Florida is not a regular submarine. She is an Ohio-class guided missile submarine, originally built as a ballistic missile boat, converted to carry 154 Tomahawk cruise missiles in 22 vertical launch tubes. She is the most heavily armed conventional strike platform in the United States Navy. Her crew has been at modified battle stations for 9 days, waiting for a message exactly like the one that just arrived. Beneath the strike group, USS Cheyenne acknowledges her portion of the strike package. Her 12 Tomahawks are already warm. 2,100 nautical miles to the south, over the central Arabian Sea, 2 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers from the 509th Bomb Wing, operating out of Diego Garcia, have been holding in a racetrack orbit for 6 hours. Each carries 16 GBU, 57 massive ordnance penetrators, bunker-busting bombs weighing 30,000 pounds each, designed to penetrate 200 feet of reinforced concrete before detonating. They were built for exactly 3 categories of targets on Earth: North Korean tunnels, Iranian mountain bunkers, and Chinese underground facilities. Today they have Iranian addresses. Aboard USS Carney, despite the chaos of the past 5 minutes, the weapons officer executes her assigned launch sequence. Her vertical launch cells still function. Tomahawks begin rising from the forward deck. And on the Lincoln herself, even as damage control teams fight the hangar bay fire, 12F divided by a -18E Super Hornets from Strike Fighter Squadron 86 that were already airborne on combat air patrol receive updated targeting packages. Each aircraft carries 2 AGM-158C long-range anti-ship missiles reconfigured for land attack, known as JSSMER, the Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Missile Extended Range. Range: 575 miles. They can release from outside Iranian radar coverage, turn around, and land back on an Allied airfield without ever crossing into Iranian airspace. From authorization to last weapon away, 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Total precision-guided munitions converging on Iranian territory, 148. 41 targets. Simultaneous time on target impact calculated to the second. The largest coordinated naval strike since Operation Desert Storm, assembled from assets that were pre-positioned, preloaded, and waiting for exactly this morning. Somewhere in a Raytheon boardroom, the next quarterly earnings call just wrote itself. First impacts begin at 4:27 local time, 11 minutes after the Lincoln took her hit. Bandar Abbas Integrated Missile Command Center. This is the brain. The facility that coordinated the morning's attack sits under 3 meters of reinforced concrete, hardened against conventional cruise missile strikes, considered survivable against anything short of a nuclear weapon. 2 GBU, 57 massive ordnance penetrators arrive 0.4 seconds apart. The first punches through the roof and buries itself in the operations level. The second follows through the entry hole and detonates at a depth of 40 feet. 30,000 pounds of guided American steel moving at 700 miles per hour does not care about reinforced concrete. The command center collapses into itself. Every officer who planned and executed the morning's carrier strike dies in the same detonation. Their screens are still showing the damage assessment of the Lincoln when the ceiling becomes the floor. 90 kilometers east, at Bandar Jask, the Khalij Fars battery that launched the 2 missiles at the Lincoln this morning is still repositioning its transporter erector launchers for a second salvo. The battery commander has been on the radio for 6 minutes trying to confirm the Lincoln's damage. He wants to fire again. 8 Tomahawks arrive before he gets his answer. The launch vehicles explode on their transports. The reload trucks, parked 200 meters behind the ridgeline in what the battery crew believed was a concealed position, cook off simultaneously. The fuel depot ignites. Secondary explosions continue for 9 minutes. Every piece of equipment and every crew member associated with the morning's ballistic launch ceases to exist. Iran's carrier killer battery program just became a $400 million debris field. 200 kilometers to the west, Kish Island Air Defense Radar Complex. This is the installation that provided the Lincoln's coordinates to the missile battery. Without its long-range phased array radar feeding targeting data in real time, the ballistic strike could not have been coordinated. 12 Tomahawks are allocated. The phased array antenna, a structure the size of a 3-story building, disappears in the first 4 impacts. The command building takes 3 direct hits through its roof. Backup generators, communication towers, the vehicle park, all destroyed within 40 seconds. Iranian maritime surveillance across a 200-kilometer sector of the strait goes permanently dark. The operators who spent 9 hours tracking the Lincoln and feeding her position to the missile crews have the same amount of warning time their targets did. Which is to say, none. Keshem Island IRGC Naval Base. Iran's forward operating position for fast attack boat operations in the strait. 47 missile-armed speedboats are tied to their moorings. Each boat carries 2 C-802 anti-ship missiles, a Chinese-derived weapon with a range of 120 kilometers. In IRGC doctrine, these boats would swarm an American warship in coordinated waves, overwhelming point defenses with sheer numbers. 8 Tomahawks hit the pier complex. Boats explode at their berths as their missile magazines detonate. The fuel farm ignites into a column of fire visible from 60 kilometers. The barracks, the maintenance shops, the base commander's headquarters, systematically destroyed in a 90-second window. 47 boats that were supposed to be Iran's insurance policy against American naval power burn at the waterline. It turns out the swarm doctrine works better when the swarm survives to launch. Shahid Bayhoner Naval Base. Iran's primary IRGC naval headquarters for Strait of Hormuz operations. 18 Tomahawks. The 4-story headquarters building, the operational brain of Iran's entire Hormuz defense strategy, receives 4 cruise missiles through its facade in a 2-second sequence. The building pancakes. The operations center that was monitoring the Lincoln's damage and drafting follow-up strike orders is buried under 20 meters of concrete. The weapons storage facility takes 3 hits. Stored NOR anti-ship missiles detonate in a chain reaction that destroys 4 adjacent structures and starts fires that will burn for 2 days. The 3 coastal drone launch positions from which the morning's 12 Shahid 238s were released each receive 6 Tomahawks. Mobile launchers, support vehicles, propellant storage, communications relays. Systematically erased across all 3 sites in a 4-minute window. 14 additional targets, radar nodes, communications relays, ammunition depots, hardened command bunkers scattered across a 300-kilometer coastal arc, receive the remaining weapons. Total strike duration from first impact to last detonation, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. At 4:32 local time, 20 minutes after the attack on the Lincoln began, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' entire integrated anti-ship and anti-carrier strike network along the Strait of Hormuz, a system that took 30 years and an estimated $40 billion to construct, exists only as satellite imagery of burning wreckage. The infrastructure is not damaged. It is not degraded. It is gone. And it was gone before the fires on the Lincoln's flight deck were contained. The exchange, calculated with the cold precision that defense analysts prefer. Iran fired 14 weapons. America returned 148. Iran killed 17 American sailors. An estimated 670 Iranian Revolutionary Guard personnel died across 41 facilities. Iran damaged 1 carrier and 1 destroyer, both reparable. America destroyed 41 installations, none rebuildable under current sanctions in any timeline that matters. Iran spent $6.6 million in munitions. The American response cost approximately $320 million in weapons expenditure, roughly the cost of 3 days of carrier operations in the 5th Fleet area of responsibility. Iran traded 30 years of military infrastructure for 6 minutes of footage showing smoke rising from an American flight deck. That footage will play on Iranian state television for decades. But the satellite images of 41 burning facilities will play in every IRGC planning room for longer. The diplomatic aftermath unfolds with mechanical predictability. Iran's foreign ministry claims the Lincoln violated an Iranian maritime exclusion zone, a zone that does not exist under international law and has never been recognized by any nation including Iran's own allies. The United States releases full radar tracks proving the Lincoln's position in international waters, communications intercepts confirming attack authorization from IRGC headquarters, and satellite imagery of every destroyed facility. The evidence package reaches the United Nations, NATO, and every Gulf capital within 3 hours. Saudi Arabia calls the Iranian attack unprovoked aggression. The UAE offers expanded port access for American ship repairs. Bahrain reaffirms its defense cooperation agreement. Even Oman, Tehran's traditional back-channel partner, issues a statement expressing deep concern. The regional message is unanimous and clear. Nobody is mourning Iran's missile batteries. The Lincoln returns to Bahrain under her own power. Flight deck repairs are estimated at 11 months. The 17 sailors killed are transported home with full military honors. Their families receive notification before any public statement. They were 21 years old, 23 years old, 34 years old. They had plans they had not yet finished making. And in every IRGC command post from Bandar Abbas to Tehran, the officers who survived the morning of the Lincoln incident now carry one piece of knowledge they did not have 24 hours ago. The American response to a carrier attack is not a decision. It is not a debate. It is not a proportional, calibrated, diplomatically sensitive reply designed for international optics. It is a preloaded, pre-authorized, pre-aimed annihilation package that activates automatically the moment American blood hits an American deck. The officer who gives the launch order does not just order an attack on a carrier. He orders the simultaneous destruction of his own command center, his own radar stations, his own missile batteries, his own naval base, and his own life. He just does not know it yet. Iran found out why Americans do not have free healthcare. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on what happens when China's carrier killer missiles meet the USS Gerald Ford's layered defense network. Bye for now. At 2:14 local time, a single Iranian Type 412 naval mine broke free from its anchor chain in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz and drifted 600 feet into the westbound shipping lane. It struck the hull of the MV Coral Meridian, a Maltese-flagged crude carrier loaded with 2 million barrels of Basra heavy. The detonation tore a 40-foot gash below the waterline. Within 9 minutes, crude oil was spreading across the warmest choke point on Earth at a rate of 4,000 gallons per minute. Within 14 minutes, the Coral Meridian was listing 11 degrees to port. Within 20 minutes, every maritime insurance company in London had frozen new policy issuances for the Persian Gulf. And within 1 hour, the price of Brent crude jumped $19. That was Tuesday. By Wednesday, the Strait of Hormuz was closed. Not partially, not restricted, closed. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy had deployed over 300 sea mines across the shipping lanes in a 48-hour sprint, using a combination of fast attack craft, civilian dhows, and at least 4 Ghadar-class midget submarines. They had also activated shore-based anti-ship missile batteries at Keshem Island, Abu Musa, and the Larak coastal garrison. Any vessel attempting transit would face a layered threat combining contact mines, influence mines, cruise missiles, and fastboat swarms. The entire global energy market was being held hostage by roughly 60 miles of water. The stated reason, broadcast on Iranian state television by a spokesman for the Supreme National Security Council, was retaliation for what Tehran called an act of economic warfare. 6 days earlier, the United States had imposed a new round of sanctions targeting Iran's central bank, its sovereign wealth reserves held in Chinese and Emirati financial institutions, and for the first time, secondary sanctions on any port facility worldwide that processed Iranian crude. The effect was immediate and devastating. Iran's remaining oil exports, roughly 1.3 million barrels a day, mostly flowing to China and India through intermediary shell companies, froze overnight. Tankers that had been loading at Karg Island simply stopped. Payment channels collapsed. Tehran estimated losses of $90 million per day. So they closed the strait. And then the message came. At 11 o'clock Washington time on Wednesday morning, the White House released a 4-sentence statement. It did not use diplomatic language. It said that the mining of international waterways constituted an act of war under international maritime law. It said that the United States would guarantee freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. It said that Iran had 48 hours to begin verifiable mine clearance operations and withdraw all anti-ship missile systems to a distance of 50 kilometers from the coastline. And it said that failure to comply would result in the United States and its coalition partners taking all necessary action to reopen the strait. 48 hours. That was the number. Not 72. Not a week. 48. Tehran's public response arrived in under an hour. The Supreme Leader's office issued a statement calling the ultimatum an act of arrogance that would be met with fire. The USS Navy commander went on television and said that any American warship entering the strait would be sent to the bottom. Social media accounts linked to the Basage militia began posting coordinates of American bases in the region with targeting overlays. The rhetoric was loud. The rhetoric was expected. But 600 miles to the south, at the Combined Air Operations Center at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, the rhetoric was irrelevant. What mattered was the clock.
48 hours.
And the first 12 were already gone. At Al Udeid, the air tasking order for what was being called Operation Bright Horizon was already on its third revision. The problem was not firepower. The United States Fifth Fleet, already forward deployed in Bahrain, had been reinforced over the previous 72 hours by the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which had transited the Suez Canal at flank speed, and the America Amphibious Ready Group coming from the Western Indian Ocean. Combined with assets already in theater, the Navy had 2 aircraft carriers, 9 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 4 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 3 Virginia-class attack submarines, and a combined air wing of over 140 aircraft. Ashore, the Air Force had F-35A Lightning IIs staged at Al Dhafra in the UAE, F-15E Strike Eagles at Al Udeid, B-1B Lancers rotating through Diego Garcia, and a squadron of F-22A Raptors that had quietly arrived at an undisclosed Gulf state airfield 3 days before the crisis even started. The problem was not firepower. The problem was mines. Sea mines are the most cost-effective weapon in naval warfare. An Iranian EM-52 rising mine costs roughly $10,000 to manufacture. The mine countermeasure vessel needed to find and neutralize it costs $600 million. A single mine can close a shipping lane for days. 300 mines can close it for weeks. And unlike missiles, which can be intercepted, or ships, which can be sunk, mines just sit there, silent, patient, waiting for something heavy to pass overhead. Clearing them requires specialized ships, underwater drones, helicopter-towed sleds, and time. Lots of time. The US Navy's mine countermeasures force in the Gulf consisted of 4 Avenger-class mine countermeasure ships, 8 MH-53EC Dragon helicopters, and a handful of unmanned underwater vehicles. Under normal conditions, clearing 300 mines from a waterway the size of the Strait of Hormuz would take 30 to 45 days. They did not have 30 to 45 days. They had 36 hours. 1,200 miles to the west, at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, the airlift was already underway. 2 C-17 Globemaster IIIs loaded with Mk-18 Mod 2 Kingfish unmanned underwater vehicles and their support equipment had departed 4 hours after the ultimatum. A third C-17 carried components of the AN/AQS-20 mine-hunting sonar system. A fourth carried a Navy explosive ordnance disposal team and 60,000 pounds of expendable mine neutralization charges. All 4 aircraft were bound for Bahrain. They would arrive in 11 hours. The equipment would need 6 hours to unpack and integrate. That left 19 hours before the deadline to actually start clearing mines. 300 miles southeast of the strait, the Virginia-class submarine USS Montana was running at 400 feet, making 8 knots on a course that would bring her to the eastern entrance of the strait within 14 hours. Her mission was not mine clearance. Her mission was something much more specific, and her crew did not yet know what it was. The captain had received a fragmentary order coded Pinnacle Lightning. The full tasking would arrive in 4 hours. Until then, they waited. At Bandar Abbas, the largest Iranian naval base on the Gulf, the IRGC Navy was not waiting. They were reinforcing. Commercial satellite imagery captured by Planet Labs at 9:47 local time showed 11 fast attack craft being loaded with what imagery analysts at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency identified as C-802 anti-ship cruise missiles. Each of those missiles carried a 365-pound warhead and had a range of 75 miles. 11 boats, each carrying 2 missiles. 22 missiles that could be launched from small, fast, difficult-to-track platforms dispersed along hundreds of miles of coastline. A single C-802 had crippled the Israeli corvette Hanit in 2006. 22 of them, fired in a coordinated salvo, could overwhelm the defenses of a destroyer. But the fast boats were only one layer. At Jask, 190 miles east of the strait, Iran had positioned its newest coastal defense system, the Khaliji-Fars ballistic anti-ship missile. This was a weapon the Pentagon had been watching for years. A modified Fateh 110 short-range ballistic missile with a terminal guidance seeker designed to hit moving ships. It came down at Mach 3 from the upper atmosphere, giving defenders seconds to react. Each launcher carried 2 missiles. Satellite imagery showed 4 launchers, meaning 8 missiles. The system had never been used in combat. Nobody wanted to find out if it worked the way the Iranians claimed it did. They were about to find out anyway. At 6:30 Wednesday evening, 20 hours into the countdown, the Combined Force Commander at 5th Fleet Headquarters in Bahrain held a video teleconference with CENTCOM in Tampa, the Joint Staff at the Pentagon, and the White House Situation Room. The plan that emerged had 4 phases and 0 margin for error. Phase 1 was suppression. Before a single mine could be cleared, the anti-ship missile threat had to be destroyed. Every known coastal defense site, every mobile launcher hide, every fastboat pen along the Iranian coast from Jask to Bushehr would be hit simultaneously. The Air Force would handle fixed sites with standoff weapons. The Navy would handle mobile targets and pop-up threats. Cyber Command would handle something else entirely. Phase 2 was clearance. The moment air superiority was established over the strait, mine countermeasure assets would begin sweeping a 6-mile-wide safe corridor through the densest minefields. MH-53E helicopters towing Mk-105 magnetic influence sweep sleds would handle the influence mines. Avenger-class ships using hull-mounted sonar would locate contact mines for EOD divers and UUVs to neutralize. The timeline for opening a single safe lane was estimated at 12 to 16 hours after clearance began. Phase 3 was escort. Once the corridor was open, a continuous naval escort operation would guide commercial vessels through the strait under the protective umbrella of Aegis-equipped warships. Phase 4 did not have a name on the briefing slide. It was listed only as contingency. Everyone in the room knew what it meant. If Iran escalated beyond the strait, if missiles started flying at bases or allies, the target list expanded to include Iran's integrated air defense network, its ballistic missile infrastructure, and its command and control nodes. Phase 4 was a regional war. Nobody wanted Phase 4. At 10:15 Wednesday night, 28 hours before the deadline, something changed. An RC-135 Rivet Joint Electronic Surveillance aircraft orbiting at 34,000 feet over the Gulf of Oman detected an unusual communications pattern. Iranian military radio traffic, which had been running at roughly 4 times its normal volume since the crisis began, suddenly dropped. Not gradually, not in stages. It dropped by 80% in under 6 minutes. To a signals intelligence analyst, sudden communications silence means one of two things. Either the network has been destroyed, or the network has switched to a pre-planned wartime mode that relies on landlines, fiber optics and couriers instead of radio. The network had not been destroyed. Iran was going to wartime communications posture. 28 hours before the deadline expired. This mattered. It mattered because wartime comm switching is not something you do to bluff. It takes hours to coordinate. It disrupts normal operations. You only do it when you believe combat is imminent and you want to deny the enemy signals intelligence. The Rivet Joint's crew relayed the detection to the National Security Agency at Fort Meade, which confirmed the assessment within 40 minutes. Iran was not preparing to comply. Iran was preparing to fight. At Fort Meade, the confirmation triggered something that had been staged for 72 hours. United States Cyber Command had been holding access to 14 pre-positioned implants embedded in Iranian military networks. These were not new intrusions. Some of them had been placed years earlier, maintained through patient, invisible persistence, updated quietly during routine Iranian software patches, tested through careful signals that mimic normal network noise. 12 of the 14 implants were in the Integrated Air Defense Network command layer. One was in the IRGC Navy's shore-based missile coordination system. One was in the electrical grid serving Bandar Abbas Naval Base. None of them had ever been activated. They were insurance policies. Expensive, fragile, and single-use. Once triggered, the Iranians would find them, patch them, and they would be gone forever. Years of access, burned in seconds. The order to activate came at 11:40 Wednesday night. It was signed by the Secretary of Defense and confirmed by the President. Execution was set for 2 o'clock Thursday morning local time, exactly 6 hours before the deadline expired. That timing was deliberate. It would be dark. It would be 6 hours before Iran expected anything to happen. And it would give the first wave of aircraft just enough time to reach their targets before anyone on the ground realized their defenses were compromised. What Tehran didn't know was that the 48-hour ultimatum was never intended to expire. The deadline was theater. Useful theater, necessary theater, because it gave allies time to evacuate non-essential personnel, gave commercial shipping time to clear the area, and gave the diplomatic track just enough oxygen to claim that every alternative had been exhausted. But the operational timeline had never been 48 hours. The operational timeline had been decided the moment the first mine was confirmed in the shipping lane. The only variable was how long it took to move assets into position. By Wednesday night, they were in position. 190 miles to the east, at Jask, the 4 Khaliji Fars launchers were being loaded onto their transport erector vehicles for dispersal. Iranian doctrine called for mobile launchers to relocate every 4 to 6 hours to avoid being caught by satellite surveillance. The launchers had been photographed at their garrison at 2 p.m. By midnight, they would be gone, scattered along 80 miles of coastline, hidden under bridges, in warehouses, in the shadows of apartment buildings. Finding them after dispersal would require persistent drone surveillance and real-time intelligence that might or might not be available. The strike planners at Al-Udeid knew this. The JASC launchers had to die in their garrison before they moved. That meant the timeline just got 6 hours shorter. At 11:50 p.m. Wednesday, a pair of B-2A Spirit stealth bombers passed south of Diego Garcia heading north. They had launched from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri 17 hours earlier, refueled twice over the Atlantic, once over the Indian Ocean, and were now entering their pre-strike holding pattern. Each B-2 carried 16 GBU, 31 Joint Direct Attack munitions in its internal weapons bays, 2,000-pound GPS-guided bombs. 32 of them, total. 16 were assigned to the JASC missile garrison. 16 were assigned to the underground command bunker at Bandar Abbas that served as the IRGC Navy's operational headquarters. The B-2s were not alone. 400 miles to the west, 8 F-35A Lightning IIs from the 421st Fighter Squadron had launched from Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE at 11:30 p.m. under the cover of what was listed on the air traffic control log as a routine night training sortie. They were not carrying training weapons. Each aircraft carried 2 AGM-154 joint standoff weapons and 2 ALM-120D AMRAAM air-to-air missiles. Their targets were the anti-ship missile batteries on Keshem Island and Abu Musa Island, the two positions that most directly threatened mine clearance operations in the strait itself. The F-35s would strike from standoff range, roughly 40 miles from the targets, using their low observable profiles to avoid detection until weapons release. Simultaneously, the destroyer USS Nitsa, positioned 110 miles south of the strait in the Gulf of Oman, began programming 96 Tomahawk land attack missiles in her vertical launch cells. 96 missiles from a single ship. Her targets included radar sites, communication nodes, fastboat pens at 3 different harbors, and the Noor anti-ship missile battery near Sirik. The Tomahawks would fly circuitous routes, approaching their targets from unexpected directions, timed to arrive within a 60-second window starting at 2:04 a.m. But the Nitsa was not the only ship launching Tomahawks. The cruiser USS Gettysburg, sailing with the Ford Carrier Group now positioned 240 miles south of the strait, had another 64 Tomahawks programmed and ready. The destroyer USS Halsey, forward deployed from Bahrain, had 47. Combined with the Nitsa, that was 207 Tomahawk cruise missiles that would be in the air before a single Iranian radar operator noticed anything unusual. 207 Tomahawks cost roughly $400 million. The coastal defense systems they were targeting had cost Iran approximately $90 million to acquire. That math looks bad until you consider that a single day of the strait being closed cost the global economy an estimated $1.2 billion. At 1:47 a.m. Thursday local time, 13 minutes before H-hour, the cyber weapons activated. The first effect was subtle. The primary radar at Iran's Kish Island air defense sector, a Chinese-supplied JY-14 medium-range surveillance radar, began receiving false returns. Not many. Not enough to trigger an alert. Just enough to place Phantom aircraft tracks 80 miles south of their actual position. The radar operators saw what they expected to see, American aircraft flying patrol patterns in international airspace. They did not see the 8 F-35s that were now 70 miles closer than any Iranian sensor indicated. The second effect was less subtle. At Bandar Abbas Naval Base, the electrical grid serving the port facility and the adjacent IRGC Navy headquarters experienced a cascading voltage irregularity. It lasted 9 seconds. When power returned, the shore-based missile coordination network needed 4 minutes to reboot. 4 minutes during which no launch order could be transmitted to the fast attack boats already dispersed along the coast. 4 minutes was a long time. The third effect was invisible. Deep inside the Integrated Air Defense Command Network, the software that managed threat prioritization and engagement sequencing had been modified. Iranian surface-to-air missile batteries would still function. They would still track targets. They would still fire. But the fire control solution would contain a tiny error, a 6-degree azimuth offset in the targeting data passed from the surveillance radars to the engagement radars. 6 degrees does not sound like much. At 40 miles, 6 degrees translates to a missed distance of over 4 miles. Every missile fired using corrupted data would miss by 4 miles. And the operators would not know why. At 2 a.m. exactly, the B-2s opened their bomb bay doors. 32,000 feet above the JASC missile garrison, the first B-2 released 8 GBU-31s in a 4-second sequence. Each bomb separated cleanly, its GPS-aided inertial navigation system locking onto coordinates that had been updated 17 minutes earlier by a Global Hawk surveillance drone orbiting at 58,000 feet. The bombs fell for 41 seconds. In those 41 seconds, the 4 Khaliji Fars launchers sat on their transport vehicles, engines warming, preparing to disperse. The drivers had been told to move at 2:15 a.m. They were 15 minutes from safety. The first bomb struck the vehicle maintenance building adjacent to the launcher parking area. The blast wave knocked 2 of the transport vehicles onto their sides. The second and third bombs hit the road leading out of the garrison, cratering it in 2 places and blocking the only exit. The 4th through 8th bombs walked across the launcher positions themselves. The Khaliji Fars missiles carried solid rocket fuel. When the 2,000-pound warheads detonated among them, the secondary explosions were visible from 20 miles away. In 11 seconds, Iran's most advanced anti-ship ballistic missile capabilities ceased to exist. The second B-2 hit the Bandar Abbas command bunker 90 seconds later. The bunker was hardened, built into a hillside with reinforced concrete rated to withstand conventional munitions. The B-2 dropped its 16 bombs in 2 waves of 8, walking them across the same impact point. The first 8 cratered the surface and stripped away the overburden. The second 8 penetrated into the compromised structure. Post-strike assessment would later show that the command center was not destroyed, but it was knocked offline for over 9 hours. During those 9 hours, the IRGC Navy fought without centralized command and control. Every boat, every battery, every unit was on its own. And then the Tomahawks arrived. At 2:04 a.m., the first wave of cruise missiles crossed the Iranian coastline at 480 miles per hour, flying at altitudes between 50 and 100 feet. They came from 3 directions. From the south, the Nitz's missiles hit Keshem Island and the eastern approaches. From the southwest, the Gettysburg's missiles struck targets along the coast between Bandar Lenja and Sirik. From the southeast, the Halsey's missiles came in over the Gulf of Oman and struck Jask's remaining infrastructure and the early warning radar at Shabahar. On Keshem Island, the C-802 battery positions that the F-35s had not already destroyed received 12 Tomahawks in a single minute. The missiles arrived in pairs, 2 per target, with the second missile timed 30 seconds after the first. The first missile destroyed or suppressed the target. The second missile ensured it. Iranian soldiers who survived the strikes later described the sound as continuous thunder that did not stop. At Abu Musa Island, the garrison received 8 Tomahawks and 4 AGM-154 joint standoff weapons from the F-35s. The island's anti-ship capability consisted of 2 C-802 launchers and a single Chinese-made HQ-7 short-range air defense system. The HQ-7 actually fired. It launched 2 missiles at incoming Tomahawks and hit one out of 207. The launcher was destroyed 19 seconds later by a GBU-39 small-diameter bomb dropped by an F-35 that the HQ-7's radar never detected. One Tomahawk destroyed costs $1.9 million. The HQ-7 missile that killed it cost about $80,000. For Iran, that was the best exchange rate of the entire night. 40 miles north of the strait, at the IRGC fastboat base at Bandar Lenja, 11 missile-armed fast attack craft were attempting to get underway. They had received dispersal orders at 1:55 a.m., 5 minutes before H-hour, from a local commander who had noticed the communications disruption and guessed what was coming. It was good instinct. 5 of the boats made it out of the harbor before the Tomahawks hit. The remaining 6 were caught in their pens. The concrete piers, the fuel storage, the ammunition bunkers, everything within 400 meters of the waterfront was destroyed in 60 seconds. The 5 boats that escaped scattered east along the coast at 45 knots, 220 miles south of the strait, aboard the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford. The air wing went to full combat operations at 2:10 a.m. The first aircraft to launch were not fighters. They were EA-18G Growlers from VAQ-129, electronic warfare aircraft. Their job was to find, jam, and if necessary destroy any Iranian radar system that was still functioning after the cyber attack and the Tomahawk strikes. Within 30 minutes, 6 Growlers were orbiting at 28,000 feet along a north-south line running parallel to the Iranian coast, flooding the electromagnetic spectrum with noise. Iranian radar operators who had survived the strikes and were attempting to bring backup systems online found nothing but static. Behind the Growlers came the fighters. F divided by a -18E and F Super Hornets armed for both air-to-air and air-to-ground. F-35C Lightning IIs from VFA-147. The Ford's air wing put 42 aircraft into the sky in the first hour. Their immediate concern was not the Iranian Air Force. The Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force had not sortied a single aircraft. Their hangars were intact. Their runways were intact. Their jets sat in shelters with engines cold. This was deliberate. The United States had not struck any Iranian air bases. The message was precise. This is about the strait. Open it, and this ends. Expand it, and we expand too. Tehran received that message. The jets stayed on the ground. That decision, made by someone in Tehran whose name may never be known, probably prevented the conflict from becoming a full-scale war. Probably. At 2:38 a.m., the 5 IRGC fast boats that had escaped Bandar Lenja reached a position 18 miles northeast of the strait and turned south. They were heading for the shipping lanes. Each boat carried 2 C-802 missiles and was crewed by 7 men. Their orders, received before communications went dark, were simple. Find an American warship. Fire. Whether they understood they were operating without air cover, without shore-based radar support, and without any coordination with other Iranian forces is unclear. They went anyway. What they did not know was that the submarine USS Montana had entered the Strait 4 hours earlier and was now sitting at 200 feet, 3 miles east of the Greater Tunb Island, with her sonar focused north. The Montana had received her full mission tasking at 10 p.m. She was there specifically for this. For the fast boats. Her and /BQQ-10 sonar suite could detect the high-speed propeller cavitation of fast attack craft at ranges exceeding 20 miles. She heard them the moment they turned south. The Montana did not have authorization to engage with torpedoes. Killing the boats was not her job. Finding them was. She transmitted their positions via the underwater communication system to the Ford carrier group in a burst that lasted 1.3 seconds. 40 seconds later, the tactical action officer aboard the destroyer USS Paul Ignatius, stationed at the northern mouth of the strait, had the tracks. The Paul Ignatius carried 8 RGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles and 96 cells of vertical launch ordnance. Against 5 small boats, she used neither. Instead, the ship's MH-60R Seahawk helicopter, already airborne on patrol, was vectored to intercept. The helicopter carried 4 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles and an M240 door gun. It found the 5 boats in a loose formation, running without lights, making 42 knots on a heading that would bring them within missile range of the Paul Ignatius in roughly 23 minutes. The Seahawk fired 2 Hellfires at the lead boat. Both hit. The boat disintegrated. A $114,000 missile against a craft worth maybe $200,000. Close enough to even. The 4 remaining boats split. 2 turned east, 2 turned west. The helicopter pursued the eastern pair, while the Paul Ignatius launched a second Seahawk for the western pair. Over the next 14 minutes, all 4 boats were destroyed. 3 by Hellfire missiles. 1 by 30mm cannon fire from the second helicopter. Not a single C-802 was launched. 35 Iranian sailors died in those 14 minutes. They had never seen the ships they were trying to attack. In those same 14 minutes, mine clearance operations began. The 4 Avenger-class minesweepers had been holding position 12 miles south of the strait, waiting for the word. At 2:50 a.m., with the immediate anti-ship threat suppressed, they advanced into the eastern approach channel at 6 knots. Ahead of them, MH-53EC Dragon helicopters from HM-15 towed Mk-105 magnetic influence sleds through the water, simulating the magnetic signature of a large vessel. The idea was simple. Trigger the influence mines before a real ship found them. Each triggered mine produced a geyser of water visible from miles away. In the first hour, the helicopters triggered 11 mines. 11 down. Roughly 289 to go. Simultaneously, the Kingfish UUVs that had arrived from Ramstein were deployed from a support vessel at the western approach. These autonomous underwater drones used side-scan sonar to map the seabed and identify mine-like objects, then transmitted the coordinates to EOD teams following behind. The Kingfish drones worked slowly. Each one could survey roughly 1 square mile per hour. The strait's shipping lanes covered approximately 42 square miles. The math was not encouraging. At 4:15 a.m., roughly 2 hours into the operation, Iran responded. Not with missiles. Not with boats. With mines. 2 Goddard-class midget submarines, each roughly 120 feet long and carrying a crew of 18, had been lying on the bottom of the strait in 40 meters of water since Monday. They had not moved. They had not transmitted. They had been invisible. Now they began deploying additional mines directly into the clearance corridor. The first indication came when a Kingfish UUV detected a mine that had not been on the previous scan pass. Then a second. Then a third. Someone at the Mine Warfare Command Center aboard the USS Lewis B. Puller did the math and realized that the minefield was growing faster than they were clearing it. That realization landed on the Combined Force Commander's desk at 4:22 a.m. Finding a midget submarine in shallow, warm water cluttered with shipwrecks, pipelines, and natural formations is one of the hardest problems in naval warfare. The Goddard-class boats were diesel-electric, nearly silent on battery power, and small enough to hide behind geological features. The Montana could hear fast boats from 20 miles away. A quiet submarine sitting on the bottom at 40 meters might as well not exist. But the Navy had something for this. 2 P-8A Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft from VP-10 had been orbiting south of the strait since midnight. Each carried sonobuoy dispensers loaded with and /SSQ-125 multi-static active sonobuoys. Unlike passive sonobuoys that just listen, active sonobuoys create their own sound pulses and listen for the returns. They do not wait for the submarine to make noise. They find it anyway. The trade-off is that the submarine knows it is being hunted. At this point, subtlety was no longer a priority. At 4:31 a.m., the two P-8s dropped a pattern of 64 sonobuoys across the central strait. The acoustic coverage was dense enough to detect an object the size of a refrigerator. A Goddard-class submarine is considerably larger than a refrigerator. The first submarine was detected at 4:38 a.m., sitting on the bottom 2.7 miles north-northwest of the clearance corridor. It was not moving. The P-8 dropped a Mk-54 lightweight torpedo. The torpedo entered the water, acquired the contact, and detonated against the submarine's hull at 4:39 a.m. There were no survivors. The second submarine heard the detonation and did something its crew probably knew was futile. It started its engines and ran. At 8 knots, heading east, trying to escape into deeper water. The noise gave it away instantly. The second P-8 dropped a Mk-54 at 4:44 a.m. The torpedo hit the submarine at 4:45 a.m. 18 more men gone. A Goddard-class submarine costs approximately $40 million to build. A Mk-54 torpedo costs roughly $700,000. 2 torpedoes, $1.4 million. 2 submarines, $80 million. The exchange rate was not in Iran's favor. With the submarine threat neutralized, mine clearance accelerated. By 6 a.m. Thursday, 4 hours into the operation, 38 mines had been swept or neutralized. By 9 a.m., the number was 71. By noon, it was 112. The pace was increasing as crews developed better understanding of Iranian mine-laying patterns. The mines were not randomly distributed. They had been placed along predictable lines designed to cover the shipping lanes at regular intervals. Once you found the pattern, you knew where to look next. At 11 a.m. Thursday, exactly 12 hours before the original deadline expired, the Combined Force Commander declared a safe corridor through the strait. It was narrow, 600 meters wide and 31 miles long. It was not a permanent solution. It was a keyhole, but a keyhole was enough. At 11:47 a.m., the first vessel transited the corridor. It was not a warship. It was not a tanker. It was the container ship MSC Aurora, Panamanian flagged, carrying 14,000 shipping containers from Singapore to Rotterdam. She was escorted by the destroyer USS Fitzgerald on her port side and the British frigate HMS Richmond on her starboard side. Both warships had their phalanx close-in weapon systems active, their electronic warfare suites radiating, and their crews at general quarters. The transit took 2 hours and 14 minutes. The MSC Aurora's master later described it as the most stressful transit of his 30-year career. But she made it through. Behind her, 16 more vessels were queued. Commercial satellite imagery showed another 43 anchored at Fujairah, waiting. At 1 p.m. Thursday, Iranian state television broadcast a statement from the Supreme National Security Council. It did not mention the word surrender. It did not mention the word defeat. It said that Iran had demonstrated its ability to close the strait and would do so again if provoked. It said that mine clearance was a violation of Iranian sovereign waters. It said many things. But buried in the 7th paragraph was a single sentence stating that the IRGC Navy had been ordered to cease offensive operations in the Strait of Hormuz pending a review of the military situation. That sentence was the white flag, written in bureaucratic Persian and buried where they hoped nobody would notice. By Thursday night, mine clearance operations had expanded the safe corridor to 2 miles wide. American, British, French, and Australian minesweepers were working side by side. The Royal Navy had dispatched the Hunt-class mine countermeasure vessels HMS Ledbury and HMS Penzance from Bahrain. The French frigate Alsace had arrived to provide air defense coverage. The Australians sent a P-8 from their detachment in the UAE. The cost accounting, when someone eventually did it, was staggering. The United States had expended 207 Tomahawk cruise missiles, 32 DAMs, 16 joint standoff weapons, 12 small diameter bombs, 11 Hellfire missiles, 2 lightweight torpedoes, and approximately 40,000 pounds of miscellaneous ordnance. Total munitions cost was estimated at $480 million. Aircraft operating costs, ship operating costs, and logistics for the 48-hour operation added another $300 million. The cyber implants that had been burned were valued internally at an estimated program cost of $1.2 billion over the 6 years they had been developed and maintained. Total cost to the United States, approximately $2 billion. Iran's losses included 4 Khaliji Fars ballistic anti-ship missile launchers, 11 coastal defense C-802 batteries, 6 fast attack craft destroyed in port, 5 at sea, 2 Goddard-class submarines, its IRGC Navy headquarters offline for 9 hours, 60% of its Gulf-facing radar infrastructure, and its mine capability in the strait reduced by 112 weapons. With clearance operations continuing. Estimated replacement cost for Iran, $6 to $8 billion and 4 to 7 years. The global economy had lost an estimated $9 billion during the 3 days the strait was fully closed. Oil prices, which had spiked $31 per barrel, dropped $18 within 6 hours of the first successful transit and another $9 over the following 48 hours. The Strait of Hormuz carries roughly 21 million barrels of oil per day. That is 21% of global petroleum consumption. It is the single most important maritime choke point on Earth. Iran had closed it with 300 mines that cost a combined total of roughly $3 million. $3 million held the world economy hostage for 72 hours. That is a return on investment that no weapons system in history has ever matched. And somewhere in Tehran, someone was already ordering 300 more. If you enjoyed this video, check out our other video on what would happen if Iran sank a US aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. Bye for now. The aircraft carrier was already on fire. Not from a missile, not from a drone. From a fuel line rupture on the hangar deck that had nothing to do with Iran and everything to do with a 19-year-old aviation bosun's mate who cross-threaded a coupling during a 14-hour shift. The fire was out in 90 seconds. Damage was cosmetic. But for 11 minutes, the strike group's launch cycle froze, and during those 11 minutes, the thing that was supposed to stay classified for another 6 months rolled out of a C-5M Galaxy's cargo bay at Al Udeid Air Base and onto a runway that had been cleared of every aircraft, every vehicle, and every human being without a Yankee White clearance. The ground crew called it the coffin, not because of what it looked like, but because of what it did to anything on the other end. Officially, it doesn't have a name. The program designation is an alphanumeric string that even the pilots aren't briefed on. What the mission planners called it, in the only unclassified reference that would ever exist, was Longbow 6. A unmanned low observable penetration vehicle built around a single purpose: deliver a weapon package deep inside integrated air defense networks that would shred anything else the United States owns. Iran had spent 11 years and somewhere north of $9 billion building those networks. Russian S-300 PMU-2 batteries around Isfahan. Domestically produced Bavar 373 units ringing Tehran. Third Khordad medium-range systems layered between them like concentric walls. And in the gaps, hundreds of mobile short-range systems, Tor M1 vehicles bought from Moscow before the sanctions bit, and Iranian-built Arayad systems that nobody in Western intelligence had fully characterized because Tehran had never turned them on during an exercise long enough for the satellites to map their full capability. The Pentagon had wargamed a strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment infrastructure every year since 2007. Every simulation produced the same result. You could get aircraft into Iranian airspace. You could hit targets. But you would lose between 14 and 31 aircraft doing it, depending on the scenario, and that number assumed Iran didn't have anything hidden that the intelligence community had missed. It always did. Longbow 6 was supposed to change the math. The vehicle had been in testing at Groom Lake for 3 years. Wingspan of roughly 45 feet. No vertical stabilizer. A planform so clean that the radar cross-section, measured in a purpose-built anechoic chamber at a facility that doesn't appear on any map, came back smaller than a hummingbird at certain frequencies. The airframe absorbed radar energy the way a black shirt absorbs sunlight. What it didn't absorb, it scattered in directions that never returned to the emitter. It carried no gun, no air-to-air capability, no defensive systems in the traditional sense. What it carried, slung internally in a weapons bay lined with radar-absorbent baffles, was a payload that 3 separate congressional oversight committees had been told did not exist. The weapon was called, in development documents later leaked to a defense journal that published 2 paragraphs before receiving a national security letter, a spectrally adaptive electromagnetic disruption package. What that meant in plain language was this: it mapped the operating frequencies of every radar and communication system within a given radius, computed the precise waveform needed to not just jam but permanently damage the receiver electronics of each one simultaneously, and then delivered that waveform in a shape pulse timed to the microsecond. Not a bomb, not a missile. A directed energy event that turned an integrated air defense network into a very expensive collection of paperweights. The physics weren't new. The concept of burning out radar receivers with targeted electromagnetic energy dates back to the late Cold War. What was new was the ability to do it to dozens of systems operating on different frequency bands at the same time, from a single airborne platform, without the platform being detectable before, during, or after the pulse. Iran's air defense doctrine depended on one assumption: that any attacker would have to physically destroy radars and launchers with missiles, one at a time, in a sequence that could be tracked, predicted, and countered. The entire layered defense was built around redundancy. Kill one radar and the adjacent unit picks up coverage. Kill that one and a mobile backup relocates from a camouflaged revetment. The system was designed to bleed an attacker dry through attrition, forcing them to expend hundreds of cruise missiles and dozens of sorties just to open a corridor. Longbow 6 didn't need a corridor. It needed 12 seconds over the target area. At 0347 local time, the vehicle launched from Al Udeid on a trajectory that took it south over the Gulf of Oman, east toward the Pakistani border, and then north into Iranian airspace from a vector that Iran's coastal radar network wasn't optimized to cover. The southern and western approaches to Iran are where the threat lives. That's where the S-300 batteries face. That's where the search radars concentrate their scan volumes. The eastern border with Pakistan and Afghanistan is mountainous, remote, and covered primarily by aging early warning systems that Iran has never fully modernized because the threat from that direction has historically been smugglers and narcotics traffickers, not stealth aircraft. Longbow 6 entered Iranian airspace at 58,000 feet, above the ceiling of every interceptor in the Iranian Air Force inventory. The MiG-29s top out around 55,000 in a clean configuration. The F-14 Tomcats, the ones still flying, haven't reliably reached 50,000 since the mid-90s. And the domestically produced Kausar fighter, which Tehran had paraded on television with great fanfare, had a combat ceiling that classified US assessments placed at 45,000 feet on a good day with a tailwind and a prayer. The vehicle crossed the Zagros Mountains at a point where two radar coverage zones met. There's always a seam. No radar network on Earth has perfect, seamless coverage because the planet is curved, the terrain is uneven, and electromagnetic waves travel in straight lines. Mountains create shadows. Valleys create dead zones. Longbow 6 flight path had been computed to thread every one of them. 300 miles inside Iranian airspace, the first radar painted the vehicle. A Nebo SVU VHF system, one of the newer Russian exports, operating in a frequency band that low observable aircraft are historically more vulnerable to. VHF radars have longer wavelengths, which means stealth shaping designed to deflect higher frequency X-band and S-band signals becomes less effective. This was the system that Iran's defense establishment had publicly claimed could detect any stealth aircraft the United States operated. The Nebo screen showed a return. Intermittent. Ambiguous. The operator saw it for 4 sweeps, roughly 8 seconds, then lost it. He flagged it in the system. Standard procedure. The track entered the network as a tentative contact, unconfirmed, bearing 047, range 180 kilometers, altitude unknown. Now here's where doctrine collides with reality. Iran's Integrated Air Defense Command operates on a hierarchical model. Sector commanders receive tracks from multiple radar sites, correlate them, and make engagement decisions. A single tentative contact from one radar isn't enough to trigger a launch. You need correlation from a second source. The S-300's own engagement radar, the 30N6E2, operating in X-band, scanned the bearing. Nothing. The third Cordad's phased array swept the same sector. Nothing. The Bavar 373's long-range search radar, which Iran claimed could track stealth targets at 300 kilometers, reported nothing. 1 radar saw it, 4 didn't. The sector commander had to decide whether to reposition mobile assets based on a ghost return that had already faded. Repositioning meant taking units offline during transit. It meant breaking the coverage web to chase a contact that was probably atmospheric clutter or a flock of birds at altitude. He chose to log it and continue normal operations. Longbow 6 was 140 kilometers from the first target. The weapon's employment sequence began automatically 90 seconds before the optimal release point. Sensors in the vehicle's belly, passive receivers that detected radar emissions the way an ear detects sound without making any noise of its own, began cataloging every electromagnetic source within a 200-kilometer radius. Frequencies, pulse repetition intervals, scan rates, side lobe patterns. Each system had a signature as unique as a fingerprint, and the weapon's onboard processor was matching those fingerprints against a library that contained every known Russian, Chinese, and Iranian radar system's operating parameters. The library had been built over decades. Every time an Iranian radar turned on during an exercise, satellites recorded it. Every time a Russian system was exported and tested by its new operator, signals intelligence aircraft orbiting in international airspace captured the emissions. The library wasn't perfect. Some systems had been modified, some had firmware updates that shifted parameters. But the processor didn't need perfection. It needed to be close enough to compute a waveform that would couple with the target radar's receiver architecture and deliver energy in a pattern the receiver couldn't reject. Think of it like this. Every radio receiver is designed to listen for a specific type of signal. It amplifies that signal and filters out everything else. The weapon computed a signal so precisely matched to each receiver's acceptance parameters that the receiver would amplify it eagerly, the way a microphone amplifies the sound of a hand clap. Except this sound was loud enough to burn the amplifier out permanently. At 0411, Longbow 6 reached the release point. The vehicle was directly over the Natanz Enrichment Complex at 57,000 feet. Below it, arranged in concentric rings, were 3 S-300 PMU-2 batteries, 2 Bavar 373 units, 4 third Cordad systems, an unknown number of Tor M1 vehicles in camouflage positions, and a Arayad battery that US intelligence had only confirmed the existence of 6 weeks earlier, when a satellite caught the launcher covers being removed during what appeared to be a maintenance cycle. The weapons bay opened for 1.3 seconds. The device that dropped was not a bomb in any conventional sense. It had no explosive warhead. It had no fragmentation case. What it had was an array of phased emitters powered by a capacitor bank that stored enough energy to run a small town for about 1/10 of a second and released all of it in a shaped electromagnetic pulse calibrated to the specific systems below. The device functioned at 41,000 feet, still well above the engagement envelope of every short-range system on the ground. On the S-300's 30N62 engagement radar, the pulse arrived as a signal indistinguishable from a legitimate return, amplified through the receiver chain, and overloaded the front-end low-noise amplifier in a cascade that propagated through the signal processing boards like electrical fire through dry timber. The system didn't explode. It didn't smoke. The screen simply went dark, and when the operators attempted to restart, the system reported a fault code that wasn't in the manual because the failure mode had never been anticipated by the designers. The Bavar 373 died the same way. Different frequency, different waveform, same result. The phased array elements, hundreds of individual transmit-receive modules, each received a pulse tuned to their specific operating band. 31% of the modules failed instantly. The system's built-in redundancy was designed to handle up to 20% module loss before degradation became operationally significant. At 31%, the radar's beam couldn't form properly. It could see the sky the way a person sees the world through a shattered windshield. Shapes, light, movement, but no resolution, no track, no fire control solution. The third Cordad systems experienced something different and in some ways worse. The pulse didn't kill the radar outright. It corrupted the signal processing software by introducing false data through the receiver that the system interpreted as legitimate contacts. The screens lit up with hundreds of tracks, a swarm of phantom aircraft that didn't exist, each one triggering engagement protocols that the operators couldn't override fast enough. The system began auto-cycling between targets, slewing the antenna to track contacts that vanished the moment it looked at them and reappeared the moment it looked away. The third Cordad wasn't dead. It was hallucinating. And in the confusion, the sector commander's data feed turned into noise. Every unit reporting something different. The S-300 reporting total failure. The Bavar reporting degraded capability. The third Cordad reporting mass air attack from all quadrants simultaneously. And the Nebo SVU, the one radar that had actually seen Longbow 6 4 minutes earlier, was now the only functional search radar in the sector, and its operator was screaming into a radio net clogged with overlapping damage reports that nobody could prioritize. The Tor M1 vehicles, short-range point defense systems mounted on tracked chassis, were the only assets unaffected. Their radars operated in a frequency band that the weapons library had incomplete data for. A Russian-supplied firmware update 8 months earlier had shifted the Tor's operating parameters just enough that the pulse didn't couple with the receivers cleanly. The Tor could still see. The Tor could still shoot. But the Tor has a maximum engagement range of 12 kilometers and a ceiling of roughly 20,000 feet, and Longbow 6 was at 57,000 feet and already egressing. Below the electronic carnage, the Natan's complex sat untouched. No crater, no debris, no visible damage of any kind. The centrifuges were still spinning. The buildings were still standing. From the ground, looking up, nothing appeared to have happened at all. This was the point. Longbow 6 didn't strike Natan's. It stripped Natan's naked. The air defense network that had been built over a decade to make the complex untouchable was now a collection of broken receivers, confused processors, and operators staring at screens that either showed nothing or showed everything. And the window wouldn't last. Iran had spare parts. Iran had technicians. The S-300's receiver modules could be replaced in somewhere between 12 and 72 hours depending on supply chain status. The Bavar's phased array modules would take longer, possibly weeks, because domestically produced components had quality control issues that meant a significant percentage of replacement modules would fail during installation. But the window was open now. At Al Udeid, the second phase was already moving. 47 minutes after Longbow 6 device detonated, a wave of BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from 3 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers in the Gulf of Oman. The missiles flew a southern route, hugging terrain through Balochistan, entering Iranian airspace through the same eastern corridor that Longbow 6 had used. They carried Broach warheads, a dual-stage penetrator designed to punch through hardened concrete and detonate inside buried structures. Their targets were not the centrifuge halls. Those were too deep, too hardened, and the Tomahawk's warhead wasn't heavy enough to reach them. Their targets were the support infrastructure, the power distribution nodes, the cooling systems, the uranium hexafluoride feed stations, and the cascade connection piping that linked the centrifuge halls to the above-ground processing facilities. Without cooling, centrifuges overheat. Without feed stations, they have nothing to enrich. Without connection piping, the product has nowhere to go. You don't need to destroy the centrifuges if you can destroy everything that keeps them running. The Tomahawks entered the degraded air defense zone at 550 miles per hour and 50 feet above the terrain. The S-300 couldn't see them because the S-300 couldn't see anything. The Bavar's fragmented array detected 3 of the 47 missiles but couldn't generate a fire control solution because the beam couldn't focus. The third Cordad software was still chasing phantoms and couldn't distinguish real cruise missiles from the hundreds of false tracks already saturating its display. The Tor M1 cruise, the only functioning air defense in the sector, detected the first Tomahawk at 9 kilometers. They launched. The 9M331 missile accelerated to Mach 2.8 and intercepted at 4 kilometers. Direct hit. The Tomahawk disintegrated in a fireball that the Tor's crew celebrated for approximately 3 seconds before the second Tomahawk passed 400 meters to the south, below the Tor's minimum engagement altitude, and impacted the primary electrical substation serving the enrichment complex. The lights at Natanz went out. A second Tor crew engaged 2 more Tomahawks and killed one. The other struck the cooling water intake manifold. A third Tor, repositioning to cover the southern approach, drove into a drainage ditch that didn't appear on its 2009 vintage navigation database and threw a track. The crew spent the next 40 minutes conducting field repairs while cruise missiles passed overhead. 43 of 47 Tomahawks reached their targets. 4 intercepted by Tor systems. 0 intercepted by any other air defense asset in the sector. The damage assessment came from a satellite pass 90 minutes later. 3 of 4 power distribution nodes destroyed. Cooling system intake demolished. 2 of 3 feed stations hit. 1 confirmed destroyed. 1 with structural damage that analysis suggested would require 6 to 8 months to repair. The cascade connection piping, running in above-ground conduits between buildings, had been shredded by blast fragmentation from near misses on adjacent structures. Not targeted directly, but destroyed by proximity. Natanz was intact. Every building was still standing. The centrifuges were still in their halls, thousands of them, spinning in the dark in the heat, with no power, no cooling, and no feed material. They would spin for a while on residual momentum. Then they would stop. Some would crash. Bearings seize when centrifuges spinning at 60,000 revolutions per minute lose their magnetic suspension. The repair timeline for crashed centrifuges isn't measured in weeks. It's measured in years, because Iran manufactures them domestically at a rate that US intelligence estimates at somewhere between 100 and 200 per month, and the complex held more than 5,300 miles northwest. The same sequence was unfolding at Fordow, the enrichment facility buried under a mountain near Qom. A second Longbow 6 vehicle had entered from the north, threading the Alborz mountain passes where radar coverage was thinnest, and delivered its payload over the facility at 0419. Fordow's air defenses, a mix of Bavar 373 and domestically produced systems, experienced the same cascade of failures. The follow-on Tomahawk strike from a Virginia-class submarine in the Arabian Sea hit Fordow's tunnel entrances, ventilation shafts, and the power grid serving the mountain complex. You can't Tomahawk a mountain. The rock wins. But you can seal the entrances with rubble, destroy the ventilation that keeps the air breathable for the workers inside, and cut the power that runs the centrifuges. Fordow became a tomb for machines. Everything inside was physically intact and operationally useless. Tehran learned about Natanz from the sector commander's fragmented damage report at 0438. Tehran learned about Fordow when the facility stopped responding to communications at 0441. The Supreme National Security Council convened at 0502. By 0515, the order went out to activate retaliatory assets. Iran's response doctrine for a major strike on nuclear infrastructure had been rehearsed for years. The Ballistic Missile Force, operated by the IRGC Aerospace Force, maintained a standing order to launch against predetermined targets in the Gulf states and Israel within 90 minutes of confirmed attack on nuclear sites. Shahab, 3 medium-range ballistic missiles in hardened silos and mobile launchers. Ahmad and Gadra variants with improved accuracy, and the newer Khaibar Shikan, a solid-fueled medium-range missile that Iran had tested in 2023 and which Western analysts assessed could reach any point in Israel with a circular error probable of less than 30 meters. The launchers began their pre-launch sequences at 0520, and this is where the second thing that wasn't supposed to exist entered the picture. The US had repositioned 2 THAAD batteries to the Gulf region over the preceding weeks, along with Patriot PAC-3 MSE batteries at multiple locations. Standard defensive posture. What wasn't standard was the asset orbiting at 65,000 feet over western Iraq in a racetrack pattern that it had been flying for 19 hours without refueling. The platform had no official designation in any public document. Ground crews at its operating base referred to it as the Overwatch. It carried a sensor suite that could detect the infrared bloom of a ballistic missile launch within 2 seconds and a communications package that transmitted targeting data directly to Aegis-equipped ships and THAAD batteries faster than Iran's missiles could clear their boost phase. But detection wasn't the interesting part. The interesting part was the directed energy system mounted in a conformal housing along the platform's fuselage, not the airborne laser of the early 2000s. The 747 mounted chemical laser that cost $5 billion and was cancelled because it had to fly within 200 kilometers of the launch site to be effective. This was a fiber-coupled solid-state system that the Missile Defense Agency had been developing in a program so classified that its budget was hidden inside the construction line item for a facility in Alabama that had been completed 4 years earlier. The system couldn't destroy a ballistic missile. The energy density at range wasn't sufficient to burn through a missile's skin in the 60 to 90 seconds of boost phase. But it could do something more elegant. It could heat the missile's guidance section just enough to degrade the inertial navigation system's ring laser gyroscopes. The gyroscopes measure rotation by detecting the phase shift between two laser beams traveling in opposite directions around a closed loop. Heat the housing by even a few degrees and the thermal expansion changes the path length. The phase shift drifts. The missile thinks it's on course when it's not. By the time it reaches the terminal phase, the accumulated error translates to hundreds of meters of missed distance on a target that the missile's designers assumed would be hit within 30. At 0534, the first Shahab-3 launched from a site in western Kermanshah province. The Overwatch detected the plume at 0534 and 2 seconds. The directed energy system engaged at 0534 and 9 seconds, maintaining a focused beam on the guidance section for the 47 seconds of boost phase visible above the horizon line. The missile climbed through the atmosphere on what appeared to be a normal trajectory. It entered its mid-course phase. It followed a ballistic arc toward a target in the Gulf, and the gyroscopes, heated just enough to introduce a drift rate of 0.003 degrees per second, accumulated an error that by re-entry translated to 1,100 meters of missed distance. The Patriot PAC-3 battery at its intended target tracked the incoming missile, computed an intercept, and launched. The interceptor killed the Shahab at 15 kilometers altitude. Standard engagement. But the Shahab had already been dead. Even without the Patriot, it would have impacted in open desert over a kilometer from anything that mattered. 5 more Shahab-3s launched in rapid succession from dispersed mobile launchers. The Overwatch engaged each one during boost phase. 3 were subsequently intercepted by Patriot and THAAD. 2 were not intercepted because the defense batteries assessed them as non-threats based on their predicted impact points, which the degraded guidance had shifted into empty terrain. Iran launched 19 ballistic missiles over the next 3 hours. 11 were intercepted by missile defense systems. 8 were not intercepted. Of the 8 that completed their flights, 0 hit their intended targets. The closest impact to a populated area was 740 meters from the perimeter fence of a desalination plant in Bahrain. The farthest was 6 kilometers into the empty quarter of Saudi Arabia, where it created a crater that would eventually be discovered by a Bedouin herder who would assume it was an old ordnance test. Tehran's missile force had spent years and billions developing the capability to overwhelm regional missile defenses through volume. The doctrine assumed that even if 50 or 60% of missiles were intercepted, the remainder would hit with enough accuracy to cause unacceptable damage. The doctrine did not account for the possibility that every missile that penetrated the defense shield would miss anyway, because the guidance had been corrupted during the one phase of flight where the missile was most vulnerable and least defended. The JAR-GC Aerospace Force Commander reviewed the impact reports at 0830. 19 launches. 0 confirmed hits on any designated target. He ordered a second salvo. The technicians reported that the mobile launchers needed 4 to 6 hours to reload and relocate. The fixed sites had been hit by a second wave of Tomahawks while the first salvo was still in the air. By noon, Iran's ballistic missile force had expended its ready inventory of medium-range missiles and achieved nothing. The air defense network around its most critical nuclear facilities was inoperable. The enrichment infrastructure at Natanz and Fordow was functionally destroyed without a single bomb having penetrated the actual centrifuge halls. And somewhere over Iraq, an aircraft that Iran's intelligence services had no knowledge of was still circling, waiting for the next launch that wouldn't come. The international response was immediate and predictable. Condemnation from expected quarters. Back-channel communications through Oman. Oil futures spiked 14% at opening and then settled to 8% by close as the market realized the Strait of Hormuz was still open and Iran's retaliatory capability appeared to have been a fraction of what everyone had assumed. The classified after-action review, which would eventually be briefed to the president and a total of 11 other people, contained one assessment that the participants would later describe as the most significant